Chapter 1. The Expanding Zone 6 of Contamination. Summer of 2446. Under the scorching sun, the boundless Gobi Desert radiated a searing heat from the ground, causing the air to shimmer in a distorted haze. Thunderous roars echoed as a heavy armored off-road vehicle burst forth from the obscuring gray mist, racing fiercely and stirring up clouds of dust. Behind it, 7 or 8 deformed creatures emerged in pursuit. These monsters stood 2 to 3 meters tall, shrouded in black mist, their viscous secretions dripping onto the ground and emitting corrosive white smoke with a hissing sound. Exposed to the relentless sunlight, they grew increasingly agitated, baring their teeth at the receding vehicle, their bodies radiating intense resentment. "What a chance, Tuzi! Take them down!" a rugged voice shouted loudly. "Receive!" A woman with a bobbed haircut in the vehicle rose from her seat, gripping a heavy sniper rifle, readying herself for action. The armored vehicle suddenly reversed, executing a graceful drift as it turned around, and the sunroof above opened. The sniper known as Tuzi poked her head out of the sunroof, positioning her rifle and quickly finding a stable aim. Bang! Amidst the swirling yellow dust, one of the deformed creatures fell with a wail after the gunfire rang out. The tremendous recoil pushed her body backward, but she swiftly regained her balance, continuing to aim at the next target. The Sentinel possessed extraordinary senses, easily tracking the movement patterns of the deformed beings. "Beautiful shot. Take them out." The driver whistled, continuing to maneuver the armored vehicle in circles to attract the attention of the monstrous horde. There were 5 people in the vehicle. The man in the passenger seat leaned against the window with one hand, his sharp facial contours framing a pair of deep-set eyes that glimmered with a keen gaze. More gunshots rang out. Shieta turned his head to glance outside, finding that all the deformed creatures had been eliminated. The young man in the back seat, sporting a crew cut, appeared somewhat composed as he cradled an old box. "Captain, we've got the goods. Should we head back to base now?" Shieta did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his left wrist to check the terminal information. After a moment, his expression became serious as he squinted, saying, "Head towards the vicinity of Zone 6. Zone 6 of Contamination? The atmosphere in the vehicle momentarily stagnated. Tuzi quickly closed the sunroof, returned to her seat with a rifle, and remarked, "Captain, our supplies are running low." "Indeed. What are we going Zone 6 for?" the driver muttered. "Could it be another new mission?" She had to cast a glance at them. "To pick someone up." The others responded with confusion. Question mark. 2 centuries later, darkness fell abruptly, plunging the world into a complete power outage as bizarre contaminated zones and deformed creatures emerged. The planet was thereafter engulfed in a prolonged 200-year dark apocalypse. In the absence of light and electricity, monsters ravaged the land, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction, and countless underground shelters fell. In these dire times, a select few awakened with superhuman abilities. They were referred to as Sentinels, possessing extraordinary physical prowess and acute senses. However, each use of their abilities drew them closer to deformation. Ultimately, they would be consumed by dark matter, transforming into those flesh-eating monstrosities. Once a Sentinel became deformed, they posed a greater threat than ordinary deformed beings. Perhaps this is why another formidable class of warriors emerged. Guides are both precious and rare. They are perceived as delicate beings by all. Thus, when Shietu informed his teammates that they were to receive a senior guide, the team members erupted in disbelief. "Did I hear correctly? We're getting a new guide." Could it be that the captain's threats to the base actually made an impact? 19 years have passed since the Dark Era. Light has once again graced the world. However, the 2 centuries of the apocalyptic darkness have resulted in the extinction of over 80% of flora and fauna, with the majority of the remaining species undergoing mutations. Food shortages have led to a regression of civilization. The outside world is littered with soil that has eroded into sand. The world has become riddled with wounds. The scant resources that remain cannot sustain everyone, and many ordinary individuals struggle to secure basic necessities. The last few large shelters, after the restoration of communication, finally made contact and jointly initiated the salvation plan. They decided to explore various polluted zones in search of the truth behind the calamity. However, the concentration of dark matter within the polluted zones is excessively high, and Sentinels are prone to distortion if they overexert their abilities during missions. This has resulted in an alarmingly high casualty rate among Sentinels. Shietsu believes that since guides are also special troops, they should be deployed to the front lines to engage in collaborative combat. They should not be coddled in the base like endangered species merely due to their scarcity. Are you sure it's a senior guide? The young man with a buzz cut in the back seat, named Song Liang, glanced at the two most animated individuals before shifting his gaze to a certain someone sleeping soundly beside him. He couldn't help but pour cold water on their excitement, saying, "We're just picking someone up. Are you all overthinking this?" The driver, Tao Hao Hao, laughed heartily. "Do you really not know our captain? If it were just a simple pickup, who would dare to send him on errand?" Song Liang turned his head, his gaze lingering on his captain, hoping for an explanation. Shietsu crossed his legs, propping himself against the car window, and smiled. "It's not a base mission. It's information relayed by an informant. According to the intel, the 6th pollution zone has suddenly expanded, and a small base nearby is migrating north." Shietsu added, "They recently just produced a guide, reportedly of a very high level." The girl, Tuzi, did not comprehend the significance, asking, "What does their migration have to do with us?" Song Liang shot her a glance. "The outside is teeming with mutated creatures. Migration must have a purpose, to seek refuge in a larger base. The guides among them are the tickets to entry. Moreover, they are guides not registered with the 4 major bases. Naturally, whoever seizes them first claims them. Understand now. The captain means we're going to snatch someone, and you lot misheard." Tuzi attempted to salvage her dignity, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tao Hao Hao pressed the accelerator to the floor. "Then we must secure them." At that very moment, outside the 6th pollution zone, in a remote town, the sky was engulfed by swirling gray clouds, spreading outwards from the center like countless writhing tentacles. The terrifying, mutated beings howled with excitement amidst the thick fog. Countless monsters had emerged from the pollution zone, advancing towards the town. The town, surrounded by high walls, lay in eerie silence, resembling a dead city. Everyone had evacuated 2 hours prior. 20 years ago, the 6th pollution zone was still 100 kilometers away from us. A middle-aged man, seated on a bus, gazed through the window at the distant rolling gray fog, murmuring in despair. The rate of expansion is alarmingly rapid. At this pace, will humanity have a place to dwell in the future? Having lost their only home, their path ahead is uncertain, and they are oblivious to their way back. The passengers on the bus, lacking direction, were filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Beside the man, a 7 or 8-year-old girl stood up on her seat and wrapped her arms around the middle-aged man's neck, saying, "Daddy, don't be sad. Yunjiao Jiejia will find a way." Chapter 2 Migration of the entire town. 5 large buses were flanked by 2 off-road vehicles, racing northward with all the townsfolk aboard. Each vehicle was laden with towering stacks of luggage. The little girl referred to as Yun Zhao's elder sister sat in the back seat of the leading off-road vehicle. She appeared remarkably youthful, her small face obscured beneath the brim of a hat, clad in an oversized, tattered camouflage outfit that accentuated her petite and slender frame. At this moment, Yun Zhao gazed at the distant rolling gray mist, the sky shrouded in a dreary haze that allowed only the faintest rays of sunlight to pierce through. In the blink of an eye, the gray mist had encroached upon the small town where she had spent the last 12 years of her life. 12 years ago, Yin Zhao was but an innocent child discovered by the town's search team at the edge of contaminated zone. The group of 8 sentinels who rescued her were all natives of Qingshan town, and from that point onward, she made her home there. The town's rear mountains concealed pristine underground water sources and a small patch of arable land. Yet the remainder of their resources was desperately scarce. To survive, the Sentinels formed search teams to venture into the periphery of the contaminated zones in search of usable supplies. At that time, the search team comprised 5 B-class Sentinels, moderately armed and distanced from the number 6 contamination zone, and their lives were neither exceptionally good nor bad. However, as the number 6 contamination zone continued to expand, the Sentinels of the search team perished, some at the hands of mutated beings, while others succumbed to madness and became one of them. In the midst of that gray, mist-laden number 6 contamination zone, Yun Zhao gently closed her eyes, her heart stirred by an indescribable emotion. Her spiritual manifestation seemed to respond, slowly emerging and fluttering above her head. It was a small cyan bird, no larger than her palm, with ice-blue eyes and long, flowing tail feathers. Its silver beak glimmered with a fierce sharpness under the sunlight, and its plumage radiated a jewel-like azure sheen. Yun Zhao reached out to touch it, and the proud little bird lifted its head, welcoming her caress. The young driver, He Xiang, appeared to be merely 16 or 17, attentively monitoring the activity behind the vehicle with his peripheral vision. Once a spiritual manifestation materializes, it is visible only to sentinels and guides. According to their understanding, guides typically have gentle, herbivorous spiritual manifestations, their docile forms aiding in soothing the sentinels. Yet, Yun Zhao's spiritual embodiment, the cyan bird, sensed something and suddenly glanced at He Xiang with an air of lofty disdain. The look seemed to convey a silent message. What are you staring at? He Xiang swallowed hard, quickly redirecting his gaze to the road ahead. Seated in the passenger seat, armed and vigilant, Cheng Dongshu maintained alertness outside. The moment Yun Zhao's spiritual manifestation emerged, he felt an involuntary tension grip his body, paralyzed by the urge to turn around. He Xiang cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Sister Yun Zhao, the news has spread. Are we really heading to Shuwang Base? Yes, Yun Zhao replied softly. He Xiang hesitated, but we're closest to Liming Base. Why must we venture far to the southwest to Shuwang Base? Because only Shuwang Base is built above ground, Yun Zhao explained patiently. The southwestern region is rich in resources and is backed by a large base, ensuring safety. This way, we can all lead better lives in the future. Since we are relocating, we ought to choose the best place. When the darkness of the apocalypse descended, the government urgently established hundreds of underground shelters. 200 years later, only 4 remained. Originally named by their numbers, these shelters were officially renamed Liming Base, Chenxi Base, Shuwang Base, and Shuwang Base. 3 of these shelters lie deep underground, while only Shuwang Base in the southwestern region is situated on the surface amidst the mountains. The older generations, having endured the dark times, yearn for sunlight and prefer the choice of living in above-ground structures rather than in the oppressive darkness below. In truth, Yun Zhao's intention for selecting Shuwang Base extended beyond mere comfort, though she chose not to elaborate. However, the journey is long, and we must traverse multiple contaminated zones. He Xiang expressed his concerns. Yun Zhao nodded and unfurled the map she had procured from Liming Base last time. The map was updated last November. We only need to avoid contaminated zones with a danger level of 4 stars or higher. 4-star zones may sporadically expand and alter the landscape, so we must take detours. As for 5-star contamination zones, they were formed during the early Dark Ages and are exceedingly perilous. Understood, He Xiang acknowledged with a nod. The No. 6 contamination zone had begun to expand from the southeast. They were currently retreating northward, intending to divert to the southwest on Route 102. Numerous perilous mutated creatures lay along their path, but with Yun Zhao present, they only needed to steer clear of the gray mist. Tonight, we may not reach the nearest lookout station, He Xiang began, yet before he could finish, Cheng Dongshu, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly stirred. A distinct sound of a bullet being chambered followed. Cheng Dongshu seized the walkie-talkie. Attention, vehicles behind. Level 2 mutated beings have appeared. Prepare for combat. Received, came the immediate response over the walkie-talkie. Following the sound, Yun Zhao lifted her gaze. Not far to the left, a swarm of mutated beings rushed toward them. These monsters bore grotesque visages, half of their faces adorned with sharp mandibles, while their wrinkled skin clung to skeletal frames that appeared unnaturally elongated to 2 or 3 meters. With a pair of writhing flesh wings sprouting from their backs, they dripped a viscous, corrosive black liquid. Their appearance was both repugnant and terrifying. Cheng Dongshu counted. There were 8 in total, a manageable number. With Yun Zhao present, they could handle it. The sentinels in the vehicles behind received the signal, rolled down their windows, and climbed atop the roofs, readying their weapons. The monstrous horde drew closer, their expressions twisted with greed as they fixated on the vehicles, roaring in excitement, itching to pounce and tear them apart. No one panicked. All eyes were fixed tightly on the advancing creatures, biding their time. Yun Zhao pressed a button, and the window descended slowly. The little cyan bird perched atop her head lazily glanced at the monsters before retracting its gaze, seemingly lacking the energy to engage. Yun Zhao raised her hand slightly, and a flickering greenish-blue glow appeared around her, transforming into shimmering specks that dissipated into the air. No one could discern what she had done, but suddenly, the airborne mutated beings froze in midair, their expressions blank and bewildered, as if they had become stationary targets. Cheng Dongshu no longer hesitated and opened fire on the mutated beings, the sound of gunfire erupting in a rapid succession. The strength of a guide lies in the spiritual realm, and a powerful guide can not only soothe sentinels but also influence the mutated beings. This realization came to light only after Yun Zhao awakened. The 8 Level 2 mutated beings were swiftly dispatched, allowing the vehicles to pass through the area safely. By nightfall, the convoy arrived at a long-abandoned factory. The surroundings were choked with yellow sand. The rusty gates and shattered windows revealed a scene of decay, with shards of glass littering the ground as moonlight cast mottled shadows from the damaged roof. A sense of desolation permeated the air. The 5 buses and 2 off-road vehicles entered the factory compound, and the townsfolk disembarked in a daze. Those needing to use the restroom should go in groups. Don't wander far, just stay within the factory, the sentinels advised. Yun Zhao surveyed the area with her spiritual power and followed suit, intending to check on the children at the back. As she took her leave, Cheng Dongshu immediately pulled He Xiang to a secluded corner. With a complex expression, he inquired, "Xiangzi, you must tell me, what exactly is Yun Zhao's spiritual manifestation?" Chapter 3 Yun Zhao's spiritual manifestation. Cheng Dongshu is currently the only B-class sentinel in Qingshan town. In the larger bases, he might be inconspicuous, yet he represents the pinnacle of combat power within the town. Since Yun Zhao awakened as a guide, he has been the most delighted, for with a guide present, he no longer fears the potential for his own mental powers to spiral out of control. Regular sessions of mental guidance allow him to maintain peak combat readiness, keeping his mind clear and senses sharp. Thus, Cheng Dongshu was the first to seek out Yun Zhao, requesting a session for mental guidance. The process of guidance was swift, yet throughout it, Cheng Dongshu felt not comfort, but rather an overwhelming sense of dread. At the moment when the blue bird emerged within the realm of the mind, it was far from the diminutive form of mere visualization. It was a magnificent, luminescent behemoth, adorned with azure feathers that shimmered like precious gems, each quill radiating its own brilliance. Noble and aloof, it surveyed the world with disdain. Like an invader, it entered his mental domain, casually flapping its wings to sweep away the dark matter with an air of contempt. Under its imposing presence, Cheng Dongshu's spiritual essence trembled in fear, retreating to the deepest recesses, too frightened to show itself. After the cleansing, Cheng Dongshu experienced a qualitative leap in his senses and abilities. Yet, the terror etched into his very marrow felt as though it had taken root in his heart. Never had he heard of a sentinel being intimidated by a guide's spiritual entity. It was utterly absurd. Each time he sought guidance from Yun Zhao, he had to mentally prepare himself for an extended period, only to leave pale-faced and quaking. He was not alone in this. All the sentinels in the small town experienced the same. They had covertly investigated the bird's true form, but found no matching avian in the animal compendium. He Xiang, the younger brother of He Jun, one of the 8 sentinels who had rescued Yun Zhao, was always close to her. He surely understood the situation. Sentinels from the large base often claimed that the spiritual entities of guides were gentle, typically non-threatening and delightful beings. Cheng Dongshu raised his voice as he spoke. But look at that blue bird. Does it appear gentle? It gazes at me as if I were refuse. Sentinels possess acute senses, and many heard his remarks, nodding in agreement. Seeking mental fortitude from Yun Zhao left many with psychological scars. Yet, she was undeniably powerful. Otherwise, no one would follow her unquestioningly. Yun Zhao resembled a mage with a healing skill. Aside from lacking the ability to serve as a tank, she excelled in other aspects. The Sentinels speculated that she must be an A-grade guide. An A-grade guide. There were no more than 5 in the large base. Yet such an exceptional guide emerged from their small town. He Xiang scratched his head, saying, "Brother Dongshu, I truly don't know. I wouldn't dare meet that bird's gaze, even if I wanted to. He then pondered aloud. How can someone as gentle as Sister Yun Zhao have such a ferocious spiritual entity? Cheng Dongshu retorted, gentle? Young man, have your eyes been covered with 800 layers of filters? Just then, the sentinels spotted Yun Zhao returning with a pair of twins. Cheng Dongshu quickly changed the subject. The twins, merely 6 years old and slender, were the descendants of one of Yun Zhao's benefactors. The boy, the elder, was named He Ping, and the girl, the younger, was called Hienan. After their father passed away, their mother raised them alone with assistance from neighbors. As Yun Zhao approached, the blue bird on her shoulder returned to the mental realm. Noticing everyone gathered, she casually inquired, "What are you discussing?" All the sentinels stood at attention, shaking their heads in unison, exclaiming loudly, "Nothing." It was rather perplexing. Yun Zhao dismissed it, suggesting they rest, as they needed to set off early the next morning. All right. The following day, the convoy resumed its journey, entering the 102nd segment and turning southwest. The polluted area lacked a magnetic field, and the flow of time differed from that outside. The diffusion zone caused the landscape to shift daily, necessitating navigation based on the numbering established by the 4 major bases. The vehicles sped along, kicking up clouds of dust as they traversed the desolation. Occasionally, remnants of the past could be discerned along the way. The ruins of bygone cities lay bare, skyscrapers leaning precariously, with rusted rebar exposed to the elements. They resembled forgotten giants, lying quietly amidst the desolate wasteland. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the route. The convoy maintained its formation. Yun Zhao, weary, rubbed her temples. During the day, she assisted in scouting and clearing mutated creatures. The perilous nights left her unable to rest soundly, knowing so many ordinary people were with her. "I'll rest for a bit. Wake me immediately if anything happens." Xiang promptly replied, "All right, Sister Yun Zhao, please rest. Your eyes are red from exhaustion." The rear seats were piled high with luggage, leaving only a small space for her. Yun Zhao curled up, pulling her hat down to shield her from the sunlight, and closed her eyes, slipping into sleep. Yet, her slumber was far from tranquil. Somehow, she found herself dreaming of her arrival in Qingshan town. At 6 or 7 years old, she appeared lost and bewildered, being led by a sentinel. The sentinel's hand was large, rough, and warm, guiding her gently into the town. She had no recollection of how she ended up in the polluted area, nor did she know who her parents were. She only vaguely remembered her name. "Little sister, what is your name?" "Yun Zhao." Zhao. "It's all right if you can't remember. Just stay in the town, and we 8 uncles will take care of you." The sentinel's hearty laughter calmed her inner turmoil. Thus, Yun Zhao made her home in Qingshan town. Whenever the 8 uncles returned from missions, they often brought her gifts. Sometimes it was a pretty dress, other times books from the old era, or dolls beloved by little girls. This idyllic life continued for 5 or 6 years until one fateful day. 8 of them went out again, but only 5 returned. Afterward, none ever came back. That day, she climbed the high walls of the town, staring vacantly towards the direction of the 6th polluted area, remaining there for a long, long time. In her dream, they appeared just as they once were, vividly standing before her. They laughed and played, discussing their harvests and sharing news from outside, occasionally making a crude joke, only to hush upon noticing her presence. Yun Zhao smiled, yet as she smiled, a wave of sadness washed over her. It felt as though a gaping wound had been carved into her heart, exposing a bloody abyss. She understood that they were all gone. Why couldn't she awaken her abilities sooner? Why? Around her, a gray mist began to rise unnoticed, gradually obscuring the figures of the 8 sentinels. Their features became blurred, their flesh visibly withering, as she helplessly watched them transform into monstrous, flesh-eating creatures. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a cry. The enormous blue bird appeared, circling above her, flapping its wings to disperse the encroaching mist. "Stop the car." Yun Zhao abruptly opened her eyes. The sunlight outside the window had vanished, and the sky appeared overcast. It was only 2 in the afternoon. Xiang, sensing her distress, asked uneasily, "What's wrong?" As the vehicle continued onward, a fog began to envelop them. Cheng Dongshu, sensing something amiss, quickly grabbed the radio, shouting, "Stop the car, stop the car." All 7 vehicles came to a halt. Cheng Dongshu and He Xiang instinctively glanced at her. Yun Zhao's gaze was clear. The dream had dissipated. She turned her head towards the window and remarked, "It seems we have unwittingly entered the polluted area." Chapter 4. Entering the polluted zone. Impossible. He Xiang and Cheng Dongshu exclaimed simultaneously. Cheng Dongshu spoke rapidly. "We have remained vigilant, not blinking as we watch the outside. I have been to the edges of the polluted area many times. That gray mist serves as a warning. He Xiang and I would never be foolish enough to see the mist and not flee." He Xiang nodded vigorously. "Exactly. With so many sentinels in the back. If we truly entered the polluted area, it would be impossible for everyone to remain oblivious." Yun Zhao remained silent, her gaze fixed outside. The mist outside was faint. If it weren't slowly coalescing, it would be nearly imperceptible. The landscape on either side of the road was filled with desolation and decay. The abandoned soil had weathered into sand, and the bare mountains, devoid of vegetation, were riddled with erosion, forming deep gullies and cracks. In the distance, the remnants of a bygone city could be seen, crumbling concrete and steel frameworks that seemed to narrate tales of former prosperity. Cheng Dongshu and He Xiang intended to say more, but their voices faltered as they caught sight of the fog thickening outside the window. The scene before them began to shift. A gray mist swirled in the distance. The road twisted, and what was once an empty path was now flanked by houses, appearing like a mirage. What else could it be but a bizarre, polluted world? Cheng Dongshu's grip on his weapon tightened, veins bulging. The entire town's populace was present. Yun Zhao, despite her prowess, was merely a guide with little combat capability. As a slightly more formidable sentinel, how could he lead so many out of the polluted area of Liming Base? The monitoring personnel detected an anomaly, abruptly standing up with a grim expression. "This is bad. A new pollution zone has emerged on Route 102. Dispatch a sentinel immediately. Is Jiangmu present?" "Reporting, sir. Jiangmu's team went northwest and has yet to return. Notify the nearby outpost and immediately send in 5 teams of advanced sentinels to eliminate it before the pollution zone stabilizes. The newly formed pollution area is highly unstable and prone to collapse. We must eradicate it before it spreads." There is only one explanation. The mist at the center gathered and dispersed, and the landscape outside transformed dramatically. Dilapidated shops emerged along the road. They seemed to be an old street, characterized by 5-story buildings and rows of shuttered storefronts, their doors marred and covered in dust and grime. Yun Zhao spoke calmly. "This pollution zone formed only after we entered. What a stroke of bad luck." He Xiang felt a surge of anxiety. His mother and sister were in the vehicle behind. He had promised his brother to protect everyone. Cheng Dongshu swallowed hard and looked at Yun Zhao. Should we hurry to find the key? This was no secret. The polluted world was a separate domain. Once one entered its bizarre confines, they needed a key to unlock the exit. The sprawling and expanding pollution zone number 6 had been the only domain encountered by the people of Qingshan Town. It was ranked highly and vast, having formed during the early Dark Ages. For many years, the sentinels of Qingshan Town had only dared to operate at the edges. No one had ventured inside. For those who had never returned, Yun Zhao opened the map to confirm their location, stating, "We are currently at the center of Zone 102, not far from the outpost." Each of the 4 major bases has established outposts to monitor the conditions of pollution zones and eliminate aberrations wandering outside. Zone 102 falls under the monitoring range of Liming Base, and external assistance should arrive shortly. Cheng Dongshu replied, "Then we should wait." Yun Zhao interrupted him. She had only recently evolved into a guide, and her understanding of the pollution zone came solely from hearsay and rumors. The 200 years of the Dark Apocalypse had created a gap in scientific expertise, left resources scarce, and caused civilization to regress. The 4 major bases had long been exploring various pollution zones in an attempt to unravel the mysteries behind the disasters. Surely, Liming Base would soon formulate a response to this new pollution zone. She needed to ensure everyone's safety first. What is happening? This is a pollution zone. How do we enter it? Oh heavens! What should we do? The vehicles behind sensed something was amiss, causing a sudden uproar. Yun Zhao signaled for Cheng Dongshu to hand her the intercom. She pressed the button and spoke into it. "Stay calm. Vehicles behind. move a bit forward. Everyone, including the sentinels, remain inside the cars. Her voice was calm and rational, soothing the panic that had begun to swell. The drivers followed her instructions, inching their vehicles forward. 5 buses formed a protective circle, allowing passengers to see each other through the windows. The SUV from behind pulled to the front, aligning alongside Yun Zhao's vehicle, and they exchanged nods through the glass. No one exited their vehicles, all windows securely shut. Yun Zhao slightly focused her mind, and countless green glows appeared. She attempted to shield all the vehicles. Since awakening as a guide, she had never attempted to activate a mental barrier on such a large scale. The result was effortless. The green glow of her mental threads formed a net above, quickly dissipating, enveloping the 7 vehicles. Yun Zhao was aware of her abilities. The small town lacked instruments, other guides, and she had not tested her level. However, she knew her guiding prowess must be exceptionally high. A black armored vehicle sped on her Route 102, driven by a stylish young man with flaxen hair and earrings named Duan Shi. He removed the guide essence he had been chewing and remarked, is it really worth trekking this far for an A-level guide? Duan Shi had sustained minor injuries to his mental entity when he emerged from the pollution zone, and had slept for a day and night in the vehicle. Upon waking, he realized the team leader had not returned to the base, but had instead gone in search of a guide. They were nearly at Li Ming base, and the guide might have already entered the city. Duan Shi casually posed a question, and how can you be certain it's an A-level? Most on the vehicle were asleep, leaving no one to answer. The only awake passenger, Rabbit, sat up and smacked the back of his head. Drive the car. Stop talking. Duan Shi winced, almost hitting his forehead on the steering wheel. Taking a deep breath, he retorted, Wang Jiayu. Try that again. Don't think I won't hit you. Before he could finish, another smack landed on his head. Rabbit retracted his hand, grinning, come on. If you're so tough, don't get assigned to my group in the next simulation training. Duan Shi was exasperated. Stop it. Enough with the noise, spoke Song Liang, awakened by the commotion. Duan Shi pointed to the gauge. We're almost out of fuel. I'm just concerned we might make this trip for nothing. Song Liang reassured him. It's fine. After we find the person, we'll get supplies at Li Ming base. Xietu opened his eyes, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features. He adjusted his position and retrieved a guide essence from his bag. Before he could speak, his ears perked up, catching sound from all directions. He listened intently, his gaze deepening as he realized many aberrations were converging towards them. Was a new pollution zone emerging nearby? Chapter 5. Aberrations capable of speech within the pollution zone. The streets exuded an unending sense of darkness. At an unknown moment, a fine rain began to fall like mist from the sky. The car windows became blurred, obscuring the outside world. Raindrops pattered against the roof. The atmosphere inside grew stifling, nearly suffocating. Yun Zhao checked the time. The flow of time remained unchanged. The clock was functioning normally. It was 4:46 p.m. 2.5 hours had passed since they inadvertently entered the pollution zone. The sentinels from Li Ming base should have arrived by now. He Xiang shared the same thought, murmuring, every pollution zone is different. I wonder how vast this newly formed one is. Perhaps the people from Li Ming base have already entered. Why Haven Tea they found us? Who knows? The nights within the pollution zones are exceedingly perilous. Cheng Dongshu pressed his lips together, fixating on the relentless passage of time, his body tense. We cannot stay here overnight. Cheng Dongshu instinctively glanced at Yun Zhao, seemingly seeking her opinion. Yun Zhao remained quiet, gazing steadily at the outside scene. The mental barrier amplified her perceptions, allowing her to capture the emotions of everyone in the vehicle. Fear, tension, panic, and perhaps even trust. Yun Zhao? Cheng Dongshu called upon, noticing her silence. Yun Zhao gently acknowledged with a hum, reaching into the pile of luggage beside her. After a moment, she retrieved a black umbrella and a backpack. The backpack contained a compass, useless in the pollution zone, a flashlight, a map, a journal, a sharp dagger, and some meager provisions. Placing the backpack on her lap, she unzipped it for inspection, affirming, "You're right. We cannot remain in the pollution zone overnight. I will go out and try to find the key." Uncles used to frequently visit the large base to exchange supplies and had interacted with the sentinels stationed there. Once, an A-class sentinel informed them that once night fell, the entire polluted area would come alive. Yin Zhao was uncertain how it came to life. She initially thought that the troops from Li Ming base would arrive swiftly, but now, if they did not devise a plan for self-rescue, it was highly likely they would have to spend the night here. Relying on others was far less reliable than depending on oneself. She could not gamble with the lives of the entire town. He Xiong was startled by this statement and hurriedly intervened, insisting that she could not go outside due to the unknown situation. Cheng Dongshu gritted his teeth and declared that he would accompany her since she lacked combat ability. He Xiong was anxious, questioning why Dongshu would act recklessly. Everyone was unfamiliar with the polluted zone, and with the rain pouring outside, who knew what dangers awaited them? Yin Zhao shook her head and told Cheng Dongshu that as a B-class sentinel, he needed to stay behind to protect everyone. She then turned to He Xiong, signaling him not to worry, assuring him that the newly formed polluted area posed minimal danger and that she could handle it. He Xiong remained unconvinced, expressing that the strength of a guide lay in the mental realm, and Yin Zhao seemed too fragile. What would happen if she encountered danger? Perhaps Dongshu should stay behind to guard everyone while she ventured out. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhao nodded in agreement, conceding. A small green bird, no larger than a palm, slowly materialized, settling on her right shoulder, seemingly fascinated by the outside world, fluttering its wings a couple of times. Its sharp gaze and noble demeanor were fixed upon Cheng Dongshu. Useless, it seemed to convey. Cheng Dongshu felt a pang of discomfort, perceiving the disdainful look akin to that directed at rubbish. Was this little bird scolding him? It certainly felt that way. However, Yin Zhao paid no mind to this little episode as she slung her backpack, opened her umbrella, and exited the vehicle. The rain fell heavily, the sound of droplets pattering against the umbrella resonating in the air. The atmosphere was thick with a damp, putrid odor, mingled with the scent of rain and dust. Through the curtain of rain, a thin mist enveloped the entire street, causing the world to appear blurred. The deserted street was steeped in an eerie silence, an unsettling, ominous ambience permeating the air. He Xiong quickly donned her raincoat and followed her outside. The 5 individuals in the adjacent off-road vehicle noticed the commotion and stared at Yin Zhao in shock, gesturing at her through the car window. Yin Zhao pointed ahead, indicating that she was merely moving around the vicinity. Once she strayed too far, the protective barrier above the vehicle would dissipate. This was a perfect opportunity to test her limits. After reassuring them, Yin Zhao walked forward, and the small green bird flapped its wings, emitting a green glow that transformed into scattered stars, which, unlike before, did not vanish but instead circled around her. The mental threads began to spread wildly. Was she afraid? In a place that others avoided, she felt a surge of warmth in her blood, a hint of exhilaration. He Xiong hurriedly jogged to catch up, walking alongside her on the street. The yellow dirt road had somehow transformed into a concrete path, with rainwater pooling and flowing along the ground, muddied with diluted black viscous liquid. It was a mutation type. He Xiong felt a twinge of anxiety and recited nervously. The diary of my elder brother mentioned that the polluted area has a fatal attraction for the mutated types. Once a polluted zone forms, all nearby mutated beings will be drawn to it. He revered that diary as a sacred text, reciting it from memory. His heart raced as he instinctively tightened his grip around the gun concealed beneath his raincoat. Do not be anxious, Yin Zhao spoke in a calming tone. The large base must have a method to deal with the polluted areas. We simply need to find a key to escape. Perhaps her words provided some comfort. He Xiong calmed down slightly, though he remained vigilant, cautiously adjusting his steps. After walking approximately 50 meters, the scenery behind them became obscured, the thick fog erasing any trace of their vehicle. They continued onward until a crossroads appeared. Yin Zhao, holding the black umbrella, suddenly halted, sensing something unusual in the mental threads. Emotion? She stared intently in that direction. Before long, a shadow emerged from the mist ahead. He Xiong swiftly raised his gun, his body stiffening as he focused intently on the indistinct figure. The silhouette drew closer, gradually revealing its true form. It was a middle-aged man with a square face, clad in a cheap t-shirt and oversized, tattered jeans, a black waist pouch strapped around his waist. He seemed oblivious to their presence. Mumbling to himself as he walked toward the opposite street. Xiao Ming is sick. I must get paid today. Where's the boss? YISNT, the foreman, answering the phone. Oh, the boss must be sitting in a warm office, sipping tea under the air conditioning. Yun Zhao's gaze fell downward, observing black liquid oozing from the square-faced man's body, continuously seeping from the cuffs of his pants, mingling with the rainwater and dripping onto the ground, forming shallow puddles. This was a mutated being. Could a mutated type assume a human form within the polluted zone? Chapter 6. Seeking Payment? The square-faced, mutated being appeared oblivious to them as he trudged into the pouring rain toward the opposite street. His movements were stiff and slow. Just as he reached the middle of the road, bang. Despite observing intently, it appeared as though the man had been struck by a vehicle, his body soaring several meters before collapsing motionless, gradually transforming into a puddle of black liquid. It was utterly bizarre. He Xiang stared at the pool of black liquid, turning his head to speak, but the next moment, a sound emerged from the mist. Xiao Ming is sick. I must get paid today. Where's the boss? YISNT, the foreman, answering the phone. Oh, the boss must be sitting in a warm office, sipping tea. He Xiang heard the murmuring from the fog, instinctively aiming his gun toward the source of the sound. The sight before him sent chills down his spine, goosebumps crawling up his arms. The square-faced, mutated being had re-emerged from a mist. Identical in appearance, clothing, and words, he again rushed into the street against the rain. Bang! After the sound, 2 puddles of black liquid appeared in the center of the road. He Xiang felt his scalp tingle as the same phrases echoed from the mist for a third time. Overwhelmed by this eerie scene, he subconsciously held his breath, becoming acutely aware of his surroundings. Yun Zhao, holding the umbrella, noticed the little bird on her shoulder tilting its head, its eyes reflecting confusion as both she and the bird watched the man rush into the street for the third time. Was this a loop? Yun Zhao pondered why. Was it due to obsession? To drive them to the brink of madness? She found it unfathomable, witnessing the square-faced man repeatedly dissolve into black liquid. Should she intervene? The black liquid spread with the rainwater, creeping toward her feet. It seemed tireless, impervious to pain. When the square-faced man emerged from the mist once more, Yun Zhao did not hesitate and called out to him. Are you seeking payment? He Xiang was startled by her voice. How could Yun Zhao dare to speak to a mutated being? If he noticed her, would he suddenly transform and attack them? The square-faced man showed no reaction, his stiff steps carrying him toward the road. Yun Zhao tentatively inquired, I know where your boss is. Are you seeking payment? The mutated being paused, slowly turning around, his expression blank, seemingly bewildered by the presence of others. Where is he? Xiao Ming is sick and needs payment for treatment. Yun Zhao casually pointed in a direction, stating, if you follow that road and keep going, you'll find him. The square-faced, mutated being hesitated for a moment, nodding mechanically. All right, I will find him. Xiao Ming is sick and needs payment for treatment. To her surprise, he actually turned around and began to walk in the direction she indicated. Wait, Yun Zhao called out to him. He Xiang, who had just begun to relax, instantly felt his heart race again. The square-faced, mutated being looked at her, confusion evident on his face as black liquid seeped from his neck, growing increasingly abundant. Yun Zhao appeared oblivious, asking, do you know where the key is? The individual with the square face wore a bewildered expression, murmuring, what am I looking for the boss for? I can hardly recall. Yun Zhao quickly realized that this approach would not suffice. Pointing towards the intersection ahead, she urged, you should hurry. If you delay, the boss will be gone. The square-faced man followed her direction and gradually vanished into the faint mist. Only when he was completely out of sight did he Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Yun Zhao, that was too reckless. Who knows if the aberrations might suddenly attack us? You could have at least informed me. Yun Zhao was too preoccupied to respond. Her thoughts focused on the direction in which the square-faced man had disappeared. The rain seemed to lessen, drizzling softly as the surrounding fog gradually dissipated, revealing nearby, shuttered shops. Was it an obsession? In a contaminated area? Did these aberrations revert to their former appearances, retaining basic consciousness? Previously, when vehicles passed nearby, no aberrations were observed. Those monsters remained within the contaminated zone, occasionally emerging to hunt humans for sustenance. The appearance of aberrations on the street now indicated that they had sensed the existence of this new contaminated area, and a large contingent would soon arrive. "Let us find the key and leave this place swiftly," Yun Zhao declared, collecting her thoughts. "Some ideas need validation, but time is scarce. I believe I understand what it means for the contaminated area to come alive at night. Assimilation. The nighttime contaminated area could very well transform into a world familiar to humanity. Once assimilated, escape might become impossible. They had wasted some time here, and realizing that dusk was approaching, they quickened their pace. Outside the contaminated area, 5 elite sentry teams from the Dawn base had already arrived nearby. The number of aberrations along the route was increasing. They had lingered outside, eliminating wave after wave of aberrations, striving to prevent them from flooding into the contaminated zone. Whenever a contaminated area emerged, these monsters would go wild, desperately trying to enter. The sentries preferred to eliminate threats outside rather than confront aberrations that were almost human and could speak within the contaminated zone. As twilight approached, the sentry captain holstered his weapon and remarked, "We can't kill them all. Let us not waste any more time." The vehicle entered a region shrouded in swirling gray mist. The scenery shifted dramatically. Fine rain fell steadily from the sky, entwined with gray fog that obscured part of the sentry's senses, leaving them disoriented. The 5 sentry teams dispersed to conduct a thorough search. Along the way, they encountered oddly behaving aberrations, which they swiftly dispatched. Their objective was to locate the guardian of the domain and dismantle the entire contaminated area. The key could only unlock the path out. Only by defeating the guardian could the entire contaminated zone collapse. The term guardian was merely a concept. It could be an aberration, an object, a blade of grass, a piece of furniture, or even an inconspicuous stone by the roadside. The range was too broad, which was why many contaminated areas remained unresolved. Newly generated contaminated zones were unstable, with many objects unable to form in time. The guardian, having just taken shape, exhibited very distinct characteristics. While no one could precisely describe these characteristics, the sentries would instinctively recognize them upon sight, or more accurately, sense a particular aura. This was the aura detectable by sentries endowed with heightened senses. Meanwhile, a black armored vehicle breached the perimeter and entered the contaminated area, stopping beside a sinister street. Xie donned a raincoat and exited the vehicle. He was tall, clad in the black combat uniform of the Dawn base, giving him a strikingly imposing presence. As he adopted a more serious demeanor, his gaze became sharp, akin to a blade honed to perfection. The weather ground bore the marks of the vehicle's passage, which vanished at the edge of the contaminated area. According to informants within the Dawn base, there was no guide entering the city, and the evidence suggested that individuals had likely wandered into this contaminated zone. Xie glanced at his watch and issued commands. It was 5:15 p.m., and teams would split into pairs to act independently while the Dawn base sought the Guardian, searching for traces of a senior guide. "Understood," Xie added. "Regardless of whether we find anyone, we regroup here by 6:30. "Received." Song Liang and Duan, she formed a pair, equipping themselves for combat before disappearing into the rain. The rabbit carried a sniper rifle on his shoulder and headed in another direction with Tao Haoa. As for their leader, Xie, as an S-rank sentry, required no further concern from them. Chapter 7. The Key. The street ahead appeared endless. The dilapidated buildings and shuttered shops on either side were indistinguishable from the previous 2 streets, down to the black grime on the doors. "I'm looking for my daughter," a somewhat plump woman, the second aberration encountered by Yun Zhao and He Xiang, stated. She was around 40 years old, carrying an old canvas bag, wandering in circles on the nearby street, repeatedly muttering, "I'm looking for my daughter." Yun Zhao interjected, "I'm looking for a key. Have you seen my daughter? Have you seen a key?" He Xiang asked. The woman, now incensed, had black slime continuously oozing from her body. She glared angrily at Yun Zhao, her mouth suddenly splitting to the ears, her sharp mandibles extending into a grotesque half-human, half-monster visage. Yun Zhao calmly held her umbrella with one hand, raising her other hand nonchalantly as strands of green fluorescence danced and swiftly entered the creature's body, influencing its thoughts. It seemed she instinctively understood how to wield her abilities. The aberration soon reverted to its original form, displaying a dazed expression, continuing to murmur, "I'm looking for my daughter." Yun Zhao glanced at the sky and, as if chatting casually, nodded, "Then continue your search. I must find the key." The two bid farewell to the woman. Several aberrations appeared along the way, some howling as they lunged forward, but after being immobilized by Yun Zhao, Xiang stepped forward with his knife to eliminate them. As darkness deepened, they remained at a loss, unaware of what the key even looked like. Fearing to stray too far, they had been circling around those 7 vehicles. Continuing like this would only waste more time. After Xiang had dispatched an aberration, he turned back. "Yun Zhao, what should we do now that it's almost dark?" The sharp-eyed little bluebird shot a disdainful glance at Xiang. Even more useless than that fool in the vehicle. Yun Zhao patted it, pausing to ponder before asking Xiang, "What do you think the key is? Or rather, what constitutes a key? Could it also be a form of obsession?" "Huh?" Xiang, not daring to look at her shoulder, failed to notice the little bluebird's contemptuous gaze. Realizing, he shook his head. "I don't know. The townsfolk have never ventured into the depths of the contaminated area. My brother's journal didn't describe what the key looked like." Yun Zhao had also perused that journal. It was likely a tradition, as sentries returning from missions in the town often gather information on paper. The sources were unverifiable, making it hard to discern truth from falsehood. Yun Zhao lowered her gaze, her face obscure beneath the umbrella, and turned back. "Then let us retrace our steps." "Retrace what?" Xiang was puzzled, instinctively following her. "We need to find that uncle who was requesting his wages earlier and fulfill his obsession." Yun Zhao articulated her thoughts. "The woman is searching for her daughter, which is impossible to fulfill. However, the square-faced man's desire for wages is more manageable." Xiang grasped her reasoning, but countered. "But how do we get the money?" After the Dark Age ended, paper currency became obsolete. Transactions between major bases now utilize points, and in our Qingshan town, bartering is the norm. If we want to purchase supplies outside, we first need to sell something to convert into points. Yun Zhao smiled. "I have a plan. Let us go." The two hastened their pace, pursuing the direction in which the square-faced aberration had departed. Along the way, the pervasive strands of mental energy continually captured glimpses of aberrations. Clearly, the monsters within this contaminated area were multiplying. The two turned into another street. As anticipated, the streets here bear an uncanny resemblance to one another, appearing as though they were copied and pasted from a singular scene. In the misty drizzle, a hunched figure soon materializes ahead. Yun Zhao swiftly unzips her backpack, retrieves her diary, tears out 2 pages, and crumples them in her hand. Prepared, she calls out, "Wait." The man with the square face ambles slowly, and upon hearing the familiar voice, he gradually turns his head. His lower face is dominated by a sharp mandible, while his lower body is cloaked in a black liquid, exuding an aura of darkness, having transformed into a grotesque hybrid of man and monster. The mandible struggles to produce sound, as if forcing it from his throat. Xiao Ming, who is unwell, must receive his wages today. The small green bird perched on her shoulder flutters its wings gently, emitting a green glow that drifts toward the creature. Yun Zhao, holding an umbrella, attempts to approach, saying, "I just encountered your employer. He instructed me to deliver your wages." As she walks, she lifts several sheets of paper, indicating them to him. "Here, your employer's payment. This is money. 100 yuan bill, your salary." Her mental energy attempts to hypnotize the aberrant creature. "Salary?" The gaze of the square-faced man fixates on the papers. He, feeling tense, watches the creature's every move, fearing it might suddenly lash out. He instinctively raises his gun, but hesitates, afraid of provoking the monster, standing frozen in place. The atmosphere is thick with tension. In the next moment, relief washes over the square-faced man as he stammers. Xiao Ming needs treatment. Has he accepted these sheets of paper? Yes. Quickly take it to Xiao Ming for his treatment. Yun Zhao, maintaining her composure, hands over the papers. The square-faced man instinctively extends his hand, his arms devoid of flesh, with loose skin enveloping dark bones, slowly grasps the papers. Living in an era of desolation, Yun Zhao cannot fathom the significance of wages for this aberrant being. Deceiving it with mere sheets of paper is a last resort. If one day I encounter your employer, the aberrant, I shall seek justice for you. The square-faced man seems to sense something, raising his gaze to her, his mandible slowly parting, stretching back to his ears. Though it appears terrifying and repulsive, Yun Zhao realizes he is smiling, a smile filled with solace. The scene He had envisioned, where the aberrant would suddenly pounce and attack them, fails to materialize. The aberrant, satisfied, clutches the scraps of paper, transforming into a pool of black liquid. From the foul-smelling liquid emerges an unremarkable copper key. A key. He's expression turns ecstatic as he gazes at Yun Zhao with admiration. She indeed was not mistaken. So this is how one acquires the key in the polluted zone. The corrosive black slime is manageable as the rain continues to fall. He hastily approaches, using his gun to nudge the key into a shallow puddle. We must hurry back and inform everyone. At that moment, the small green bird abruptly turns its head, eyes fixed intently on the street behind. The swirling fog begins to coalesce again, shrouding the area behind them. Ah, I detect it. It's the scent of sentinels. A bunch of useless fools, arriving so slowly. From the nearby mist, the rustling of movement can be heard, and a squad of 7 sentinels appears. They are clad in transparent raincoats and uniform black combat attire, with prominent unicorn insignias on their shoulders. They belong to the Dawn base. The combat uniforms of the 4 major bases are all black and look quite similar. The insignia on their shoulders distinguishes them. It is said that the insignia design reflects the spiritual form of the base's founder. The squad seems to have anticipated the presence of others ahead, not pausing as they approach. As they draw closer, the 7 exchange glances, a flicker of surprise passing through their eyes, seemingly unprepared for a guide and a low-level sentinel. The leader signals, and a sentinel wielding a curved blade comprehends the cue, suddenly springing into action, dashing toward the 2. He's heart races. He instinctively reaches for the key. The sentinel's expression shifts, and he shouts, "Do not touch the key." Too late. He has already grasped it in his hand. Almost instantaneously, chaos erupts within the polluted zone. Chapter 8. The uprising in the polluted zone. The rain ceases. The swirling gray mist gradually begins to dissipate. Then, terrifying howls erupt from all directions. Right before a white aura appears out of thin air. The halo expands, forming a vertically elongated rectangular door. A hoarse roar reverberates, drawing nearer with deafening intensity, echoing through the street. The aberrant beings collectively erupt in chaos, shedding their rigid stances, surging frantically toward this direction. Upon hearing the commotion, the sentinel's expressions change drastically. The door has opened. We must exit quickly. Seeing the 2 remain still, the sentinel captain urges. The door has a time limit. As soon as the key is touched, it will open and all monsters will be drawn to it. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of aberrant figures emerged from around the street corner. The aberrants, dripping with black slime, become increasingly agitated, their long mandibles extending as they howl and rush toward them. He, pale, glances at Yun Zhao, his lips trembling. "Sister Yun Zhao, they cannot escape. Everyone is still inside. It is not your concern." Yun Zhao had not anticipated the situation would escalate thus. To prevent anyone from inadvertently wandering into the polluted zone and becoming trapped, all major bases had disseminated information regarding the key. Yet, no one had informed them that once the key was obtained, the door would immediately open, inciting turmoil within the polluted zone. Yun Zhao quickly unzips her backpack, stuffing the umbrella inside. The sound of gunfire erupts nearby. She looks up to see the sentinels already engaged with the aberrant beings. All 7 are A-level sentinels, exceptionally powerful, and their teamwork is seamless. In the blink of an eye, pools of black liquid accumulate on the ground. The sentinels stand firm, obstructing the approach of the aberrants. After securing her backpack, Yun Zhao pulls He back. Behind them, a swarm of aberrant creatures emerges, blocking their retreat. The sounds of approaching monsters continue to swell. To their right, 2 aberrants cling to the shutter of a storefront, defying gravity as they swiftly crawl toward the crowd. These are higher-tier aberrants. He no longer hesitates, positioning himself in front of Yun Zhao, and begins shooting at the aberrants. The sentinels, fervently engaged in battle, are suddenly startled by gunfire from behind. The sentinel wielding the curved blade glances back. Dozens of aberrants are rapidly closing in. 2 higher-tier aberrants moving so swiftly they appear as mere phantoms. Bullets whizzing past them without slowing their advance. The guide is in grave danger. Come quickly. The curved blade sentinel urgently calls. Time is of the essence. He and another sentinel rush over, seizing Yun Zhao's backpack straps and pulling her backward. Guides are exceedingly rare, and protecting them has become second nature for the sentinels. A flash of the blade reveals black slime, splattering as the aberrant that lunged forward howls and collapses. The combat uniforms of the major bases possess corrosive resistance. The curved blade sentinel stands before the two, but suddenly hesitates, sensing something amiss with the aberrant he just slew. Its movements seem to have grown sluggish. Yun Zhao is jolted by an unexpected force from behind, nearly losing her balance. The curved blade sentinel quickly steadies her. The youth smirks, remarking how weak the guide is. I could lift you with one hand. To call her fragile would be an understatement. Yun Zhao does not dispute this, but looks up and asks, "Were you trying to snatch the key earlier?" Surprised by her directness, the curved blade sentinel resumes his assault, severing the head of another aberrant, and with a strange expression. He manages to utter, Yun Zhao presses why. He remains silent for a moment before muttering. The gatekeeper only possesses a strong initial aura. Once the outer door opens and merges with the external world, the aura will fuse, rendering it increasingly inconspicuous, making future searches exponentially more difficult. After delivering this lengthy explanation, Yun Zhao is left bewildered. She then inquires, "What is a gatekeeper? You do not even know what a gatekeeper is?" The curved blade sentinel was incredulous, questioning her presence in the contaminated zone. He glared at her, convinced she was courting death. Before Yun Zhao could reply, another sentinel kindly explained that the Guardian was the spiritual pillar of the entire domain, and that eliminating the Guardian would lead to the collapse of the contaminated area. Taking advantage of the easing pressure, He Xiang quickly changed his ammunition. Enraged by the situation, he exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so? If someone suddenly rushes in to seize the key, anyone would hastily grab it." The two sentinels exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. The current circumstances were grim. The curved blade sentinel switched to firearms and began shooting at the oncoming aberrations. This mission promised a reward of 2,000 points, with an additional 5,000 points for the team that eliminated the Guardian. Points were no trivial matter. The sentinels needed to provide for their families, risking their lives to ensure a better life for their loved ones. Everyone harbored selfish motives, eager to be the first to locate the Guardian. When the sentinels detected individuals ahead who had already acquired the key, they suspected them to be opportunistic traders attempting to extort points in exchange for the key. Points were universally accepted across the 4 major bases, and an ordinary person could survive on 200 to 300 points a month. However, the reward points from their mission would need to be divided among 7 people, rendering the individual share insignificant if the Guardian were not found. The Sentinels were unwilling to forfeit their points. The traders understood the significance of the Guardian and dared not offend the Liming base by sabotaging their mission. Thus, they sought to seize the key first. To their surprise, the low-ranking Sentinel, completely oblivious, directly grabbed the key. With the door now opened, it was too late to reconsider. The cacophony of screams echoed through the street. As the aberrations surged in greater numbers, the thoroughfare was completely blocked at both ends. Ammunition was dwindling rapidly, forcing the group to fight and retreat simultaneously. The Sentinel captain promptly ordered a withdrawal through the door, waiting for the turmoil to subside before re-entering. The uprising lasted merely an hour. Once the door vanished, tranquility would gradually return. The search difficulty had escalated, and they doubted the other 4 teams would swiftly locate the Guardian. Received. The entire team acknowledged the command, simultaneously engaging the aberrations while retreating toward the glowing door. Meanwhile, 2 supporting sentinels attempted to pull the 2 individuals into the doorway. However, Yun Zhao and He Xiang seamlessly evaded their grasp. "Thank you for your kindness, but we cannot leave," He Xiang stated, glancing at Yun Zhao, who remained unresponsive. He continued, "The townspeople are inside. If Yun Zhao leaves, the barrier will break, and they will lack the means to protect themselves." "The entire town?" the curved blade sentinel inquired, astonished. "Why are so many people entering the contaminated zone?" He Xiang explained, "We did not enter voluntarily. We merely arrived here when the contaminated area suddenly formed." The sentinels lamented their misfortune. The conversation diminished the urgency somewhat. One sentinel eliminated an approaching aberration, then looked forward, craning his neck. A throng of monsters, exuding black mist, surged toward them, a sight of grotesque figures dripping with slime. Yet, passage was obstructed. Before he could finish his thought, the guide suddenly moved, charging straight into the aberrations. The sentinels gasped, "Don't go over there, it's a death wish." They intended to rush forward and pull the two back, but in the next moment, the small blue bird flapped its wings, and countless shimmering green threads appeared out of thin air, resembling summer fireflies dancing in the air before swiftly merging into the bodies of the aberrations. Those once snarling and about to pounce on them suddenly became dazed, rooted to the spot. Yun Zhao and He Xiang navigated through the chaos, her voice echoing. "Thank you for the information. I wish you success in finding the Guardian." The Sentinel captain inhaled sharply. Or those glowing threads. The guide's formidable mental prowess had always been directed at the Sentinels. He had never heard of a guide influencing aberrations. This guide was exceptionally powerful. Chapter 9. The emergence of the S-Class guide after the door opened. The key transformed into a formless void and vanished. The roars reverberated through the contaminated zone. Once separated from the liming base sentinels, Yun Zhao and He Xiang turned a corner into another street. Here, the aberrations were even more numerous, emerging from seemingly nowhere and densely occupying most of the thoroughfare. Puddles on the ground coalesced into black slime, hissing with white smoke. The aberrations bore grotesque features, their sharp mandibles writhing in the air, completely enveloped in black slime, rendering them terrifyingly unrecognizable. This slime was infused with an unknown dark substance that could invade the Sentinels' mental domains. If the dark substance accumulated excessively, it would devour their mental realms, causing the Sentinels to gradually lose their sanity and ultimately transform into monsters. Guides could provide mental counseling to the Sentinels, using mental threads to cleanse these substances and prevent their transformation. Yun Zhao and He Xiang struggled to advance. The streets, packed with aberrations, made it exceedingly difficult to traverse, even with mental threads to control them. He Xiang's ammunition was exhausted. He wielded his gun like a club, pushing aside the obstructing aberrations, but the barrel was slowly warping under the corrosive slime. In Qingshan town, resources were scarce, and this gun had been left by his elder brother. He Xiang could not afford to feel sorrow. He diligently shoved aside the aberrations, clearing a path for passage. Yet progress was painfully slow. After more than 10 minutes, they had only covered a few meters. The sky above was shrouded in a gloomy haze, with nightfall approaching. The rampaging aberrations wore terrifying visages that morphed into indistinct shapes, their mandibles occasionally resembling those of normal humans, then reverting to grotesque monsters. Some howled numbly, while others wept softly. Their voices oscillated between deep, oppressive tones and sharp, piercing cries reminiscent of wailing spirits. He Xiang's mind began to drift, his movements against the aberrations growing sluggish. The small blue bird flitted with a dismissive flap, cleansing the dark substances clinging to him. "Don't go, we cannot pass," Yun Zhao called out to him. He Xiang's eyes regained their clarity as he snapped back to reality. He turned to see Yun Zhao retreating to the steps of a shuttered shop, surveying the seemingly endless aberrations. This contaminated zone, birthed less than a day ago, had already attracted such a multitude of aberrations. One could only imagine the vast number of monsters within the contaminated zones formed during the early Dark Era. The eerie contaminated zones persisted, ensuring the aberrations would never be eradicated. Yun Zhao gazed skyward, the gray sky oppressive and suffocating. Her expression remained calm as she slowly raised her right hand. In an instant, a powerful mental force surged from her body. Green luminescence erupted wildly, swiftly spreading outward. The small blue bird took flight, flapping its wings. Heixiang stood frozen, instinctively looking up at the sky. The small blue bird ascended higher and higher, its form gradually vanishing into the gray mist above, shifting and becoming increasingly transparent, fluctuating in size. Heixiang realized with horror that Yun Zhao was attempting to purify the entire contaminated zone. It was utterly reckless. A deafening cry resonated through the sky. Suddenly, an enormous azure bird manifested before the world. It spread its colossal wings, tilting its head to emit a cry, radiating a blue-green glow. Each feather adorned with luminescent mental threads. Its blue, beastly eyes, cold and proud, surveyed the world as if regarding mere ants. Heixiang stood petrified. Many within the contaminated zone witnessed this magnificent sight. In midair, the glowing behemoth was strikingly conspicuous. Cheng Dongshu gaped in astonishment, while a commotion erupted in the vehicle behind him. It's Yun Zhao. Is she in danger? How did the azure bird appear? The aberrations suddenly surged forward, heading in a specific direction. Strangely, the aberrant creatures seemed oblivious to their presence, swirling around the vehicle. The inhabitants of Qingshan town were aware that the barrier left by Yun Zhao still lingered. Everyone remained cautious. It was not until the majestic Daqing bird appeared that the sentinels of the town pressed their faces against the car windows, gazing anxiously at the magnificent creature. With its wings unfurled, the bird was even more colossal than when it manifested in their mental realms. A shared question lingered among them. Could such a grand being still be classified as a bird? They remained uncertain about the true nature of Yun Zhao's psychic entity. Members of the Xietu team were combing the streets and naturally took note of the extraordinary sight above. Just moments ago, the aberrant creatures in the contaminated zone had erupted into chaos, and the seasoned sentinels immediately sensed that someone had discovered the key. They altered their course and sprinted towards the door, only to be confronted by this astonishing spectacle midway. The rabbit pointed at the glowing Daqing bird in the sky, exclaiming, "What is that? Oh my goodness! Quick, help me think of something to say other than oh my goodness." Tao Hao Hao shouted, "It's so beautiful. It glows. How could such a stunning psychic entity exist?" The towering figure of nearly 2 meters danced with excitement, eager to capture this moment. The contaminated zone was unusually vast. Gray fog obscured some of the sentinel's senses, and with every street resembling the last, anyone lacking a sense of direction could easily become disoriented. The search was indeed challenging. At that moment, Xietu had just exited one of the shops, a yellowed business license crumpled in his hand. The chaos had erupted, and an unfamiliar psychic presence had suddenly emerged. He looked up to see the resplendent Daqing bird gracefully ascending, its colossal wings unfurling. Xietu was momentarily taken aback. The guide's psychic entity was none other than a phoenix. A few streets away, 2 familiar figures were sprinting towards the phoenix. "Isn't the phoenix supposed to be red?" Duanxi expressed his confusion, turning to Song Liang for clarification. In a state of alarm, Song Liang explained while running, "Red signifies the foam, while blue represents the yuan. This is the Qing Yuan, one of the 5 phoenixes." It was widely known that Xietu's psychic entity was a fire phoenix. This guide, also a phoenix, must have a high compatibility with their captain. Very high. They needed to quickly assist their captain in retrieving the individual. Though Xietu remained silent, his teammates could sense that he was merely one step away from the aberration. In fact, just last year, the Dawn base had sought to borrow a high-ranking guide for Xietu's day. However, following compatibility tests, none exceeded a score of 30. Only guides with a compatibility of 60 or higher were deemed effective. The higher the compatibility, the greater the bond between the 2 individuals. Furthermore, a guide could only perform outer layer guidance on a sentinel's psychic realm if they were not bonded. Xietu, possessing a strong sense of territory, was averse to guides intruding upon his mental domain, directly refusing any attempts at outer layer guidance. He solely relied on suppressants to contain his ever-burgeoning power. His teammates wholeheartedly agreed. Guides stationed in the guidance rooms sometimes encountered those with low compatibility. The guidance process felt akin to torture, yielding minimal results and considerable distress. Unless a psychic disturbance occurred, everyone preferred to utilize suppressants. However, suppression was not the same as guidance or cleansing. The dark matter within the psychic realm continued to accumulate, and inevitably, they would all transform into monsters, becoming part of the aberrant beings. This was precisely why Xie Tu sought a guide for the team. Wait, Duanxi suddenly halted, shouting. Song Liang, startled, inquired, "What is it?" Duanxi fixed his gaze intently upon him. The captain, who possesses a Fire Phoenix psychic entity, is an S-rank sentinel. Could that Qing Wan guide also be an S-rank? Since the advent of the Dark Age, no S-rank guide had ever been born. It was commonly accepted that the highest rank for guides was A. If that guide were indeed S-rank, they exchanged a glance and sprinted off, determined to secure the individual at all costs. Chapter 10. Two S-rank psychic entities, a resounding cry of the Phoenix echoed through the heavens. It was the captain's psychic entity. The 4 team members, positioned in different directions, exclaimed in unison upon hearing the sound. Ignoring the will of its host, Xie Tu's psychic entity soared into the sky, its form shifting midair, flames dancing in the wind. Countless black threads entwined its wings, cloaking its feathers and enveloping it in dark energy. The tempestuous Fire Phoenix unexpectedly experienced a moment of clarity, transmitting its awareness to its host's mind as if it had fallen in love. "It's so beautiful. I want to pluck its feathers and give them to it," it thought. Xie Tu stiffened, his expression unchanged as he retorted, "If you dare to expose yourself, I'll serve you as a roasted turkey on a platter." "But so beautiful. Why am I not a peacock? I want to display my plumage." Xie Tu commanded, "Silence." The Fire Phoenix again defied its host's wishes, flying towards the resplendent Qing Wan, circling around it in an attempt to gain favor. Its obsequious demeanor was almost unbearable to witness. The Qing Wan, having noticed the Fire Phoenix's approach, emitted a warning call, and its gaze shifted from regarding the Phoenix as trash to viewing it as a foe. Unfazed, the Fire Phoenix gazed at the Luan with infatuation, continuously circling in the air. The greenish luminescence rapidly spread throughout the contaminated zone, settling on the streets and upon the aberrant creatures. Countless stars adorned the dim sky, scattered in every corner. The glowing essence danced, with many particles landing on the Fire Phoenix closest to the Qing Wan, gradually merging with its form. The dark energy surrounding the Fire Phoenix visibly dissipated at a slow yet discernible rate. The Fire Phoenix tilted its head in comfort, emitting soft coos. The sensation of peace and joy from its psyche was transmitted entirely to Xie Tu's day. A warm, gentle power flowed into his mind, akin to a soft spring breeze caressing his mental ocean, as if he were adrift in an endless sea, enveloped in warm and tranquil waters. Xie Tu's hanging hands slowly clenched into fists, desperately restraining his impulse to approach the guide. The green luminescence expanded, casting a mysterious hue over the entire sky, akin to the first light of dawn quietly blooming. Wherever it touched, the chaos on the streets was subdued, and the forms of the aberrant creatures began to alter, their expressions shifting to one of bewilderment. The psychic threads continued to spread wildly, consuming the dark matter. At that moment, the scene before him suddenly distorted. The concrete and dirt roads intertwined, rippling like waves, while the surrounding vertical buildings warped and swayed like water. The entire contaminated zone began to show signs of collapse. "Is it working?" He Xiang questioned incredulously, staring at Yun Zhao in shock. Yun Zhao, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, slowly withdrew her hand and replied softly, "It is not me. It appears someone has found the gatekeeper." She merely intended to conduct an experiment. If the contaminated zone could indeed be eradicated so easily, humanity would not have been driven to desperation repeatedly. Psychic threads could capture emotions. However, curiously, Yin Zhao did not perceive the master of the Fire Phoenix. The psychic entity could not stray too far from its host. The S-rank sentinel must be nearby. Why was he evading her psychic threads? One street away, Xie Tu held the yellowed business license tightly. A thin piece of paper, seemingly inconspicuous, bore the name of a certain catering company, the legal representative's name obscured. His fingertips twitched, and flames began to rise, spreading from one corner of the paper. Strangely, the burning was exceedingly slow, as if it possessed a consciousness, struggling desperately. Dark matter surged forth with the flames, billowing clouds of black mist attempting to drag the burning sentinel into the abyss. Sietu remained unfazed, his expression neutral as he clutched the paper. The scene before him warped. The aberrant creatures were subdued by the powerful psychic force of the guide. Oscillating between human and monstrous forms, their bodies contorted into various grotesque shapes, rendering them even more eerie. The ferocious fire phoenix exhibited an unusual behavior, as attempts to summon it twice yielded no response. An inexplicable sense of agitation gripped Sietu, who had no desire to glance at the creature hovering overhead. At that moment, 4 team members arrived. Sietu maintained an impassive demeanor, betraying no signs of distress, and proceeded to fetch the vehicle. She was about to inquire why the guide wasn't approached, given that he was merely on the adjacent street. However, upon reflection, he recalled that even after the collapse of the contaminated zone, the aberrant creatures still lingered, suggesting that a fierce battle was imminent and escape was futile. Tao Hao and Duan complied and dashed back to retrieve the car. As nightfall quietly descended, the neon signs lining the streets suddenly illuminated, while the cacophony of rolling shutters disrupted the equilibrium of the entire street. The atmosphere transformed into a den, with the dazzling lights of various shops creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Had it not been for the warped, distorted architecture, one might have easily mistaken the scene for a bustling night market. Yun Zhao stood beneath an awning, the shop behind him being an unnamed barbecue establishment. With a clatter, a young server clad in a brown apron emerged, nonchalantly setting up tables and chairs beneath the awning and positioning an antiquated LED sign at the entrance. He appeared clean, albeit with a slightly pallid complexion and a slender physique, resembling an ordinary human. Yet his form was also distorted, bending at impossible angles. "Dear guest, would you like to dine inside?" The young server, noticing the two, approached with a beaming smile, seemingly oblivious to the oddity of the situation. He Guxiang felt a surge of caution and replied, "No, we have matters to attend to." Yun Zhao silently stepped back a few paces, retreating from the vicinity of the barbecue shop. The young man remained stationary, his smile unwavering as he watched them. His contorted figure and uneven features rendered his grin unsettling. He Guxiang shuddered and hastily followed Yun Zhao away. The street was bustling with people, their rigid postures moving back and forth, each lost in their own worlds, uttering nonsensical phrases and mechanically repeating simple actions. Yun Zhao grasped He Guxiang's arm, guiding him along the sidewalk to avoid contact with passersby. She noticed that the convenience store adjacent to the barbecue shop had also opened its doors, where a girl sat engrossed in a game on her phone, further distorting the scene. The entire shop appeared stretched and deformed, with figures towering or shrinking inexplicably. Concerned for those in the vehicle, Yun Zhao urged He Guxiang to run back the way they came. The distance of 2 streets was neither too far nor too near. After turning a corner, they encountered an identical scene, the same nameless barbecue shop. The young server in the brown apron stood outside, smiling as he greeted them once more. "Dear guest, would you like to dine inside?" His visage was even more contorted, making it nearly impossible to discern his features as his mouth opened and closed, emitting human speech. He Guxiang's hair stood on end. They had parted just a minute ago and now encountered the same person again. How many identical servers could there possibly be? "No, thank you," He Guxiang responded cautiously, fearing to provoke him. Yun Zhao, however, ignored him completely and sprinted towards the vehicle. They were now quite close. In the middle of the street, 7 cars stood parked just as they had been when she left. Upon seeing them return safely, Chung Dongshu let out a sigh of relief, about to speak when a sudden crash echoed. It was as if something had shattered, and the entire world began to collapse at an alarming rate. Without a glance back, Yun Zhao swiftly climbed into the car, prioritizing their departure from the area. Chapter 11. Escape from the contaminated zone. As the collapse accelerated, the connection to the outside world was restored, and the Sentinel's keen senses returned. In the next moment, the entire contaminated zone shattered like glass, as if a membrane had ruptured, causing everything to vanish entirely. The yellow sand lining the roads came into view, the surroundings desolate, devoid of any semblance of buildings. Ahead, a warning line appeared, signaling the arrival of reinforcements from the Dawn base. Stay close. Do not let the aberrant creatures encircle you. Chung Dongshu shouted into the intercom. He pressed down on the accelerator, leading the charge. In an instant, the aberrant creatures morphed into monstrous forms, lunging violently at the nearest individuals. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of gunfire from all directions. Chung Dongshu dared not look back, flooring the accelerator as he fled for his life. The drivers of the vehicles behind him focused intently on the SUV ahead, suddenly surging forward like arrows released from a bow, all of them racing out of the contaminated zone. The large bluebird had inexplicably transformed back into a small one, hopping from shoulder to shoulder on Yun Zhao, seemingly irked by the fire phoenix. Yun Zhao paid it no mind, leaning sideways to peer through the window at the battle unfolding behind. The reinforcements from the Dawn base had entered the fray, and the sounds of artillery fire echoed from behind as the gray fog dissipated, leaving dark matter still entwined with the silhouettes of the sentinels. The high-level aberrant creatures moved with incredible speed, appearing only as shadowy figures, their sharp mandibles lunging toward the weapons, incessantly assaulting the defensive line. Various animal-type spiritual entities manifested from thin air, roaring as they charged into battle against the aberrant creatures. If a spiritual entity were to become tainted by the dark matter, it would continuously erode the mental domain of the sentinels. Yun Zhao opened the car window and waved her hand gently, sending countless green glimmers toward the battling spiritual entities. Most of the passengers in the vehicle were ordinary people, many of whom were children. She had to ensure their safety, steering clear of the battlefield. She hoped all the sentinels fighting on the front lines would emerge unscathed. Duan Shi and Tao Hao Hao had yet to return with the vehicle. As the contaminated zone collapsed, the group found themselves surrounded by aberrant creatures. The monsters, devoid of reason, writhed as they desperately sought out living prey to consume, relentlessly surging forth in an unending tide. The Zero Squad from the Dawn base joined the endeavor to cleanse the aberrant creatures, watching helplessly as 7 vehicles burst forth from the contaminated zone, gradually disappearing from sight. "Captain, the guide has escaped." The rabbit, clutching her sniper rifle, stood back to back with her companions, continuously dispatching the encroaching aberrant creatures. Their supply of suppressants had been entirely depleted. Under normal circumstances, none would wish to release their spiritual entities unless absolutely necessary, as it would heighten the risk of aberration. Xie drew his Tang Dao, slicing downwards and splattering black goo as the aberrant creature wailed in defeat. The corrosive fluid splashed onto his combat suit, dripping without damaging it. He did not glance back, merely responding with a nonchalant HM. The roar of vehicles grew louder from afar. Tao Hao Hao was shouting at Duan Shi, "Charge! Can you drive or not? Step on the gas. Why are you going so slow?" Duan Shi, infuriated, gripped the steering wheel with one hand, shooting with the other, effectively crushing everything in their path. "If you're so capable, why don't you drive? I'm the heavy firepower specialist here. If you're so brave, come take my place." Tao Hao Hao stood atop the vehicle, suppressing the surrounding aberrant creatures with firepower, finally spotting their captain and signaling urgently for them to get in. The sound of gunfire surrounded them. Not far away, the Sentinel squad from the Dawn base was engaged in a fierce battle. As the previous turmoil within the contaminated zone had drawn an unusually high number of aberrant creatures to their vicinity, Xie covered his 2 teammates as they climbed into the vehicle, then nimbly ascended to the roof. The unspoken understanding among teammates required no words. Tao Hao Hao immediately tossed him a gun, and they worked in tandem, one clearing the path while the other dealt with the aberrant creatures near the Sentinel squad. The pressure on that group lessened as they shouted their gratitude. Xie nodded in acknowledgement. Duan Shi sighed. "It seems we've come for naught. How could that guide move so quickly?" In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. "Captain, should we pursue?" The rabbit peered out, inquiring. Sietu cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "The vehicle is out of fuel, and besides, we need to head to the Dawn base to collect our reward." The Guardian was found. 5,000 points is no small sum, certainly worth pursuing. As for the guide, the Dawn base lay within reach, yet the vehicles veered southwest instead. If I am not mistaken, this group of migrants is headed to their destination, the Shuguang. Another batch of survivors yearning for sunlight. 7 vehicles sped along without pause, leaving the battlefield far behind. Due to the emergence of new contaminated zones, all aberrations had retreated to Area 102. The journey became remarkably safe, with not a single shadow of a monster in sight. The sky was filled with desolate yellow sand, stirring up sweltering heat. After driving for a while, Chengdongshu gradually slowed down, sighing in relief. The pollution zone was indeed terrifying. Suddenly, a store by the roadside opened, and a horde of twisted figures emerged, startling the children in the vehicle. What was that? You should have seen Xiang hastily sharing with Chengdongshu. Yun Zhao Jia is incredibly capable. We will soon acquire the key. Yun Zhao found it amusing, glancing at the animated Xiang with a hint of helplessness. She rested her backpack on her lap, leaning against the car's seat, closing her eyes in feigned slumber. For some reason, the image of the fiery phoenix that appeared in the pollution zone flashed through her mind. Among the 4 major bases, only 3 S-grade sentinels were renowned, their names echoing in legend. The fiery phoenix, Shuguang, S-grade Sentinel Sietu. She had prompted Xiang to release the news early, drawing him in. Currently, Sietu and his team were still clearing the aberrations, and it wouldn't be long before they caught up. Yun Zhao understood in her heart that the residents of Qingshan Town wished to settle securely within the major base, which depended on her guiding level. She was the town's only bargaining chip. In the major base, every aspect of life required points. Qingshan Town had 188 inhabitants, with only 1 B-grade sentinel. The rest were either C or D grades, insignificant in the major base. The remaining unawakened ordinary people included the elderly, the weak, and children, making up half the population. While the sentinels might still find a way out, ordinary people would likely struggle immensely in the major base. To seek welfare for everyone, her strength was crucial. Yun Zhao couldn't help but recall the day she awakened as a guide, remembering the words of the town elder. It was said that guides in the major base were precious, living lives of luxury beyond ordinary imagination. Zhao, your spiritual entity is exceptionally strong. The major bases will welcome you warmly. You are destined for a good life. She had to consider that the townsfolk would not be her support. They would only weigh her down and become a burden. If she did not leave, then she would be trapped. But where could she go? After her uncles passed away, neighbors often visited, secretly providing food. He Ping and He Ann's mother, despite her own hardships after her husband's death, took on the responsibility of caring for her. She grew up in Qingshan Town. Now that everyone had lost their homes and faced an uncertain future, the only hope for Qingshan Town rested upon her shoulders. Chapter 12. Shuguang, the passengers in the vehicle, had just escaped a harrowing ordeal, their hearts still racing. The sentinels were particularly vigilant, closely monitoring the movements outside the car windows. The convoy navigated around a perilous contaminated zone, aiming to reach a nearby outpost for rest before nightfall. The outpost provided shelter, lodging, and meals for passing convoys, charging a certain amount of points. Qingshan Town had a few points cards for the Dawn base. However, the hard-earned points had all been spent on purchasing vehicles, gasoline, and ammunition. Now, devoid of funds, they could not enter the outpost and chose to park nearby, sleeping in their cars. They subsisted on the rations brought from town. Though the conditions were harsh, safety was paramount. Sietu and his team had not caught up. After careful consideration, Yun Zhao quickly discerned the situation. It seemed that the 5,000-point reward for the Dawn Base Sentinels was likely lost. The Guardian must have been located by Siet. Tuesday points were interchangeable across the 4 major bases. Rather than pursuing them, redeeming points was the priority. Once adequately rested, the convoy resumed its journey. After enduring a long trek of over 10 days, they finally entered the southwestern region without incident. The distant, undulating mountain peaks came into view, scattered stones and rubble lining the roadside, forming a passable mountain trail. They were nearing the Shuguang, encountering vehicles and pedestrians along the way. Through the car window, Yin Zhao spotted a middle-aged man walking along the roadside with a burden on his back. His hunched back indicated the weight of the load, yet it was covered with a black cloth, concealing its contents. It appeared he was heading to the base to sell something. Yin Zhao recalled that the sentinels from the town often carried supplies to the Dawn base for sale, but that was limited to sentinels. Ordinary people stood no chance against aberrations. Qingshan town had land and water sources. Most residents remained in their safe homes, seldom venturing out. This middle-aged man was evidently an ordinary person. He Xiang was equally astonished. What could he possibly carry? Was he not afraid of encountering aberrations alone? Yin Zhao focused on the man's darkened hands and clothing, slowly deducing, it's coal. Coal is an essential resource. Ordinary people seeking sustenance likely needed to venture out for supplies. The mountain path was challenging. The vehicles slowed down, proceeding cautiously. They passed through the remnants of a desolate urban area. It was said that before the Dark Age, this place was once a world-renowned, prosperous metropolis. Just how prosperous was it? Yin Zhao had seen images in books from the old era, yet she could never fully imagine the vividness of its former glory. After driving a little further, the vehicle turned along the mountain road. Amidst towering peaks, a colossal structure loomed ahead. The Shuguang had arrived. It stood like an isolated steel behemoth, proudly erecting itself above the ruins of the apocalypse. The towering walls were breathtaking, ingeniously utilizing the rugged and concealed natural terrain to isolate itself from the outside world, thereby warding off mutated creatures and the onslaught of harsh weather. The outer wall featured enormous, heavy metal gates, guarded by sentinels who were tall, muscular, and clad in deep blue uniforms. The townsfolk were unfamiliar with the Shuguang, including the sentinels who had never been here. Many leaned against the car windows, curiously observing everything around them. Yin Zhao was equally intrigued, having never left her small town. She was astonished by the sight of such a major base. It exuded a palpable sense of security. The sentinels on duty soon noticed the unfamiliar convoy approaching from afar. Two sentinels approached the vehicles, shouting, "What brings you here?" The vehicle came to a halt. Yin Zhao rolled down the window, revealing a benign expression. Before she could speak, the sentinels noticed the small bluebird perched on her shoulder, their demeanor softening. "You are a guide?" Upon reaching safety at their destination, Yin Zhao felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. She nodded amicably at the sentinels, explaining their purpose. "Our town has been invaded by the contaminated zone, and we wish to settle at the Shuguang. We seek to know the requirements." Upon hearing this, the sentinels instructed the vehicles to pull aside. "Please wait a moment. I will notify the staff to explain the registration process." Typically, survivors seeking refuge were required to register at another gate and undergo inspection. However, as the leader was a precious guide, the sentinels had to return to inform their superiors. The small bluebird chirped, and Yin Zhao gently patted it, signaling it to refrain from drawing attention. During the wait, the passengers grew increasingly anxious, exchanging tense glances, their fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of their seats. An air of uneasy anticipation permeated the atmosphere. The children in the vehicle huddled closely to their parents, casting curious yet fearful glances at the unfamiliar and imposing base outside. Hien clutched her brother's shirt, looking up with unease and asking, "Mom, will we be living inside from now on?" Zhao Yin gently stroked her daughter's head, suppressing the uncertainty within her heart, and replied with a smile, "Indeed, the Great Base is exceptionally safe. From now on, this will be our home." Soon, 3 staff members in uniform emerged, accompanied by a 10-person squad of sentinels, making their way directly to the front of Yun Zhao's vehicle. Leading them was a woman in her 30s, clad in a sharp black work uniform, the prominent red-crowned crane emblem on her shoulder standing out vividly. "Greetings. I am Lu Li, the reception officer for the Shuguang base." She greeted Yun Zhao with a polite smile, welcoming her to Shuguang base, stating, "This will be your new home. Please instruct everyone to disembark. We need to conduct registration and inspection." "Certainly. I apologize for the inconvenience," Yun Zhao cooperatively replied. gesturing for everyone in the vehicle to alight. The doors of 5 buses opened, and the residents of Qingshan Town disembarked in an orderly fashion. The crowd largely comprised women, with a significant number of elderly individuals, along with several children under the age of 10. The sentinels present were few in number and of a lower rank. The sentinels from Shuguang Base scrutinized each person stepping off the buses with sharp gazes, quickly concluding that this group was quite weak. A sentinel leaned in to whisper to Lu Li, who nodded slightly, maintaining her composed smile as she addressed Yun Zhao. Please follow me for the registration inspection. For the newcomers seeking refuge, Shuguang Base offered housing benefits and exemptions, issuing a temporary residence permit valid for 1 month. Lu Li led the way while explaining. Once the temporary residence permit expires, you must visit the service hall to apply for a formal resident permit and find your own accommodation. After a brief pause, she added, Of course, as a distinguished guide, we have already reported your information. Upon entering the city, a dedicated officer will arrange accommodations for you. It was evident that the scarce guides received preferential treatment compared to others. Yun Zhao listened quietly, waiting for Lu Li to finish before speaking. May I apply for the guide level assessment first? Lu Li responded affirmatively. Certainly, according to protocol, as long as the guide agrees to join the base. They will receive corresponding benefits. The stronger the guide, the more favorable their treatment. Even the lowest-ranked C-level guide will be allocated a residence in the inner city. During their conversation, Lu Li and 2 staff members led the group to the Base S registration passage. The towering walls, stretching several meters high, enclosed a long passageway with 4 small windows designated for registration and inspection. Upon arrival at window number 2, Yun Zhao noticed another staff member, a bespectacled young man in a deep blue work uniform, more refined in appearance than Lu Li and her team, though he too bore the red-crowned crane emblem on his shoulder. As soon as he spotted Yun Zhao, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her left shoulder. The small bluebird, sensing the intrusive stare, disdainfully turned its head away, as if to convey, What are you staring at, you worthless being? The bespectacled youth awkwardly rubbed his nose. Such a fierce spirit beast. But what kind of bird is that? He regarded Yun Zhao with a puzzled expression. As she approached, he composed himself, stepped forward, and smiled. Hello, I am Xiao Xiang from the Special Abilities Management Department. You can call me Xiao Xiang. Yun Zhao nodded. Hello, I would like to undergo the assessment first. Chapter 13. Entering the city, Xiang Mingjie found his subsequent words caught in his throat. According to protocol, he should first gather information about the guides and explain the benefits available to individuals with special abilities at the base before proceeding to the assessment phase. However, since the other party had brought it up, it was acceptable to conduct the assessment first and arrange matters thereafter. Xiang Mingjie replied, All right, I will take you over right away. Meanwhile, the residents of Qingshan Town had begun their registration checks. Over 100 individuals lined up in 3 rows, sequentially approaching the windows to register their personal information, undergo pollution concentration testing, and receive their temporary residence permits. As ordinary citizens, they were assigned temporary housing in the outer city as Shantytown. The scattered housing numbers indicated that the residents of Qingshan Town would be dispersed, leaving families with elderly members and children to become increasingly anxious upon receiving their housing numbers. What will we do if we are separated? Some individuals gathered around Lu Li, inquiring, Must we be divided? Is there any way we can all stay together for mutual support? Lu Li maintained her smile, adopting a business-like tone. This is the free temporary housing provided by the base. If anyone is dissatisfied, they may seek their own accommodations. She added, Of course, that requires points. This group consisted of ordinary people with little strength, clearly lacking in points. Indeed, her assumption was correct. They had no resources. The food supplies brought from the town could not be sold, as they would need them for sustenance. Although the great base was safe, the cost of living was high, leaving many faces filled with confusion and helplessness. The sentinels from the town searched for the elderly town mayor, who was over 60 years old and had only a small grandson remaining at home. Concerned voices arose, expressing, How can the elderly and children maintain basic living standards when separated from familiar faces and without land to rely on? Many wore expressions of worry. A portion of the townspeople instinctively glanced towards Yunzhao. Xiang and Cheng Dongshu, positioned to the front of the line, also frequently looked towards Yunzhao, aware that she often considered all aspects and might have anticipated the situation. Not far away, beneath the city wall, Yunzhao was conversing with Xiang Mingjie. After saying something, she suddenly turned around and waved at them. Xiang and Cheng Dongshu immediately left the line and approached her. Xiang scrutinized her expression, cautiously asking, "Sister Yunzhao, are you going to separate from us? What do you think?" Yunzhao replied gently. Xiang's demeanor shifted to one of uncertainty, unable to gauge her intent. Yunzhao's gaze swept over the anxious crowd, reassuring them, "I will negotiate conditions with the base leadership. You two should first help everyone settle in. Do not move the luggage from the vehicle. Rest assured, the issue will be resolved soon." She spoke clearly, ensuring that Lu Li and the team of sentinels conducting registration heard her words distinctly. All eyes turned towards her. Negotiate conditions? Guides were a rare and precious commodity, enjoying the best benefits of the base, but this only applied to the guides themselves. Even direct relatives followed the standard procedures. Furthermore, gaining access to the base leadership was not something one could achieve through mere desire. Those who assumed that they could act with impunity within the Great Base simply because of their guide status were indeed naive, reflecting the limited experience of those from smaller towns. Though they thought this, no one voiced their thoughts, especially the sentinels, as, typically, none would wish to offend a guide who could potentially save their lives one day. After calming everyone, Yunzhao boarded the vehicle headed for the inner city alongside Xiang Mingjie. As the largest base in the southwest, Shuguang Base housed nearly 300,000 residents. The city's terrain was intricate and varied, featuring both flat plazas and streets, as well as rugged hills and tunnels, with remnants of air raid shelters scattered throughout. The vehicle first entered the outer city. Even in the outer city, the level of prosperity was astonishing to Yunzhao. Having lived in a remote border town all her life, she had never before set foot in such a large base, encountering so many people. Pressing her face against the car window, she observed the entirety of Shuguang Base. The straight main roads were flanked by uniquely styled buildings, with windows reinforced by steel frames, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. The streets bustled with activity as pedestrians made way for the vehicles. Most individuals wore indifferent expressions, not even glancing at the incoming cars. At the very edge of the outer city, near the city wall, extensive shanty towns had been established. The makeshift structures were built along designated areas, with piles of discarded materials stacked at each doorstep. Though chaotic, they were not dirty. The roads remained clean and free from obstructions, indicating that some form of management was in place. At the main road-S intersection stood a signpost. Yunzhao read the inscriptions: Service Hall, Trading Center, Public Guidance Office, Agricultural Market, and more. She pondered whether the man carrying coal would successfully sell his load in exchange for sufficient food. Having passed through the outer city, she continued to observe her new surroundings. The vehicle traveled along the central axis, heading towards the heart of the inner city. The sentinel stationed at the entrance merely glanced at the car before granting passage. The inner city was vast, with neatly constructed and aesthetically pleasing buildings lining the route. Shops opened their doors, and a colossal shopping center dominated the central square, reminiscent of a vibrant urban illusion captured in photographs, albeit with few pedestrians on the streets. As the vehicle passed through the central square, it came upon a grand pedestal featuring a magnificent statue. The statue depicted a serene young girl clad in a white robe, accompanied by a red-crowned crane gazing into the distance. Yunzhao fixed her gaze on the statue without blinking. Xiang Mingjie introduced, "This is the founder of the base, surnamed Shun, who was once a senior guide during the Dark Era." Yunzhao expressed surprise. The founder? Wasn't the predecessor of the Shuguang base a national shelter? Xiang Mingjie explained, "The Southwest shelter perished in the 68th year of the Dark Era. A group of guides and sentinels eradicated the polluted zones and rebuilt it, retaining the original shelter's designation. Many believe the Southwest shelter has endured to this day. However, there were also outbreaks of polluted areas and mutant animal attacks here. One can imagine the fervent youth striving to save the world during those sunless times." They collectively re-established the Shuguang base, hoping for a day of peace and prosperity. The past is gone, yet it is etched in the memories of future generations. Yun Zhao felt a profound impact within her, glancing again at the tranquil girl statue, her eyes now reflecting admiration and reverence. The red-crowned crane, was that her spiritual entity? The emblem of the Shuguang base, featuring the red-crowned crane, perhaps held different meanings for the descendants who persevered. Shortly after entering the inner city, a heavy armored off-road vehicle approached along the mountain road. The guards at the entrance, noticing Team Zero's return, promptly opened the passage gate. The armored vehicle traversed a special task route, bypassing the urban area. Xie rolled down the window, greeting the sentry at the entrance and inquiring, "Has a guide arrived with a group of ordinary people seeking refuge?" "Indeed, they just arrived and have settled in," the sentinel replied. The occupants of the vehicle breathed a sigh of relief. Duan Shi, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "Fortunately, it wasn't a wasted trip. We earned 5,000 points." And they delivered themselves right to our doorstep. Rabbit playfully swatted him, and Duan Shi, having anticipated this, bent down to evade. "Wang Jiayu, have you become addicted?" Rabbit huffed. "The 5,000 points are for the captain. They're not for you, so stop trying to take advantage of the captain." Duan Shi protested, "I didn't tea. It was the captain who said there would be an extra meal upon our return, treating us to meat tonight." Tao Haohai chimed in loudly, "That's right. Extra meal tonight. Let us make the captain broke." The price of meat at the base was exorbitant. A pound of mutant animal meat cost 60 points, while better cuts soared to 100 points per pound. Not to mention ordinary people, even sentinels hesitated to indulge frequently. Sometimes, when cravings became unbearable, they would invite companions to venture into the deep mountains to hunt for themselves. During their nearly 2-month expedition, they had primarily relied on compressed biscuits to stave off hunger. The captain had indeed promised them an extra meal upon their return. The vehicle was filled with playful banter. Xie remained unfazed, learning that the guide had already entered the inner city for testing, instructing Tao Haohai to drive to the operations department first. "Captain, when will we seek out that guide?" Rabbit asked impatiently. Now that the individual had entered the base and joined the special abilities department, what if they were unwilling to accompany them on missions? After all, the guide had already witnessed the dangers and peculiarities of the polluted zones. With a stable life, who would wish to venture out into peril? Xie rolled up the window, his expression calm. Let us first return to the operations department. Chapter 14. Level testing along the way. Yin Zhao found everything within the large base to be novel. She suppressed her curiosity, observing quietly. Xiang Mingjie did not rush her, but patiently provided explanations. After all, she was a guide. The two soon arrived at the Special Abilities Testing Room, a facility exclusively for guides. The room was pure white, divided by glass into 2 sections, with various incomprehensible instruments placed in the outer area. Several researchers were operating equipment at the front. Upon seeing them enter, one researcher picked up a registration book and beckoned to Yun Zhao. The researcher's demeanor was gentle. "Please allow your spiritual entity to enter the room. We will conduct a separate mental strength test." Yun Zhao felt quite unfamiliar with the testing process and wanted to comply. But upon glancing at the small room behind the glass, she could only honestly state it might not fit. Not fit. The researchers exchanged dubious glances, their eyes landing on the small bluebird. Generally, guides' spiritual entities were gentle, most resembling small herbivorous animals. Her spiritual entity was merely the size of a palm. The room was 100 square meters. It could easily accommodate hundreds. The small blue bird, for the first time dismissed, shot them an indignant glare. "Useless. Who do you look down upon?" Yin Zhao comfortingly patted it. "It can grow larger." Strength represented Shuguang Base's attitude towards her. She needed to secure stable housing for the people of Qingshan Town. Moreover, she was not one to endure mistreatment, neglecting high welfare benefits. Grow larger. At this revelation, all the researchers' eyes lit up. A spiritual entity possessing different forms? Such a unique circumstance had never been encountered before. Their gazes turned fervent, fixated upon the small blue bird, and they enthusiastically exclaimed, "Then let us switch to a larger testing area. There's a big laboratory behind that can surely accommodate it. The large laboratory was currently dedicated to a single individual, the only S-rank sentinel of Shuguang Base, Siet Tuesday. In fear of any mishaps befalling Siet 2, the base conducted checks on the Fire Phoenix every month, testing the concentration of dark matter within it, attempting to find other methods to prevent this S-rank sentinel from undergoing mutations. The large laboratory is at the back. Please follow me. Yun Zhao trailed behind two eager researchers as they descended to the heavily guarded large laboratory. The remaining researchers, losing interest in their work, followed suit, eager to witness just how large the palm-sized bird could transform. On the way to the large laboratory, the researchers gazed at the small blue bird with excitement and enthusiasm, as if they were doting grandparents. The small blue bird, impatient, turned its back to them. The large laboratory in the back mountain resembled an expansive plaza. Yun Zhao followed their instructions and walked inside alone, standing solitary in the center of the plaza. All right, please release your mental strength. The researchers instructed from the operations room through a microphone. Yun Zhao turned to glance at the crowd behind the glass, her expression remarkably calm. From the moment she saw the Fire Phoenix, she had already discerned her level. Thus, she decided to deliver a slight shock to them. Yun Zhao slowly closed her eyes. A powerful mental force surged forth. The great blue bird ascended majestically, materializing behind her. Its vast wings enveloped the girl, each feather imbued with countless strands of spirit, cascading like a galaxy, radiating a brilliant azure glow. As its true form revealed itself, the surrounding air quivered. All instruments emitted a cacophony of alarms simultaneously. The researchers momentarily stood stunned, then abruptly leapt to their feet, flinging open the operational room door and rushing into the arena like the wind. It truly possesses two forms. It's a phoenix, one of the 5 phoenixes Qingwan. My heavens, an S-rank. Finally, an S-rank guide has emerged. The researchers were ecstatic, their eyes fervently fixed upon the great blue bird. So beautiful, a luminous spiritual entity. Those cold blue beast-like eyes regarded the humans as if they were mere ants. Nevertheless, this did not dampen their enthusiasm. At the entrance, Xiang Mingjie stood frozen, his expression a tapestry of shock. An S-rank guide? He could hardly believe that this young girl had been assessed as an S-rank. This matter quickly stirred the higher-ups. For 200 years since the apocalypse, human society has struggled to navigate through the ruins and reconstruction. The legend of S-level guides is akin to distant stars, elusive and never witnessed in their brilliance. On this day, a young girl was identified as possessing an S-level spirit entity. The reactions of those who learned this news were a complex mix of emotions, filled with joy and astonishment that defied description. The base swiftly made arrangements. Moments later, a team of sentinels arrived to rescue Yun Zhao from the clutches of the frenzied researchers. She exhaled in relief, surprised by the fervor of those individuals, who seemed unfazed by her spirit entity, bombarding her with incessant questions that left her ears ringing. Yun Zhao was escorted to a spacious conference room, where she was finally able to meet the senior officials of Shuguang GD. The corpulent director Shun, around 40 years of age, exuded a jovial demeanor, welcoming her with open arms and an infectious smile, celebrating her arrival at Shuguang GD. This was an S-level guide, a phenomenon that had not occurred in many years. Director Shun's gaze upon her was akin to that of someone beholding a steaming delicacy. Stuck at the entrance, Yun Zhao felt somewhat out of her depth and nodded in acknowledgement. Despite her anticipation of the situation, the director's animated expression was far removed from the austere figure she had imagined. Our base is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, sprawling over a vast area, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. The nearby resources are abundant, and the climate is temperate, far superior to other bases. Director Shen boasted before elaborating on the internal conditions. You must have noticed upon entering that our base is divided into inner and outer districts, equipped with comprehensive urban facilities, including hospitals, schools, dining halls, and training grounds. You will undoubtedly find it satisfactory. Oh, and let's not forget the land. The cultivation greenhouses are located on the back mountain, all meticulously cultivated by hand. Director Shun continued with boundless enthusiasm, eager to showcase every aspect of Shiguangjidi. One might think she had come for an inspection. In the conference room, for others sat, their expressions reflecting a mix of discomfort. The head of the Special Abilities Department, Minister Bai, a refined, middle-aged man, cleared his throat to interrupt Director Shun's monologue. "Let's take a seat and discuss," he suggested. Director Shun snapped back to reality, agreeing as Yun Zhao finally took her place at the long conference table, seated third from the right. As she discreetly assessed the four individuals across from her, they too scrutinized her. The 18 or 19-year-old girl exhibited a poise and composure uncommon for her age. Clad in an oversized, worn camouflage uniform, her slender frame appeared fragile, as if a gust of wind could easily topple her. She seemed delicate and somewhat reticent. At first glance, no one would believe she was an S-level guide. "Welcome to Shiguangjidi. I am Bai Mo, the head of the Special Abilities Department," he greeted with a warm smile. "As an S-level guide, your abilities will be our most treasured asset, and we hope you will join our department. You need not worry about benefits. Feel free to voice any demands, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you." Due to the previous absence of S-level guides, the attendees had recently deliberated and instituted new welfare policies. The benefits were upgraded based on the A-level guide standards, recognizing that guides differ from sentinels. The S-level sentinel at the base had earned so many points for missions that he could hardly spend them all. To her left, another gentleman, the head of the logistics department, Xiao Tiansheng, offered her a gentle smile and handed her a form. "I am Xiao Tiansheng, the head of the logistics department. Please take a look at this form, and if there are any aspects you find unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to mention them." Yun Zhao politely accepted the form, which detailed each benefit meticulously. The housing arranged for her was in the villa district of the inner city, though the specific building was not assigned, allowing her the freedom to choose. Additionally, housing, utilities, and medical care were all complimentary, with a monthly allowance of 3,000 points provided for living expenses, along with holiday bonuses. What did 3,000 points signify? The A-level Sentinel team at Liming GD risked entering hazardous polluted zones for a mere 2,000 points, which had to be divided among 7 members. While they might earn wages or points through other means, compared to her situation, she would receive 3,000 points each month without worrying about housing. The delicate guide was protected by the base, exempt from missions outside the city. All she needed to do was respond to the Special Abilities Department's assignments, occasionally attending the counseling room to provide mental support for the Sentinels. The counseling rooms were divided between the inner and outer districts. The outer district's counseling room had no requirements. Any Sentinel, including outsiders, could enter by paying points. In contrast, the inner district primarily catered to senior Sentinels, with A-level Sentinels entitled to 2 free counseling sessions each month, referred to as sitting in. The scheduling allowed for random rotation between the inner and outer districts, meaning that those from the outer district might fortuitously encounter a senior guide. Yun Zhao swiftly perused the document. For her personally, the arrangements were impeccable. However, she had an entire town's populace to consider. Moreover, this contradicted her initial purpose for coming to Shiguangjidi. She was unwilling to become a cage canary. Sooner or later, she intended to step into the 6th polluted zone. In a quiet conference room, everyone awaited Yun Zhao's response. She set the form down, refraining from immediately agreeing to join the Special Abilities Department. Instead, she articulated her conditions. "I will forego the villa. I did not come alone. Our town was consumed by the 6th polluted zone, and all of us had no choice but to seek refuge at Shiguangjidi. I request that the base allocate a designated area for our collective housing." After a brief pause, she continued, "The residents need not be in the inner city. The outer district will suffice. Additionally, we require 2 plots of land. Progress must be made gradually." The immediate priority was to ensure the well-being of everyone. It would not serve the ordinary and incapable individuals well to reside among the affluent in the inner city. It would only harm them. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is no easy feat, especially for children who are in the formative years of establishing their values. If they grow accustomed to a comfortable life without awakening their abilities, they may struggle to attain the life they desire and easily veer down the wrong path. With the elderly, the sick, and the young predominating the town, they could not earn points within the base. 2 cultivable plots of land would ensure their sustenance in the future. 2 cultivable plots? Minister Xiao expressed surprise, glancing at Minister Bai beside him. The housing can certainly be arranged immediately. However, all the land at the base consists of meticulously cultivated farming plots, and there has never been a precedent for private allocation. Would breaking this precedent incite discontent among other guides? We must first consider the stability within the base. Director Shen glanced around the room, noting the silence among the ministers, and was about to acquiesce when a sudden knock echoed at the conference room door. As the door swung open, a capable-looking woman entered. She appeared to be around 40, clad in a fitted, dark military uniform, her short hair neatly styled, adding an air of authoritative elegance to her demeanor. "Apologies for the delay. I had matters to attend to," she said, striding directly to Yun Zhao. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duan Xiongying, the head of the operations department at Shuguangjidi. I support your request, but I have one condition. After this meeting, I hope you will participate in a compatibility test with our base's S-level sentinel." Duan Minister had been engaged in a discussion with Xie in the operations department when she received the urgent news about a guide being identified as S-level and hurried over without time to address the follow-up. She had already learned from the team members that this S-level guide spirit entity was also a phoenix. The compatibility between entities of the same species would undoubtedly be high. Xie represents the pinnacle of combat prowess at the Shuguangjidi, serving as the main force for missions within contaminated zones. The exchange of 2 plots of land for the stabilization of the S-rank Sentinel's mental domain is, in Minister Duan's view, a highly lucrative transaction. The Salvation Project has commenced, and the operational capabilities of Xie are of paramount importance. With the emergence of an S-rank guide, the base may no longer need to worry about his potential for mutation. She listened at the door for a while, uncertain of why others hesitated. Strength signifies everything. Should any other guides dare to express dissatisfaction, they ought to awaken their own S-rank abilities before engaging in further discourse. Director Shun breathed a sigh of relief. Team Zero has returned safely? Minister Duan confirmed, stating that the mission was completed successfully. She had intended to summon Xie to join her, but was puzzled by his apparent indifference, seemingly avoiding the situation upon receiving the news. Not wishing to delve deeper, Minister Duan turned to Yun Zhao and asked for her thoughts. Upon hearing of Team Zero's return, Yun Zhao responded nonchalantly, indicating her agreement. She recalled the dark, shadowy fire phoenix encountered within the contaminated zone. Now that she had arrived, enjoying the privileges afforded by the base, guiding the Sentinel's mental domain became her duty. She had no grounds to refuse. Director Shin nodded repeatedly, affirming that arrangements would be made for their accommodation, and the 2 plots of land would soon be allocated under her name. This matter would be overseen by Minister Xiao from the logistics department, who assured her that he would expedite the arrangements. She was to accompany Minister Duan for testing first, and later, a designated individual would assist her in obtaining her living supplies. Until the very end, Yun Zhao did not express her intention to join the Special Abilities Department. Minister Bai, standing nearby, remained unhurried. Now that she was present in the base, should the need for an S-rank guide arise, a notification would suffice. Yun Zhao stood and expressed her gratitude to the leaders. The little green bird, weary of the tedious meeting, had already retreated to her mental domain. Minister Duan, ever decisive, led her promptly to the operations department. The office buildings in the inner city shared a compact area, allowing for a swift walk of merely a few minutes after descending the stairs. However, upon entering the operations department with Minister Duan, they found it eerily empty. Team Zero had vanished without a trace. Minister Duan searched frantically and, suppressing her frustration, inquired about the whereabouts of the personnel. A clerk timidly raised her hand, stating that Captain Xie had insisted on treating the team to meat, and they had gone to purchase it. Enraged, Minister Duan exclaimed that meat should not take precedence over their lives and demanded that they be summoned back immediately. The clerk promptly dashed out of the office building, while other staff members, wary of incurring her wrath, sought excuses to leave the office one after another. With everyone gone, Yun Zhao remarked expressionlessly. Minister Duan, it is getting late. If Captain Xie is not in a hurry, perhaps we can reschedule. After her long journey to Shuguangjidi, she had no time to rest, being thrust from testing to meetings. Xie too seemed unconcerned. Why should she linger? Minister Duan took a deep breath, apologizing for the mismanagement that led to her unnecessary trip. It is no trouble, Yun Zhao replied courteously. Minister Duan softened her tone, suggesting that Yun Zhao was likely fatigued and should rest first, conducting the testing at her convenience later. Yun Zhao nodded, agreeing. Seemingly feeling a bit guilty, Minister Duan personally escorted her out of the operations department building. She intended to arrange for transportation, but Yun Zhao politely declined. At the entrance of the building, Xiang Mingjie awaited her. Spotting Yun Zhao's emergence, he hurried over, stating, Yun Guide, Minister Bai personally instructed me to bring you to collect your living supplies and points card. Compared to his earlier formal demeanor, his current attitude was noticeably more accommodating and eager to please. Yun Zhao did not refuse, simply nodding her acknowledgement. Thank you for your assistance. It is no trouble at all, Xiang Mingjie insisted, waving his hands as he led the way. The efficiency of the logistics department was impressive. Yun Zhao received the title for the 2 plots of land, several living supplies for the month, and the communication devices and points card issued by the base. The card contained 5,000 points, designated as her settling in allowance. After signing and completing the registration, she officially became a member of Shuguangjidi. The female clerk informed her that there was a shopping center in the inner city that sold fresh fruits, vegetables, eggs, and meat daily, all in limited supply, with her enjoying priority purchasing rights. Thank you, I understand, Yun Zhao replied, lowering her head to organize the supplies. There were numerous items, including brand new bedding, which she could hardly carry alone. Xiang Mingjie stepped forward to assist her with the load. Among the supplies were 2 boxes of eggs, a true luxury. During the nation's struggles, a biological egg bank was established to preserve numerous animals' oocytes through ultra-low temperature freezing. Over a decade ago, shortly after the end of the Dark Ages, Shuguangjidi managed to procure a batch of oocytes and plant seeds, along with some well-preserved fertilized eggs from a contaminated zone. After 6 months of research, scientists successfully hatched chicks. The other 3 bases exchanged resources to retrieve a portion. The time flow in the contaminated zones differs from that outside, allowing certain items to be retrieved without alteration. This peculiar phenomenon is why many search teams risk venturing to the periphery of contaminated areas in search of resources. Chapter 16. A New Home. Yun Zhao and Xiang Mingjie, laden with their supplies, boarded a vehicle heading to the outer city. She specifically requested to take the bus. Earlier, she had observed that Shuguangjidi operated a bus service. Xiang Mingjie patiently explained that the bus ran every half hour, requiring a card swipe that deducted 1 point. It was highly convenient for daily commuters traveling to and from the outer city. As he spoke, he raised his wrist to show her his communication device, identical in style to hers and resembling a wristwatch, reportedly designed for ease of wear during combat. Xiang Mingjie scanned the card at the entry point, and a mechanical female voice announced, "Card swipe successful." He informed Yun Zhao that the points card could also be used for online payments. Following his instructions, she linked her points card number to her communication device with his assistance. It was midday, and the bus was sparsely populated. The vehicle passed the central square once more, where the proud statue of a maiden stood silently, seemingly narrating the immortal legend of Shuguangjidi. Suddenly, Xiang Mingjie's communication device vibrated, prompting him to glance at a message. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Yun Zhao, stating that the base had arranged for them to reside in a concentrated accommodation on East 3rd Street in the outer city. However, the leaders expressed a preference for her to reside in the inner city. Director Shun had ordered that the news of the S-Rank guide's detection be kept confidential for the time being. The outer city was rife with mingling individuals, and theft incidents occasionally occurred. It was nearly impossible to eliminate such risks altogether. With so many supplies in her possession, she could easily attract unwanted attention. "Thank you. I will take a look before making a decision," Yun Zhao replied, neither outright refusing nor committing. Having grown up in Qingshan Town, where outsiders were rare, and the local populace was straightforward and unpretentious. She found little else to say apart from expressing her gratitude. Xiang Mingjie, feeling the pressure, continued. The East 3rd Street complex was completed in recent years. It is modest in scale, comprising only 4 buildings. The base has vacated one entire residential building to accommodate you. According to the registration information, Qingshan Town had a population of 188 individuals across 71 households. The building in that complex stood 12 stories high, with 6 units per floor, perfectly accommodating all residents with an additional unit to spare. Such an arrangement for a single guide was unprecedented. Ministers Bai and Xiao intended for her to be fully aware of their actions. What about the individuals who previously resided there? Yun Zhao inquired. Xiang Mingjie reassured her, stating that the property belonged to the base. The residents had been few, and the base would refund their rent while providing them with a settlement allowance. Nowadays, very few individuals would spend a significant amount of points on property, as most opted for rental agreements. In the apocalyptic environment, the majority of people lead arduous lives, uncertain of when death may embrace them. It is deemed more prudent to allocate resources elsewhere. Consequently, the new residential complex remains underpopulated, with its current inhabitants enjoying affluent circumstances. Many possess stable jobs at the base or serve as public officials, readily adhering to directives that necessitate swift relocations, often vacating their homes almost immediately upon notification. Yun Zhao remained silent for a moment before expressing her gratitude once more. The benefits provided by the base are predicated on her status as an S-class guide. She resolved to report to the Special Abilities Department the following day, perhaps to meet other guides within the base. Having never provided mental guidance to high-ranking sentinels, she recognized there was much for her to learn. The bus arrived at the Dongsan stop, a neighborhood characterized by its residential buildings. The elevated terrain necessitated ascending a long stone staircase, leading to the complex situated midway up the right side. The complex bore no name, merely marked by the doorplate numbered Dongshan Jia 128. An iron gate and a low wall encircled the premises, which at that moment stood wide open. Residents of the small town were bustling to and fro, transporting luggage. Upon noticing Yun Zhao's return, a group hastily set down their belongings to assist her. "Zhao Zhao, you're amazing. We've really been assigned houses," one exclaimed. "Indeed. Thanks to you, we all remember your help," another chimed in. "You should have seen the swift change in demeanor of that Lu receptionist. She was all business before, yet suddenly became exceptionally amiable when she guided us here." Surrounded by the townsfolk, each eager to lend a hand, Yun Zhao noticed a large pile of luggage awaiting her at the top of the stone steps. She waved her hand, saying, "Aunties, please go settle in. Moving is important, and I can manage." After enduring a long and treacherous journey, everyone needed rest. "Once you're settled, come over for dinner," they offered as they returned to their tasks. Yin Zhao Jia. Xiang rushed over upon hearing the commotion outside, eager to share the events that transpired in her absence. "Dong Shuge and I followed your advice and took everyone to the shantytown for temporary housing. We left all the luggage untouched on the vehicle, just waiting for your return." Xiang continued. "Before long, a team of workers arrived to gather us and brought us to this complex. That Lu receptionist was particularly friendly this time. His face lit up with excitement as he pointed to Building 1, proclaiming, 'This will be our home from now on. We've already checked it out. The apartments are brand new, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, and there's even an elevator.' The children were overjoyed to ride it for the first time. It was a novelty for the adults as well, though they displayed a more composed demeanor. Yun Zhao found this amusing and handed a heavy bag to him, saying, 'Let us get the houses assigned quickly, as everyone has worked hard on the road. They deserve a good rest today.' 'Of course,' Xiang replied, taking the items and noticing someone standing behind Yun Zhao. Xiang Mingjie stood quietly at the back, offering a polite smile. Once he confirmed that she was being taken care of, he handed his belongings to Xiang. "Yin Guide, I'll take my leave now. Here, that's my contact number. Feel free to reach out whenever you've made your decision," he said, referring to the suggestion of her residing in the inner city. Originally, this should have been handled by the logistics department, but since he was the one who initially received her, Minister Bai chose not to delegate it. Yun Zhao nodded slightly, replying courteously, "Thank you for your efforts." Xiang Mingzhe bid farewell and glanced back curiously as he descended the stairs. Witnessing the two of them carrying numerous packages while chatting amiably as they entered the complex, Yin Guide appeared reserved and taciturn, seemingly difficult to approach. Yet it was apparent she relaxed and smiled in the company of familiar faces. Following He Xiang, Yun Zhao entered the complex, which comprised only 4 buildings, each unit equipped with an iron door. Upon seeing the unit door, Yun Zhao felt assured that moving would not be necessary. The entire building housed residents from the town, all of whom were acquainted with one another. Any unfamiliar faces would be readily noticed, as long as the sentinels from the town guarded the first-floor unit door. Safety was assured. The townspeople busied themselves moving belongings, as the apartments had yet to be allocated, causing a chaotic scene with luggage piled in the first-floor corridor. The children ran excitedly through the hall, calling out, "Yin Zhao Jia." She smiled in response as she followed He Xiang to the elevator. As they awaited the lift, He Xiang remarked, the town chief decided to resolve any disputes over housing allocations by drawing lots. It will be a matter of luck which family receives which unit. Yin Zhao concurred. That sounds fair. He Xiang continued, your unit has been confirmed. The chief mentioned the 12th floor offers a splendid view, so you can choose one there. We all agreed that 1202 has the best lighting, so you should take it. Before Yin Zhao could respond, He Xiang added, as for Dong Shugo, he opted out of the draw and will reside on the first floor. His younger brother, also a sentinel, lives there as well, ensuring everyone's safety. Yin Zhao had no objections regarding her living arrangements. Since they had already chosen for her, she accepted room 1202. The elevator doors opened with a chime, and the two entered the small enclosed space, He Xiang pressing the button for the 12th floor. It was Yun Zhao's first elevator ride, and she focused on the buttons, understanding that the numbers indicated the floors while the left and right buttons controlled the doors. It was straightforward and easy to operate. A little azure bird emerged slowly, tilting its head and curiously pecking at the numbers on the panel. Fearing it might damage the elevator, Yin Zhao quickly held it back. The elevator soon reached the 12th floor. The hallway branched into 2 sides, with 3 households on each side. He Xiang led her out of the elevator, turning left to the end of the corridor, arriving at the door of 1202. He retrieved a key and opened the door, moving all her belongings into the living room. Yun Zhao Jia, your luggage is inside now. I'll head back down to help, he said, as he had a mother and younger sister to attend to, and the housing allocation was an important matter. Go ahead, Yun Zhao replied, watching him leave before she closed the door and surveyed the layout of the apartment. It had been meticulously cleaned, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The living room was furnished with an old wooden sofa and table, but otherwise, it was empty. As she circled the space, she opened the bedroom door and froze in place. The bedroom contained only a single bed, with her luggage neatly placed beside it. The bed was already made, with her own sky blue sheets and comforter folded neatly. Although it was uncertain whether she would indeed stay here, someone had prepared the room she might inhabit. Aside from Aunt Zhao, no one else could have taken the initiative. She truly had a knack for being overly considerate. Chapter 17. The guide is the Sentinel's homecoming at the training field on the hillside outside the base. A spacious area was bordered by rows of lush trees. A rabbit stood beneath a makeshift barbecue setup, kindling a fire. Xietu emerged from the training room with tables and chairs, holding a fire poker while sitting nearby to boil water. Before long, Duan Shi, Tao Hao Hao, and Song Liang returned, shouldering over 10 pounds of meat along with various fruits and vegetables. From a distance, Duan Shi shouted, Captain, you're in trouble. My aunt is looking for you everywhere. Xietu raised his gaze, inquiring, what does she want? Duan Buzhong went to the conference room and returned with that S-class guide, claiming she needs to conduct compatibility tests for you two. Duan Shi replied. Tao Hao Hao chuckled mischievously, wearing an expression of unspoken schadenfreude. You ran away and left Duan Buzhong furious. The arrival of the S-class guide created a significant stir within the base. The higher-ups unanimously decided to keep it under wraps and refrain from public disclosure. However, the researchers were nearly frantic, wishing to immediately bring her to the laboratory for comprehensive testing of her various metrics. Had it not been for the intervention of Base Chief Shun, It was you all who insisted on having meat, constantly urging me to leave, Sietu remarked leisurely. Furthermore, the minister didn't instruct me to wait for her before departing. Duanshi was momentarily speechless. It seems he dragged the captain along. Should we blame him? When we get home, will my aunt scold him? Never mind, let's eat meat first. Tao Hao placed the meat he had bought on the table and turned to shout. Rabbit, is the fire ready? Rabbit rolled his eyes. It's already done, just waiting for you to return. Hurry and wash the meat twice before bringing it over to roast. A bunch of rough men. Do they expect to eat it raw? Tao Hao was momentarily taken aback, sighed, and carried the meat away, dragging Duanshi along to help. Song Liang set down his things, went into the house to pour a glass of water, and sat down next to Sietu, his gaze occasionally drifting to their captain. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about him. He had intended to find the guide, yet when they were in the polluted area, the guide was just down the street, and he deliberately avoided him. After returning, he continued to evade. What was going on? Sietu bent down, grabbing some wood nearby and tossing into the fire, asking, How many points did you spend? Over 1,800, Song Liang replied, handing back the points card. I kept an eye on it. Otherwise, those two bandits would have tried to take everything back. Rabbit snorted. The captain is so wealthy. He won't go bankrupt. He's the richest in the entire base, with 6 digits in his card. No one can earn that many points and spend them all. Song Liang ignored Rabbit and thoughtfully suggested, Captain, why don't you give Minister Duan a call? It's better to do the compatibility test sooner rather than later. Everyone believed the compatibility between the two would be quite high. Let's talk about it after dinner, Sietu replied casually, putting the points card in his pocket. The teammates were unaware that the S-grade guide could influence his spiritual entity, even affecting him directly. Song Liang shrugged, worried that before they finished eating, Minister Duan would come storming in. Exactly. Rabbit vigorously nodded in agreement. Sietu paused, sensing the possibility, and tossed the fire tongs to Song Liang, instructing him to keep an eye on the fire. Seeing him head towards the back mountain, Rabbit hurriedly called out, Captain, where are you going? We're about to start roasting meat. You all eat first. I need to return Minister Duan's call and discuss having that guide join the Zero team. Sietu said without looking back as he departed. Avoiding the issue was futile. The savior plan was of utmost importance. With the addition of an S-grade guide, the team members would not have to feel restrained while executing missions, worrying about mutations occurring in the polluted zones. The lives of the team members took precedence over the influence the guide had on him. Times had changed. Guides were exceedingly rare in this dark age. For the Sentinel Sake, guides had to voluntarily remain at the base to assist sentinels experiencing mental breakdowns. Yet, this tradition had gradually warped into chains that imprisoned the guides. Guides were meant to stand alongside sentinels. Their battlefield lay in the fog-laden, polluted areas outside. Sietu's gaze deepened as he pondered how to persuade Minister Duan while making his way to the back mountain. His home was situated just behind the training ground. An S-grade sentinel's senses were extraordinarily sharp. Even the slightest rustle of leaves could trigger chaos in the mental realm. Sietu could not reside in the inner city, only finding refuge on a mountainside outside the base, where he required white noise to sleep each night. If it ceased, countless noises accompanied by rage would come rushing towards him. He had to take suppressants to temporarily quell that surging power. Thoughts of the Fire Phoenix's strange behavior flooded his mind, reminiscent of a moment of tranquility in warm seas. The guide was the Sentinel's sanctuary, a bizarre and twisted relationship, akin to that of a mental patient and a psychologist. And he was that very mental patient. At this moment, the community at 128 Dong San Street was bustling with activity. The residents of Qingshan Town were engaged in the allocation of housing. All house numbers were written on scraps of paper and placed in a basin, with each household sending a representative to draw lots for their new homes. The He family drew number 803. He dragged their belongings upstairs, leading his mother and 10-year-old sister to settle in. The Old Town head mentioned that it was preferable for the 6 households on the first floor to have sentinels residing there. If any were willing to live on the first floor, the town would gather supplies and pay a fee monthly to those 6 families. Essentially, they would act as the community's security, ensuring everyone's safety. The residents expressed their agreement. Apart from Chung Dongshu's family, 5 sentinels quickly volunteered to live on the first floor. They were low-level sentinels, and living in concentrated housing had little impact on them. The conditions within the large base remained unknown to everyone. They wondered whether they would find jobs to support their families in the future. Being a community security guard was decent. At least there would be some compensation. Zhao Yan, accompanied by her 2 children, hesitated for a moment before approaching the old town head. Town head, I would like to live in 1201. Zhao can't cook and needs someone to look after her. The old town head, recalling Yun Zhao's poor self-care abilities, agreed. Everyone was grateful to Yun Zhao for helping them settle in this wonderful new home at Shuang Base. To the older generation, she had always been the child they watched grow up, and she indeed required assistance. Zhao Yan breathed a sigh of relief as she received the key to 1201 and hurriedly began moving their luggage with her 2 children. He Ping helped her mother carry things, while He Anan took charge of the lighter bags. The 2 elevators were busy, and everyone lined up patiently at the entrance. Yun Zhao wandered around the empty room, organizing the supplies she had received, then delved into the base's living manual. It primarily detailed ways to earn points. Although housing was free, residents were required to pay for utilities and management fees each month. Everyone was currently broke. Once settled in, they needed to quickly find ways to earn points. The Sentinels were fine, but ordinary people faced challenges. Without professional skills or connections, finding work to support their families was daunting. Basic labor jobs like street sweeping, trash collection, and waiting tables were highly competitive. Moreover, she had not yet visited the 2 plots of land for farming they had received. Crops took time to mature. In the meantime, they could only rely on the supplies they had brought from the town. While pondering this, Yun Zhao flipped through the manual and had just reached the section introducing the base's counseling room when she heard the elevator doors opening in the hallway. She set the manual down and walked over to open the door. Upon opening it, she immediately spotted Aunt Zhao and the 2 children dragging their bags from the elevator. Yun Zhao's sister. He Ping and He Anan called out obediently. Zhao Yan turned to see her and quickly said, Zhao, are you hungry? I'm going to make dinner soon. Chapter 18. Settling in it was already past lunchtime. The 2 children, caught up in the excitement of moving, only remembered their hunger when their mother mentioned cooking. Yun Zhao paused for a moment, then stepped out to help her lift the luggage. Let's have fried eggs for lunch. The base gave me 2 boxes of eggs. Qingshan Town had maintained a tradition for decades, distributing food based on labor value. Every 10 or so households managed a small plot of land. When it came time to harvest, a portion was stored as emergency provisions, another portion was allocated to the sentinels guarding the residence, and the remainder was distributed among the households according to their labor contributions. The amount of food received was minimal. They relied on search teams to gather supplies, which were then sold to the large base to buy food with points. When her uncles were alive, Zhao Yan's family often had food stored, as they were the ones supporting others. Yun Zhao had 8 uncles taking care of her, and she had never gone hungry. However, after her uncles passed away, the situation reversed. The food allocated to Zhao Yan's family sharply declined, and they relied on neighbors for survival. At that time, Zhao Yan was pregnant and unable to do heavy work. Yun Zhao wanted to help, but the crops she tended struggled to grow, and the meals she prepared were hard to swallow. After Ping and Anan were born, life became even more difficult. It wasn't until Yun Zhao awakened as a guide that the situation improved, as they received a significant share of food. Hearing that there were eggs, Zhao Yan was quite surprised. All right, I'll check the kitchen. Saying this, she set down her things, opened the door to 1201, and went inside to check the kitchen. Anan noticed her mother was busy cooking and hurried to carry her books. The child, small and slender, struggled with the heavy bags, her little face flushed with effort. These books were left behind by her father. Many were gifts originally given to Yun Zhao, who later passed them on to the children. Anan cherished them dearly and insisted on taking them all when leaving the town. The sudden expansion of the number 6 pollution zone was forewarned by Yun Zhao, granting everyone ample time to prepare. The books took up space, so they were placed atop the bus alongside blankets and furniture. Seeing her struggling, Yun Zhao offered assistance, only to realize she could not lift them either. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator doors opened again. Room 1205 across the hallway welcomed new occupants. Upon seeing Yun Zhao and the two children moving their belongings, several adults hurried over to lend a hand. Soon, everything was transported into the house. Yun Zhao shook her sore arms and returned to fetch a box of eggs, which contained 24. The base generously provided her with 2 boxes. Under Yun Zhao's request, Zhao Yin fried 4 eggs, steamed a bit of rice, and prepared a small dish of pickles. The rice in the bowl was slightly yellow, fine and hard. Cultivated in Qingshan town, Yun Zhao was accustomed to it and savored the rice with the pickles until the bowl was empty. After the meal, Yun Zhao took out her points card and handed it to Zhao Yin, requesting more meat and vegetables, asking her to buy them in the inner city the next day. Zhao Yin wiped her wet hands, glanced at her, and silently accepted the card. Yun Zhao urged her to buy more and check for milk and fruit, assuring her that with her card, she could purchase anything as they claimed she had priority. The two children, now 6 years old, appeared particularly thin due to long-term malnutrition. With better conditions now, it was essential to replenish their nutrition. Zhao Yin understood her intent, and after a moment of silence, asked what she would use if she took the card. Yun Zhao smiled, revealing the terminal device on her left wrist, which was bound to her account, allowing her to make online payments. She added that there was no need for Zhao Yin to be frugal and encouraged her to buy more, including for the town mayor and He Xiang's family, mentioning her monthly salary of 3,000 points. Yun Zhao did not elaborate fully, but Zhao Yin understood which 8 families she referred to. Without saying anything further, Zhao Yin nodded and began to clear the dishes. Yun Zhao assisted in tidying up the table before returning to her own home next door. The 2-bedroom apartment was bare, with nothing but a wooden table and chairs. A little bluebird lazily appeared, wandering around the living room, seemingly disdainful of the humble living conditions, feeling it lacked a proper perch, before finally flapping its wings and landing on her head. "Let me make you a perch," Yun Zhao said resignedly as she sat on the hard wooden sofa. "Stop treating my head as a bird's nest." The little bluebird chirped dismissively, mocking her desire to do it herself. Yun Zhao was not offended. Aside from her strong mental fortitude, she considered herself quite inept in other areas. "Do you think the base sells bird perches?" Yun Zhao poked it. "You don't like staying in the mental realm, so I will make you a perch so you can rest in the house." "Who would you ask?" "The town's sentinels have been scolded by you repeatedly. They would avoid you at all costs." Yun Zhao candidly expressed, "What if I make a perch you dislike? Wouldn't that lead to another scolding?" The little bluebird perched on her head and leisurely preened its feathers. After a moment, it said, "Draw a picture." Yun Zhao scoffed. "Ah." She took out her backpack and produced a hand-drawn map she created on the road, saying, "Look, this is what I drew. No one else can understand it." It resembled a map only in name, with stiff lines akin to a child's doodle, and one might mistakenly think it was a page of Rosetta Stone. The little bluebird fell silent, never admitting to its own inadequacies. Exhausted from the long journey of over 10 days without proper rest, Yun Zhao wished to do nothing but sleep. As for the 2 plots of land, she decided to apply a bit of pressure on the townspeople, urging them to find ways to be self-sufficient and seek employment. She would hand over the land to the mayor in a few days. Additionally, she needed to visit the Special Abilities Department to learn about other guides' capabilities and check on the prices and conditions at the base school. There was much to do, but she decided to address it the next day. At Shuguang Base, in the Operations Department's meeting room, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. The 5 members of Team Zero sat quietly, not daring to breathe. It was unclear what the captain and Minister Duan had discussed, but the meal was interrupted, calling everyone over. Yet, they were ignored, left waiting in silence. Minister Duan stood by the window, his back to them as he spoke on the phone. The senior sentinels, with their keen senses, could hear the conversation clearly. Since Qing Luan had appeared in the number 102 pollution zone, Li Ming Base was already aware of the guide and was confirming details with Minister Duan. The Salvation Project was a collaborative initiative of the 4 major bases. Minister Duan did not conceal anything from Li Ming Base, truthfully informing them that the guide had been detected with an S-class spiritual entity. The decision not to disclose this to the public was to protect the guide. Being too conspicuous was not beneficial. "Yes, we will convene a meeting to discuss this. Currently, we are unsure of the S-class guide's capabilities. To ensure her safety, We will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of her abilities before she officially participates in any actions. Most importantly, we must inquire about her personal opinion. If she disagrees, Shuguang Base will respect her wishes and not impose. Duan listened intently, gasping in disbelief as he turned to look at his seemingly indifferent captain. The captain had indeed managed to persuade his aunt? Chapter 19. The S-Class guy joins. Siet, too, leisurely leaned back in his seat, ignoring the eager gazes of his teammates. Minister Duan was a highly capable and shrewd leader. She understood well that an S-Class guide could significantly enhance Team Zero's overall combat effectiveness. Keeping the guide confined to the base for mere mental guidance would be a gross underutilization of her talents. As for whether other base leaders would agree, if she could convince Minister Duan, she would deal with them accordingly. However, whether the guide would be willing to abandon her stable life and face the dangers outside the base remained a question. Xia, too, pondered for a moment, then pulled his chair closer, operating Minister Duan's computer to quickly retrieve Yun Zhao's identification information and residence address. He felt the need to visit her personally. However, Minister Duan was quicker. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a car was sent to pick Yun Zhao up shortly after she awoke. She assumed there was some urgent matter at hand and found herself once again at the operations department building in the inner city. This time, however, she did not go to the office area upstairs but took the elevator straight down to the depths below. Exiting the elevator, she passed through two metal doors that required a password. Following the staff member, Yun Zhao arrived at a vast underground space. Dim lights flickered overhead, illuminating rows of massive metal control consoles. Various complex instruments and screens flickered with light, some displaying real-time surveillance footage from outside, while others showed dense data and graphs that continuously fluctuated. Minister Dawn stood tall, still clad in a sharp dark blue military uniform, before a large screen, gazing intently at the data displayed. Upon noticing her entrance, Minister Duan waved her over, inviting her to take a look. Yin Zhao nodded slightly and approached her. Several staff members sat at computers, fingers flying across keyboards, their eyes glued to the screens, surrounded by the sounds of typing and various instruments. Minister Duan spoke to her in a steady tone. This is the base's operations command center, which includes intelligence processing and pollution zone analysis teams. In this apocalyptic world, danger lurk everywhere. She continued, the base can offer temporary shelter, but to truly change the situation and attain stability, we must eliminate the pollution zones. Yin Zhao raised her gaze to Minister Duan, seemingly grasping what she intended to convey. Minister Duan did not rush to the main topic. Instead, he pointed to the enormous display screen and explained the red dots represent the contaminated areas within our monitoring range. The shaded zones indicate regions that have expanded over the last 3 months, while the small green dots signify the monitoring towers established at various locations by the 4 major bases, commonly referred to as watch stations. Minister Duan continued, this data is accessible at the command centers of the other 3 major bases. The signal monitoring system is collaboratively established by the 4 bases, with information shared and regions updated synchronously. Yin Zhao listened attentively and inquired about the number of contaminated areas currently outside. Minister Duan responded candidly. There are daily fluctuations. Some contaminated areas are eradicated, merged, or new ones emerge. Currently, there are over 300 within the monitoring range. Merged? Yin Zhao asked, intrigued, as it was her first encounter with this term. Minister Duan clarified. Yes, 2 nearby contaminated areas may intersect after a period of expansion, gradually merging into a larger contaminated zone. Such areas are perilous due to the lack of magnetic fields nearby, rendering us unaware of the internal conditions, and we cannot risk sending personnel to investigate. In the danger level classification established by the 4 bases, there are 5 levels, with merged regions uniformly designated as 5-star danger. Yin Zhao understood the implications. Within existed 2 gatekeepers. 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, and the rules had shifted, destabilizing the internal world. Indeed, Minister Duan remarked with a profound gaze, the combat department of the Shuguang base currently has 13 elite sentinel teams on duty. No one has ever ventured into 5-star contaminated zones, while only 3 4-star zones have been eradicated in the over 10 years since the Dark Era ended. The eradication of these 3 4-star contaminated zones was accomplished by 3 S-rank sentinels leading the charge. Xie from Shuguang Base, Jiangmu from Liming Base, and Fu San from Chenxi Base. Minister Duan spoke gravely. Initially, the casualty rate among sentinels was alarmingly high, reaching an astonishing 60. Presently, aside from Team Zero, all other teams operate in pairs during missions. Training an exceptional A-rank sentinel is no easy feat each time a soldier falls. It is a pain the base cannot bear. Yet, we must confront the contaminated areas. For the first 2 years after the Dark Era ended, we knew nothing of the external conditions. Minister Duan continued, back then, even the means to generate electricity required extensive research. There was a shortage of scientific talent, resources were scarce, and civilization had regressed, necessitating a complete reconstruction from the ground up. Most of the facilities and equipment the base currently possesses were acquired from within contaminated areas, such as the eggs and plant seeds brought from the Shuguang base, the satellite launch devices for monitoring contaminated areas, the materials for the combat uniforms worn by sentinels, and the genetically modified sweet potatoes cultivated within the base, among others. Without these sentinels risking their lives to enter contaminated zones and retrieve such technologies and knowledge, the 4 bases would not have developed to their current scale in just over a decade. Everyone harbors a shared belief that one day, we will eradicate the contaminated areas and restore a peaceful era. Minister Duan's gaze fixed upon her, his expression turning particularly solemn. Thus, Yin Zhao, humanity needs you. On behalf of Shuguang Base, I earnestly invite you to join the Combat Department's Team Zero. Xie elusive and nonchalant demeanor, which avoided offending others, was insufficient for this instance, prompting Minister Duan to take matters into his own hands. With an S-ranked guide, it may be possible in the future to consolidate the 3 S-ranked Sentinel teams and attempt entry into a 5-star contaminated zone to unveil the truth behind the calamity. Yun Zhao's expression momentarily faltered at the suggestion of joining the Combat Department. Suddenly receiving such news stirred her emotions profoundly, akin to being cast into a vast sea, creating ripples upon ripples. In this world, there are always those who silently bear the weight of responsibility. They fearlessly confront the unknown and perilous contaminated zones. Every era has its heroes, be it the statue of a girl symbolizing hope and courage in the square, or the valiant sentinels of various bases today. The contaminated zones loom like a colossal shadow over humanity's future. As long as they persist, humanity shall never know peace. No one can afford to stand apart. Observing her prolonged silence, Minister Duan assumed she was contemplating a refusal. Joining the Combat Department signifies a constant risk to life. Rest assured, we will not compel you and will respect your personal wishes. Guides lack self-preservation abilities. Guides enjoy generous benefits, allowing them to remain within the safety of the base. Why would they willingly venture into danger? Minister Duan had already considered this matter. However, Yin Zhao shook her head, indicating that was not her intent. After a lengthy silence, she slowly articulated, "May I first inquire about the situation in the 6-number contaminated zone? Has anyone emerged? Would she agree to join?" Minister Duan's response was swift. The team leader's attempt had come up empty. The first floor was surrounded by curious heads peeking toward the elevator leading to the command center. Tao Haohai remarked, "I wagered 300 points with the captain that the guide would undoubtedly refuse." The rabbit blinked. "I placed a bet of 300 points as well." Duanxi grinned. "I bet 500. Song Liang appeared uncertain, but based on the captain's demeanor, it seemed he was confident the guide would agree. Chapter 20. The bet not long after. The metallic elevator doors opened. A slender girl emerged, clad in ill-fitting clothing. "She is out. Quick retreat." The 4 members of Team Zero had no time to assess her and hurriedly concealed themselves. Tao Haohai, hiding behind the stairway door, urged Duan Shi. "You must ask Minister Duan if she agreed. It's about 300 points." Duan Shi turned to glare at him. "Why don't you ask instead?" The rabbit looked confused. "Why are we hiding? We could just approach and greet her to ask if the guide agreed." The two exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of their stealth. Song Liang shook his head in resignation. and was the first to step out from the stairway. However, there was no sign of the guide on the first floor. She had already departed. Minister Duan had acted decisively. The news of an S-ranked guide joining Team Zero caused a significant uproar among the high-ranking officials of the base. "I object," said Minister Bai from the Special Abilities Department, maintaining a calm demeanor. "It has been 200 years since the apocalypse, and only one S-ranked guide has emerged. S-ranked guides are exceedingly precious. If one were to perish in a contaminated zone, it would be a tremendous loss for us, indeed for all of humanity." Minister Duan sat upright, her brow arching. Sensing that Minister Bai was questioning Sietu's capabilities, implying that the Team Zero he led could not adequately protect the guide. "Nothing is absolute." Minister Bai adjusted his glasses. Minister Xiao from the Logistics Department nodded in agreement. "Guides are inherently scarce. Our base has nearly 300,000 inhabitants, over 10,000 sentinels. Yet there are fewer than 200 guides. Have you all forgotten? The founder of our Shuguang base was, in fact, a guide." Minister Duan lightly tapped the table. "Guides were even rarer during the Dark Era. The guides of that time could still fight on the front lines. What? Are we regressing as we live longer?" Her gaze turned icy. "Confining guides within the base has stripped them of their fighting spirit. This is an erroneous decision." Minister Bai did not wish to engage in an argument with her. "Then let us put it to a vote. The resolution requires a vote. The combat department has already consented, and Yin Zhao herself has agreed. What further votes are necessary?" Minister Duan's eloquence in debate was formidable, leaving the assembly of men unable to counter her. Base Commander Shin sat at the head, glancing left and right. His expression troubled as he was unsure which side to take. It was Director Jiang from the Research Institute who spoke up to mediate. "How about this? Let us first allow Yun Zhao to undergo an ability test. At the very least, we should gain some understanding of an S-ranked guide's capabilities. Otherwise, all this bickering is futile." Those researchers have been incessantly visiting his office, clamoring for 2 S-ranked spiritual entities for comparative testing. 2 phoenixes, 1 sentinel, and 1 guide. Their insatiable curiosity had him avoiding his office at all costs. Minister Duan added, "Yun Zhao has just arrived at the base. She doesn't even have proper furniture at home. Let her settle in before we proceed." Minister Bai felt a throbbing headache upon hearing the news. A perfectly capable guide had been inexplicably intercepted by the operations department midway. Upon learning that Yun Zhao had agreed to join Team Zero, the members of the team collectively gasped in astonishment. "It was all over," lamented Tao Hao, his 300 points slipping away. Duan, she sneered, "Ha, I have 500. The captain had effortlessly accumulated 1,400 from them. The expenses from yesterday's meat feast had returned in a substantial portion. The 4 of them, unwilling to accept their fate, hurriedly drove back to the training ground outside the base. At the shooting range halfway up the mountain, Sietu stood alone, casually firing his gun, each shot hitting the bullseye. "Captain, how did you know that guide would agree?" Rabbit asked, curiosity bubbling over before getting close enough. Tao Hao, reluctant to part with his points, mumbled, "Yeah, you two haven't even met. Why would I bet with you?" Duanshi regretted his decision. Song Liang, exasperated, retorted, "That should be my line, losing 300 points for no reason." He had merely been passing by when the 3 had pulled him in, insisting that they were a team and he must join their wager. Song Liang no longer stood with them but faced Sietu, urging, "Captain, quickly explain. Make them surrender their points willingly." Sietu, irritated by their incessant chatter, set down his gun and retreated into the indoor training room. The 4 hurried in after him, clearly unwilling to relent without his words. Sietu poured himself a glass of water and slumped into a chair, looking up at the 4 encircling him. "Is that thing on your neck a bowling ball?" he quipped. Tao Hao instinctively touched his neck. "What do you mean?" Song Liang kindly translated. "He says you're brainless." Rabbit quickly interjected, "Captain, that you clearly includes you too." The conversation veered off course. Song Liang was determined to ignore them. The captain had never encountered that S-level guide. He had intended to persuade her to join Team Zero that morning, only to find that Minister Duan had snatched her up first. Song Liang directly asked, "Captain, how are you so certain she would join?" Sietu felt exasperated with his team. He decided to be straightforward, revealing that the information about the high-level guide came from a source within the Dawn base. Near the number 6 pollution zone, there was only one signal monitoring tower. Rabbit nodded eagerly, asking, "And then?" Sietu replied, "And then?" The Dawn base received no news, so why did it reach us? He had pondered this question on the way back. The nearest Dawn base was unaware, yet he found out from hundreds of miles away, as if the message had been intentionally leaked to them. Currently, the remaining 3 S-level Sentinels had their spiritual forms publicly known. It was widely recognized that his spiritual form was a fire phoenix, and coincidentally, this guide's spiritual form was also a phoenix. What an uncanny coincidence. Song Liang understood. So the information was released by the guide herself to lead them there. But why? I don't know, Sietu stated bluntly. I'm not a deity. We've never met. How can I know what that guide is thinking? Duanshi leaned closer. Then why is the captain so confident she will join Team Zero? Sietu regarded him with a knowing smile. Do you wish to know? The group nodded in unison. Sietu leisurely pulled out his points card to settle the wager first. Duanshi, Tao Hao Hao, Rabbit, Song Liang sighed and initiated an online transfer. Sietu received 1,400 points. Satisfied, he tucked away the points card and stood up, heading outside while declaring, "When the guide comes to join Team Zero in a couple of days, you can ask for yourselves." The 4 exclaimed in unison, "We've been deceived." Chapter 21. Let us eliminate those pollution zones. Yun Zhao walked alone on the streets of the inner city. Although the inner city appeared vast, most areas were office zones, research institutes, and residential districts. High-level Sentinels resided in the inner city. Their senses, vision, hearing, smell, were several times more acute than those of ordinary individuals, making them easily susceptible to external disturbances. Therefore, Sentinel housing required special soundproof materials, and the density of surrounding buildings could not be too high. During the day, residents of the inner city were busy with work or out on missions, leaving the streets desolate with hardly a soul in sight. As Yin Zhao walked, she found herself at the central square. She sat on a bench beside the square, staring vacantly at the statue of a girl atop the platform. The words of Minister Duan echoed in her mind. Many outsiders held a misconception that the numbering of pollution zones was established in chronological order. However, this was not the case. We lack the ability to trace events from 200 years ago, when the 4 major bases communicated. We established sentry posts for monitoring and made it easier for everyone to navigate by numbering each area. For instance, the pollution zone in Area 102 corresponds to the route you just passed through, while the one in Area 6 is designated as the 6th pollution zone. If a region has multiple pollution zones, they are numbered as 61, 62, and so forth. No one knows how long the 6th pollution zone has existed, but it undoubtedly formed during the early Dark Ages and is classified as a 5-star danger zone. Information about the 6th pollution zone can be traced back over a century. Its expanse is vast, and it continues to expand, devouring land and distorting creatures along its path. Yun Zhao gazed at the statue, her long eyelashes fluttering. Regardless of whether Minister Duan or the others would come for her, she would find a way to join Team Zero. She had journeyed to the Dawn base not merely for sunshine. As a guide, she lacked a formidable physique and extraordinary combat skills. She was entirely ignorant of the pollution zones. Even the news of the gatekeeper had only recently reached her ears from a sentinel at the Dawn base. Years ago, she had been discovered at the edge of the 6th pollution zone. The townsfolk claimed that aside from the search team sentinels, no one would dare venture there. People would flee at the mere sight of a pollution zone. Yun Zhao had a faint sense that she had walked out of that pollution zone herself. She yearned to enter the 6th pollution zone to uncover her origins, seeking a high-level sentinel team to guide her. From the very beginning, she had chosen Siet Tuesday. Now, her desire was fulfilled. Yet, Yin Zhao felt no joy. She gradually comprehended that the efforts made by each generation over the past 200 years, the unwavering beliefs they held, moved her deeply. It seemed that her origins no longer mattered. Let us eliminate those pollution zones, she mused, gazing at the girl's statue. Was the distant gaze of the girl directed towards the once vibrant and bustling era in her heart? What was that era like? Did people have enough to eat? Were they free from the fear of being devoured by distorted creatures? Did children have the opportunity to receive an education? The little bluebird sensed its host's emotional turmoil and hopped on her lap, lifting its head to meet her gaze. "Are you sad?" Yun Zhao corrected it. "It's not sadness, but rather a sense of bewilderment." "What is the difference?" She replied, "It's the feeling of something lost within my heart, something you wouldn't understand." The bird indeed did not comprehend, arrogantly raising its head and asserting, "Bird rack." Yun Zhao sighed, "I know. We need to familiarize ourselves with the market prices at the base. Let us head to the shopping center." Minister Duan had mentioned that she should report in after settling down. Since she had agreed to join the operations department, she needed to procure a couple of new outfits. She would likely meet many people, including Team Zero members and other guides from the base. It wouldn't due to appear too shabby. However, would those four who had been so inquisitive on the first floor of the operations department become her future teammates? It felt somewhat unreliable. The shopping center was conveniently located just across the square. Yun Zhao gathered her thoughts and, with a little bluebird in tow, made her way to shop. The shopping center is divided into 3 floors. The first floor offers a variety of foods and an array of dazzling products, including vegetables, meats, fruits, pastries, and marinated dishes, all meticulously arranged in designated sections. She intended to familiarize herself with the prices at the base, so she began her exploration on the first floor. The prices displayed on the shelves were astonishing. The cheapest meat was priced at 60 points per pound, while a bundle of vegetables was tagged at 20 points. Fruits were even more expensive. Apples were sold individually at 5 points each. The exorbitant prices made her wince. The point card was given to Aunt Zhao, as the townspeople had never encountered such outrageous prices and would likely hesitate to make any purchases. Yun Zhao, clad in ill-fitting, worn garments, felt a pang of emotion with each price she encountered. The sales attendants merely scoffed at her, ignoring her presence entirely, indifferent to their disdainful gazes. Yun Zhao was accustomed to such looks, which she regularly observed on her spiritual entity. Ordinary people could not perceive the spiritual form. At this moment, the little green bird was indeed casting a similarly disdainful and contemptuous glance at the salespeople. Yun Zhao wandered alone on the first floor, merely observing without buying anything. After completing a circuit, she proceeded directly to the stairs leading to the second floor. This level housed clothing and outdoor equipment stores, divided into sections for men's, women's, and children's apparel. Compared to the food prices, some clothing items were relatively affordable, with a discounted section offering prices ranging from 10 to 50 points. The women's section was expansive, and, as she ventured deeper, the decor became increasingly opulent. At the innermost shop, a mannequin displayed an exquisite gown, its long skirt trailing on the floor. Yun Zhao was uninterested in ostentatious items. After making a round, she returned to the discount area and selected 2 garments to try on. These clothes were far more attractive than her own faded attire, and the fabric felt remarkably comfortable. She chose 2 inexpensive outfits and a set of pajamas, then headed to the children's section to purchase 2 new outfits for Ping Ping and then, ensuring not to show favoritism. For Hexiang's sister and her uncle's children, she decided to select 1 item for each. She chose the cheapest options, yet still spent over 100 points. Calculating the total, Yun Zhao approached a female cashier and stated, "I am not very adept at online payments. Could you please guide me on how to check out?" The cashier, engrossed in a conversation with a colleague, impatiently gestured towards the computer beside her, failing to provide any instructions. The other attendants, observing her shabby appearance, assumed she was from the outskirts and dismissed her due to her selection of the cheapest discounted items. Unfazed by their negligence, Yun Zhao calmly remarked, "Is it standard for service personnel at the base to look down on others like this?" In the upscale shopping centers of the inner city, the products were exquisite, yet the prices were steep. Dressed modestly, she was subject to their disdain, which was understandable. While she had not minded their indifference on the first floor, having now made a purchase, it was unreasonable to spend points and still be met with such contempt. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the cashiers, she continued, "If I wish to file a complaint, who should I approach?" The surrounding salespeople erupted into derisive laughter. The cashier, realizing her mistake, rolled her eyes and retorted, "Feel free to complain, country bumpkin." Her father was an A-grade sentinel, and her mother worked in the logistics department of the base, having used connections to secure her position as a cashier. She had no fear of complaints. The little green bird immediately flared up, exclaiming, "Filthy trash! Who are you insulting?" Instantly, numerous greenish-blue glimmers appeared and darted towards the cashier. Just then, Bayou, who had exited the gown shop, witnessed the scene. The greenish-blue glimmers transformed into flickers, aimed at the cashier, but before they could make contact, Yun Zhao raised her hand to halt them, causing the glimmers to dissipate swiftly. Ordinary individuals could not withstand her spiritual threads. The offense was not grave enough to warrant death. A complaint would suffice. The cashier remained unaware of her narrow escape and was about to utter another insult when she noticed an approaching figure and quickly donned a smile. By Xiangdao, have you chosen your gown? The girl referred to as by Xiangdao appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a fair complexion, sparkling eyes, and adorned in an elegant knee-length white dress. Bayou did not acknowledge the cashier and instead curiously regarded Yun Zhao, kindly advising, if the service personnel's attitude is poor, you can directly report them to the base's Commercial Management Bureau. Their highest authority is Minister Xiao from the Logistics Department. Bayou's father was none other than Minister by MO of the Special Abilities Department. She had recently evolved into an A-grade guide. The later, a guide awakens. The higher their level, Bayou frequently visited the shopping center, and before becoming a guide, the sales attendants had always treated her with warmth and respect due to her father's influence. This was her first encounter witnessing the salespeople's condescension. Unfortunately, the salespeople had misjudged this time. Bayou discreetly observed the little green bird, which was the size of a palm and bore a cold gaze, looking at the salespeople as if they were corpses. The base had detected the presence of an S-grade guide, and through eavesdropping on her father's phone conversations, she had gathered that it was likely the person before her. Chapter 22. By Xiangdao, thank you for the information. Yun Zhao expressed her gratitude. The equipment had been adjusted by the logistics personnel, and the contact numbers of the base leaders were stored within. She was still unfamiliar with using the communication watch and spent quite some time locating Minister Xiao's number before dialing it. Once connected, she apologized for the disturbance over a trivial matter and briefly explained her situation. Minister Xiao's tone turned solemn upon hearing her account. It is a lapse in our duties that has caused you discomfort. The logistics department will send someone to address this promptly, and you will receive a response shortly. Only then did the cashier realize something was amiss, her face turning pale. Yun Zhao, now uninterested in her, hung up the phone and, with her clothes in hand, stated, I am unsure how to make my payment. When we be trained adequately, you can come to me for checkout. Bayou hurriedly followed her, noticing she was not going downstairs but instead climbing the stairs to the third floor. She kindly suggested, there is an elevator nearby. Yun Zhao replied, no need. It's just a few steps. Bayou remarked, the third floor is a furniture store. There's not much to see. Yun Zhao quietly responded, I happen to need furniture and wish to see if there are any bird perches available. Bayou, noticing the little green bird perched above her, volunteered. Let me help you choose. With Bayou accompanying her, Yun Zhao did not encounter any further issues like those on the first floor. The sales attendants greeted her warmly, inquiring about her needs. Bayou chimed in with random suggestions, pointing to a European-style large bed in the center. This princess bed is lovely. It's exceptionally comfortable and perfect for you. The little green bird was highly intrigued, hopping around on the bed. Upon checking the price, Yun Zhao saw it was 800 points and turned away without a second thought. The blanket is also nice. It could be laid in the study. Surely, a wardrobe is a must, right? There are fully customized options over there. The young lady, oblivious to the struggles of the common folk, was selecting the most expensive furniture. Yun Zhao, feeling helpless, replied, I do not have that many points. Bayou dismissed her concerns. You may not have them now, but you will in the future. You can acquire it on credit. I doubt they would refuse. The attendant nearby smiled and affirmed that is possible, although they were unaware of Yun Zhao's identity. Having Bai Xiangdao vouch for her made it less of a concern. Yun Zhao shook her head, insisting, no, I only wish to buy a desk and a wardrobe. I will gradually add the remaining items later. The base had schools, and she intended to send the children there for education. If the children did not awaken abilities in the future, they could remain at the base as researchers or public servants, avoiding dangerous ventures while enjoying stable incomes, perhaps even surpassing sentinels. She needed to care for the children on behalf of her uncles. Ultimately, Yun Zhao selected an affordable desk and then purchased the wardrobe with minor flaws that the attendant had mentioned. It was brand new, merely missing a bit of paint, which did not affect its functionality, and the price was significantly lower. Upon seeing this, Baiyu eagerly chose a matching chair for the desk and insisted, "I will cover the cost of this chair. Do not refuse." Consider it a gesture of friendship. Without waiting for Yun Zhao to respond, she proceeded. Baiyu turned around, pointing at the sky-blue carpet, and spoke to the salesperson with an air of certainty, stating that it was her first shopping trip and she did not require a discount, suggesting the carpet be treated as a gift. The salesperson forced a smile. Miss Bai was indeed audacious, for this carpet was more expensive than both the wardrobe and the desk combined. "I did not purchase much, hence no need for a gift." Yun Zhao did not press the salesperson further and instead inquired, "Do you have any bird stand for sale?" The salesperson quickly replied, "No, but we do accept custom orders. You can provide a sketch or specify your requirements." At this, Yun Zhao felt a weight lift from her heart. She would not have to craft it herself, and the little bluebird would surely be pleased. She conveyed her specifications to the salesperson, ordering a suspended bird stand and a 3-tiered climbing perch shaped like a tree hollow, complete with a birdhouse atop. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yun Zhao instructed, "Please use better quality materials." The proud little bluebird, rarely delighted, flapped its wings and leapt into her embrace. Baiyu observed this scene with intrigue. Typically, spiritual entities reside in the spiritual realm, as their manifestation consumes the mental energy of the guide. The S-Class guide's spiritual entity seemed to differ, possessing an extraordinary fondness for being outdoors. Baiyu pondered whether she should also furnish her spiritual entity with some furniture, perhaps even a miniature villa for it to play in. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao, with the assistance of the salesperson, completed her transaction, leaving her address for delivery later. Having finished shopping, she decided to explore the outer district. The two exited the shopping center together. "Thank you for today. I shall treat you to a meal next time." Yun Zhao expressed her gratitude to Baiyu. The latter was evidently also a guide, and the first one Yun Zhao had encountered. Setting aside their identities, Yun Zhao had numerous questions about guides and wished to cultivate a friendship with Baiyu. However, she was presently preoccupied. Before reporting to the combat department, she needed to organize her affairs. "Very well, you attend to your matters first, and I shall visit you next time," Baiyu replied regretfully as they bid farewell. The two exchanged contact information and parted ways at the entrance of the shopping center. Yun Zhao boarded a bus back to the outer district, visiting the trading center and the agricultural market, among other places. Compared to the desolate inner district, the outer area was bustling with activity. Most of the individuals donned worn clothing, their skin tanned from the sun. Some had just returned from selling goods, their bodies dusty and covered in grime. In the agricultural market, Yun Zhao weaved through the throngs of people, the air thick with a medley of aromas. Stalls were positioned closely together, with vendors vociferously calling out to attract customers. Food, spices, wild ingredients, and various sundries were available for sale. It was clear that prices here were considerably lower. The outer district was evidently the realm of ordinary people. Here, search teams, organized spontaneously by the populace, sold meat from mutated animals for 30 points per pound. Unlike the processed and marinated meat from the shopping center, this required one to prepare it at home. Additionally, wild vegetables were plentiful, with many edible mutated plants available at the remarkably low price of 3 points a bunch. The residents of the outer district predominantly purchased their groceries here, indicating a significant demand. However, eggs, milk, and fruits were conspicuously absent from the market. As for grains, the nearby agricultural lands belonged to the Agricultural Research Institute, which set uniform prices for sale. Prices varied, with the cheapest at 5 points per pound, while higher quality rice was priced between 10 and 20 points. After surveying the market, Yun Zhao gained a general understanding of the pricing within the base and inquired with a nearby shop owner about wages for hiring. The owner, seeing her delicate stature, assumed she was seeking employment and promptly declined, advising her to inquire elsewhere. "I am merely asking about wages, not applying for a job," Yun Zhao clarified. The owner then stated 400 points per month, Those assisting at the neighboring stall earned 300 points. That stall was rented by a squad of soldier search teams. Not all soldiers were accepted into the base, and many lower-tier soldiers formed their own search teams to hunt and gather supplies, selling their finds here. Since they could not remain at the stall, they hired someone to assist. Yun Zhao, calculating her options, thanked the owner and departed. It appeared that ordinary individuals could sustain themselves on 300 to 400 points if they refrained from consuming luxury items like meat, highlighting the significant wealth disparity within the Shuguang base. Yun Zhao then proceeded to the vicinity of the school to inquire about enrollment procedures and tuition fees. The base's school, located in the outer district, charged a modest fee of 300 points per semester, which included the cost of books. Furthermore, the school provided lunch, with the base placing considerable emphasis on education, offering subsidies such that lunch only cost 100 points per semester. This meant that each child required a total of 400 points per semester. The school had only recently commenced its term, and the receptionist indicated that children could still be enrolled if the necessary identification and residency certificates were provided. In Qingshan Town, the former mayor, who could read, occasionally took the initiative to teach the children literacy. When Yun Zhao arrived in the town, she could already recognize some characters, as if it were an innate ability. As she read more books, her recognition expanded. Yun Zhao pondered the tuition fees. The base had granted her 5,000 points for settling in. Her uncles had 5 children in total, with some having younger siblings. For instance, Xiang's sister was only 10 years old and would surely need to be sent to school. She wondered whether Xiang was interested in studying and resolved to ask him later. After calculating, she realized that accommodating 7 or 8 children would likely cost around 3,000 points per semester, a burden she could manage. As for the other children in the town, Yun Zhao planned to consult their families and offer a portion of the grains grown on the 2 plots of land as a separate scholarship fund, providing some assistance to the town. She could not bear the entire responsibility for everyone. Ultimately, their future depended on their own efforts. Chapter 23. A visit to apologize. After familiarizing herself with the basic prices, Yun Zhao returned to her apartment complex. The residences near the agricultural market were noticeably more dilapidated compared to those in Dongsan Street, where residents dressed neatly and many held stable jobs. Yun Zhao gathered a general understanding of the housing prices and rents within the base. The cheapest accommodations in the outer district were in shanty towns. In addition to temporary housing, many outsiders resided there long-term, with monthly rents as low as 30 points. There was no electricity, and water was available only for limited hours, reflecting poor conditions. Conversely, the most expensive rentals were found in the Eastern District, where several streets had been completed in recent years, representing some of the few high-rise buildings in the outer district, qualifying as the affluent area. Yun Zhao returned home carrying several bags of new clothing. Aunt Zhao had not yet returned, but she had left a meal on the table. He Ping, particularly considerate, noticed Yun Zhao's return and, following her mother's instructions, warmed the food before sending her younger sister to knock on the door. High-rise buildings prohibited the use of firewood for cooking. Thus, cooking was conducted using honeycomb coal. The kitchen was situated on a balcony encased in iron bars, separated by a half-height wall, creating a semi-open environment. In the 200 years since, current technology could not compare to that of the past. The base lacked the professionals and equipment necessary for natural gas, as described in the literature of the old era. Maintaining basic electricity and water supply was the maximum effort the base could manage. Yun Zhao assisted in serving the meal and said to He Ping, "Next time, if mother isn't here, just let me know, and I will warm the food." The child was too young. In such a densely populated area, should anything go awry, a fire could easily break out. He Ping replied honestly. Mother said Yun Zhao's sister cannot enter the kitchen. Yun Zhao recalled that during Zhao Yin's confinement period, she had once accidentally set the kitchen ablaze at the age of 12 or 13. After her uncles had passed, she had been anxious to contribute and assist, but her efforts often resulted in more trouble than help, as if she were inherently clumsy. Perhaps in Zhao Yin's eyes, the likelihood of 6-year-old He Ping burning down the kitchen was lower than her own. Yun Zhao fell silent and focused on her meal. In the afternoon, the furniture delivery personnel arrived, accompanied by an official from the Business Management Bureau. The shopping center manager and the female cashier who had insulted her were present. The manager arrived with a gift, his face adorned with a sincere smile of apology. "Miss Yun, I sincerely apologize for the severe mismanagement on our part that caused you distress. We have taken serious measures against the employee involved." They were unaware of Yun Zhao's true identity. However, Minister Xiao had personally called to hold them accountable, which reportedly even alarmed Director Shun, leaving the manager and the heads of the Commercial Management Bureau in a cold sweat. The female cashier, her face flushed with embarrassment, lowered her gaze and trembled as she spoke. "Miss Yun, I am truly sorry. I hope you can grant me an opportunity to reform. I promise to treat every customer equally and provide the best service." Yun Zhao gently pressed her lips together and slowly replied to the manager. "She is merely a representation, unfortunate enough to be caught in the crossfire. We will enhance employee training to prevent such incidents from recurring." The manager quickly expressed his sincere commitment. The leaders of the Management Bureau nodded repeatedly, assuring her that they would strengthen supervision to ensure similar events would not happen again. "We hope you do not lose faith in the commercial services of the base due to this incident." "I hope so," Yin Zhao candidly responded. The manager hastily added, "Rest assured, we will uphold our promises. As for the clothing you purchased, the employee will bear the cost. You need not decline. Consider it a lesson for them." Yin Zhao did not refuse. It was not merely about the 120 points. Rather, those salespeople who judged others based on appearances indeed needed reprimanding. Apologies may have stemmed from pressure above, but the points were hers. The female cashier, filled with shame, did not dare to lift her head. The manager continued, "Furthermore, we have imposed a penalty. The employee will have 1 month as salary deducted, while other staff will have half a month as salary deducted. And they are required to participate in evaluations and retraining before returning to work." He cautiously inquired, "How do you find this resolution?" "Quite satisfactory." Yin Zhao nodded slightly. The matter was neither too grave nor trivial. The base had demonstrated a responsible attitude by personally apologizing. She was not one to make a mountain out of a molehill. This incident could be considered settled. The manager breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged some pleasantries before finally presenting the gift. "This is a small token of our apology." The bag was quite sizable, not at all insignificant. The three placed the items on the table before bidding farewell. During their conversation, the wardrobe and desk had been installed, and the workers stepped out to invite Yun Zhao to inspect them. Yun Zhao did not accompany them, but turned to check the bedroom. The wardrobe and desk she had chosen were both in natural wood tones, harmonizing well with the wooden bed. The only somewhat jarring element was the pink chair, complete with a pink cushion, a gift from Baiyu. She resolved to invite her for a meal next time and to select a suitable gift in return. Sitting at the desk, the once empty room now featured a desk and wardrobe in the bedroom. The absence of cooking left the space devoid of any warmth, lending it a particularly desolate air. She recalled there were still 2 bird cages to acquire. Yun Zhao thought that as she gradually furnished the place, it would increasingly resemble a home. She opened the gift bag to find a petite desk lamp and a box of exquisite egg cakes. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon when her communication device notified her of the deduction of points, totaling 56 points for 2 transactions. Before long, Zhao Yin returned, having indeed purchased only meat and 2 bunches of wild vegetables. Earning points is no easy task. Prices in the base are exorbitant. Zhao Yin had lived in Qingshan town all her life and had never interacted with outsiders. In the morning, she had prepared the meal and instructed her 2 children to look after the house before venturing out with a heart full of trepidation. Although Yun Zhao had taught her how to take the bus, Zhao Yin, reluctant to spend money, walked to the inner city. She stood outside the shopping center for a long time, observing the well-dressed individuals coming and going, hesitating to enter. Finally, she retraced her steps, finding another aunt in town to ask for directions to the farmer's market. Unable to find milk, she stumbled upon a butcher and nearly fainted when she inquired about the prices. "All the points Zhao Zhao earned are spent on food. How can I afford anything?" Zhao Yin hesitated to buy anything, remembering Yun Zhao's desire for meat. She followed others' advice and stubbornly waited until the butcher closed shop. She then joined others in bargaining, spending 50 points for 2.5 pounds of meat. Yun Zhao comforted her saying, "It's all right. I will go by it tomorrow. I should have considered this. I thought everyone could adapt quickly like I did." The mutated creatures are exceedingly fierce and not encountered at all times. The hunting teams risk their lives to hunt, hence the high prices. It was entirely reasonable for Zhao Yin to be reluctant to spend. Yet, Yin Zhao hoped she could adapt sooner and added, "I have decided to send Ping Ping and into school. Aunt, you need to visit the service hall tomorrow to obtain the resident certificate and points card. You should venture out more. Eventually, you will acclimate to life in the base." Zhao Yin was startled at the news. Will the tuition be very expensive? Not at all. Yin Zhao emphasized, "I am quite affluent now." Zhao Yin hesitated, her lips moving, but no words came forth. When her husband had brought Yin Zhao back to the town, they had lived in their home. Zhao Yin had watched Yin Zhao grow up, caring for her more than anyone among the 8 families. However, they were not truly close. After the search team incident, Yin Zhao had refrained from speaking to them for a long time. At that time, Zhao Yin was pregnant, and Yin Zhao would actively help with chores, tending to the fields, washing clothes, and cleaning. Yet, once free, she would sit atop the tall walls of the town for hours, sometimes an entire day, refusing to come down even for meals. Only He Xiang followed her closely during that time. Later, as she awakened and became a guide, she gradually spoke more, but the sentinels in the town grew somewhat fearful of her, or rather, of her mental presence. Yin Zhao's demeanor was inscrutable. They knew she was deeply loyal and regarded the families of the search team as her own responsibility. Nothing could be said to change her mind. Zhao Yin understood refusal was futile, nodding in agreement. "All right, I will go to the service hall first thing tomorrow. I will go prepare dinner now." Watching her busily enter the kitchen, Yin Zhao returned to her room, retrieved another box of eggs, and set aside 4 eggs, dividing them into 7 portions. She took out the new clothes she had prepared for the children and distributed the purchased meat and the box of egg cakes. Then, she took Ping Ping and to deliver them to the other 7 families. Yin Zhao mentioned her plans to send the children to school, urging them to promptly visit the service hall to obtain their resident certificates. Reactions varied among the families. He Xiang shook his head vigorously upon hearing that Yin Zhao intended to send him to school, exclaiming, "I'm already this old. I won't go. I am now the pillar of the family and must find ways to earn points. As long as my sister can study, that is enough." The elderly town mayor, having surpassed 70, hunching slightly, wore an old-fashioned coarse cloth shirt. Reflecting on his deceased son and thinking of his grandson now having the opportunity to study, he felt tears welling in his eyes as he turned away from Yin Zhao to wipe them away. Among the other families, some expressed their gratitude with joy, while others, reminded of lost loved ones, wept openly. After placing the items down, Yin Zhao quietly left with the 2 children. Chapter 24. The untested contaminated zone. In the 2 days since moving in, every household was bustling, eager to comprehend the base's prices and to visit the service hall for their resident certificates and points cards. The sentinels from the town convened a meeting after inspecting the base, unanimously deciding to establish their own search team to venture out for resources and hunt mutated creatures. The nearby area was rich in resources. Even if they could not hunt mutated animals, digging for wild vegetables or collecting coal and other living supplies could still yield points. Currently, the coal they were using was provided free of charge by the base, albeit in limited quantity, sufficient for roughly half a month. Coal was a necessity. Even if they did not sell it, every household needed to stockpile some for use. Hunting mutated creatures was perilously dangerous due to their aggressive nature, requiring a stroke of luck to succeed. Cheng Dongshu found himself in a state of indecision. He is a B-grade sentinel. On his very first day upon moving in, the Special Abilities Department sent someone to approach him, informing him of the opportunity to join the base's patrol team. His primary responsibilities would entail monitoring the safety of the base and maintaining public order, with occasional assignments to eliminate aberrant species in the vicinity. He would receive a meager salary of 800 points per month, while A-grade sentinels earned 1,500, nearly double that amount. Furthermore, they were assigned additional tasks by the base, which came with substantial rewards. For instance, the sentry posts outside were manned exclusively by A-grade sentinel teams, rotating every 2 months. During their deployment, A-grade sentinels received extra stipends, and with task bonuses, it was not uncommon for them to earn several thousand points in a single month. Only when a sentinel reached B-grade could they awaken their spiritual entity. Sentinels below B-grade were of no interest to the major bases, making Chung Dongshu the only sentinel in town to receive a recruitment notice. After all, it was a stable job, which piqued Chung Dongshu's interest. However, his younger brother had joined the town's self-established search team. Hunting mutated animals posed significant dangers, and Chung Dongshu felt uneasy as the other sentinels in town were all of lower grades. "Brother, it's fine. You should join the patrol team," his younger brother, Chung Dongqing, urged. "In case we return empty-handed, at least you'll have a fixed salary, so I won't starve. Besides, don't you have 4 days off each month? When you're on leave, you can come with us and earn some extra points." After hearing his brother's words, Chung Dongshu pondered for a moment before decisively resolving to report to the Special Abilities Department the next day. Once he became familiar with the base sentinels, it would facilitate future dealings for the townsfolk, having someone at the base. Meanwhile, ordinary townspeople with some strength were also attempting to find work at the base, but they faced numerous obstacles. Even jobs like street cleaning were highly competitive, with positions filled quickly, leaving no vacancies. Women considered foraging for wild grasses to weave grass shoes and hats for sale at the base. Resources in Qingshan town were scarce. Most of them wore shoes they made themselves, as many possessed weaving skills. Thus, the search team in town received their first task, to assist in gathering wild grasses, with the proceeds from sales shared among them. However, there was a significant issue. The management at Shuguang Base was stringent. Items could only be sold at designated stalls. They had inquired and learned that the rent for a stall was 200 points per month, and for a better location, 300 points. Most importantly, only stalls had card-swiping devices. Currently, they were all broke. They couldn't afford to rent a stall, let alone take a bus. Helpless, Xiang had to muster his courage to seek out Yin Zhao. "Sister Yin Zhao, could you lend us 200 points? He explained the situation. The townspeople could share a stall. Anyone wishing to sell could display their goods there, and when they earned money, they would repay her immediately. Hearing this, Yin Zhao produced a card from the Dawn base and transferred 300 points onto it. She handed the card to Xiang, saying, "This card is valid across the 4 major bases. You can use it for now, but it would be best to go to the administrative hall and get 2 cards for Shuguang base. The extra 100 is for emergencies." Xiang replied, "Okay." After Xiang left, Yin Zhao calculated her points. She had spent 150 points on furniture, part of which was a deposit for a birdcage. With 4,500 points remaining, she transferred 1,000 to Aunt Zhao for recent living expenses. Additionally, she needed to pay 2,008 points for enrolling 7 children in school. Suddenly, only 700 points remained in her card, making it impossible to afford meat for every meal. She needed to earn points quickly. As a guide, she could consult at the guidance office during her free time, but she was unsure if she could receive 2 salaries. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Zhao dialed Minister Duan's number, informing him that after sending the children to school the next day, she would promptly report to the operations department. Minister Duan replied, "All right, I will wait for you at the operations department tomorrow." After hanging up, Minister Duan turned to the individuals seated in her office, sternly warning them, "When you meet her tomorrow, be humble." "Understood," she replied, glaring at them before addressing Xietu, "Especially you, as the captain. You must take good care of the new team member and help her acclimate to the operations department." Xietu responded naturally, "Yes." The 4 team members were discussing plans to hold a welcome ceremony for the new teammate the following day. They had only seen her briefly before, and the slender figure had appeared particularly fragile, as if a gust of wind could topple her. "Captain, how about we have barbecue tomorrow?" Tao Haohai inquired. Xietu shot him a glance, reminding him that they had just had barbecue a few days prior. Duan Shi quickly interjected, "That can't be the same. Tomorrow we must properly welcome the new team member. This time, we must have the captain splurge to recover that 500 points lost in the bet." Onzième Tu, uninterested in further discussion, simply tossed his points card to them, saying, "Now, get lost." "All right." The group cheerfully took Xietu's points card and swiftly retreated with Song Liang. Minister Duan watched Duan Shi's departing figure with an expression of exasperation. Yushun Ti always indulged them. Xie raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you say that in front of them? The sentinels in the operations department lived perilously, constantly facing unpredictable dangers. No one knew when they might sacrifice themselves in a polluted area, including Xie himself. Minister Duan did not wish to continue on this topic and instead said, "Tomorrow you and Yun Zhao will undergo a compatibility test." Xie's gaze flickered momentarily. There was no reason to refuse, so he simply agreed. "All right." He then asked, "We've been resting for several days. When will the next mission be assigned?" Minister Duan lifted a cup of water from her desk, replying, "The mission has been postponed for a few days. The guide needs time to adapt. Additionally, Team Jiangmu from the Dawn base has yet to return. 11e to Izitated. Polluted Area 88? Yes, Minister Duan confirmed. The mission priority is orange, with no rating. A polluted area without a danger level assessment signifies the unknown. Chapter 25. Welcoming the new teammate the next day, the children woke early, donning the new clothes bought by Sister Yun Zhao. Accompanied by their parents, they gathered at the community's first floor, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. Yun Zhao, ready and dressed in a light green casual outfit, took the hands of He Pingping and He Anan as they set out. The school was located on West 2nd Street, outside the base, quite a distance from East 3rd Street, requiring approximately 40 minutes on foot. However, Yun Zhao did not intend for the children to take the bus. In a post-apocalyptic world, physical fitness was crucial, as unexpected incidents could occur at any moment, and walking served as a means of exercise. She had already learned that the base was quite safe, with patrol teams present everywhere. The children could safely walk to and from school in groups. Together with Aunt Zhao, Yun Zhao accompanied the children to the school entrance, as she was in a hurry to report to the operations department. After paying the fees at the finance office and giving a few reminders to several families, she departed first. Yun Zhao took the bus to the inner city and then walked a short distance to the operations department building. It was her third visit. It felt different from the previous two. As she approached, she noticed at the entrance 4 sentinels clad in black combat uniforms, 3 men and 1 woman, standing in a row, clapping their hands childishly and enthusiastically chanting, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Not only was Yun Zhao taken aback, but even the guards on duty nearby wore expressions of incredulity. The little bluebird, however, seemed fascinated and tilted its head to observe them, surprisingly refraining from cursing. The chant of "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome" gradually faded. The guide before them stood calmly, her expression devoid of emotion, creating an awkward atmosphere that was impossible to sustain. Song Liang, feeling compelled to join the trio, was the first to lower his hands and awkwardly greet, "Hello, Guide Yun. I'm Song Liang from Team 0. These are my companions, Tuzi, Duan Shi, and Tao Hao Hai." Song Liang introduced them one by one. Yun Zhao recognized that they would be her future teammates. However, she found it difficult to reciprocate by clapping along. In this moment, as she noticed the people returning to their usual selves, she softly replied, "Hello everyone, I am Yun Zhao." The rabbit curiously stared at the small blue bird, realizing that Xingluan had such a form, and it surprisingly possessed 2 distinct appearances. "Why didn't the captain's fire phoenix have that?" "Yun Xiangdao, may I touch it?" the rabbit inquired. Upon noticing that they had ceased their applause, the small blue bird immediately reverted to its former haughty demeanor, displaying an expression that dared them to try and touch it. Yun Zhao gently declined, saying, "It does not appreciate being touched." The rabbit, unfazed, asked, "What is its name?" "Xiao Qingniao," replied Yun Zhao. "Such a casual name?" the rabbit questioned. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Zhao added, "It has another name." "What is it?" Tao Hao Hao chimed in. "Da Qingniao, Yun Zhao clarified." She emphasized, "This is to facilitate differentiation." Song Liang gazed skyward in speechless disbelief. Very well. They had managed to leave the new team member momentarily speechless, and she would promptly retaliate twice. Was it intentional? Minister Duan and the captain were currently in a meeting upstairs, and Song Liang said, "Yin Xiangdao, let's take you inside first." Thankfully, there was still a normal person among the teammates. Leading the way, Song Liang guided them into the elevator. In a few casual exchanges, they closed the distance between them. The rabbit was already warmly inviting her. To welcome the new team member, the captain had prepared a barbecue party for the evening, and after the meeting, they would all go together. The rabbit was particularly delighted to see other girls joining the team. Although the guide seemed delicate, it mattered not, with the captain present. She would undoubtedly be protected. Without waiting for Yun Zhao to respond, the rabbit shifted topics, asking, Yin Xiangdao, how old are you? With the arrival of a new teammate, if she happened to be younger than her, she would no longer hold the title of the youngest in the team. Yun Zhao opted for honesty, stating, I am approximately 19 years old. When her uncles found her, she had no prior memories and could not recall her age. They designated the day they discovered her as her birthday. As for her age, she could only estimate based on her appearance. Approximately? The group was taken aback. Coincidentally, at that moment, the elevator doors opened. Outside the elevator, Minister Bai of the Special Abilities Department had just exited another elevator and, upon hearing the voices, turned around, spotting Yin Zhao among them. Minister Bai waved, saying, You arrived just in time. Come with me. It seemed that Team Jiangmu had encountered trouble. The 4 major bases convened an urgent online meeting, and Minister Duan could not leave, so he called for Minister Bai to come over. All guides within the base fell under the jurisdiction of the Special Abilities Department. Previously, the Combat Department had no guides, and when it came to testing the abilities of S-level guides, only Minister Bai had intervened. However, she was indeed an S-level guide. There were strict classifications regarding guide levels. Guides differed from Sentinels, as there had only been 3 levels previously, the highest being A level and the lowest C level. The testing process typically consisted of 2 steps. First, a test of mental strength was conducted, followed by an assessment of the level by senior guide within their mental realm. The so-called mental realm is a world constructed in the minds of Sentinels and guides, serving as a space for the spirits to exist. Each person's mental world is unique. The more powerful the guide and Sentinel, the broader their mental realm. When Yun Zhao arrived at the base, she only underwent the mental strength test, missing 1 step. For only S-level spirits are said to possess legendary forms. It was evident that she was an S-level guide. Furthermore, her spirit was excessively powerful, surpassing A-level guides by a significant margin. Coupled with the aggressive demeanor of Qing Wan, it was likely that no one could step into her mental realm. Minister Bai was hesitant to make a rash attempt, intending to explore her abilities through other means. Yun Zhao did not inquire further and simply nodded. I apologize for the trouble, Minister Bai. She turned back to greet her newly acquainted teammates before following Minister Bai into another elevator. The 4 exchanged glances, watching helplessly as their new teammate was escorted away by Minister Bai. The elevator space was confined. Apart from Minister Bai and Yun Zhao, there was also a subordinate from the Special Abilities Department accompanying them. Minister Bai casually asked, How much do you know about the abilities of guides? Yun Zhao shook her head, not much. She had never interacted with other guides and was unaware of how she differed from them. Minister Bai understood that she had grown up in a small town, isolated from outsiders, and thus found her response unsurprising. Let me slowly introduce you, Minister Bai continued. The abilities of guides primarily manifest in their formidable mental strength. One of the most fundamental abilities is emotional resonance, which allows them to perceive the emotions of others and influence and soothe their emotional states through mental power, particularly that of Sentinels. Yin Zhao thought of how her mental threads could capture emotions. So this ability was called emotional resonance. Next was mental guidance, wherein guides could enter a Sentinel's mental realm to glimpse their inner world and utilize their abilities to cleanse the dark matter that invaded the realm. Yun Zhao paused. Cleanse? Isn't it supposed to be purification? As for the dark matter that was cleansed, it was exceedingly difficult to handle, typically collected in specially designed containers. Apart from some retained for research at the Institute, excess dark matter was transported outside in batches to avoid polluting the base. Minister Bai sighed, this is unavoidable. Currently, we cannot process these mysterious substances. Yun Zhao pursed her lips, refraining from responding. Her mental threads could devour dark matter. In the town, where only low-level Sentinels resided, the small blue bird was rather perfunctory when guiding, simply flapping its wings to disperse the dark matter. She had assumed it was a normal operation. Chapter 26, Dawn Zero Team. Accepting the mission, the elevator soon reached the first floor. Minister Bai, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, exited the elevator first and headed toward the Special Abilities Department building. Thirdly, there is the mental barrier, a protective mental wall used by sentinels and guides to shield their minds and senses from external stimuli. Minister Bai spoke as they walked. Typically, guides are more adept at establishing barriers than sentinels. They can freely open and close their sensory gates, while sentinels must rely on the assistance of guides. A powerful guide can selectively weaken or isolate the external stimuli affecting a sentinel's perception, thus providing protection. This is why A-level sentinels can live normally within the base. However, it is ineffective for S-level sentinels. The gap in levels is quite significant. The base's guides cannot assist Xie in establishing a barrier. For his mental stability, the base could only use special soundproof materials to construct a training ground and a residence for him on a hillside outside the base. Yun Zhao suddenly queried, "Can a mental barrier be established outside, like a barrier?" Minister Bai looked quite surprised at this. Of course not. The foundation of a mental barrier relies on a person's mental strength. It's akin to building a house. One must first have a solid foundation, and a person's mental strength is that foundation. Yun Zhao began to realize that she might be different from other guides. She wouldn't have posed such a question without reason. Minister Bai seemed to sense something and cautiously inquired, "Can your mental barrier be established outside?" Yun Zhao remained silent for a moment before responding, "It is a simple matter. Release the mental threads, and they will naturally construct the barrier according to my thoughts." Minister Bai gasped, "Simple? Mental threads? Can her mental strength already condense into a physical form? How immensely powerful must her mental strength be?" A tumultuous wave surged within Minister Bai, prompting her to quicken her pace as she strode forward while dialing a number, instructing an A-level guide who was not on duty to come immediately. Yun Zhao let out a soft sigh, doing her best to keep up. The building of the Special Abilities Department was somewhat distant, located in opposite directions from the Combat Department. When Yun Zhao followed Minister Bai to the pure white building, 3 individuals stood outside the entrance, seemingly waiting for them. 2 women and 1 man, and notably, Bai Yu was among them. She cheekily made a face at Yun Zhao as a form of greeting. Yun Zhao smiled back at her. Besides Bai Yu, the other 2, not on duty today, were dressed in casual attire and nodded amicably at Yun Zhao. "Allow me to introduce. These 3 are A-level guides within the base." Minister Bai introduced in order. "This is Fang Qingye," pointing to the male guide. "Duan Lan," the female guide, with long hair cascading gently over her shoulders and a demeanor that exudes warmth, paused momentarily while introducing her daughter, Bai Yuru. Minister Bai was unaware that the 2 were already acquainted. He mistakenly believed that his daughter had just made a face at him, and he shot her a disapproving glance. "You have likely heard the whispers. This is the Yun Xiangdao." Bai Yuru, with a mischievous glint in her eye, feigned ignorance and approached her colleague to exchange pleasantries. Yun Zhao chose not to expose the ruse and played along. Perhaps this is simply the manner in which the father and daughter interact. Guides, limited by their mental energy, do not engage in overly strenuous work daily. Bai Yuru, for instance, was on duty in the guiding room today. After assisting 2 A-level sentinels with their mental realms in the morning, she found her mental energy depleted and required rest before she could continue. The guiding room housed several guides simultaneously, and when personnel were insufficient, substitutes would step in to ensure the sentinel's needs were met without delay. Yun Zhao was quite curious about the operational procedures of the guiding room, but there was no time for inquiries as Minister Bai was already leading them upstairs. They entered a stark, empty room painted in pure white. "We may need to observe your mental threads," Minister Bai remarked, pausing before asking, "Additionally, are you capable of establishing a mental barrier to allow the 3 guides to attempt an emotional resonance attack?" Emotional resonance can serve as a means of attack, launching a sudden and powerful assault on the target's mental realm, akin to a mental explosion. It could induce immediate and excruciating headaches, mental disarray, or even temporary incapacitation. Minister Bai was eager to discover whether the simultaneous efforts of 3 A-level guides would affect her. "Rest assured, this is merely an attempt to breach your mental barrier. It will be controlled and cause no harm," he assured her. Yun Zhao, intrigued by the mental capabilities of the other guides, pondered for a moment before consenting. During Yun Zhao's ability assessment, an online meeting convened by the four major bases continued. The reinforcement troops dispatched from Dawn Base had been stationed outside the 88th contaminated zone for over a month. The leader of Dawn Base wore an exceptionally grave expression, revealing that the 88th contaminated zone had suddenly begun to expand, leading them to suspect that Jiangmu might be in trouble. This suspicion was not unfounded. It was believed that an S-level sentinel had existed during the early years of the Dark Age. The eggs and plant seeds were brought back from the contaminated zone by that sentinel. 6 years ago, the sentinel perished within the contaminated zone, and the entire team was lost. Prior to the incident, the zone had exhibited instability and experienced a large-scale expansion, mirroring the situation from the previous night. Before the operational departments of each base deployed their missions, they would assess the priority and danger levels of tasks. If the priority exceeded orange, reinforcement troops would be dispatched to stand by for immediate support, as tasks rated orange or above would necessitate the extermination of the gatekeepers. The contaminated zone might collapse, and without reinforcements, the Sentinel teams would likely be surrounded by countless aberrations. The 88th contaminated zone fell within the monitoring range of Hope Base. The reinforcement troops and nearby Sentinel posts promptly reported any anomalies to their respective headquarters. Hope Base had monitored the 88th zone for 10 years, noting its internal stability. With only 3 expansions occurring over that decade, no rating had been assigned due to a lack of exploration. In contrast to the frequently expanding 4-star contaminated zones or the distinctly identifiable 5-star zones, it was considered relatively stable. Therefore, the 4 major bases initially assessed the danger level of the 88th contaminated zone to be around 3 stars. However, the implications of an S-level Sentinel encountering peril were concerning. The leader of Dawn Base stated, "The Fusey team from Morning Base is currently on a mission. We request that the Shuguang Base send the Xie2 team to enter the 88th contaminated zone for rescue." Though this was said, the attendees of the online meeting were acutely aware that the predicament of the S-level Sentinel likely stemmed from issues within the mental realm. The news of an S-level guide being detected by Shuguang Base had already reached the other 3 major bases. Perhaps only a guide could safely extricate them. In the online conference room of Shuguang Base, Base Commander Shin sat at the head of the table, with Minister Duan on his left and Xie2 on his right. Minister Duan held a cup of tea, his expression grave as he gazed at the screen, remaining silent. 6 years prior, Hope Base had lost their S-level Sentinel, and the repercussions had yet to dissipate. Should they lose another S-level Sentinel, the ramifications would extend beyond Dawn Base. The 4 major bases were now intertwined in fate. The existence of each S-level Sentinel was paramount. They not only possessed formidable combat abilities, but also served as a stabilizing force, embodying hope for the eradication of the contaminated zones. Base Commander Shun, his face contorted in concern, spoke up. "However, that S-level guide has only just arrived at the base. We do not fully understand her abilities. To send her out recklessly could lead to disaster." The Dawn Base representatives reassured him, "Fear not. We will dispatch a team of advanced sentinels to ensure her safety." "No need," Xie2 interjected. "There are too many uncertainties in the 88th contaminated zone. Having more personnel does not guarantee success." He straightened slightly, his deep-set eyes reflecting the screen's bluish glow. A zone that could ensnare the S-level Sentinel Jiangmu would be even more challenging to manage with an influx of A-level Sentinels. The guides from Shuguang Base, particularly the members of Team Zero, would ensure her safety. Upon hearing this, Minister Duan's tightly furrowed brow relaxed. She realized her narrow thinking. From the moment Yin Zhao agreed to join the operational department, she had become a soldier destined to venture beyond the base. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Minister Duan glanced at Xie2, nodding in acknowledgement. Xie2 understood the implication and calmly stated, "Shuguang Team Zero accepts the mission." Chapter 27. The first meeting, an urgent task. The meeting concluded, and as the signal on the large screen dimmed, it flickered back to life, displaying the historical monitoring data of the 88th contaminated zone provided by the assessment team. The varying shades of shadow indicated that the most profound area was still fluctuating, signifying that the expansion had yet to cease. Sietu observed for a moment before pulling out a chair and standing up. Minister, please ensure the intelligence team expedites the delivery of the materials to me. I must step out to arrange our next steps. The urgency of the task necessitates immediate departure. He raised his wrist to check the communication device, alerting Team Zero to assemble. Base Commander Shun hastily called out to him. Then let us first conduct the compatibility test. It won't take long. Jiangmu's fate hung in the balance, and Sietu could not afford to face another calamity. No need, Sietu replied without turning back. The outcome was evident. His tall figure vanished swiftly at the door. Base Commander Shun paused, turning to Minister Duan, repeating, evident outcome? What do you mean? Minister Duan, her expression inscrutable, responded. I do not know. Sietu was undoubtedly concealing something. In the Special Abilities Department, Yun Zhao emerged from the stark white room, leaving behind 4 astonished individuals. The 3 A-level guides had simultaneously attempted their strikes, yet they had not even grazed her mental barrier before being dispersed by the fluttering of a small bluebird's wings. They are quite weak. The small bluebird's contempt was all too apparent. Bai Yuru, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Her mental embodiment was a pure white kitten, now trembling and nestled at her feet. The other 2 guides were similarly affected. They could not comprehend how the seemingly gentle guide possessed a spirit so fierce that it would not allow them to approach the barrier's edge. Yun Zhao offered an apologetic glance, gently admonishing the small bluebird. One must practice humility. But I am not human, the bluebird retorted. Fair enough, Yun Zhao mused, considering that if she were not an S-level guide, the small bluebird's brazen demeanor and tendency to attract animosity would surely lead her to trouble. Minister Bai, present throughout the ordeal, displayed a mix of shock and relief. Following this, he instructed her to construct a mental barrier within the room. As the testing neared its conclusion, Minister Bai received an unexpected call from the Research Institute. Yun Zhao had initially wished to inquire further about matters related to mental guidance, but learned that the frenzied researchers were on their way, prompting her to depart without hesitation. Surrounded by a group of researchers, she feared she might be trapped until evening. Today was the day she officially joined Zero Team. Tuzi mentioned a barbecue party in the evening, and she craved the kind of meat that cost 100 points per pound. Yun Zhao's steps became light as she traversed the long corridor, turning towards the elevator. Upon entering, she looked up and saw a tall figure standing beside the elevator. The figure was tall and straight, clad in a black combat uniform that accentuated his perfect physique, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon hearing the noise, the man slightly turned his head in her direction, and unexpectedly their eyes met. His expression bore a hint of aloofness, as if there were a thin layer of frost separating him from others. Although they had never met, the oppressive presence emanating from him allowed Yun Zhao to immediately ascertain his identity. I apologize for the inconvenience that day, he said. Sietu turned his gaze towards the spirit entity perched atop her head. We receive an urgent mission. Zero Team needs to depart immediately. I came to escort you. He had already been informed of the guide's call from Minister Duan. Yet, being a new teammate and having never met her, he felt it was his responsibility as the captain to help her acclimate. Hence, he personally came to pick her up. So sudden? Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback. The unexpected news scattered her thoughts. The little blue bird sensed an unpleasant odor and a hint of danger, deliberately turning its back on him. 11e Tunoded discreetly averted his gaze and pressed the elevator button. Yes, it's an urgent mission. I will explain the details later. Yun Zhao had no time to think and could only follow him into the elevator. As the doors closed, the elevator began its ascent. In a confined space, they deliberately maintained distance, standing in opposite corners. It was very quiet, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. After all, it was their first meeting, and he was essentially her superior. Yun Zhao was unsure how to interact with him. Her mind was in disarray, the hurried mission catching her off guard. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. Ding! Sietu was the first to step out, leading the way. With his tall stature and long legs, he moved swiftly, quickly creating a distance between them. The fiery phoenix in her spiritual realm was clamoring, causing him inexplicable annoyance. Sietu suppressed his emotions, deliberately slowing his pace to wait for her. There's a special mission passage in the inner city, and your combat uniform has already been picked up by Tuzi. We will go there to retrieve it shortly. Yun Zhao nodded slightly. Could someone go to Dong Sand Street and inform the townsfolk for me? They will surely be worried if I don't return tonight. Sietu replied affirmatively, summoning a sentinel from the guard team. Yun Zhao quietly conveyed her message. The sentinel nodded and jogged away to relay the message in the outer city. After that, no one spoke. Sietu quickly brought her to the entrance of the special passage, where a black, heavy, armored vehicle was parked. All members of Zero Team were gathered in front of the vehicle, checking their weapons and equipment. When Duan, she noticed the captain arriving with a new member. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Sietu's day. The mission is urgent. Get in the vehicle. The group hurriedly boarded. Tao Haohai opened the vehicle door, revealing the interior of the armored car. The space was spacious yet compactly organized. Equipment racks lined both sides of the vehicle, filled with various weapons and tools, while various instrument panels and displays radiated a ghostly blue light. In the center were several foldable seats, and the team members quickly took their seats and buckled their safety belts. Tuzi pointed to an empty seat beside him, beckoning Yin Xiangdao, hurry up. Your combat uniform is with me. Following his instructions, Yun Zhao climbed aboard. The heavy armored vehicle had a high chassis, making her ascent somewhat laborious compared to the agile sentinels. Tuzi quickly extended a hand to assist her. Sietu stood outside the vehicle, observing her with a neutral expression. Only after she settled in did he open the front passenger door and take his seat. Duan, she was responsible for driving. After inputting the coordinates, he swiftly started the vehicle. The guard team on duty at the special passage pressed a button to open the heavy metal door, and the armored vehicle sped out. The vehicle raced along the mountain road. The mission was rushed. All members of Zero Team had received the task order on short notice and were entirely unprepared. Sitting across from Yun Zhao, Song Liang operated a computer and said, "Captain, the data from the calculation team has been sent over." Sietu succinctly replied, "Read it." Song Liang continued, "According to the data analysis from the calculation team, the pollution concentration in Area 88 exhibits a complex spatiotemporal distribution characteristic, not uniformly diffused, with dark matter showing a persistent upward trend. The current diffusion range is still ongoing, exceeding 30 kilometers, marking the highest in the historical monitoring of this area. Additionally, the mission priority level has been elevated to red, with a danger rating tentatively set at 4 stars. As Song Liang's fingers rapidly tapped the keyboard, he continued, "As for the intelligence team, they are compiling the information sent over from the Dawn base. All supplies for this mission will be provided by the Dawn base, and their reinforcement troops are still stationed in the outer area. We will be received upon arrival." Yun Zhao listened silently, feeling lost. Fortunately, she was not the only one confused. Tao Haohai interjected, "What exactly is this mission? Why is it so rushed? In the past, we have always been fully prepared for missions. This was a 4-star danger pollution zone. One misstep could spell disaster for the entire team. The timeline from receiving the mission to departure was less than an hour." Sietu, seated in the front passenger seat, relayed, "It's a temporary mission. The Dawn base suspects that Jiang Mu has encountered trouble. Zero Team will enter Area 88 to rescue the Jiang Mu team." "Captain Jiang is in trouble?" Tao Haohai exclaimed in shock. "He is an S-level sentinel, renowned alongside our own captain. A pollution zone capable of causing issues for Jiangmu is only rated 4 stars? Chapter 28. Interactions among teammates, just a suspicion, not a certainty. The specifics will only become clear once we enter, came Sietu's voice. Song Liang nodded, continuing to read the monitoring data aloud to the group. The armored vehicle thundered through the desolate terrain, racing fiercely. Yun Zhao remained silent throughout, unable to contribute to the conversation due to her unfamiliarity with the mission process and the pollution zone, merely listening to the discussions around her. Her ears were filled with professional jargon. Distracted, her gaze began to wander elsewhere. The little blue bird seemed to harbor disdain for Sietu and had retreated to the spiritual realm it disliked before boarding. The others continued to discuss the mission and scrutinize the historical data provided by the intelligence team. Duan Shi, driving, posed a question that concerned everyone most. "Captain, how many points will this mission reward?" Instantly, all voices in the vehicle fell silent. Everyone sat up straight, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they turned to Xie. Yun Zhao instinctively followed their gaze. The person in the front passenger seat was partially obscured by the seat back, and from her angle, she could only see a portion of his broad shoulder. Xie chuckled and replied, "What do you think?" "Captain, please don't keep us in suspense," Song Liang urged. "This is a rescue mission, so the Dawn base will surely offer rewards. Based on the danger level of the task, the reward points are fixed. A 4-star pollution zone standard is 10,000, 3 stars, 7,000, 2 stars, 4,000, 1 star, 2,000. For instance, the newly generated pollution zone in Area 102 poses minimal danger. The Guardian's presence is strong, and under normal circumstances, it is classified as a 1-star zone, where sentinels on duty at nearby posts can enter and eliminate it. The priority of the mission is determined by urgency. The higher the priority, the greater the reward. If the Guardian is eliminated, additional rewards await. Sentinels not registered at the 4 major bases can also claim rewards at the major base if they eliminate the pollution zone. Many small bases exist outside, and some search teams in certain areas are quite formidable. This initiative by the base is meant to encourage active participation in the cleanup and elimination of pollution zones. Hence, low-danger pollution zones often attract opportunists who sell keys to those trapped inside, scavenging resources and seeking the Guardian. Yun Zhao was momentarily stunned. Area 102 is only rated 1 star? Of course. Upon hearing her finally speak, Song Liang, seated across from her, raised his head to explain that the 102nd pollution zone posed no significant challenge, as the rules had yet to be established. Apart from the aberrant species, it was virtually devoid of danger. We are the only team from the base tackling a 4-star pollution zone. To us, that area is akin to a child's playground. Within an hour, the captain had located the gatekeeper. Yun Zhao fell silent at these words. Tao Hao loudly interrupted, straying off topic, urging, "Captain, how much is the reward from Liming base?" Xie replied, "According to the standards for a 4-star danger level, Liming base offers an additional 10,000 in rewards. If we successfully retrieve the Jiangmu team, there will be an extra 10,000. Along with all necessary supplies and ammunition." "Wow, we've struck gold," Tao Hao exclaimed dramatically, marveling at the bounty. Duan, she became invigorated, pressing down hard on the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry to the 88th pollution zone." Yun Zhao was momentarily stunned by the generous rewards, mentally calculating. She currently had only 700 points left in her account, but if the mission succeeded, each team member could receive 5,000 points, allowing her to feast on meat upon their return. The 88th pollution zone lay to the northwest, a journey of approximately 4 days. After the armored vehicle descended from the mountain road, the path widened, revealing several aberrant species chasing after them. Xie rolled down the car window and nonchalantly fired a few shots, causing all the aberrant species to fall lifelessly to the ground. The atmosphere inside the vehicle remained relaxed, with everyone engaged in light-hearted conversation, utterly unconcerned about the urgency of their mission. The team made an effort to include their quiet new teammate in the discussion, centering their topics around her. Sitting beside Yun Zhao, the sharpshooter known as Tuzi kept her sniper rifle close at hand. "Yin Ji Dao, let me reintroduce myself. I'm the team sniper, and everyone calls me Tuzi." She gestured towards the 2 individuals seated across from them. "Song Liang is our logistics personnel, responsible for data analysis and intelligence gathering, while Tao Hao is our heavy weapons specialist." This was typically the captain's role, yet apart from discussing serious matters, the captain hardly spoke at all. Tuzi aimed to help Yun Zhao acclimate to the team swiftly. Driving was Duan Shi, whose spiritual entity was a falcon, responsible for reconnaissance. Duan Shi interrupted Tuzi with annoyance, insisting for the umpteenth time, "It's a kestrel, not a falcon." Tuzi retorted confidently, "They're basically the same." "Not at all. A falcon is a falcon, and a kestrel is a kestrel. You illiterate." Their banter resumed, and while Yun Zhao initially listened attentively, she soon became absorbed in playing with her fingers. Onzième tu, irritated by their squabbling, instinctively pulled out a guiding substance to chew on. Duan Shi, noticing, spoke without thinking, "Captain, with Yun Dao present. Why are you still using guiding substance? Hearing the voice, Yun Zhao looked up, asking, do you need assistance? Today, she learned that guides could aid sentinels in establishing mental barriers, and she felt a twinge of curiosity to experiment. Xie expressionlessly tucked away the guiding substance, stating it was unnecessary for the time being. Yun Zhao felt a slight disappointment, replying, all right. Tuzi blinked, sensing something amiss. By nightfall, Team Zero arrived at the nearby lookout station. The night enveloped the earth like vast black satin. Surrounding them was a patch of overgrown wasteland, with the lookout station standing solitary in the wilderness, exuding an air of desolation. Yun Zhao peered out through the observation window. The lookout station was encircled by a high, sturdy wall which featured guard towers. Beyond the wall, a massive signal monitoring tower flickered with light. Upon seeing Team Zero's vehicle, the station's sentinels quickly opened the heavy iron gates. The armored off-road vehicle smoothly entered the spacious courtyard. Xie was the first to disembark, glancing at the communication device, announcing 1 hour for dinner and rest. Implicit in his words was the urgency of their mission. Any delay could increase the danger for Jiang Mu and the others. Upon hearing this, Tao Hao hurriedly dragged out 2 large white bags from beneath his seat, calling to those exiting the vehicle, come help us. We're grilling meat tonight. To welcome their new teammate, the 4 had used the captain's point card to purchase a copious amount of food. They had already procured supplies prior to receiving the urgent mission, and since they would need to eat on the way, they decided to bring everything, including a barbecue grill and charcoal. Yun Zhao, upon hearing this, paused her rush to rest, asking, do you need help? The others were not dismissive of her offer. Duan handed her 2 bags of vegetables and a bag of apples, saying, Yun Dao, can you help wash these? We'll start a fire soon. Sure. Yun Zhao replied obediently, clutching the items as she turned to inquire about the location of the washing area. This lookout station was within the territory of Shuguang Base. The Sentinel team assigned by the base was familiar with Team Zero. Upon hearing there would be meat, they gathered around, eagerly directing Yun Zhao. Tao Hao, with his loud voice, chatted with the Sentinels. Captain Xie is treating us. We bought over 20 pounds of meat, and we'll all eat together. Just as Xie was about to head inside, he turned back to ask, how many points did this cost? Tao Hao pretended not to hear, running off with the Sentinels carrying the meat. Song Liang approached, rubbing his nose as he returned the card to the captain, sheepishly replying, a little over 3,000. They were eager to recoup their losses after losing a bet. Besides the meat, they had also purchased a plethora of fruits and milk for the journey. 11e coup scoffed, saying, since we didn't hold a welcome ceremony for the new teammate after the mission, you 4 can take turns hosting a few more. Give me the card, and I'll handle shopping. Song Liang, Tuzi, and Duan Shi, who had wandered off but overheard with their keen senses, all exchanged glances. Chapter 29. The reluctant guide Yun Zhao crouched by the sink, washing vegetables while carrying a pile of items. The bonfire nearby was ready, awaiting only the prepared ingredients for grilling. With only an hour at their disposal, everyone moved swiftly. With many hands on deck, the sentinels at the lookout station feared there would not be enough food and had already begun steaming rice. Xie stood slightly apart in the shadows beneath a tree, appearing somewhat aloof and detached. He was currently reviewing communication messages. Minister Duan, how is Yun Zhao adapting? Xie lifted his gaze, his eyes locking onto the delicate figure washing vegetables at the sink. She had lowered her head slightly, focused intently, her profile serene as she gently maneuvered the vegetables in the water, meticulously rinsing each fold of the leafy greens. Quiet, composed, and seemingly obedient. This was Xie's initial impression of her. He replied, she is doing okay, though her physique is too weak. She struggles even to get on the vehicle. Those leaves are being mercilessly battered in her hands. I wonder if they'll be edible later. Minister Duan, you must be more vigilant. Once we enter the pollution zone, she cannot be far from others. 11e tu, understood. Minister Duan, additionally, Minister Bai conducted a few simple tests with her today. Xie, what were the results? Minister Duan, she is extraordinarily powerful. Her mental strength vastly exceeds that of an A-grade guide. They're not even comparable. She can condense her mental power into a tangible form. She can detach from the mental realm and establish a mental barrier externally, akin to freely creating an independent domain that shields all senses. Just these 2 points are enough to astound everyone. Not to mention, according to the descriptions from the Sentinels at Li Ming Base, she can even control aberrant species. Minister Duan. Therefore, this mission cannot afford to fail. An S-grade guide must not be compromised, understood? Implicit in this was that Yun Zhao's safety took precedence over the mission's rank. Xie gaze deepened, and after a moment, he replied, understood. Meanwhile, the Sentinels had begun grilling the meat. Tuzi, having waited impatiently, approached the sink as Yun Zhao continued washing the vegetables. Yun Jia, let me help you. Her eyes fell upon the disheveled vegetables in the basin, and her entire being froze. How cruel! What sort of torment had these vegetables endured in her hands? No need. I got all cleaned. Yun Zhao felt that the vegetables were quite clean. She lifted the dish and stood up. Tuzi quickly took the dish from her hands, saying, I'll handle it. Oh, by the way, if the apples aren't washed, leave them there for us to clean. Yun Zhao tilted her head to glance at her, noting that the apples were already washed. Do you want to eat them now? Tuzi stole a glance at the intact apples on the ground. Relieved, no. There are just over 10, not enough to share. We'll eat them on the way to the vehicle. All right, Yun Zhao replied, bending down to place the apples into a bag and walking towards the armored vehicle. Xie stood not far from the vehicle and, seeing her approach, opened the door for her. Thank you, Yun Zhao said gratefully as she climbed inside, placing the apples on the seat. The large, round apples, worth 5 points each, had seemed too extravagant for her to buy even when she had 5,000 points. She wondered what they tasted like. Although executing missions was perilous, everyone seemed to be living well. The points earned through risking their lives could vanish any day, yet they spent them without a second thought. Xie waited by the vehicle for her and, upon seeing her exit, said nonchalantly, let's go eat. She was not only physically weak, but also lacking in diligence. While her strength was formidable, carrying over a dozen apples proved a challenge for her. This was Xie first time observing a guide, a specialized soldier. He had not interacted much with the guides at the base and wondered if they were all so contradictory or if she was an exception. The atmosphere around the campfire was lively, with soldiers gathered together, laughing and joking, creating a vibrant scene. The roaring flames illuminated everyone's faces, and the sizzling meat on the fire released an enticing aroma, making mouths water. Yun Zhao sat in the middle with a plate. To her left was Tuzi, and to her right was Xie. Tuzi occasionally jumped up to check if the meat was ready. Xie remained focused on his device, responding to messages and engaging in brief exchanges with those approaching. Feeling somewhat out of place, Yun Zhao obediently sat with her plate, waiting for food to be offered to her. Moments later, someone called out, Yun Gai, try this. Song Liang had finished grilling the meat and promptly placed some pieces onto her plate. Yun Zhao relished the grilled meat, which was incredibly fragrant. The texture was tender and juicy, yet possessed a unique chewiness. The outer layer of the meat was slightly crispy from grilling, bursting with juices and releasing a rich aroma upon biting. She recalled the times when her uncles would occasionally hunt small mutated animals while foraging for supplies. In the evenings, families would gather around the campfire, just like now, grilling meat while her uncles shared stories of the outside world. The small town had few seasonings, saving salt for pickling vegetables to preserve food for longer. In her memory, the meat from mutated animals was tough and fishy. Yet, that scene represented one of her few warm childhood memories. Yun Zhao thought, no wonder the meat from mutated animals at the base was so expensive. Perhaps she could try to live a bit better from now on. The teammates of Zero Team, wary of the quiet guide being overshadowed by the rowdy group, instinctively placed several pieces of meat onto her plate. Yun Zhao barely needed to reach out. The meat seemed to find its way to her plate. She felt particularly satisfied. At this lookout post, there were 3 A-class soldier teams, 3 monitoring personnel, and a few logistic staff. The meat they brought quickly disappeared. Tao Haohua and the others, not satisfied, went to get rice. They also boiled water, tossing in the leftover vegetable leaves Yun Zhao had washed, adding a pinch of salt to make a vegetable leaf soup to accompany the rice. Everyone tacitly chose to remain silent about the new teammates' poor vegetable washing technique. Such beautiful moments are always fleeting. After finishing their meal, Sietu greeted those at the lookout post, retrieved some rice and flour from the supply tent, and informed everyone to board the vehicle. Aside from the remaining meat, the vehicle held only some compressed biscuits and a few fruits. The guide was too frail, so they took some rice and flour for additional rations on the road. That evening, Sietu took over driving. Everyone, get some rest and recharge, he instructed. Understood. The four teammates quickly boarded the vehicle. The 2 rows of folding chairs were joined together to form makeshift beds, allowing everyone to lie down and sleep without concern for gender. As Yin Zhao saw them set up, she was about to board when Sietu called out to her. You sit in the passenger seat. The space was cramped, and the 3 burly bandits had poor sleeping postures, so he worried that the newly joined guide might feel uncomfortable. All right, Yin Zhao said, making her way around to the other side to climb into the passenger seat. Sietu tilted his head as he settled into the driver's seat, pressed a button to lower the partition between the front and back seats, and adjusted the passenger seat to a reclining position suitable for resting. He glanced up at Yin Zhao, who was intently observing his actions, and casually asked, Can you drive? Yin Zhao shook her head, explaining that their small town had only one vehicle used by the soldiers to seek supplies. Over the years, the 6th pollution zone had been encroaching upon the town, and preparations for migration had long been underway. They had saved points for many years to afford bus. The few second-hand vehicles had only just returned, and with the spread of the 6th pollution zone, she had had no time to learn to drive. 11e Tufronet, stating that not knowing how to drive was troublesome and promising to teach her once they returned. His words exuded confidence, firmly believing that the entire team would safely complete their mission and return. This arrogance and self-assured demeanor inspired every teammate. Even aware of the high danger level of the 4-star pollution zone, they maintained a cheerful attitude as they went about their business, remarkably relaxed. All right, Yun Zhao thought to herself, enjoying this atmosphere. Sietu ceased speaking and started the vehicle, driving through the night towards the 8th pollution zone. Outside the window, darkness enveloped them like thick ink. The dim yellow light inside the vehicle highlighted the rugged lines of the man's face. His jaw was tense, and his profile appeared even more profound in the interplay of light and shadow. After a few glances at him, Yin Zhao felt drowsy, turning away to close her eyes and sleep. The little green bird seemed to harbor a dislike for him, perhaps because of that fiery phoenix. Chapter 30. Preparations before entering the pollution zone. On the afternoon of the 3rd day after departure, the Dawn Zero team arrived near the 8th pollution zone, a day earlier than anticipated. The reinforcement troops from the Dawn base were stationed 5 kilometers outside the area. The black armored off-road vehicle slowed down before finally stopping at the edge of the temporary camp. Through the window, Yun Zhao assessed the makeshift camp. Dozens of military tents were arranged in a circle, surrounded by watchtowers and enclosed by a fence, with a central canopy erected to shield against the scorching sun. The camp was rudimentary, allowing for a quick evacuation in case of the pollution zone spread. The leader of the Dawn base arrived personally upon receiving news. A tall man with a robust gait, weariness etched on his face from days of labor. Thank you for your hard work on the road, he greeted. Sietu was the first to exit, shaking hands with the leader. What's the situation? He inquired. The leader, whose surname was Zhao, the deputy commander of the accompanying troops, replied with a grave expression. We still have no news from Jiangmu's team. The spread of the pollution zone is faster than expected, and our monitoring equipment has been in high alert. Yun Zhao and the others gradually disembarked. As the only one not in combat gear, her presence immediately caught Deputy Zhao's attention. This must be the new guide, he said, his expression softening, eager not to intimidate her. The emergence of an S-class guide had stirred considerable excitement among the high-ranking officials of the 4 major bases, leading many to hold high expectations for her. Yun Zhao gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Deputy Zhao smiled at her, then turned to Sietu. Time is pressing. Let us head to the tents for a detailed briefing. With that, he led everyone toward the center of the camp. The camp was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and seriousness. Every soldier was in a state of readiness, and as they passed by, silence fell, with no one speaking, only the hurried footsteps and busy figures visible. This caused the previously jovial Zero team members to instinctively quiet down and obediently follow their captain. In the temporary meeting tent, a massive white screen hung in the center, surrounded by black fabric to block out light, with a projector casting a blue glow. Before long, the video connection was established. On the screen, a stern male leader appeared alongside Ms. Duan Xiongying, the head of the operations department at the Shuguang base. Time was of the essence, so she got straight to the point. Minister Duan initiated the discussion, assuming that the objectives of the mission were already clear to everyone, thus refraining from reiterating them. The 88th pollution zone had been recorded for over 40 years, with an initial spread of approximately 3,000 square kilometers, akin to a small city. A blue backdrop suddenly illuminated a city map. This map had already been sent to Songliang, depicting an area that belonged to the county-level city under the jurisdiction of Weinan, Shaanxi in the old era. The temporal flow within the pollution zone remained uncertain, yet the map indicated potential military supply points. Yun Zhao sat upright, resembling a diligent student attentively absorbing information, although she found some of Song Liang's explanations difficult to comprehend. Minister Duan's annotations on the map gradually clarified her thoughts. She took a pen and paper from the table, carefully recreating the map. The rabbit, observing her random scribbling, mistakenly presumed that the guide found the meeting tedious. If the terrain inside remained unchanged, Team Zero could devise a rescue plan based on this map. Minister Duan then read through the latest data, emphasizing their suspicion that the rules within the 88th pollution zone pertain to the mental domain. This aspect was a vulnerability for the Sentinels, who had long suffered from the erosion of dark matter. In the eerie domain, without a guide or backup, any mental disturbances would severely weaken their mental barriers. Otherwise, given Jiang Mu's capabilities, they could not fathom any other possibilities besides issues in the mental realm. Upon hearing this, everyone inside the tent instinctively glanced at Yun Zhao. She remained unresponsive, engrossed in her map drawing, maintaining an attentive posture. While sketching, she committed the details of the map to memory. Her understanding of the pollution zone was limited, and she could not solely rely on her teammates for protection. Gaining more knowledge and understanding of the regulations might prove crucial in a critical moment. Xie nodded in acknowledgement. The reinforcement troops from the Shuguang base had already set off and were expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Minister Duan continued with the pre-battle arrangements, noting that the situation within the pollution zone was unpredictable. They would have to rely on Xie's judgment as the team leader. She stressed that upon entering, Team Zero must secure the key at the earliest opportunity. The team members entering the pollution zone would possess specialized containers designed to store the key. As long as the key was not touched, the door would not immediately open, allowing for a swift retreat in times of crisis. The mission could fail, but they could not afford to sacrifice the Sentinels from the Shuguang base, especially with a vulnerable guide among them. Minister Duan prioritized the safety of her own personnel. The serious leader from the Dawn base expressed no dissatisfaction, grateful that Team Zero could participate in the rescue and arrive at the 88th pollution zone in a timely manner. He finally spoke, expressing his appreciation and encouraging them to voice any needs for supplies or equipment. As the sun set, the temperature slightly dropped. The distant afterglow seemed to struggle valiantly, attempting to cling to the vanishing light. After the meeting concluded, they were assigned 3 tents for accommodation. Team Zero would rest for the night at the temporary camp, organizing the supplies and equipment to be taken into the pollution zone, readying themselves for an early departure the following morning. Yun, come over and choose a personal weapon, Tao Haohua called. Opening the vehicle door and loading ammunition and equipment from the Dawn base onto the truck, beckoning Yun Zhao to select her weapon. Each member had their preferred firearms, only needing to replenish ammunition. However, the guide required assistance in selecting self-defense equipment. Yun Zhao surveyed the array of advanced weapons at her feet and opted for a sharp dagger. She was not proficient with firearms and feared that in the heat of battle, she might inadvertently harm a teammate instead of the monsters. A dagger felt like the more prudent choice. Standing beside her, Xie remained silent, assisting her in selecting a waist knife. He aimed to choose a weapon that would better ensure her protection. He handed her the knife, which featured a narrow blade and a short tang, making it more practical than a dagger in special circumstances, and it could be conveniently worn at her waist on the combat uniform. "Thank you, Captain," Yin Zhao said, accepting it. She had not yet changed into her combat uniform and had no place to attach it. Upon hearing her address him as Captain, a peculiar sensation surged within Sietu. It was the first time this new teammate had referred to him in that manner, and the term felt strangely unfamiliar, leaving him somewhat unsettled. The conflicted guide could neither drive nor wield firearms, and he would need to teach her everything. Unaware of his thoughts, Yin Zhao turned her back to him, organizing her military backpack. She filled her bag with whatever her teammates packed. She omitted ammunition, as she had no use for it. Nor did she require suppressants or guiding essence. Instead, her pack contained mostly compressed biscuits, drinking water, disinfectant bandages, a small flashlight, a windproof lighter, and a disposable raincoat. As her backpack gradually filled, she attempted to lift it, only to find it too heavy due to the 5 large bottles of water. Her teammates once again recognized the guide as frailty. "Yun, keep 1 bottle of water. We'll help you carry the rest," Duan she suggested. They feared that merely carrying a military backpack would overwhelm her, since the captain had already instructed that the guide should never be left alone. Each member helped her carry a portion without issue. Yin Zhao accepted their assistance without protest, handing out the bottles to each of them. Deep down, she understood that her abilities might be crucial for the 88th pollution zone, and she did not want to waste her energy and mental strength on trivial matters. Once everything was prepared, they entered the tent to rest. Before retiring, Yin Zhao asked Sietu, "Do you need me to help establish a mental barrier?" Even Jiangmu, an S-class sentinel, had encountered issues. His mental domain was likely just as compromised. Otherwise, Minister Duan would not have been so anxious about the compatibility tests. Sietu declined, stating that it was unnecessary. Sensory shielding had its pros and cons, as diminishing the sentinel's senses could hinder their judgment of the circumstances within. Yin Zhao realized this too. As she would be accompanying the team, she could intervene at any moment should the situation turn dire. Chapter 31. Uncle the Dawn's light pierced through the darkness as a crimson sun slowly ascended from the distant horizon. Team Zero was ready to assemble. Yin Zhao donned the combat uniform of the Shuguang base. The black attire conformed to her slender form, but still appeared slightly oversized, accentuating her frailty. The belt cinched at her waist highlighted her delicate silhouette. Even in her combat uniform, the distinction between sentinel and guide was readily apparent. The rabbit, having shared a tent with Yun Zhao the previous night, assessed her and remarked, "I took the smallest size for the combat uniform, yet it still seems ill-fitting. I suppose I'll have to request the logistics department to tailor one for me upon our return. Or perhaps we could try to feed the guide a bit more. After all, the captain has the funds." "I think it fits quite well," Yin Zhao replied. "If it were too tight, it would be uncomfortable. A looser fit is preferable." The prominent crane insignia on her shoulder was striking. Yin Zhao tilted her head and reached out to touch the crane's head, causing the small bluebird within her mental domain to express discontent. "All right, let us head out," the rabbit said, hoisting the sniper rifle that never left his side and beckoning Yin Zhao to join him as they exited the tent to gather. Outside the temporary camp, several armored vehicles were stationed. Sietu stood by the vehicle, his posture tall and straight like a pine tree, conducting the final checks on all team members as per protocol. Upon noticing their approach, he glanced at Yun Zhao in her combat uniform, observing the waist knife she had secured, before diverting his gaze to call for the team to embark. Yes, everyone boarded the vehicle in succession. Song Liang took the wheel this time. Duan Shi, serving as the scout, needed to exit immediately upon arrival to assess the situation. Sietu occupied the passenger seat, guiding the vehicle and ensuring their safety. The rest of the team sat in somber silence, ready for action. The Dawn base had dispatched 2 teams for escort, accompanying them to the very edge of the pollution zone. The area was shrouded in a dense, gray mist that rolled incessantly, presenting a scene of oppressive gloom. The heavy haze above seemed to solidify in the air, creating an atmosphere that was particularly eerie and terrifying. As they drew nearer to the fog-laden zone, Song Liang commanded everyone to take their seats. The armored vehicle sealed all windows tightly, and, without hesitation, plunged straight into the thick mist. The group was instantly enveloped in a shroud of gray, an omnipresent hue that stretched infinitely from a distance, surging towards them as if it possessed a life of its own. Yun Zhao raised her hand gently, summoning countless flickering emerald lights that danced gracefully, forming a protective mental barrier. This marked her first official and proactive entry into the contaminated area. Her heart raced uncontrollably, a blend of nervousness and an insatiable curiosity about the unknown. After a moment's contemplation, she called forth her little green bird. The tiny creature materialized, appearing quite displeased, flapping its wings as it perched atop her head. The intertwining gray mist was held at bay by her barrier, while visibility ahead became increasingly obscured. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the vehicle slowed, yet they had not yet reached the end of the fog. Something felt amiss. Why hadn't they entered yet? Song Liang heightened his vigilance. In previous contaminated zones, they would trap anyone who ventured inside, leaving the doors wide open for intruders. Sietu narrowed his eyes, urging everyone to remain alert. No sooner had he spoken than Yun Zhao sensed an overwhelming mental pressure approaching, assaulting her psychic shield. The little green bird suddenly became intrigued, flapping its wings as more luminescence appeared, devouring the gray mist. Countless lights filled the interior of the vehicle, illuminating it as brightly as day, akin to a vibrant firework display erupting in the night sky, some even voluntarily merging with the team members. Just as Yun Zhao prepared to alert her companions, the scene around her abruptly transformed. In an instant, and truly just an instant, her teammates, including the armored vehicle, vanished without a trace, and she found herself transported from the vehicle into a completely unfamiliar room. Not only was she disoriented, but the little green bird was too, perched on her head with its round eyes wide open in astonishment. The faint lights continued to dance around her, and her mental barrier remained intact. Yet it had followed her into this strange chamber. Yun Zhao furrowed her brow. The situation was even more bizarre than she had anticipated. Had she truly become isolated upon entering? Was it a deliberate choice to extricate her due to the inability to breach her mental shield? Or had her companions already separated? Did the regulations of the 88th contaminated zone dictate a solo instance? Now, not only was rescue impossible, but she also needed to devise a way to locate her lost teammates. Yun Zhao pursed her lips and raised her gaze to survey her surroundings. It was a bedroom, adorned with delicate floral stickers on the pink walls, featuring a grand white princess bed at its center. A few adorable plush toys rested at the head of the bed, a pink rabbit, a snow-white bear, and a Lolita doll, all neatly arranged. Beside the window stood a white vanity, its mirror edged with sparkling crystals, and a soft pink carpet covered the floor, facing a pink wardrobe. The entire room radiated warmth. As she opened the wardrobe, she discovered an array of various princess dresses, clearly indicating that this was a girless room. Not sensing anything amiss, she began to inspect her military backpack. Prior to boarding, everyone had secured their backpacks. All her belongings were intact, yet her teammates were nowhere to be found. She needed to find a way to reunite with them swiftly. Her mental threads began to extend outward, probing the surrounding environment. As Yin Zhao donned her backpack once more, her movement halted abruptly as she turned her head towards the closed door of the room. Almost immediately, her psychic threads caught an unfamiliar emotion emanating from beyond the door. There was someone outside. Silently, Yin Zhao drew the dagger from her waist and approached the door, her hand slowly reaching for the doorknob. Just as her mental threads were on the verge of subduing whatever lay beyond, it spoke. "Zhao Zhao, are you not feeling well yet?" The voice was eerily familiar. Yin Zhao quickly recognized it as Aunt Zhao's voice, though it sounded younger, imbued with an unexpected familiarity. The inability to penetrate her mental barrier implied that the guardian could not access her memories. Yet how did it know Aunt Zhao? Suddenly, Yin Zhao recalled that Sietu had once visited her home, attempting to persuade her to join Team Zero, only to be preempted by Minister Duan, leaving him empty-handed. She had overheard the rabbit mention this on the vehicle. The members of Team Zero, along with Sietu, might have encountered Aunt Zhao. Were their memories extracted? In a sudden rush, Yin Zhao flung open the door to the room. The spacious and bright living area revealed a gentle and intelligent woman seated on the sofa. Upon seeing her emerge, the woman admonished, "You silly child, your father said he would take you out for dinner today. Why are you dawdling?" Yin Zhao did not respond, standing at the threshold as she scrutinized the woman in the living room. The woman bore a resemblance to Zhao Yin, yet there were notable differences. Compared to the Aunt Zhao outside, this version appeared significantly younger, her face adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed in a fitted black gown, speaking with a natural tone. She did not resemble the distorted beings of the 102nd contaminated zone, who could only mechanically repeat simple phrases and actions. Was it because this was a more mature, contaminated zone, granting the Guardian a higher level? Or was there another reason? Yun Zhao directly inquired, "Where are my teammates?" Zhao Yin exhibited no reaction to her question. Rising, she picked up a delicate handbag, adopting an air of readiness to leave. "Hurry and change your shoes. Your father will be home soon." Yin Zhao's shoes were perfectly fine on her feet. She wondered how Zhao Yin perceived a need for her to change. She remained motionless at the door. The little green bird tilted its head in curiosity, seemingly unable to comprehend the distorted being's strange behavior. "What are you still doing there? Move quickly," Zhao Yin urged. As she spoke, she turned her back to Yin Zhao, bending to pick up the air conditioning remote from the coffee table, shutting off the household appliances. Yin Zhao's gaze remained fixated on her back, expressionless, as she raised her hand, sending countless lights toward Zhao Yin. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the entrance echoed. The door swung open. A sturdy man with pronounced eyebrows and large eyes stepped inside. His skin bore a slight tan, and his closely cropped hair hugged his scalp. Dressed in a black t-shirt, the contours of his muscles were subtly visible beneath the fabric. Yin Zhao froze momentarily. She stared at that figure, her emotions surging like a tidal wave, threatening to breach the dam of reason. The luminescence dissipated instantly. Trembling, Yin Zhao called out, "Uncle." Chapter 32. Do not challenge the limits. The man stood at the entrance, seemingly oblivious to her call. His furrowed brow relaxed as he smiled. Zhao, Dad is home from work." Yin Zhao's expression momentarily faltered as reason returned, her gaze gradually regaining clarity. The word Dad pulled her back to reality. This was not Uncle He, nor was it Zhao Yin's husband. This was Uncle Qin. Despite their identical appearances, their voices were entirely distinct. How had the Guardian acquired memories of her uncle? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yin Zhao bit her lip and retrieved the necklace from around her neck. The circular pendant opened, revealing a yellowed, old photograph. Many years prior, her uncles had found a camera at the edge of the 6th contaminated zone and before selling it at the main base. They had snapped a few family photos with Yun Zhao. In the photograph, a 7 or 8-year-old Yun Zhao was surrounded by 8 sentinels, beaming with joy. The smiles on their faces were radiant. The Uncle Qin before her looked identical to the one in the photo, also dressed in black. Yun Zhao's hands instinctively tightened around the necklace, her knuckles turning white with the pressure. How dare they impersonate her uncle and toy with her emotions? She vowed to annihilate the Guardian of the 88th contaminated zone. Never before had Yun Zhao experienced such a profound emotional upheaval. The little blue bird, influenced by her emotions, gradually became transparent, fluctuating in size and teetering on the brink of an outburst. Father had promised Zhao that he would take her to KFC after work, urging her to hurry and change her shoes. Uncle Qin, stationed at the entrance, did not enter but persistently urged her on. Zhao Yin approached the threshold, turning back to wave. "Come on, Zhao, didn't you insist on having Mom and Dad accompany you to KFC? Hurry up, they're taking you out to play." Yun Zhao kept her head down, remaining motionless. Uncle Qin spoke again, but his tone suddenly shifted. "Uncle misses you. Zhao, come here and accompany Uncle for a meal." The voice still felt unfamiliar. Yun Zhao gradually released her grip on the dagger at her waist, her head bowed, avoiding the gaze of the man standing at the entrance. Suppressing her emotions, she replied, "Uncle, we have moved to Shuguang GD now. Qin Xiao is studying well. She has grown much livelier and occasionally thinks about Dad. Grandmother and mother have taught her well. The base is very safe, so rest assured, I will take good care of them." Uncle Qin suddenly froze. seemingly unable to process this complex emotion. As for me, I'm doing quite well. I earn a substantial number of points each month, have new clothes, meat to eat, and live in an elevator apartment. I have also made many new acquaintances. The slender figure stood quietly, her tone matter-of-fact, as if she wished to recount everything that had transpired recently. Uncle Chin suddenly displayed a strange smile. There is no need to complicate things. Stay here. Uncle will earn to support you. We will live happily together forever. Come on, child. Darkness silently crept in, coalescing into thin black threads that approached her as if alive, silently closing in. Yun Zhao maintained her original pose, showing no signs of movement. She seemed oblivious to the looming danger, unresponsive. Her hair cascading on either side of her face, obscuring her expression. I often miss you all. I wonder if I had awakened my abilities sooner. Would you have avoided misfortune? The black threads nearly reached her feet, but were held back by a mental barrier, unable to advance further. Indeed, it feels much better to articulate these thoughts. I've said all I needed to say. As her words fell, Yun Zhao suddenly raised her head, her reddened eyes glinting with icy, murderous intent, addressing the unseen gatekeeper. Do not dare to challenge my boundaries. If it happens again, I will eliminate you without hesitation. In that instant, a surge of formidable mental power erupted, nearly engulfing the entire living room. Fluorescence burst forth, instantly enveloping all the dark energy, beginning to devour it ravenously. The originally gentle teal fluorescence now cut through the space with countless sharp rays, shattering the surroundings. Two monsters, overwhelmed by the force of her mental power, collapsed. Emitting anguished howls, they gradually revealed their true forms, their sharp mandibles covering the lower half of their faces, with copious black slime oozing out. Moments later, the room began to regain its tranquility. The shattered space writhed as it slowly repaired itself, and the furnishings in the living room and entrance gradually returned to their original state. On the shoe cabinet at the entrance, a false family portrait of 3 was displayed. Yun Zhao slightly lowered her eyelids, adjusted her military backpack, and expressionlessly stepped over the lifeless bodies, heading towards the door. If they urged her to go outside, then she would see what awaited her there. The broad street was bustling with traffic, with gleaming new cars moving in an orderly fashion, and the sounds of honking filling the air. The sidewalks were crowded with throngs of people jostling for space. Towering skyscrapers loomed overhead, with office workers hurrying by, coffee in hand, talking on their phones, while children frolicked in the nearby park. The cacophony of noise enveloped her. Rabbit, wielding her sniper rifle, vigilantly scanned her surroundings. Before entering, everyone had been seated in the vehicle, fully alert to their environment. The captain's voice still echoed in her ears, yet the scene had suddenly shifted. In the blink of an eye, she found herself on the street. Team Zero had executed numerous missions, but had never encountered such bizarre circumstances. The timeline of the 88th pollution zone seemed to exist before the onset of the dark apocalypse. So this was what the old era looked like. So many people, so many cars. The advertisement screen across the street was even larger than that at the command center, and the buildings were so tall. Rabbit felt a sense of longing, but remained focused on her mission. After entering, they were forced to separate. The guide was quite frail. She needed to find him first. Then, she would locate the captain and devise a plan to obtain the key to rescue Captain Jiang. The old era had so many treasures. She would see what items could be taken out. Though not much could be carried, it would be best to find some technical documents. Perhaps this journey would yield great wealth. Rabbit silently formulated her plan when a faint sound suddenly reached her ears. Footsteps were approaching her. Without a moment's hesitation, Rabbit raised her sniper rifle, swiftly turning to aim at the target. Behind her stood a man who bore a striking resemblance to her, his demeanor gentle, wearing a warm smile. Xie faced a similar fate. On the bustling street, a middle-aged man in the same black combat uniform approached him, his shoulder emblazoned with a red-crowned crane emblem, gleaming in the sunlight. He was his father, once a senior sentinel at Shuguang GD, who had sacrificed his life a year before the Dark Era ended, never having seen the sun. Life during the Dark Era was incredibly difficult. The greatest wish was to witness the return of light. They longed for sunshine, for the world of the old era. The middle-aged man drew closer. His hair, now peppered with white, his pallid face weathered by the years. His eyes, deeply set in their sockets, regarded Sietu with tenderness, gradually revealing a kind smile. Sietu remained oblivious, raising his weapon, denying the middle-aged man any chance to influence his mental realm, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. He knew where his weaknesses lay. The mental burden brought by his acute senses could not withstand the gatekeeper's relentless probing. With a bang, the middle-aged man collapsed as the shot rang out. His body remaining unchanged, a familiar smile frozen on his face, blood pooling beneath him. The surrounding crowd remained oblivious. A few students stood beside the corpse, casually chatting while holding ice cream cones. Sietu did not spare a glance at the lifeless body, turning and striding away. Upon entering, he finally understood why Jiangmu had encountered trouble. As an S-class sentinel, they were accustomed to the ever-present dangers of pollution zones, to bloodshed, and to their mental realms being slowly eroded by violent forces. Yet this was a time of peace. With family in sight, there were no aberrations, no pollutants, an abundance of delectable food, and the chance to live happily alongside loved ones. If there were obsessions in one's heart, people one could not let go of, they would inevitably be gradually seduced by this illusory beauty. Sietu's steps abruptly halted, his expression turning exceptionally cold. Rabbit was in grave danger. Chapter 33. The old era materialized. On the bustling street, mental threads continuously spread through the nearby avenues, searching for the whereabouts of her teammates. Yin Zhao reached the crosswalk, curiously following the pedestrians, pausing to await the green light. The vibrant city buzzed with ceaseless traffic, the sounds of engines and horns intertwining to create a stirring urban symphony. Not far away, a crowd surged outside a shopping mall, a massive electronic screen showcasing colorful advertisements that captivated the attention of passersby. The scenes from the old era materialized before her eyes. So this was the world outside. They urged her to come out, perhaps hoping to enchant her with these illusions. Yun Zhao stood at the intersection, looking up, her eyes fixed on the soaring skyscrapers. She recalled the ruins of the old era she had passed. After 200 years, the once magnificent buildings were reduced to rusted skeletal frameworks, leaning amidst the overgrown ruins. Suddenly, from behind her, a trash bin extended slender black tendrils, launching a fierce assault towards her back. Yun Zhao remained utterly still. The little green bird perched atop her head felt an overwhelming sense of novelty about its surroundings. Craning its tiny neck to gaze curiously around, it fluttered its wings twice, releasing a burst of greenish luminescence that collided head-on with the black tendrils. The forces of green and black intertwined, viciously devouring each other. In a matter of moments, the dark matter retreated, and the street returned to tranquility. The green light illuminated. Yun Zhao followed the crowd across the street, a mental barrier shielding her from all living beings, as pedestrians deftly maneuvered around her. Continuing along the broad avenue, she passed a cake shop, her gaze captivated by the exquisite cakes displayed in the window. They were adorned in a myriad of beautiful designs, and the air was sweet with their aroma. These delicacies were unfamiliar to her. She had never seen, much less tasted them before. Longing to indulge, Yun Zhao pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. The shop housed a sparse gathering of elegantly dressed patrons, each engrossed in selecting breads with lowered heads. Yun Zhao glanced at the bread, finding it uninteresting. She approached the cake display, disregarding the presence of others, flung open the glass cabinet, picked up a large strawberry cake, and casually grabbed 2 forks from a bucket on the counter before turning to exit. The baker, occupied with other customers, failed to acknowledge her as she boldly made off with the cake. It was delicious. Upon tasting a bite, her eyes widened in surprise. A smile crept onto her lips, the tension in her demeanor easing slightly. Her spirits lifted at last. The greenish luminescence of the mental threads continued to spread, infiltrating nearby nooks and crannies, slowly expanding outward. With a birthday cake in hand, Yun Zhao ambled about, nibbling and seeking out companions. When fatigue set in, she randomly entered a shop to rest. When thirst struck, she waited for a drink to be prepared at a milk tea shop, seizing it before other customers could. She savored numerous foods that had been unattainable during the wasteland era. Yet, those black tendrils would unexpectedly emerge from corners to launch surprise attacks. Each clash of power was a test of strength. The little green bird grew increasingly exasperated, cursing the gatekeeper for interrupting its exploration of the bygone era. Its vocabulary for insults was woefully limited, repeating only two words: waste and garbage, a curious acquisition from who knows where. Yin Zhao wandered alone for what felt like an eternity, unable to locate her teammates. Was she anxious deep down? Certainly. Yet, she could only meander languidly. The occasional ambush indicated that she was under constant surveillance, the gatekeeper perceiving a threat from her presence, thus persistently probing her defenses. The formidable mental strength of an S-level guide rendered it unable to find a weakness. Yin Zhao pondered the true intelligence of the gatekeeper. After uttering words of threat, no familiar figures appeared again. If she displayed too much urgency, the gatekeeper might perceive her teammates as her vulnerabilities, seizing the opportunity to endanger Xie and the others. She took small bites of cake, mentally retracing her steps. The street names on the signs mirrored those on the old maps provided by the intelligence team, indicating that the terrain had remained unchanged. Minister Duan had advised that upon entry, the key must be obtained immediately. She resolved to eliminate the gatekeeper, but first, she needed to leave an escape route for Team Zero. However, the rules varied across each contaminated zone. In such a vast city, how could one acquire the key? Perhaps she should inquire of the gatekeeper? It would likely relish the chance to have her exit. With half the cake still remaining, she felt it too rich to consume further, but was reluctant to discard it. As she struggled with her dilemma, she fortuitously passed a tantalizing fried potato shop. She leaned in to peer inside, waiting impatiently for her potatoes to fry. Once the fragrant potatoes and grilled sausages arrived, she ultimately abandoned the cake on the shop's counter. It was utterly terrifying. Duan Shi, gun in hand, pulled Tao Haohua along as they ran, exclaiming that even within the contaminated zone, he could still see his aunt. Knowing full well it was a mutant masquerading as her, he still couldn't bring himself to act, and the pair had no choice but to flee. Duan Shi's only remaining relative was Minister Duan. His parents had perished when he was merely a few months old, leaving him with no memory of them, not even a visage to recall. 19 years had passed since the Dark Era ended. Those of that time were huddled in shelters, devoid of light and electricity. Thus cameras were a luxury they could not possess. Their home held not a single photograph of his parents. Therefore, when the scene transformed before Duan Shi, it was Minister Duan who materialized. As for why he was with Tao Haohua, it was purely a matter of good fortune. They had been seated in the vehicle, facing Yun Zhao and the rabbit. Initially vigilant of their surroundings, they were taken by surprise when Qing Luan emerged. A multitude of mental threads forming a barrier that kept the gray mist at bay. Tao Haohua reached out to pull Duan Shi, urging him to look quickly. The Yun guide could actually establish a mental barrier against the outside. Just as he grasped Duan Shi's arm, the scene shifted, and the two found themselves inside an office. Realizing that something was amiss, Duan Shi released his senses. Moments later, Minister Duan entered, donned in a dress, smiling as she announced plans to take Duan Shi to the amusement park. The usually commanding Minister Duan, in her deep blue military uniform emblazoned with a crane insignia, appeared as if it were fused to her very being. The sudden change to a dress startled Duan Shi, prompting him to seize Tao Haohua and flee. It was utterly horrifying. Did you see that? My aunt was wearing a dress and even had makeup on. Duan Shi remained haunted by the memory. Tao Haohua, typically boisterous, fell silent. At a street corner they had just rushed past, a familiar figure stood there, smiling and waving at him. Had Duan Shi not been holding him back, he might have approached her. Run faster. This contaminated zone feels wrong. The captain said guides must not be alone. We need to find the Yun guide. Yet, there was still no response. Why had the loquacious Tao Haohua become so quiet? Duan Shi finally sensed something was off, belatedly asking, "Who did you just see?" "My mother." Tao Haohua dared not look up, as if by doing so, the shadow would materialize before him. His mother had passed away from illness, not a grave ailment. The medical equipment had been retrieved from the contaminated zone 2 years after her death, but it was too late. Duanshi remained silent for a moment, saying, "It's all an illusion. Don't believe it. It seeks to deceive us." Tao Haohua replied softly, "I know, the mission is paramount." The two sentinels regained their composure, choosing to distance themselves from the crowd and ascend to the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper. Duanshi released his perception, surveying the area for a while before dispatching his mental entity. A falcon silently appeared high above the city. Chapter 34, Illusion Barrier. The mental entity could not stray too far from its host. After patrolling the vicinity, the falcon swiftly returned, settling on Duanshi's arm. Tao Haohua, hesitant to release his perception, asked, "What do you see?" Standing atop the 50 or 60-story building, they gazed down upon the city below. It sprawled endlessly, seemingly without end. Every street was more bustling than they had imagined, with a throng of vehicles and a sea of people. The individuals on the streets appeared not entirely to be mutants. Many were mere illusions. Thus far, Team Zero had executed 6 missions in 4-star contaminated zones and over a dozen in 3-star zones. With none of the timelines remaining from the old era, they had seen images in books and videos of cities from the past, but nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. The old era was truly in existence to yearn for. Duanshi shrugged, having detected no presence of sentinels and guides. Everything below appeared normal, as if it were merely a lively city. Not a single teammate, even from Jiangmu's squad, could be sensed. Their objective in entering was rescue. Now, with everyone scattered and the rules of the contaminated zone unclear, their mission had shifted to self-preservation. Duanshi activated the communicator on his wrist, but time had long since ceased to tick. He pressed the button in the lower right corner for an extended period, causing the screen to illuminate and the numbers to begin their fluctuating ascent. Duanshi stared at the figures, his expression peculiar. The concentration of dark matter in the vicinity was alarmingly low, only 21, which was rather strange. In the past, the concentration of dark matter in a 4-star pollution zone had almost always exceeded 70. This was the first time Team Zero had encountered such a phenomenon. The peaceful world around him left him feeling utterly at a loss. Tao Haohua, clutching his grenade launcher, plopped down onto the ground. What was the deal with the appearance of Minister Duan and my mother? Duanshi shot him a disdainful glance. How could I possibly know? If I were that clever, would I have lost 500 points? The immediate priority was to locate the guide. Her frail frame was vulnerable, and this was her first time entering a pollution zone. What if she encountered danger and we were not there to help? Before entering, the captain had repeatedly reminded them to keep an eye on the guide's safety. Yet, they had just stepped in, and she was already lost. Tao Haohua pondered for a moment and said, "We've all encountered people we care about. Could the captain and the others be in the same situation?" The captain's mental state had always been somewhat unstable. However, he was incredibly strong. The combined might of the rest of them could not match him in a solo combat scenario. If a mental frenzy occurred, the Fire Phoenix would appear, and they would sense it immediately. With the guide present, as long as they could reach her in time, they should be able to save her. Upon hearing this, Duanshi raised his head and met Tao Haohua's gaze. "Oh no, the rabbit is in danger. What are you doing? Call for help. Someone is being robbed in the street." Siatu snatched the car keys from the robber's hand and hopped into a private car that had just come to a stop by the roadside. He shut the door and inserted the key. Before the engine could roar to life, the man banging on the window transformed into his father. The middle-aged man, clad in black combat gear, pointed to the sky with a look of satisfaction. "Son, look, the dark age has come to an end. I cannot close my eyes without seeing the sun." The man outside began to emanate black mist, and his combat attire became tattered. Siatu wasted no words, raising his weapon without hesitation and shooting him dead once again. If life were to stagnate due to fear, one would remain forever trapped in darkness. This had been his father's motto. He could not let it sway him. The whispers of the onlookers morphed into his father's voice, flooding his mind. "Son, stay here. There is sunlight, and our family can live happily together. Look at this world. It mirrors the bygone era we long for. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Open your eyes." Countless voices echoed like a fever dream, overlapping and incessantly resonating in his mind. Sietu leaned back in his seat, slightly closing his eyes. His expression taut, his grip on the steering wheel tightening as veins bulged on his hands. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and drove off. The communicator on his wrist indicated that the pollution concentration had risen to 50. The area of contamination was reported to be 3,000 square kilometers and was spreading. He had ascended a high building and surveyed the endless city below, likely separated by a barrier. Illusions overlapped, rendering it seemingly boundless. Sietu activated his senses fully, straining to suppress his mind against the disruptive voices. Within his mental realm, the ferocious fire phoenix felt exceedingly restless, shouting incessantly. Sietu retrieved the guide essence, tore it open, and consumed it, striving to contain the impending surge of power. Hours of searching yielded no sign of any teammates, including the 6 members of Jiangmu's squad. Clearly, everyone had been ensnared by a deceptive illusion, separated within the overlapping barriers of the city. What he needed to do now, while his mind was still clear, was to locate the edge of the barrier. Break it. Yin Zhao held a cup of milk tea and a bag of freshly fried chicken strips as she climbed into a taxi at the roadside. She didn't drive. Walking would take too long. With an area of 3,000 square kilometers, relying solely on her legs would be exhausting. Yin Zhao directed the taxi driver to search for people along the streets. Green fluorescent mental threads swirled around her, infiltrating nearby shops, continuously spreading and extending. The flow of people on the street showed no signs of diminishing. Yin Zhao raised her wrist, halting the time on her communicator. Currently, aside from making calls and online payments, she was still somewhat clumsy with the communication device. Within the pollution zone, it was daytime. Aside from the occasional black tendrils that attacked her, everything seemed normal. But what about the night? What would it be like in a city that had come alive during the night? A little bluebird hopped onto her shoulder, stretching its neck out to peer through the car window, eagerly scanning the surroundings. The taxi continued to follow the traffic flow, moving forward aimlessly. She had no idea how long they had driven until they passed a familiar street, again approaching the cake shop. The glass display showcased a variety of beautiful cakes, with one spot in the middle conspicuously empty. The strawberry cake she had taken still unrefilled. Yet she had been moving in a single direction. How could she have returned to the cake shop? Yin Zhao's expression momentarily froze as she realized the key, her brow suddenly relaxing. So that was it. No wonder she couldn't find her teammates. Within the pollution zone, there were countless smaller pollution zones. A thought crossed her mind. The greenish-blue fluorescent threads drifted from all corners, soaring toward the sky, beginning to spread in all directions in search of the barrier's edge. The mental barrier was one of the guide's strongest abilities. Stop looking. It's time to get to work. Yin Zhao nudged the little bluebird. If it hadn't been so sluggish, constantly distracted by sightseeing, the two of them should have noticed something amiss long ago. The little bluebird lazily lifted its head, fixating on the milk tea and fried chicken strips in her hand. Its eyes conveying a clear message. You've been munching all the way. How can you blame me? Fine. The bygone era was wonderful, filled with endless delicacies. And people lived in peace and contentment. If she lingered here too long, she feared she would eventually succumb as well. Yin Zhao zipped up her bulging military backpack, signaling the driver to pull over. Once a flaw was detected, the barrier would quickly be touched by the mental threads. The bothersome dark matter emerged again from the flower bed, and the intertwined black strands launched another assault. The little bluebird began to hop in agitation. Trash. Stinking garbage. It had been pestering her. This park, situated beside the city center, was bustling with traffic, yet the park itself was devoid of life, eerily silent to the point where not even the sound of birds could be heard. Yin Zhao stepped into the park, bent down to pick up a small stone from the ground, and tossed it into the air. The stone seemed to hit an invisible membrane, rebounding with a thud and rolling a few times before settling. This was it, no doubt about it. Yin Zhao slowly approached, raising her gaze to scan the surroundings. The greenish-blue mental threads consumed the dark matter, gradually coiling around her and spreading toward the barrier. She extended her hand to touch the invisible barrier. On the other side, concealed from sight, lay just a few steps away. Sietu had arrived, and as he drew closer to the transparent barrier, The peculiar sensation intensified. The person he sought was right in front of him, obstructed by an unseen barrier. Chapter 35. Breaking the barrier and meeting. The two stood facing each other, separated by the transparent barrier that obscured their line of sight. Yun Zhao gently closed her eyes, attempting to employ her mental threads to dissolve it. She remembered Minister by saying during the initial test that no one was more adept at creating and breaking barriers than a guide. Her mental threads moved like agile serpents, the strands of fluorescent light attaching themselves to the transparent wall, continuously battering against the barrier. The barrier began to quiver slightly. The little bluebird suddenly lifted its gaze, its icy blue eyes fixated on the barrier, as if trying to see through the obstructing view to discern the scene beyond. Ah, I've captured that annoying scent. An annoying scent? From beyond the barrier? The surroundings remained eerily silent in the park. As Xie stood, the bustling street behind him seemed to be frozen in time. The cacophony of noise faded away, and the crowd turned in unison, their expressions blank as they fixated upon him. Gradually, they morphed into familiar silhouettes, slowly approaching and encircling him, his father, mother, and fallen comrades. Stay, don't go. Say, Captain, I am here. Turn around and look at me. A man, resembling a rabbit in appearance, called out to him persistently with a gentle face. The communicator on his wrist indicated a rising pollution level, 61, 65, 66, 70, 74, climbing at an alarming rate. The fiery spirit within him felt a profound discomfort. His crimson eyes brimmed with rage, tumultuous in the realm of his mind. Hurry, I want to kill them. A hint of deep red flickered in Xie profound gaze as he raised his hand to touch a transparent barrier, attempting to shatter it. Suddenly, the barrier began to tremble, revealing a fissure that expanded like a spider's web, spreading throughout the entire structure. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered into a myriad of starlight that dissipated into the air, the separation vanishing abruptly. Their palms met, and their gazes collided unexpectedly, the sensation of skin against skin causing their hearts to tremble. Yun Zhao felt a warmth radiating from his palm, an oddly peculiar sensation, yet there was no time for contemplation. A few strides away, half cloaked in darkness and half in light, the sky above the city where Xie stood was shrouded in dense dark matter, with countless grotesque beings emitting black mist looming behind him. These monsters did not attack. They merely stood silently, their eerie gazes fixed upon him. Let us go. Xie stepped into her city, seizing her hand and fleeing. The aberrations surged forward in unison, their expressions twisted as they howled and charged at the pair. Come back! Come back! It was as if a call from the abyss, laden with endless allure and malevolent power, sought to drag them into an irreversible abyss. The chilling sound sent shivers down the spine. Strangely, the area where Yun Zhao stood remained normal. Passers-by and vehicles on the road seemed oblivious to the monstrous pursuit behind them. She witnessed a woman walking while engrossed in her phone. As countless grotesque beings passed through her body, viscous slime dripping down from her form. Wherever the slime touched, the ground hissed, emitting noxious white smoke, revealing its corrosive nature. The woman remained unresponsive, her face displaying a shy expression as she read something on her device. Was it an illusion? Perhaps some individuals never truly existed. Or maybe they had existed many years ago. Yun Zhao's stamina waned. After just a few steps, Xie seemed to sense something amiss. Encircling her waist with one arm and lifting her as they ran, dramatically increasing their speed, the aberrations surged forth like a relentless tide, the thick black mist rapidly polluting the sky within the barrier. Yun Zhao released her psychic threads of bluish-green fluorescence appearing like drops in the ocean against the overwhelming dark matter. Unless she released the Qing Niao, but it was only the first day. She did not wish to reveal all her cards so soon. The straps of her military backpack felt uncomfortably tight. Instinctively, she adjusted her posture, hurling her milk tea at the pursuing monsters. Of course, it would not inflict any harm. The little Qing Niao cursed incessantly in her ear. Don't let him touch you. Tell him to remove his hand. If he lets go, I'll fall. Yun Zhao retorted in her mind. I think the captain is quite nice. Please do not harbor prejudice against him. The little creature scoffed dismissively, holding no regard for anyone but its original form. The wind whistled past her ears, and the bright light behind them suddenly dimmed. Darkness enveloped the sky, forming a black wall that rapidly approached them, swallowing pedestrians, vehicles, and buildings in an instant. Countless aberrations howled as they charged towards the pair. In a heartbeat, the light was cleaved, darkness bearing down upon them. Sietu nearly cradled her in his arms as he sprinted, the sound of their footsteps merging with their heavy breaths. Breathing heavily? The Sentinel possessed extraordinary physical prowess and perceptive abilities. She was light, so why was she gasping so fiercely after only a brief run? His emotions are so volatile. I don't want to provide him with guidance. While Yun Zhao struggled to reposition the uncomfortable military backpack in her arms, she inadvertently voiced her thoughts aloud. What? Sietu's voice came from above her. She quickly bit her lip. Nothing. We need to find a way to stop the black wall. Sietu ran with remarkable speed, deftly avoiding the oncoming crowd, his voice growing hoarse. Do not worry. That is a reaction from the collapsing space. It will cease soon. The illusion confining him was collapsing, but this territory was hers. The gatekeeper set the rules and would abide by them. Is that so? Yun Zhao pressed her head against his broad shoulder, glancing back repeatedly to gauge the distance. The scene behind them was particularly terrifying. Monstrous beings, twisted and shrouded in black mist, disregarded the pedestrians and vehicles on the street, fixated solely on their goal of bringing Sietu back to where he belonged. Farther away, the black wall indeed began to slow its encroachment. The space wavered and gradually undulated, seemingly in self-repair. The deafening roars filled the air. Some high-level aberrations moved with astonishing speed, almost leaving afterimages as two shadows leaped onto a car, launching themselves from the air toward them. Sietu quickened his pace, the wind howling past him as he fired without looking back. The Sentinel's keen senses were evident in that moment. The gunshots rang out, striking the heads of the two rapidly moving monsters with deadly precision. The two shadows fell, wailing in anguish. Such speed, yet with extraordinary accuracy. Yun Zhao clung to his shoulder, captivated by the display. Is this the power of an S-class Sentinel? At that moment, Sietu had no time to engage with her. Noticing the black wall had halted, he swiftly turned and led her into a narrow alley. Trash cans were overturned as he barreled through, debris scattering everywhere. He appeared remarkably familiar with the terrain, twisting and turning with agility, ultimately leading them into an old residential building, successfully shaking off the pursuing aberrations. Only when they entered the dim stairwell, the cacophony of howls faded away, did he finally release her. Yun Zhao's feet finally touched the ground. The visibility in the stairwell was exceedingly low, rendering only the blurred outline of the person beside her discernible. The heavy, rapid breathing echoed around them. There were no external injuries. After an extended period of high tension, it could only mean a disturbance in the mental realm. Despite such a dire state, his combat prowess remained formidable. Sentinels and guides were indeed starkly different. A thought flickered in Yun Zhao's mind. In an instant, strands of luminescent psychic energy flickered to life, illuminating their faces. The man was tall. Yun Zhao barely reached his shoulder and had to tilt her head upwards to meet his gaze. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot, glistening a vivid crimson. The swirling psychic threads danced around them, attempting to penetrate his body. Sietu sensed the approach of her psychic threads and stiffened. She was trying to establish a mental connection with him. The threads quickly detected resistance. Do not resist. Ignoring the outcries of the little Qing Niao, Yun Zhao raised her right hand to rest against his forehead, channeling her psychic energy as she spoke. You need guidance right now. Chapter 36. The first guidance, the soft warmth against his forehead intensified his inner turmoil. Sietu leaned against the doorframe, gazing down at her with his bloodshot eyes. In the past, guides at the base required a tranquil, gentle environment with comfortable lighting before conducting mental guidance to prevent external stimuli from agitating the Sentinel. This was not a safe place. Did she not understand? Or was she simply dismissive? Sietu chose to trust her and ceased his resistance, simply stating, "There is no time. We need not establish a mental connection." The process of psychological guidance is divided into outer and inner layers. The outer layer only performs basic cleansing and cannot establish a mental connection to enter the Sentinel's mental realm. His current state was dire, indeed requiring guidance, lest he be easily influenced again. However, cleansing the dark matter within the mental realm would consume too much time. They needed to find their other teammates swiftly. Tuzi might be in grave danger. There was no time to waste. All right, Yun Zhao acquiesced. She slowly closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and attempted to manipulate the strands of her consciousness, inching closer to Xie before entering his being. Unlike guidance for lower-level sentinels, Xie was an S-class sentinel. His mental core was exceptionally robust. A rash intrusion would only provoke his resistance, perhaps even an instinctive attack. Thus, her movements were deliberate and cautious, testing the waters with her mental strands. Xie did not resist her invasion, yet his hands, which hung by his sides, suddenly clenched, as if he were desperately trying to restrain himself. Ever since the guide arrived at the Shuguang base, he had been acutely aware that any resistance would be futile. She would influence him. Frenzied, violent, and dark emotions surged upon him like a tidal wave. Though she had not yet stepped into the mental realm, Yun Zhao felt as if she could sense the fiery phoenix's jubilance, assisting her in prying open the core of his consciousness. Fortunately, my little Qing Miao will not betray me. She continued to release her mental strands, starting to purify all visible dark matter on the surface. The little bird could not resist the core, reluctantly waving luminescence to cleanse the sentinel she found so disagreeable. There was an overwhelming amount, a dark mass of countless black threads entangled together. It surpassed all the sentinels she had previously guided combined. This was merely his mental core. Within the mental realm, the fiery phoenix once again felt a soothing sensation and joyfully greeted the Qing Yuan, only to be arrogantly ignored. A creature whose mind is entirely entangled in black threads. The cleansing process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Xie hung his head, displaying no signs of resistance, and gradually relaxed his tense muscles under the guide's guidance. The mental strands were soothing his agitation, capturing some of his current emotions, compliance and resignation. The legendary S-class Sentinel appeared particularly docile before her. Such sensitive and furious beings as Sentinels were indeed suited for control. This fleeting thought surprised Yun Zhao. Why did she harbor such an idea? Every second of the guidance process was tormenting for Xie Tuesday. He could feel the trajectory of every movement of the mental strands once they entered his mental core. A gentle, cool warmth flowed into his mind, bringing a long-lost serenity. Yet the fiery phoenix's obedience to her stirred another kind of restlessness within him. As the dark matter of the core was being cleansed, he prepared to sever this connection before the guide noticed. Do not move. A voice resonated in his mind. It was the guide's emotional resonance ability. She was using this power to convey words to him. The Guardian seems to be watching me. Seizing the moment, Yun Zhao recounted events that had transpired since her arrival, including the aberrant creature masquerading as her uncle and the dark matter that had been ambushing her. She sought the insights of the experienced Xie Tuesday. How should I lure it out and kill it? Xie slowly opened his eyes and directly replied. Covert communication is futile. In this domain, the Guardian is the sovereign, omnipotent, and can perceive everything. Yun Zhao was taken aback. It can hear me, even though it cannot breach my mental barrier? Xie discreetly took 2 steps away from her, fearing a recurrence of the previous phenomena, and reached out to grasp the strap of her backpack. He then inquired, what does the peculiar polluted area resemble to you? Yun Zhao was puzzled. Does it resemble a mental realm? Xie turned his gaze upon her. In your mental world, you can control everything, freely constructing the world you desire. Can any disturbance within it evade your notice? Yun Zhao, oblivious to his subtle actions, paused at this revelation, murmuring, are you suggesting the polluted area is, in fact, a mental realm? Xie affirmed, noting that this theory had been posited decades ago by a researcher at the Hope Base. The researcher, surnamed Qi, had garnered much agreement, particularly from sentinels who had ventured into the polluted area. The more they contemplated, the more they believed it to be true. It could be said that the polluted area was indeed the mental realm of the Guardian. once one steps into its absolute territory. Aside from killing it or obtaining a key according to the rules to exit, no other actions could remain concealed from it. Perhaps it was this ability that birthed the two unique soldier types, sentinels and guides. Yet Yun Zhao was an exception. Her mental strength was exceedingly potent, perfectly countering the guardian of the 88th polluted area. While the guardian could not breach her barrier, it did not mean it was unaware of her actions. Yun Zhao gradually comprehended this reality. Xie, recognizing her recent arrival at the base and lack of training, proceeded to enlighten her. The discovery of the guardian was a coincidence. In the 60th year following the onset of the Dark Apocalypse, with the emergence of new polluted areas, the underground shelter 316 fell. Within it lived a father and daughter, inseparable in their bond. The daughter had initially transformed into an aberrant creature, while the father survived. The agony of losing his daughter plunged the father into despair. After hiding in the polluted area for some time, heartbroken, he ran home on the birthday of his daughter, intending to commit suicide after dealing with her belongings. Before this, no one had managed to escape the polluted area alive. Upon returning home, adhering to local customs, the father burned all the toys his daughter had cherished. Unbeknownst to him, the guardian was among them, as he cast the tattered cloth doll into the flames. The entire polluted area warped around him. The once vertical structures bent, and the houses swayed like ripples in water. According to the father's recollection, he repeatedly heard his daughter's voice calling to him, "Daddy, it hurts so much. Please hold me out." It was not his daughter. It was a monster. Despite his profound love for his child, the father was acutely aware that it was not his daughter who called to him. The sites within the polluted area trembled even more violently. As the flames gradually consumed the doll, the domain shattered entirely. The 316th polluted area collapsed before his eyes. From that moment on, humanity learned that polluted areas could indeed be obliterated. This monumental discovery ignited humanity's counteroffensive, yet the truth of the calamity remained elusive, preventing the eradication of all polluted areas. As Xie Tu contemplated the current mission, his gaze deepened. The Jiangmu team comprised 1 S-Class Sentinel and 5 A-Class Sentinels, all of considerable strength. It was implausible that a mere illusion could lead to their total annihilation. Why had they yet to escape? Perhaps there was another reason. They could not find the key to exit. Chapter 37. Was she here on vacation? The fiery phoenix emitted a series of low growls within the mental realm, seemingly dissatisfied that the guidance process had halted. Xie Tu's agitation was soothed, and his breathing normalized. The key might be pivotal to the 88th polluted area. Ignoring its protests, he stated, "The key has a commonality: obsession. Completing an obsession may yield the key." In documented cases at the base, there were instances of individuals inadvertently entering polluted areas, terrified, hiding in residential buildings. One night, awakening to find the kitchen faucet left running, the individual instinctively approached to turn it off, resulting in the appearance of the key. Forgetting to turn off the faucet before leaving was also a form of obsession. The methods of obtaining the key are diverse and, in essence, not particularly challenging. At times, one may stumble upon it by mere coincidence. Upon entering the polluted zone, all teams from the combat department immediately search for the key. This ensures that even if the mission ultimately fails, they can retreat in a timely manner. If Jiangmu's team detects an issue within the spiritual realm, they can simply touch the key to exit the polluted zone, unless, of course, they fail to find it. The leaders of each base are likely aware of this as well, which is why Minister Duan emphasized the importance of acquiring the key before taking any action. Yun Zhao lowered her gaze, reflecting on her previous inclination to directly request the key from the gatekeeper. However, it now seemed futile to deceive it. If they were to intrude upon the gatekeeper's spiritual realm, how could they possibly locate and eliminate it in such an expansive and bizarre domain? How did you complete your previous 4-star polluted zone mission? Yun Zhao inquired. Minister Duan had mentioned that 3 4-star polluted zones had been eradicated, one of which was handled by the Xie Tu team. Xie Tu's expression darkened as he replied, "It's a long story. I will explain it to you slowly once we find the others. It was during that mission that they lost a team member, the former sniper of Team 0, who was Rabbit's elder brother. with whom she had shared many years of companionship. The sister inherited his will by taking up his sniper rifle, becoming the new marksman of the team. He was not overly concerned about the others. The effects of spiritual illusions did not significantly impact some individuals, such as the guide or Duan Shi. However, Rabbit's mental barriers were inherently fragile, and she was highly susceptible to falling into illusions. Yun Zhao nodded in understanding. Perhaps due to her recent addition to the team, she had not yet formed deep bonds with her comrades. To her, it seemed wise to prioritize searching for the key, knowing it was crucial to the 88th polluted zone. Yet, as the team leader, Xie had resolved to eliminate the gatekeeper, rendering the key somewhat superfluous in her eyes. If the captain decides to regroup first, then we shall do so, she concluded. All right, let us proceed. The commotion outside had long since subsided as the two descended the staircase. The building, an elevator apartment that appeared somewhat aged, exhibited worn walls, with water stains seeping through in irregular patches of yellow. As they made their way down, Yun Zhao belatedly noticed that the man beside her had been gripping her backpack strap all along. The little green bird perched on her shoulder, haughtily tilting its head and casting a sidelong glance at the man, seemingly displeased with his actions. Xie offered no explanation. He heard movements below. Someone was ascending the stairs. An elderly woman, hunched and carrying a pile of cardboard, moved slowly at the staircase's corner. Xie gestured for Yun Zhao to step aside. His tall frame and well-proportioned musculature made it unavoidable that he brushed against the cardboard. The moment the items came into contact with him, they seemed to gain a tangible form. The old woman suddenly turned her head, her murky eyes fixating on the two with an indescribable peculiarity. The atmosphere grew eerie. Yun Zhao glanced back and unexpectedly asked, "Do you need assistance?" The old woman remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed on them, her lips moving slightly as if murmuring something inaudible. "What floor do you live on?" Yun Zhao inquired again. Yet the elderly woman did not respond, instead clutching her cardboard and continuing her slow ascent. Xie observed her retreating figure in contemplation, pulling Yun Zhao's backpack strap as they proceeded downwards. Only after the vague silhouette vanished around the corner did Yun Zhao question Xie. "What did she just say?" "She said, 'You cannot leave,'" Xie replied. "Oh," Yun Zhao responded. They dismissed the encounter. The absurdities within the polluted zone were numerous, and such cryptic remarks held little sway over Xie mental state. However, Yun Zhao pondered the implication that touching could render objects tangible, leading her to wonder if items from the polluted zone could be taken out. She frequently interacted with the little green bird. How was it still a spiritual entity? The little creature sensed her thoughts, but remained silent on her shoulder. As they exited the residential building, they were greeted by a bright day, the sun shining brightly and the sounds of honking vehicles and bustling life filling the air. Yet the scene on the street was starkly divided. One end was lively and bustling with traffic, while the other resembled a battlefield, shrouded in dark matter, with the pavement and buildings corroded by black sludge, leaving them in a state of disrepair, vehicles abandoned like scrap metal in the midst of it all. It was as if two worlds had been severed from the same dream. The massive aberrant species army had vanished, and the space was gradually mending itself. An odd yet miraculous sight. Xie approached the roadside, once again seizing a native's car keys and ushering Yun Zhao into the vehicle. This place mirrored the barrier he had just occupied, even the pedestrians appearing identical. Four students with ice cream cones chatted merrily as they approached from around the corner. Not far off was the spot where he had shot the aberrant creature impersonating his father. Xie shut the car door and did not rush to start the engine. Instead, reflecting, "It seems we're the only four separated. Aside from the ammunition and some supplies in the military backpack, everything else remains with the armored vehicle. Song Liang is likely still with the vehicle. We must first find Rabbit." Duan Shi and Tao Haohao had not parted ways. Given that they had been navigating through the mist, Xie had released his perception and clearly saw the two of them vanish together. Yun Zhao acknowledged this, but raised a concern. "There are still 3 barrier edges I have not examined. We can only choose one barrier to breach. If stepping out of this space causes it to collapse, it means we must make a choice among 3, with no turning back." Xie calmly replied as he started the vehicle, "I will choose." The car surged into the flow of traffic on the street, pedestrians hurriedly passing by, their figures fleeting in the window, creating an illusion that they truly belonged to this peaceful and bustling world. Ultimately, Sietu opted for the eastern direction. As the communication device was frozen in time, they could not ascertain the hour. An extended period had passed, yet the city remained bathed in daylight, the sky unchanged, making it difficult to perceive the passage of time. However, their physical energy and stamina were not at a standstill. Sietu retrieved water and energy bars from his military backpack and handed them to Yun Zhao, saying, "Have something to eat to replenish your strength." Yun Zhao glanced at him but did not reach out to accept. Instead, she quietly turned to open her own backpack. She pulled out several boxes of spicy sour noodles. Instant noodles, strawberry cream biscuits, cream bread, and pickled chicken feet, filling the front seat with various snacks. "I'm not hungry. Would you like some?" She posed, adopting an air of casual selection. Her military backpack was the lightest, holding no ammunition, and the largest water bottle contained only a single bottle, in stark contrast to her teammates' backpacks, which were largely empty. As Yun Zhao walked and ate, she deftly replenished her backpack. Sietu, witnessing the abundance of food, exhibited a rare complexity of expression, but ultimately said nothing, taking a packet of cream bread and tearing it open, taking a bite. The sweetness of the bread spread across his palate, and his mood grew even more complicated. Her demeanor suggested she had clearly eaten her fill. While they faced trials, she seemed to be on a vacation. Chapter 38. Who are you? The red light at the upcoming intersection illuminated, and the vehicles came to a gradual halt, forming a lengthy queue. The outer world had long abandoned traffic lights. Some remnants of old roads, left unattended for years, were riddled with potholes and cracks resembling gnarled scars, stretching ominously. Desolate and silent, devoid of life, it starkly contrasted with their immediate surroundings. Yun Zhao lightly closed her eyes, sending forth her spiritual threads to traverse the city's skyline, seeking the edge of the eastern barrier. Since their reunion, the black lines that had plagued her had not reappeared. Had she underestimated the gatekeeper's complexity? The rules of the solo instance were rife with flaws. Her presence rendered the barrier's breach exceedingly simple. "Found it, you useless thing." The little bluebird, weary of the external scenery, began to cast sidelong glances at others. Although it seemed to scold the gatekeeper, its gaze remained fixed on Xie. Tuesday, Yun Zhao pointed towards the entrance and instructed him to stop the vehicle, realizing they had reached the edge of a barrier. Xie, too, complied, bringing the car to a halt on the road. The little creature's actions and expressions were far from subtle. He opened the car door and stepped out. Once again, Sietu grasped the strap of Yun Zhao's backpack, raising an eyebrow at the little bluebird, laden with provocation. The creature indeed began to stomp its feet, exclaiming, "Annoying, annoying, annoying." Yun Zhao found it curious that he could provoke the little bluebird, warning, "Captain, do not tease it. It is not easily amused." Sietu subdued his expression, withdrawing his gaze with an air of aloofness, yet he did not loosen his grip on her backpack strap. Following the trail of flickering green lights, they arrived at the entrance of the city library. Through the glass doors, they could discern indistinct figures within, illuminated by sunlight filtering through the windows, casting a glow on the dust particles dancing in the air. Sietu reached out to push the door, only to be halted by an invisible barrier. His other hand transitioned from holding the backpack strap to gripping the handle of her bag. "Let us commence," he said, squinting as he surveyed the vicinity of the library, strategizing an escape route. Yun Zhao nodded, countless strands of green luminescence climbing the transparent walls, initiating a mental infiltration against the barrier. It took scarcely any time before cracks began to emerge on the surface of the barrier, radiating outward. Sietu remained vigilant of their surroundings. Yet, as before, the city they occupied appeared entirely normal. The flow of traffic and pedestrians behind them showed no inclination to approach. Why was she not affected by the illusion? With a sudden crack, the barrier shattered. Sietu swiftly hoisted her military backpack, cradling her in his arms as they dashed into the library. Yun Zhao, anticipating the movement, pressed one hand against his chest, adjusting herself into a comfortable position. The moment they entered, The sky behind them darkened abruptly, as if veiled by an unseen giant hand. The splendid urban illusion shattered like a broken mirror, fragments dissipating into nothingness. Separated by a single glass door, the outside world was left shrouded in a haunting darkness. Strangely, the patrons within the library remained unaffected, their heads bowed, engrossed in their own activities. The library has only one exit. Shall we exit directly? Yin Zhao inquired. Xie was surveying the library's environment, rows of tall bookshelves standing orderly, filled with an array of meticulously categorized and numbered books. Each volume was pristine, the titles on their spines clear and prominent. If only we could take them all back, he mused. Outside the glass window, the sun continued to shine brightly. Yes, let us break the glass and exit. He carried her to a window on the first floor, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the glass. Yun Zhao leaned back against him, suddenly turning her head to peer through his broad shoulder into the library. Just as they stepped out, the patrons simultaneously lifted their heads, their vacant gazes directed towards them. It was peculiar. Why did they not attack? The aberrant beings were drawn to the contaminated areas. Capable of existing here like normal humans, did they possess self-awareness? Yun Zhao recalled the uncle with the square face seeking his wages and the aunt searching for her daughter. They were indeed sentient. Within the absolute domain of the gatekeeper, were they powerless to resist? The process proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Within mere minutes of entering the city, Yun Zhao and Xie successfully located Duan, Shi, and Tao Hao, along with another man clad in black combat attire. The three men were on the street, engaging passers-by in conversation, asking, "What do you wish to do today? How can we assist you? Do you have dreams or obsessions? We can help you fulfill them." They wielded firearms, their inquiries resembling those of bandits robbing in broad daylight. The halted aberrant being paused momentarily, then suddenly extended its sharp appendage to launch an attack. Bang! Duanxi was prepared, a bullet dispatching the creature. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, the three turned in unison. Duanxi froze for 2 seconds. The gun now aimed at the two newcomers. This time, it was the captain and Yun Zhao. Xie dark eyes brimmed with disdain. Fool. He faced the gun's barrel, glancing at another young man in black combat gear. He seemed familiar, having crossed paths a few times before. It was Zhou Qianqi, a member of the Jiangmu team from Dawn Base. Xie directly inquired, "Where is Jiangmu?" Zhou Qianqi shook his head, replying, "I do not know. We separated upon entry. The people and objects in this city seemed devoid of obsessions, unable to obtain the keys." Duan Shi and Tao Hao were momentarily stunned, then whispered to one another, "Look at Yun Zhao's shoulder. The aberrant beings cannot manifest a mental entity, right? This seems to be the real captain and Yun Zhao." Duan Shi swiftly retracted his gun, his expression one of despair. "We are doomed." How could he dare to aim a weapon at the captain? While the captain appeared unfazed, he would undoubtedly hold him accountable upon their return. Yun Zhao leaned closer, asking the two, "Have you seen the rabbit?" Duanxi was anxious. "No. We discovered the truth of the illusion when we encountered Zhou Qianqi while searching for an exit. It is a mental illusion barrier. While sentinels are not adept at creating such barriers, they might locate and dismantle it, but it requires time. I did not expect the captain and Yun Zhao to arrive so swiftly. But how are you two together?" Yun Zhao asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. Both nodded in unison. She turned her attention to the two conversing men. The unfamiliar sentinel possessed a doll-like face, but bore an expressionless demeanor, giving an impression of a child playing an adult's role. Xie continued his dialogue with Zhou Qianqi. 3 days? 11e tu es gaz d'arkend. Are you saying you have been within this barrier for 3 days, or that you entered the contaminated area for a total of 3 days? A total of 3 days. Zhou Qianqi replied, his expression remarkably calm. According to the outside timeline, the Jiangmu team had been inside for a month. That cannot be, Xie asserted. The flow of time within the domain does not affect the outside world. After all, it exists within a mental realm. The timeline can revert to the past, but cannot alter the present or impact the future. Changes can only occur based on the existing foundation. In the first lesson for combat troops, questions often arose about whether different time flows would result in a scenario where upon completing a mission, years had passed outside. They had conducted numerous experiments to confirm that such occurrences would not happen. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie drew his sidearm, pressing it against Zhou Tianqi's temple, questioning, "Who are you?" Chapter 39. The mental entity has disappeared. Zhou Tianqi's countenance remained unperturbed. "I am Zhou Tianqi. Does Captain Xie not recognize me?" His calmness felt oddly unsettling, as if devoid of emotion. Xie suddenly seized his arm, forcefully pinning him face down to the ground, reaching to probe Zhou Tianqi's neck. The warmth of his body and the throbbing of his carotid artery confirmed he was indeed alive. Yet, Zhou Tianqi exhibited clear signs of abnormality, for even when pinned, his expression remained unchanged, and he did not struggle in the slightest. What was going on? Yun Zhao also realized something was amiss. Indeed, her mental strands could detect emotions. Yet since their arrival, she had sensed no emotional fluctuations from Zhou Tianqi. How could a human lack emotional responses? Duan Shi and Tao Haohao were momentarily dumbfounded, but quickly rushed over to assist in restraining him. The captain had not fired, indicating he was alive. What is wrong with him? Tao Haohao inquired. Xie did not respond, instructing, "Find some rope and bind him." "Yes." Duan Shi responded eagerly, rising to survey the situation before dashing into a nearby sporting goods store. The rope was swiftly retrieved, and 3 burly men bound Zhou Tianqi tightly. Even as he was restrained, Zhou Tianqi murmured, "I am Zhou Tianqi, Captain Xie. Do you not recognize me?" His demeanor reminded Yun Zhao of those mechanically repetitive, distorted beings. She slightly raised her hand, and a greenish-blue glow materialized out of thin air, rapidly merging into Zhou Tianqi's body. She closed her eyes, sensing the threads of his mind. The sentinel's mental barrier was obscured by a layer of gray mist, preventing any penetration. Recklessly forcing entry could inflict harm on Zhou Tianqi, potentially rendering him a fool in the future, though he already resembled one. What if there was still hope? Yet, regardless of how the mental threads probed, his mental domain remained silent. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized his mental entity had vanished. What? Upon hearing this, a wave of shock rippled through everyone present. Xie expression shifted dramatically. A mental entity cannot stray too far from its host. How could it simply disappear? The mental entity possesses an independent sensory system, existing as a distinct entity in some respects. However, the mental entity relies on the sentinel and guide for its existence, forming a mental bond with the host. The fate of a sentinel who loses their mental entity is a mystery to all. Xietu's countenance darkened, and he abruptly rose, releasing his perception to locate Zhou Tianqi's mental entity nearby. Yes, Duan Shi understood the gravity of the situation and immediately followed suit, unleashing his own mental entity. The mental entity, twice the size of an ordinary peregrine falcon, soared low, weaving through the streets. Tao Haohao, having thrown the tightly bound Zhou Tianqi at the captain's feet, dashed into the street to commandeer a 7-seater van. Yun Zhao stood quietly aside, her gaze lowered in contemplation. The small green bird on her shoulder perched lazily, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. The peregrine swiftly returned, landing on Duan Shi's arm, its keen eyes piercing and penetrating. "Captain, nothing. I found nothing," Duan Shi said, glancing anxiously at the bound Zhou Tianqi. Xie retracted his perception. The city appeared unnaturally normal. Pedestrians flowed endlessly along the street, never casting a glance their way, creating an eerie atmosphere of clamorous noise. Xietu's expression regained its composure. They needed to get in the vehicle and locate Tuzi and Song Liang as swiftly as possible. The decision-maker became Tao Haohao. He drove the car, oblivious to the differences in directions, anxiously scanning the street for less congested traffic, eager to reach the barrier's edge. At a red light, the vehicle came to a halt, forced to follow the car ahead. Once again, Tao Haohao caught sight of his mother through the car window. She stood at the pedestrian crossing, waving and smiling at him, seemingly intending to approach. A sprinkle of glowing light floated over, jolting his mind into clarity. That was not his mother, but a distorted being with a grotesque expression. A strange illusion. Yun Zhao asked, "Have you encountered anything like this in your previous missions?" Do mental illusions signify the attributes of a gatekeeper? Sitting beside her, Xie seemed to understand her thoughts and shook his head. Yin Zhao, however, did not grasp the meaning behind his gesture. Did it imply they had never encountered such a phenomenon? Or was it a signal for her to cease speaking? Did Xie know something he was reluctant to share? Was he also a gatekeeper from the outset? The vehicle quickly reached the city's edge, and as before, the group disembarked. Yin Zhao swiftly located the illusionary barrier. The sky darkened suddenly, and the pedestrians gathered around, countless distorted beings exuding black mist. Morphing into the likenesses of Tao Haohao's mother and Minister Duan, fixating their stares upon them. Where do you want to go? Come back. Let's go to the amusement park. Countless shadowy figures of Minister Duan slowly approached. Duan Shi, frightened, took several steps back. It was terrifying to think of a woman in a dress wanting to go to the amusement park for bumper cars. Though he spoke such words, he remained outwardly unaffected, perhaps because Minister Duan was still alive. In stark contrast was Tao Haohao. While Yun Zhao shattered the barrier, he kept his eyes tightly closed, clutching the still-bound Zhou Tianqi. Drenched in sweat, too afraid to look back, the small green bird observed his state and emitted a sound reminiscent of mockery. Chirp! The little creature, in a display of benevolence, flapped its wings, dispersing the surrounding darkness. Tao Haohao, indeed, felt a significant relief. Xie stood beside Yun Zhao, witnessing cracks appear on the invisible barrier. Do not be swayed. When the barrier breaks, run immediately. Stay close. Do not get separated. There are too many distorted beings. We cannot kill them all. They possessed only a small amount of ammunition in their bags, with the rest in the armored vehicle. Just as the barrier was on the verge of collapse, darkness enveloped the sky, the ground continuously sinking into the abyss, heralding the collapse of yet another illusionary barrier. Yin Zhao instinctively adjusted her posture, burrowing into Xie embrace. Xie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out, holding her as they surged forward the moment the barrier shattered. Tao Haohao followed closely, still clutching the unmoving Zhou Tianqi. Duanxi took on the rear guard. A wall of darkness gradually formed, rapidly closing in on the group. As Duanxi ran, he glanced back, witnessing the horde of distorted beings pursuing them, relentlessly intent on dragging him to the amusement park. What was there to enjoy at the amusement park? He muttered, "What a pity to waste so many good things. It would be splendid if we could take them all with us." The bustling street was alive with the flow of vehicles, traffic lights flashing alternately. Cars sped by and halted at intersections, awaiting the signal to proceed. A group of 7 or 8 children, pushing bicycles, ran ahead, laughing and playing. Their mothers followed closely, cautioning, "Slow down, be careful not to bump into anyone." People chatted and laughed as they passed the entrance of a milk tea shop. The staff busily prepared drinks according to orders. Behind the counter, a king chameleon lay motionless against the wall of the milk tea shop, its skin color blending seamlessly with the surroundings, perfectly camouflaged amidst the bustling city. Chapter 40. Tuzi followed her brother home. It was a new house, fully equipped with appliances and furniture, warmly decorated. Adorable cartoon cushions adorned the sofa, while the walls and room were decorated with countless radiant smiles captured in photographs of the siblings. Her brother was busy in the kitchen, occasionally wafting enticing aromas. Tuzi sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the television. Why was dinner being prepared when it was not yet dark? A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes as she watched her brother's busy figure, her gaze again turning vacant. "Ayu, dinner's ready." A gentle voice from the man called out. The dining table was lavishly set with an abundance of dishes. Many of the dishes Tuzi had never seen before, and as she sat down and picked up her chopsticks to serve herself, those dishes materialized, their colors and aromas becoming even more tantalizing. Tuzi sampled a shrimp, finding it delicious. The activation of her taste buds seemed to awaken her senses. It felt as though she had forgotten something important. Suddenly remembering, Tuzi hastily set down her chopsticks, exclaiming, "Brother, my mental entity seems to be missing." Indeed, where could have gone? The man across from her remained still, his expression one of gentle indulgence. "Could you please call it back?" Tuzi abruptly stood, bewildered. I sensed it. I must go find it." No rush. Finish your meal first. Afterward, I'll accompany you to look for it. Okay. After finishing dinner, the man leisurely cleared the table and tidied the kitchen. Then, he opened the door, carrying a bag of trash, and took her out to search for her mental entity. Everything appeared so normal, as if a pair of siblings were simply going out to find a lost pet. The mental connection began to wane, threatening to sever, which instinctively incited panic within Tuzi. It felt as though she had forgotten something else. But why could she not recall? The man gently led her across the zebra crossing and onto the bustling street. His voice soft yet beguiling. Where is it? The rabbit opened her mouth, intending to inform him, yet no sound emerged. Something felt amiss. What exactly was wrong? Deep down, she resisted the urge to reveal her spiritual essence to her brother, fearing the dire consequences that might ensue. Why isn't you obedient? Didn't we agree to search for it? The man tenderly stroked her hair, her once short locks now cascading to her shoulders. Though her military backpack lay abandoned at home, she stubbornly refused to change out of her black combat uniform. Hurry, take your brother to find it. Find it. The rabbit struggled to control her thoughts, her body moving stiffly toward the milk tea shop. How could her spiritual essence have manifested on its own? It seemed as if she had allowed it to escape. Yet she could not recall the circumstances. Her body felt foreign to her. As she approached the milk tea shop, her expression morphed into confusion, her steps rigid. Goodness, rabbit, what are you doing? A familiar voice echoed from across the street. A group of people suddenly appeared, and vehicles sped by, isolating them from one another. The rabbit fought to regain control of her body, turning to see a figure darting across the street, nearly a blur, who covered her eyes and urged, "Do not look." It was Duanshi's voice. Gunfire erupted, followed by the sound of something collapsing with a mournful wail. The rabbit heard Yun Xiangdao's voice as her hand instinctively touched her forehead. Do not resist. As Yun Zhao uttered these words, she closed her eyes, enveloped by a myriad of glowing lights. The little bluebird on her shoulder vanished into thin air. Tao Hao stood frozen in shock beside her, astonished that Yun Xiangdao dared to conduct spiritual guidance in such an environment. Previously, guides would perform purification rituals before offering counsel, almost akin to worship. Xietu ignored him, entering the milk tea shop alone, and shortly after emerged with a king chameleon in hand. Let's go back. It's safe now. The little creature's eyes darted around, its expression one of unspoken grievance. As its form gradually faded away, it returned to its familiar spiritual domain. The sound of the wind echoed eerily. What was once a tropical rainforest now resembled the dark forest inhabited by witches from fairy tales. Black, withered trees jutted from the dark soil, stark and lifeless, as if the very essence beneath their bark was suffocated by darkness. Amidst the endless void, a person and a bird stood, with even the sky draped in black threads. Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Just one day apart, and the rabbit's spiritual realm had been so severely tainted. If they had arrived, even a moment later, the rabbit might have succumbed to the same fate as Zhou Qianxi. Yun Zhao treaded upon the dark earth, surveying her surroundings until she spotted the king chameleon perched upon a tree. It seemed to have just returned, its scales transforming into a striking white. As if desperate to be seen, the little bluebird tilted its head and said, "It says it feels unwell." Yun Zhao extended her hand, allowing it to rest upon her arm, the gentle light enveloping it and purifying the darkness that clung to its form. The chameleon clung tightly to her, comfortably tilting its head back to flick out its little tongue. Yun Zhao smiled, her fingertips dancing lightly. The little bluebird flapped its wings and took to the air. Suddenly, a colossal azure bird, radiating brilliant light, materialized within the rabbit's spiritual realm. The great bird spread its immense wings, circling the dark sky while letting out a cry. Countless green, spiritual threads sprouted from beneath its wings, radiating outward from Yun Zhao's center, spreading wildly across the dark earth. The luminous glow melded into the black soil and the lifeless trees. The giant wings stirred a tempest within the rabbit's spiritual domain. Yun Zhao stood alone in the forest, her slender form unmoving as the wind tousled her hair. Her extraordinary mental strength could sustain an entire A-grade sentinel's spiritual realm. And the green luminescent threads danced like fireflies on a summer night, claiming dominion over the tropical rainforest. The withered trees began to awaken, transforming from black to brown. Their branches and leaves slowly unfurled as the sky brightened. The massive creature, soaring above, emitted a dazzling light that illuminated every corner. As the sky cleared and the trees began to sprout, Yun Zhao prepared to withdraw her spiritual energy when she caught a fleeting memory. In the imagery, a man resembling the rabbit stood clad in the combat uniform of the Shuguang base, wielding a familiar sniper rifle while engaged in a simulated combat exercise alongside Tao Haohao and others. The scene flashed by, followed by an image of an adult rabbit accepting that very rifle, joining the Shuguang Zero team as its youngest and sole female member. Amidst the vast ruins, they executed their mission, teammates sprinting frantically. The rabbit lay on a rooftop, aiming at the approaching advanced aberrations. These aberrations had evolved wings, their elongated jaws striking with the swiftness of deadly weapons. Tao Haohao shouted, "Wang Jiai, quickly take them down," just as the rabbit prepared to fire. She was momentarily distracted by the call, missing her chance. She was not Wang Jiai, she was Wang Jiayu. Wang Jiai was her brother, who had already passed away. The scene shifted again. Tao Haohao stood with his head lowered, apologizing to Xie Tuesday. "She is Jiai's sister." I instinctively called out his name in a crisis. Jiai had been their teammate, serving as the team's sniper. The younger sister inherited her brother's position, causing everyone to feel as though he was still present, prompting them to unconsciously utter his name. "How about giving the sister a nickname?" suggested Duan Shi, so they wouldn't mix up the names again. When she was little, she would bounce around, and Jiai said she resembled a little rabbit. "Let us call her Rabbit. Once it becomes a habit, it will be fine." Is it really that simple? The hidden Wang Jiu quietly retreated, sprinting home with tears in her eyes, resembling a little rabbit indeed. Chapter 41. The barrier is an illusion. Yun Zhao slowly opened her eyes. The group remained on the street. The rabbit had returned from her trance, yet her expression remained somewhat dazed. Rationality returned, and the world had never seemed so vivid. Her consciousness was clearer than ever. As the luminescence faded, it felt like a gentle stream flowing softly. The forest had long awaited such rejuvenation. However, the rabbit crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. The four men surrounding her remained silent. They had overcome 3 illusion barriers to find her. Fortunate they arrived in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon seeing Yun Xiangdao open her eyes, Duanxi appeared as if he had found salvation, desperately signaling to her. Yun Zhao pressed her lips together, unsure of what to say. When the uncles had faced trouble, the townsfolk would offer her a few comforting words. Yun Zhao had only found it bothersome, preferring solitude over the meaningless platitudes. In a moment of empathy, she believed that the rabbit required more than mere comfort. The mission is paramount. Let us find a place to rest for an hour, then locate Song Liang, Xie Tu stated gravely. They had been active for at least a dozen hours without rest. They understood Song Liang's situation. His parents were still alive, and he had an older sister, so the illusion should not heavily affect him. Xie Tu turned to the weeping rabbit, ignoring her tears, and inquired, "Where did you lose your military backpack?" The rabbit wiped her tears, rising silently to lead the way. The group followed her to her home. Upon entering, they were greeted by a photograph of the siblings adorning the wall. Their previous actions had been too swift. Yun Zhao had not truly seen the aberration's form. The man in the picture wore a gentle expression, always smiling affectionately at his sister. Upon seeing the photo, the rabbit could no longer hold back, crouching down to cover her face as she wept uncontrollably. Tao Haohao tossed Zhou Tianqi onto the living room carpet, sitting down silently. Duanxi wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words, letting out a deep sigh as he settled beside Tao Haohao. Xie Tu stood by the window, gazing out at the street below, his back turned to them. The one he mourned had departed. Wang Jiai had sacrificed himself for the future of humanity. Xie Tu had not been able to save him. He could only retrieve the sniper rifle that belonged to Wang. An event that had previously incited turmoil within the mental realm necessitating a 2-month hiatus before he could accept another mission. This bygone era held the most cherished individuals, and it was no wonder that the rabbit became ensnared in confusion. Yet, this place was ultimately not their time. For those living in the wasteland era, it remained an elusive dream. In the living room, apart from the rabbit's heart-wrenching sobs, there was an oppressive silence among the others, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Yun Zhao shifted to a single sofa and broke the stillness, asking, "Shall we not discuss our next mission? Now that everyone has returned except for Song Liang. We need to locate the keys and rescue Jiang Mu's squad, plotting our subsequent actions." This polluted zone was formed by countless overlapping illusion barriers. In their search for people, they had traversed 7 barriers, perhaps merely scratching the surface of the pollution zone. As for the surprisingly high success rate in the first 2 attempts, Yun Zhao attributed it to the Sentinel's acute perceptive abilities. A Sentinel's intuition could be frighteningly accurate. It was imperative to first ascertain the whereabouts of Zhou Tianqi's spiritual entity. Xie turned around, his voice low. "Rabbit, why has your spiritual entity departed?" Hearing the question, the rabbit halted her tears, biting her lip as she sobbed. "Dark matter has invaded the mental realm. A voice has been persistently attempting to control Mian. I maintain my sanity to keep it hidden." Having just wept, her voice was tinged with a rasp and tremor. "After it escaped, I could feel the spiritual connection weakening, as if it was about to vanish entirely." This revelation sent chills through the other occupants of the living room. A profound spiritual connection existed between the body and the spiritual entity, and they had never heard of such a connection being severed. They were a symbiotic life form, inseparable. If a sentinel or guide perished, so too would their spiritual entity. Xie turned to Yun Zhao. "Have you noticed anything?" Yun Zhao shook her head, stating that her mental realm was engulfed in dark matter. If any other bizarre entity existed, the rabbit, now in a state of wakefulness, would surely have sensed it. The rabbit nodded. "Yes, that connection has returned. Mian is fine now." Previously, the guides at the base had provided her with guidance, and remnants of dark matter lingered. However, S-class guides were different. The rabbit's mind and senses had never been as clear as they were now. Any disturbance in the mental realm would not escape her notice. Xietu's gaze darkened, his voice cold. "It seems the illusion barriers are not merely to trap us. Their true purpose is to ensnare the Sentinel spiritual entities." What would happen to a Sentinel who loses their spiritual entity? Everyone instinctively looked towards Zhou Tianqi, who lay on the ground, bound and appearing numb and hollow, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. He had lost his formidable perceptive abilities, regressing to mere instinct. Yun Zhao gently raised her fingertips, and countless threads of spiritual energy surged into Zhou Tianqi's body. The black lines outside the core of his spirit had long been cleared. Yet a layer of gray mist still obscured the Sentinel's spiritual barrier, with green luminescence tracing along the core, searching for any crevice to infiltrate. Still, they found nothing. Forcing their way in would cause Zhou Tianqi's mental realm to collapse, resulting in a loss that could never be remedied. Duanxi observed her actions, hesitating before speaking. "I am particularly concerned about what Zhou Tianqi mentioned. He said the people and objects in this city seem devoid of obsession. Acquiring the key is impossible." Yun Zhao retracted her spiritual energy, casually responding, "Those aberrations that wish to return you to the illusionary realm are indeed obsessions, are they not? Moreover, the aberrations impersonating your loved ones are also obsessions. How could there be no obsessions?" Tao Haohua could not restrain himself from asking. "Then why can't Jiang Mu's squad obtain the key?" Clearly, their situation mirrors ours. They too were ensnared in the illusion upon entry. Yet, as the captain stated, Jiang Mu and his team are exceptionally strong. A mere illusion should not be capable of annihilating a combat squad with an S-class Sentinel and seasoned experience. The only possibility was that they had not found the key, hence could not escape. Yun Zhao seemed to have an epiphany, her tone subtly shifting. "Perhaps they have not located the true number 88 pollution zone." "What do you mean?" Xie quickly grasped her implication. The barriers were indeed illusions, and thus the keys and obsessions did not exist. Only within the genuine city, the true number 88 pollution zone, resided the key and the gatekeeper. Amidst countless identical urban illusions, there must be one that represented the authentic number 88 pollution zone. The team members felt a creeping dread as they considered this. Each city appeared the same and could not be marked, as the space would self-repair. How then could they distinguish the traversed barriers and locate the genuine no? 88 pollution zone? No wonder Jiangmu's squad could not escape. Surely, they too had become trapped within. Chapter 42. A brief respite. The living room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was simultaneously mute. Outside the window, sunlight bathed the entire city. Sietu pushed open the window, and the cacophony of the city flooded their ears, sharply contrasting with the atmosphere inside. After a moment, Tao Haowa, unable to endure the silence any longer, broke it, asking, "So what do we do now?" Sietu stood by the window, his gaze transcending the city's clamor to the distant horizon. The city, illuminated by sunlight, appeared bright, yet exuded an aura of unreality, akin to an overly perfect painting that felt disconcerting. The current issues were, first, their teammates were scattered. Second, the whereabouts of the other members of Jiangmu's squad remained uncertain. Third, they needed to find the true number 88 pollution zone. And lastly, where had Zhou Tianqi's spiritual entity gone? Sietu's stern profile tightened. Let us not forget our purpose for entering. Rescue. First, we must locate Song Liang and Jiangmu's squad. Even in such dire circumstances, Sietu maintained his composure and decisiveness. From now on, keep your eyes wide open and carefully discern every barrier we have traversed. Yes, the others replied in unison. The rabbit had regained her composure and rose to enter the kitchen, retrieving several bags of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator and setting water to boil. After a few minutes, she emerged from the kitchen, presenting a steaming plate of dumplings at the table. "Come and eat." Duanxi discreetly observed her, relieved to see her back to normal. Ever since their arrival, they had been in a state of heightened tension. Now, as they relaxed, everyone felt exhausted, eager to finish their meal and rest for a while. Around the dining table stood a group of men devouring the dumplings ravenously. Sietu scanned the room, his gaze finally resting on Yun Zhao, the only one sitting gracefully at the table, eating with poise, delicately picking up dumplings and savoring them slowly. She clearly was not hungry. Indeed, the array of snacks in her bag suggested she had not gone without sustenance since their arrival. Sietu lowered his gaze, quickly finishing the dumplings on his plate, declaring a 4-hour rest period after the meal to replenish their strength. According to the time outside, it must have already reached the early hours. The team members were not merely fatigued from physical exertion, but were mentally drained. Moreover, the guide's stamina was notably poor, necessitating ample rest for her. Understood. Duanxi visibly relaxed, shoveling his portion of dumplings into his mouth, eager to find a place to sleep. Tao Haowa brought a small plate of dumplings into the living room, where Zhou Tianqi lay bound on the carpet, facing upward. With a sigh, Tao Haowa approached, feeding him dumplings one by one with a fork. "Brother, it's only been a short while since we last met, and look at you now. Will the rewards from the Dawn base still be granted in this state?" Zhou Tianqi opened his mouth to swallow a dumpling, taking a moment before the next one arrived to reply, "Yes." He could still communicate, though devoid of emotional expression. Tao Haowa completed feeding him, then lay down on the adjacent sofa next to Duanxi, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Yin Zhao entered the inner room with 2Z. The 10-square-meter space was decorated with warmth. 2Z's ever-present sniper rifle and her military backpack were placed on the windowsill. Gazing at the sniper rifle, 2Z appeared somewhat lost in thought. "Yin Zhao Jia, what does Xing Shi truly look like? Will my brother's sacrifice lead to peace?" To Xing Shi, Yin Zhao replied, "As long as we eliminate the polluted zones, it will come. Everything here is an illusion. Perhaps it once existed, but it does not belong to our era. The old era has become a distant history. The Dark Age has ended, and the Wasteland era has arrived. Outside, the ground is covered in weathered sand, and the world has become riddled with wounds. People dare not leave the shelter, for beyond the base lies a multitude of polluted zones and aberrant creatures. That is their true era." Yin Zhao had often pondered this question before, but now she had come to understand. She resolved to regard the old era as the goal of their advancement. The guide's stamina and endurance could not compare to that of the sentinels. Tu Zi nodded, seemingly reluctant to disturb her rest, and thereafter remained silent. Yun Zhao lay on the bed, unaccustomed to sharing a bed with someone else. She initially thought she would be unable to sleep, yet fatigue soon overtook her. The communicator had long gone dark, stating it would take 4 hours. But they could only rely on Xie notifications. Yun Zhao felt as if she had barely fallen asleep when she was called awake. She sat up, her neatly tied hair now disheveled, her expression somewhat dazed, clearly still in a state of slumber. Outside, it was still daylight, as if time had frozen. Tu Zi had already packed her belongings, shouldering her military backpack and picking up her sniper rifle. She did not rush Yun Zhao, patiently waiting to the side. As Yun Zhao slowly focused her gaze, she reached back to undo her hair tie, allowing her hair to cascade down like a waterfall onto her shoulders. Her eyes swept over Tu Zi's hair, which was cut short in a haphazard manner, presumably done by Tu Zi herself. Sentinels often needed to leave the base, and long hair was cumbersome to manage. Yun Zhao contemplated whether she should also trim her hair. The moment this thought crossed her mind, it was met with vehement opposition from Xiaoqing Niao, who could not bear the idea of her host sporting a mangy haircut. Yun Zhao sighed, abandoning the notion, quickly securing her hair before stepping out alongside Tu Zi. In the living room, everyone had finished preparing. Tao Hao not only carried his grenade launcher, but also held the bound Zhou Tianqi with the other hand. Xie Tu scanned the team, habitually conducting a final check. Confirming that all was well, he commanded, "Let's go." They descended the stairs to the street, seizing another vehicle to head towards the city's outskirts. With Duan Shi at the wheel, Xie Tu remarked, "3 directions. Let us randomly choose one to explore." Duan Shi started the car, responding, "Understood." Yun Zhao sat in the front row of the back seat by the window, extracting the map she had drawn at the temporary base, beginning to document all the barriers they had traversed. She divided the map into cardinal directions at the bottom, drawing arrows to indicate the directions they had broken through the barriers. She marked the locations of human barriers with a star, then arranged and combined them to discern any patterns. Beside her, Xie Tu inadvertently caught a glimpse of her doodles, unable to comprehend her intentions. "Is that a drawing of Xiaoqing Niao?" he inquired. The little creature perched atop her head immediately bristled. Yun Zhao paused her pen, expressionless, and lifted her gaze to him. "It's a map, the city map of the 88th polluted zone." Xie Tu noticeably faltered for a moment, then turned his head, casually shifting the topic. Distinguishing the real 88th polluted zone isn't particularly difficult. Change a barrier, and if you look for obsessions, you'll find it. The challenge lies in breaking through the myriad illusions to locate the true 88th polluted zone. Yun Zhao was already aware of this without him stating it. She lowered her gaze, declining to engage further, pursing her lips as she resumed her previous train of thought. Chapter 43. New curses. The vehicle soon arrived at the eastern edge of the city. Previously, in their search for people, they had explored the outskirts in all directions: the library in the east, the park in the west, the bypass highway in the north, and the station in the south. It was evident that this was not a complete city, but merely the extent of the polluted zone, as no normal suburban area would feature a library or park. The group disembarked smoothly. Tu Zi seemed somewhat distracted, taking the lead as she stepped toward the library's entrance. "Wait!" Yun Zhao called out to her. Everyone turned to look. With clear, bright eyes, Yun Zhao pointed at the library's entrance, noting that the barriers seemed to have expanded. She recalled that when they first arrived, the barrier was outside the door, but now it had moved inside the bookstore. Hearing this, Tao Hao and Duan Shi activated their senses to observe. Indeed, the illusionary barrier had truly shifted. This bookstore was quite large, with glass doors that offered a clear view of the interior. The glass doors directly faced the staircase leading to the second floor, lined with towering bookshelves that reached the ceiling, filled with an array of books. A few scattered figures were visible. Some were sideways, searching for books among the shelves, while others sat on the stairs, engrossed in their reading. The apparitions and aberrant creatures appeared indistinguishable at a glance. However, the Sentinel's keen observation skills allowed them to discern the differences immediately. For instance, The young girl, sitting on the second floor stairs, was merely an image, with the illusionary barrier behind her. Xie stepped forward, peering closely at the scene within. Narrowing his eyes as he remarked, "This is a normal occurrence. The 88th polluted zone is expanding, and the illusionary barrier is widening with the pollution." He confirmed that there was no danger inside. Yun Zhao, however, recalled the last time when Xie had shattered the window to exit, and the people inside had all turned to look at them in an eerie fashion. Duanxi timidly asked, "Should we go in or not?" "Onzième qui replied. We go in. They are merely aberrant creatures." Upon hearing this, Tao Hao stepped forward to open the door, and the people inside remained unresponsive, continuing their activities. The group entered the library, proceeding straight upstairs. "Don't get separated. Once the barrier shatters, run immediately," Xie instructed, his gaze fixed on 2Z. They had already navigated through several illusionary barriers with ease. 2Z nodded in understanding, assuring him, "I know. Don't worry, Captain, I won't fall behind." Xie said nothing further. Under the protection of the sentinels, Yun Zhao climbed the staircase to the second floor. The barrier was positioned slightly above the middle of the stairs, allowing her to see the scene on the second floor. The staircase faced 2 long rows of bookshelves, with 3 to 5 figures moving about. On the far wall, a clock hung, its hands frozen at 6 o'clock. Approaching the barrier, Yun Zhao noticed a girl with braided hair sitting on the stairs a few steps away, engrossed in a review book. From her elevated angle, all she could see was the vortex in the middle of the girl's head, unable to discern her facial expression. Yun Zhao averted her gaze. Flecks of green phosphorescence appeared, climbing the barrier and using mental energy to dismantle it. As before, Xie stood guard beside her, surveying the terrain. The second floor was not particularly high, and they would exit through the second window on the right. Yes, just as Tao Hao, Duanxi, and 2Z positioned themselves for a sprint once the barrier shattered. The guide's mental energy suddenly retracted, and the phosphorescence vanished in an instant. Xiao Qing Niao straightened up, alert. Everyone sensed something amiss, abruptly looking up to fix their gazes on the clock on the second floor wall. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the clock ticked, ticked. "What the hell? Time is moving. What is going on?" Tao Hao shouted, his voice booming. Zhou Qianqi, held in Tao Hao's grip, displayed no emotion, replying, "I don't know. I didn't ask you." "Oh." Separated by the barrier, they were unable to ascend to the second floor, as she watched the second hand of the clock begin to move, producing a rhythmic ticking sound. Yun Zhao's expression was one of intense concentration. Suddenly, she turned to the sentinels behind her and inquired about the danger level of this contaminated zone compared to their previous missions. The contemplative atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by her question, momentarily catching Duanxi off guard. He replied, "Danger level? The previous few 4-star contaminated zones were perilous. One misstep could cost us our lives. In comparison, I feel this zone is even less dangerous than a 3-star contaminated zone. Aside from the distractions and some illusory attacks, he had not perceived any significant threats. Of course, this was merely his personal opinion." Yun Zhao then shifted her gaze to the rabbit. The rabbit's eyes dimmed slightly as it remarked, 4 stars. In past missions within contaminated zones, we were never separated. If you hadn't come, I might have. Tao Hao interjected eagerly. "I think it's average." Zhou Qianqi retorted, "Average? You lost your spiritual essence, and you think it's average?" Tao Hao felt an urge to punch him, irritated by his unsolicited response. Zhou Qianqi maintained a stoic expression, responding simply, "All right." Xie had remained silent throughout. As the time reached 1803, Yun Zhao's demeanor remained calm. "To be honest, you might perceive this contaminated zone as having a low danger level because I am here. Without a guide, relying solely on sentinels to forcefully breach the illusionary barriers, it would take you a day to cross just 2 barriers. The dark matter continuously erodes the sentinel's mental domains. The more abilities you use, the faster the erosion occurs. Because of my presence, you have managed to gather 5 teammates in merely a few hours." After locating the rabbit, we utilized the purification ability of an S-grade guide to awaken her. Yun Zhao was unfamiliar with the Jiangmu squad, but as fellow S-grade sentinels, they were part of their respective bases' elite combat teams. considering the dire circumstances of the other members of Team Zero, including Sietu's previous state. This contaminated zone's difficulty warranted a 4-star rating. The existence of a guide, whose abilities coincidentally countered the 88th contaminated zone, created an illusion of a lower danger level. Tao Hao Hao, perplexed, pointed at the clock on the wall at the end of the second floor, questioning its relevance to the time suddenly moving. Sietu's gaze grew profound as he finally spoke, because we are about to gather the entire team, and our next plan is to find a real 88th contaminated zone, thus raising the difficulty. The clock displayed 1807. Time was passing, indicating that dusk was approaching. Duanxi murmured a curse under his breath. Damn tomato. The little bluebird perched atop her head, exuding an air of arrogance, cast a disdainful glance at Tao Hao Hao and Duanxi. Fool! Yun Zhao inhaled sharply. When had it learned to utter such new insults? Its vocabulary had expanded from waste and rubbish to now include fool. It was clearly taunting us. Onzième tu soudainly meurt, overtly indicating, look, it's about to get dark, we should find shelter. Such a brazen guardian. Everyone synchronized their watches and adjusted their communication devices to align with the contaminated zone. Sietu's expression was defiant, his tone commanding, don't let your guard down. Let's show it the true strength of Dawn Team Zero. Yes, the team members responded with fervor. Tao Hao Hao set the time, raised his grenade launcher, and exclaimed, finally, a chance to put this to use. Clearly, the members of Team Zero, who preferred not to engage in cerebral challenges, would rather fight their way through the throngs of aberrations than navigate a maze or play hide-and-seek. Even the rabbit's gaze brimmed with a thirst for battle. A bunch of brutes, Yun Zhao silently labeled them in her mind. She glanced at Sietu. The man before her seemed like a different person compared to how he was with the other teammates. She recalled when she encountered Tao Hao Hao and Duanxi. He had called someone a fool. The little bluebird had learned that from him. Indeed, it was far too easy to learn bad habits. Yun Zhao sighed softly, releasing her mental threads to resume shattering the barriers. A greenish glow danced, filling half of the library and forming another mental barrier. This was the rabbit's illusory city. Her brother had a profound influence on her, capable of affecting not only her, but also all members of Team Zero, except for Yun Zhao herself. At 1811, as the barrier crumbled, darkness surged forth like a tide. Sietu swiftly embraced her, drawing his sidearm to shatter the glass of the second-floor window and charging ahead. The others followed closely. Sietu leaped from the second floor while holding Yun Zhao, the wind briefly howling past their ears. He slightly bent his knees to absorb some of the impact before rising and moving forward without hesitation. Yun Zhao had grown accustomed to this, nestled against Sietu's shoulder. She glanced back. Tao Hao Hao closely followed Zhou Qianxi, while Duanxi and the rabbit trailed just 2 steps behind. Behind them, a suddenly formed wall of darkness seemed poised to engulf everything, closing in on them in the blink of an eye. The darkness had arrived. The streetlights lining the roads ignited, yet the pedestrians and vehicles vanished. In their stead, the city was now overrun with a dense mass of aberrations. The grotesque appendages of the creatures writhed and lunged towards them, their roars deafening. Countless monsters loomed ahead, while an abyss of consuming darkness threatened from behind. The monsters swarmed, rendering it impossible to discern a path to escape. They were caught in a pincer attack. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted from behind. The rabbit and the others unleashed a barrage of bullets at the encroaching monsters. The street lay in ruins, marred by corrosive slime that had created numerous pits. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, and the cobblestone shattered, revealing the damp, muddy black soil beneath. The monsters pressed against one another, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Some creatures were trampled by their comrades, instantly reduced to a murky puddle. Tao Hao Hao's grenade launcher spewed forth flames, detonating into brilliant bursts among the throng of monsters. He shouted, summoning his enormous brown bear spirit, which rose to a height of 3 meters and swatted the oncoming aberrations into a puddle of liquid. Sietu stood at the forefront, firing multiple rounds without pause, each shot hitting its mark, causing a pile of aberrations to collapse. A colossal phoenix emerged from the void above him, letting out a cry before diving into the mass of monsters. Those aberrations that came into contact with its flames were reduced to liquid instantaneously. A vast expanse of space opened before them. Yun Zhao observed as countless black tendrils began to ensnare the phoenix's wings before vanishing into its body. An S-grade spirit is immensely powerful, yet the risk of erosion is equally substantial. The little bluebird reluctantly flapped its wings, scattering countless twinkling lights across the night sky, heading towards all the spiritual entities. Don't fall behind. Head toward the western park. Xietu's eyes were as cold as a deep pool as he led the way, guiding Yun Zhao into a side alley. The other paths were crowded, but the park seemed devoid of monsters. Yun Zhao remained motionless in his embrace, speaking amidst the gunfire. Don't you think the encroaching darkness is deliberately guiding us westward? Each time they entered an illusory city, they faced 3 directional choices. Should they choose incorrectly, they would only drift further apart. The sudden increase in difficulty might be because they had inadvertently edged closer to their goal. Even she had to concede that sometimes a sentinel's sharp intuition could be eerily accurate. Thus, the Guardian was growing anxious. This was not a taunt, but rather a life-preserving tactic to divert their attention. Xietu glanced down at her, his expression inscrutable. She seemed utterly devoid of fear. A first-time guide facing an entire city's worth of aberrations remained completely composed, even calmer than he was. Xietu's primary concern was for the safety of his teammates, while her mind was solely focused on the mission. Quiet and obedient, perhaps she is merely a facade. Deep within, there lies a hint of ruthlessness, as if she regards everyone outside her town with disdain. She is indeed a paradoxical entity. You are correct. Xietu instantly altered his course, selecting the direction towards the southern train station. Duanshi's peregrine falcon soared into the sky, scouting the path ahead. His grandfather's routes are endless, far too many to eliminate. Hold steady. We have only just arrived. Gunfire erupted from all directions. Monsters surged forth, and their howls resonated throughout the city. The little bluebird remained indifferent, leisurely preening its feathers. Occasionally sensing the presence of its corporeal consciousness, it would lazily flap its wings, assisting the spiritual entities in purifying the dark matter. The vehicles on the street had long since been reduced to heaps of scrap metal, unlike their armored vehicles, which had been reinforced with corrosion-resistant materials. With no vehicles to rely on, they could only rush forward on foot. The group advanced through the throngs of monsters, relying on the Fire Phoenix to pave the way. Captain, we are running low on ammunition. There will be even more monsters near the station, won't there? Duanshi remarked while changing his magazine. Xietu quickly exhausted his rounds. As he stowed his weapon, he drew the Tang Dao from the side of his military backpack, urging, speak less and follow closely. The Fire Phoenix led the charge against the approaching aberrations. Xietu moved swiftly, trailing his spiritual entity, wielding his blade with remarkable speed and precision, defending against the 3 directions from which the monsters assailed. Those aberrations not swept away by the Fire Phoenix were swiftly dispatched by his blade. Black viscous fluid splattered as he instinctively shielded the person in his arms. Yun Zhao observed everything with keen eyes. The S-class Sentinel is indeed formidable, fighting one-handed while cradling another, exhibiting such strength. He possesses an air of arrogance. Tao Hao Hao, carrying the bound Zhou Tianqi, found it difficult to exert force and simply tossed him to Duanshi. You take him. Tao Hao Hao was the heavy firepower specialist, carrying more ammunition than anyone else, including the rabbit. Reluctantly, Duanshi accepted this burden. The group struggled onward through the mass of monsters towards the southern station. In contrast, Song Liang alone faced a far more arduous path. Utilizing his abilities, he discovered the existence of a barrier and subsequently shattered it, arriving in another city that mirrored the previous one. Darkness suddenly descended, and the inhabitants of the entire city transformed into monsters, launching an assault. Fortunately, as a logistics personnel, Song Liang was most familiar with the city map, forcing him to abandon the armored vehicle and seek refuge in a bank vault. Just as he closed the heavy metal door, he turned and locked eyes with a spiritual entity. Song Liang. Chapter 45. By beast before him stood a spiritual entity with a rounded head, a serpentine body, adorned with a pair of slender horns and covered in scales. Its horns emanated a pale blue glow, and from its back sprouted a pair of enormous wings, once pure white, but now shrouded in layers of dark mist. The spiritual entity recognized Song Liang, its crimson eyes reflecting confusion as its long tail swayed. It seemed unable to comprehend why a sentinel from the Dawn Bays would be present here. "What on earth? Why are you here alone?" Song Liang exclaimed, nearly stumbling in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. The acute senses of the advanced sentinel had alerted him to the emptiness within upon his arrival. A spiritual entity could not stray too far from its corporeal form. Song Liang promptly turned back, searching the bank vault for a hidden door. The vault was vast, housing countless high-security compartments, and, as he extended his perception, he circled every corner twice, still finding nothing. The peculiar spiritual entity followed closely behind him, mirroring his every move. Utterly perplexed by his actions, although spiritual entities can communicate with their corporeal forms and converse with their kind, they are unable to interact with others. Nonetheless, they comprehend human language. Song Liang inquired, "Where's Captain Jiang?" The Bai beast wagged its tail. "How did you end up here?" The Bai beast continued to wag its tail. Song Liang was at a loss. He discerned that the Bai beast seemed somewhat off. He had never heard of a spiritual entity being able to act independently from its corporeal form. Something must have gone awry. Song Liang released his own spiritual entity, a massive male lion. Communicate with it and ask where its corporeal form is. Compared to the other team members, Song Liang's combat prowess was not lacking. On the contrary, his spiritual entity was exceptionally formidable. Whenever they undertook missions, they needed to gather information regarding the contaminated zones, documenting each operations process. Upon their return, they would submit the data to the base's intelligence analysis team, recording it as a case study for future analysis. His role in logistics was solely due to the unreliability of his 3 teammates, who were incapable of such meticulous tasks. The lion approached, and the 2 spiritual entities exchanged words. "It says the corporeal form is in another city." Song Liang gasped. "How did it end up here?" "It says if it didn't leave, the illusions would continue to assault the corporeal form, invading the spiritual realm." Song Liang. The plight of the S-class sentinels is similarly precarious. The state of their spiritual realms is profoundly worrisome. An excess of dark matter can lead to a violent transformation of the spiritual realm, ultimately resulting in their metamorphosis into monsters. Thus, the gatekeeper's objective is the spiritual entity. Jiang Mu discerned this and proactively concealed the Bai beast. But the gatekeeper is omnipotent within the domain. No subtle movements can escape its notice. Is hiding truly effective? It says it doesn't matter. The gatekeeper is powerless against it, allowing it to roam freely, which is how it ended up here. Song Liang. I almost forgot. This is an S-class spiritual entity. It also says its corporeal form released it to find other teammates. It got carried away playing and only remembered upon seeing you. Song Liang. You can forget that? It says the spiritual connection is beginning to weaken. At times, it becomes disoriented and forgets. It was evident. A spiritual entity that strays from its corporeal form will gradually succumb to the influences of the contaminated zone over time. Song Liang's expression grew complex as he addressed the Bai beast. "Then you should follow me. We will seek out Captain Jiang together." The Bai beast continued to wag its tail. It says all right together. The lion merely served as an unfeeling messenger. Song Liang resolved to cease hiding. The darkness might not dissipate, and remaining here was merely a waste of time. Otherwise, when would he locate the captain and Yun Xiang? With an anti-corrosive armored vehicle nearby and the combat-ready Bai beast at his side, he could attempt a breakout with both spiritual entities leading the way. At the very least, he aimed to reach the next barrier, finding Yun Xiang before the spiritual realm succumbed to severe corruption. On the other side, Siet Tu led his comrades, battling through a city teeming with aberrations. Thanks to the presence of the guide, everyone fought without the usual reservations, confidently wielding their abilities. Even with Song Liang missing, their combat effectiveness had increased several-fold, particularly the Fire Phoenix, which exhibited an exhilarating fervor repeatedly diving into the throngs of monsters, clearing vast swathes of aberrations, eagerly awaiting the luminescence to envelop its form. Even Duan, she noticed its unusual behavior. The once tempestuous fire phoenix now resembled a peacock displaying its plumage. The aberrations continued to pour forth, terrifying shadows engulfing the city. The group remained silent, trudging through the monster-laden streets, with the number of aberrations showing no signs of diminishing. The surrounding area was open. The monsters they had slain were still less than those yet to swarm, as the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and the wails of beasts. Thankfully, a host of spiritual entities shielded them at the forefront, allowing Tao Hao Hao and the rabbit time to reload their magazines. The rabbit closely followed Tao Hao Hao, tasked with sniping the higher-tier aberrations lurking within the throng. These high-level aberrations were not only swift, but also strategic, hiding among the masses and launching sudden ambushes. The spirit entity of the rabbit, the king chameleon, possesses the remarkable ability to observe its surroundings in a full 360 degrees, simultaneously rotating and focusing its eyes to perceive the external world with extraordinary visual acuity. She can effortlessly distinguish the advanced monsters concealed within the horde. "We have arrived," exclaimed Sietu, who led the group. The station loomed ahead, shrouded in ominous black mist both outside and within the hall. The group braced themselves, ready to confront the monsters that surged forth. Once outside, some boasted triumphantly, "There are only 5 of us, and we managed to cut our way through the horde to the station." Tao Hao Hao felt a surge of adrenaline, exhilarated by the intense thrill of battle. Sietu stood resolutely at the forefront, stepping boldly into the station, disregarding Tao Hao Hao's exuberance. The guide in his arms remained silent, capable of controlling the aberrant species, yet hesitated to act, allowing Team Zero to fight their way through the monsters. No one knew what she was contemplating. Onzième Tu, not inquiring further, decisively led the charge into the waiting hall of the station. "Captain, we have only 2 magazines left," Rabbit noted, seizing the opportunity to reload her weapon. As her supplies dwindled, she was now the last member of the team with ammunition. Without hesitation, she resolved to use it all. Sietu clenched his jaw, gathering his resolve, and advanced towards the next barrier to replenish their supplies. Tao Hao Hao had already strapped his weapon to his back, wielding a large blade, standing guard alongside his spirit entity to prevent the aberrant species from advancing. Upon entering, they found themselves surrounded on all sides. The 4 members formed a protective circle, retreating towards the barrier, relying solely on Huafeng to fend off the relentless tide of monsters. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, causing Tao Hao Hao to hold his breath as he instinctively glanced towards the barrier. The location of the illusion barrier within the high-speed railway station had also shifted, now closer to the ticket checkpoint. The indistinct barrier reflected a scene where monsters continued to surge, the surrounding structures exhibiting the same level of corrosion as their side. He murmured, "It seems that there are monsters behind the barrier as well." Yun Zhao finally spoke, "It appears so," nestled in Sietu's embrace. She pointed towards the barrier as the team held off the encroaching aberrant species. Countless azure-green luminescent threads surged towards the barrier. "Therefore, leave the next city to me." Chapter 46. The Defection of the Spirit Entity. Hearing her words, everyone fell silent. In this fantastical world, a guide devoid of combat capability claimed that the upcoming battle was hers to handle. The surrounding advanced sentinels exchanged bewildered glances. The sensation was indescribable. Sietu looked down at her. "All right." Duan, she stood to the right, with Rabbit beside him, as he dispatched the approaching aberrant species while muttering to Rabbit, "I must tell others that the captain relies on others in the polluted zone." Rabbit retorted, "Is that how you interpret relying on others? You illiterate." Yun Zhao had to remind them, "The barrier is about to shatter." In the distance, the southern barrier suddenly collapsed, and a torrent of darkness surged forth. Just emerging from the bank vault, Song Liang, unaware, charged towards the armored vehicle with the combined strength of 2 spirit entities, spanning 3,000 square kilometers. The city was engulfed in a dark mass of aberrant species. The distance was too great, and under conditions where the concentration of dark matter exceeded 80, Even the captain could not sense such a far-off threat. No matter how powerful, the sentinel was still human, not divine. It was not until the azure-green luminescence spread at a terrifying speed in all directions that the layers of spiritual threads swiftly dominated the entire southern station, ravenously consuming the surrounding dark matter. At that moment, a magnificent, luminescent behemoth soared into the air, its massive wings unfurling, illuminating the dark sky to the south of the city. A faint light appeared above, radiating a powerful aura of spiritual energy. The two spirit entities surrounding the armored vehicle instinctively sensed it and instinctively looked up, eager to pursue the distant glow. It says it no longer wishes to follow you. You are not as formidable as that one over there. Song Liang recognized that the spiritual thread belonged to Yun Zhao, feeling a surge of excitement as he hurriedly started the vehicle. That's my teammate. Tell her not to defect just yet. The Bai beast spread its wings, blocking one side of the vehicle, its tail sweeping through the aberrant species, turning them into puddles of liquid. The dark matter that touched its tail gradually merged into its body. It says to drive slowly. It will go ahead and help you find your teammates. The unyielding messenger, the lion, conveyed this message to its host just as the Bai beast had already fled, soaring southward. With the loss of a powerful spirit entity, countless aberrant species howled and surged towards the now vulnerable armored vehicle. Song Liang cursed under his breath, damn. He hurriedly activated the vehicle's automated firing system and began shooting. Xie held Yun Zhao, followed closely by the other three teammates, as they swiftly moved outside the station. They evaded the rapidly forming wall of darkness behind them. Emerging onto the street, the luminescence danced and fell like snow, while the densely packed aberrant species revealed looks of bewilderment, becoming standing targets. Huafeng swooped down, efficiently clearing half of the street. The remaining aberrant species stood motionless, an eerie sight indeed. The five traversed the monster-infested city with ease, wherever they passed. The ground was pockmarked, and the scene was desolate. Huafeng flew aloft, circling playfully around Qing Wan. What on earth should I say besides wow? Tao Hao couldn't resist poking a motionless aberrant species with his blade, questioning whether this was what they referred to as a free win. Xie, however, inquired the person in his arms, how long can you hold on? The emotional resonance attack drained the guide's mental energy. Yun Zhao sensed the state of the large azure bird. It should last until we reach the next barrier. Xie cradled her with one arm, while wielding his Tang Dao with the other, casting a lingering glance at her. Was she sensing something? Suddenly, Xie looked up, gazing into the darkening sky, where a faint blue halo appeared, drawing closer. The teammates also noticed it. Isn't that Team Zhang's spirit entity? Rabbit exclaimed. Indeed. It's my captain's spirit entity, Zhou Tianqi confirmed. Xie expression shifted slightly. Had Jiang Mu's connection to his spirit entity also been severed? The look on Zhou Tianqi's face was telling. A sentinel without a spirit entity experienced a significant decrease in ability and would suffer psychological and spiritual trauma. The Bai beast drew nearer, torn between the individuals below and the two phoenixes above, seemingly contemplating its choice. What are you doing here? Duan, she shouted, looking up at it. The peregrine falcon sped towards its target, transmitting its consciousness. It says it came to play with you. Duan Shi, the Bai beast hesitated, glanced at Zhou Tianqi, and ultimately chose to land beside Xie, its gaze fixated intently on Yun Zhao in his arms. Countless luminescent threads enveloped it as the dark matter within its body diminished, and it happily flicked its tail. Yun Zhao regarded it with curiosity, having never encountered such a peculiar spirit entity, complete with horns, wings, and a tail. Xie asked, where is Jiang Mu? Duan Shi replied, it says he is in another city. Xie inquired, can it guide us? Duan Shi responded, it says yes, let's go. It has nearly explored all the barriers here over the past month. Duan Shi realized, am I now its spokesperson? The atmosphere on the street was surreal. The group stood amidst the monster-laden street, attempting to communicate with an incorporeal spirit entity. Yun Zhao pondered, turning her head to ask, does it know where the true pollution zone number 88 is? It replied that it did, stating that its main body was located there. Duan Shi grimaced. Tao Hao wondered, Since Team Jiang has located pollution zone number 88, why hasn't he exited? The key shouldn't be difficult to obtain. Merely touching it opens the door. Why remain here? Share2's gaze deepened as he looked at the unconscious Zhou Tianqi. As the captain, how could he abandon his teammate and venture out alone? He intended to rally the entire team and ensure everyone's safe retreat. It was evident that Jiang Mu had likely discovered the rules long ago. After locating the true 88th contaminated zone, he deliberately released the beast to search for his comrades. On one hand, this could prevent the illusion's attack from invading his mind. On the other hand, the illusion barrier could not contain the spiritual entity. It could traverse freely among the cities, making the search for people much faster than the sentinels forcibly breaking through. It was indeed a daring and reckless decision. Share2 scoffed, unafraid of losing his spiritual entity and becoming a mere shell of a person. The spiritual entity could not stray too far from its host, and the consequences of forcibly separating them were unknown. Tuzi suddenly realized, a chill running down his spine. Jiang Dui was truly a madman, deserving of his S-Class Sentinel title. In the absence of a guide, the situation was perilous, yet he still sought ways to protect his teammates. Share2 looked down at the person in his arms and said, "Just let me know when you can't hold on anymore. We'll head directly over." Yin Zhao's gaze flickered, I understand. The beast no longer paid them any mind, happily flying ahead to lead the way, feeling as though it had forgotten something, but it mattered little now. The guide was formidable. It would lead them to find the host. After all, relying on one's own spiritual entity proved to be unreliable. Song Liang was in a dire predicament, still caught in a sea of monsters. His lion was clearing a path, fiercely pouncing upon the encroaching creatures. Fortunately, their vehicle was well stocked with ammunition and equipped with an automatic firing mechanism, allowing them to temporarily withstand the onslaught. The armored vehicle struggled forward towards the two phoenixes soaring in the sky. Chapter 47. Champagne on the way. Share2 led his team, with Zhou Tianqi following closely behind the beast. The air was thick with a pungent stench, and the splattering slime was corroding the city streets. The aberrant creatures, influenced by the mental threads, remained motionless. They traversed two long streets teeming with monsters, the distance too great. Yet the two phoenixes in the sky noticed the enormous commotion below. The peregrine falcon swiftly flew over to investigate. The armored off-road vehicle was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the sheer number of aberrants, moving forward at a snail's pace. The lion, emanating a dark aura, stood guard at the forefront, protecting its host. All automatic firing ports on the vehicle opened, unleashing a barrage of bullets that continuously swept over the howling aberrants. "It's Song Liang," Duanxi exclaimed. The beast chimed in, "Ah, I remembered, nearly forgot about him." It received feedback from the peregrine falcon. Duanxi nearly lost his temper. How could you forget to mention that? So unreliable. No wonder it took a month to find Zhou Tianqi. Go get him. Share2 dashed out, with the others quickly following suit. Yin Zhao, nestled in his embrace, felt a bit weary from maintaining the same position for too long. Finally, they had gathered everyone. The greenish-blue luminescent mental threads spread along the streets they had traversed, pulsating as if alive, controlling the howling aberrants rushing in. The dazzling blue phoenix, with its icy and proud blue eyes, ignored the bothersome fire phoenix circling above them. The group rushed on foot to the street where the armored vehicle was located. The gunfire intensified, attracting all nearby aberrants. The vehicle was nearly buried under the weight of the aberrants, save for a few reddened gun muzzles and the windows. The fire phoenix dove down, sweeping away a horde of monsters. Song Liang endured the encroaching darkness, his complexion pale, sweat beading on his forehead. The view through the vehicle's window became clearer, and a familiar figure emerged. Song Liang shook his head vigorously to stay awake, quickly disabling the vehicle's automatic firing mechanism to avoid friendly fire. The shimmering luminescence approached, purifying the darkness within the lion. "Get in." Share2 swiftly dispatched an immobile aberrant beside the vehicle, opened the door, and placed Yun Zhao inside. After being held the entire way, she finally gained her freedom. "Yin Guide." Song Liang's complexion returned to normal upon seeing her enter, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. His call was laden with deep feelings. In the past, in the company of the other three teammates, Song Liang appeared particularly composed and mature. Their reunion after separation was evidently stirring. Great. It turns out you all were together. Yun Zhao nodded. Yes, you were the only one alone. Indeed. Soon after, Duan Shi and Tuzi hopped into the vehicle. Duan Shi placed Zhou Tianqi in a seat, nearly rushing over to embrace Song Liang. Old Song, do you know how hard we searched for you? Exactly. Tuzi nodded furiously. Song Liang chuckled ruefully. I drove straight into the gray mist, and in the blink of an eye, you all vanished, including the captain sitting in the passenger seat. At that moment, Shi Tu and Tao Hao Hao also boarded the vehicle. The door closed, sealing them in a confined space. Team Zero was fully assembled. Each member rushed forward to greet Song Liang, inquiring about their circumstances after the separation. That Bai beast is utterly unreliable. It flew over just to say it was looking for us to play. The captain asked it a question, and it responded with one answer. We nearly left without it. Thank goodness for Yun Guide. Next time, we need to have the logistics team create a new gadget, or we'll have to hold hands when entering the contaminated zone. Shi Tu cast a sharp glance at Yun Zhao, resting in her seat, and coldly interrupted enough chatter. Song Liang, stick close to the Bai beast. The mental threads controlling the aberrants were still spreading, consuming the guide's mental strength. It was uncertain how long she could endure. Song Liang snapped back to attention and started the vehicle. Yes. Shi Tu inspected the ammunition reserves inside the vehicle. The ammunition boxes were stacked within, clearly visible, and the large boxes beneath the seats had not been touched. However, several boxes piled on either side of the vehicle had been opened, revealing the magazines within. How is the vehicle's condition? Shi Tu inquired. Song Liang regained focus. Checking the vehicle's dashboard. Everything was normal. It should not have sustained much damage. Team Zero's armored off-road vehicle had traversed multiple contaminated zones with them. Its body was constructed from super corrosive-resistant metal developed in the 22nd century, while the tires were made from biomimetic slime tires, all acquired from other contaminated zones. Hearing this, Shi Tu commanded, quickly replenish the ammunition. Yes, the Bai beast flew ahead, leading them in search of the true 88th contaminated zone. The spiritual entities remained outside the vehicle, assisting in clearing the path. Various ammunition boxes were opened, and others filled their military backpacks with ammunition. Yin Zhao had unknowingly opened her backpack, pulling out a pile of snacks and piling them on the folding seat. Would you like some? Wow, where did these come from? Tao Hao Hao was quick to grab a bag of cream bread, tossing another bag to the driver, Song Liang. Song Liang caught it, one hand on the steering wheel, using his teeth to tear open the bag for a taste. Wow, this is delicious, sweet, and chewy. Yin Zhao took small bites of strawberry-filled biscuits. I picked these up at the supermarket when I was looking for you. Duan Shi reached for a bag of spicy chicken feet, tearing it open, the enticing aroma wafting up. He sighed, there were so many good things in the old days, if only we could take them all out. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a contaminated zone where time had stalled before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, their vehicle could not carry much. Moreover, even if they wanted to take things out, the captain would likely choose advanced technologies or precision instruments that the base lacked. Snacks were too extravagant and offered no assistance to the base, serving merely to satisfy a fleeting craving. Tuzi took a bite of the cream bread, casting a furtive glance at the captain, tentatively suggesting, what if we each drive a vehicle and try to bring out as much as possible? I think that's a good idea. Tao Hao Hao enthusiastically agreed. Shi Tu continued counting the ammunition. His tall frame bent in the cramped vehicle as he refilled the bullets in the automatic firing mechanism. Upon hearing their conversation, he turned to glare at them. Is this all you can come up with? The group fell silent, focusing on their snacks. There were simply too many treasures from the old world, and even 5 vehicles could not carry much. Yun Zhao, with his eyes lowered, was intently savoring strawberry biscuits when he spoke. I have a method that can accommodate more. Everyone turned to look at him, including Xie Tuesday. What method? Duan Shi probed. Yun Zhao, seemingly lost in thought, let a subtle smile play upon his lips as he gently replied, the Southern Station, which is a high-speed rail station. Since we can transform what we touch into physical objects, Why not have one person operate each high-speed train instead of driving? To say operate would be inaccurate. None of them knew how to drive a high-speed train, and there were no tracks on the streets, making it utterly impossible. However, if they could eliminate the gatekeeper and leave the train in place, they could transport a considerable amount of supplies. After all, there were reinforcement troops from 2 bases outside, and once the domain collapsed, they wouldn't fear being surrounded by aberrant creatures. They could carry out a vast amount of resources. Of course, the prerequisite was to eliminate the gatekeeper. Chapter 48. Hot Pot? The group inside the vehicle gasped. Yin Zhao was truly bold and meticulous. As Duan, she had finally found a suitable descriptor. Tao Hao Hao felt a surge of excitement at the thought that once they located Jiang Mu's team, they would have 12 members, 1 in each high-speed train, capable of transporting an immense quantity of goods. Damn it, let's take down the gatekeeper. One could only imagine the feelings of the gatekeeper upon overhearing a group discussing its demise and the seizure of resources. Yin Zhao was unusually cheerful, but maintained his composure and said, "We still do not understand what the gatekeeper needs the spiritual entities for. Let us first reunite with the Bai-E-Beast's main body. For instance, where did Zhou Qianqi's spiritual entity go? His situation is different from Jiang Mu's. One had their main body actively banish their spiritual entity, and the S-rank spiritual entity is too formidable for the gatekeeper to handle at the moment. The other had their spiritual connection severed passively, and the whereabouts of their spiritual entity remain unknown. All right, we will follow your lead, Yin Zhao. Song Liang, drive faster." The group could hardly contain their impatience, urging him on repeatedly. Their spirits were high, eager to reach the true 88th contaminated zone and turn it upside down in search of the gatekeeper. Keys and such were utterly trivial. Xie eyes sparkled with mirth as he observed his team brimming with determination. Even the rabbit seemed eager to leap into action, indicating they had seemingly emerged from the gloom. Once everyone had gathered, Xie, as the captain, felt a considerable easing of his previously taut nerves. He did not intervene when the team decided to pop open champagne mid-journey. After checking the vehicle's equipment, Xie sat down beside Yin Zhao and inquired, "How did you think of the high-speed train?" In truth, the most capable structures for transporting goods were those towering skyscrapers. Unfortunately, once the contaminated zone vanished, they would all collapse. The high-speed train indeed represented the largest volume of items that could currently be transported from this small city. Yin Zhao handed him a box of chocolates, which had reminded her of this very idea. These snacks were truly delightful, and she wished to take some with her. She wondered how the base would allocate the spoils. Not understanding, Yin Zhao asked, "Can the snacks we take with us be mine?" "Yes, they can be yours," Xie replied, his tone imbued with an inexplicable indulgence. Sensing something awry, he paused before adding, "The base currently requires technology in the fields of science, military, agriculture, and medicine. Consumable items like snacks are not a priority, and taking them would serve no purpose." After a brief silence, he continued, "You can carry a bit more when the time comes." The few individuals seated opposite began to chatter about the types of gatekeepers. The ability to create illusions and barriers must be related to this. "Let it be. We'll search one by one." Tao Hao Hao finished his bread in a few bites, then remembered Zhou Qianqi beside him and promptly tore open a bag of biscuits, sharing pieces with him. Zhou Qianqi remained in his usual state, seemingly oblivious to the external world, his mouth agape in a daze, waiting to be fed. A large assortment of snacks was swiftly devoured by the group. Yin Zhao wanted to take a brief rest. "I need to recall that at Qing Niao, you all be mindful of the road conditions." "All right, Yin Zhao, you rest. We will handle it." Tao Hao Hao was eager to support her. He stood up, opened the sunroof, and hefted his heavy weapon, beginning to clear the way. The Qing Yuan transformed into a small blue bird, its form gradually coalescing and appearing on its main body's shoulder. It raised its head, casting a haughty glance at the rowdy group inside the vehicle. Useless fools. At critical moments, they still depended on it. Countless monsters lost control, howling as they charged forward, increasing the pressure on the external spiritual entities. The Bai-E-Beast consistently flew ahead, leading the way. Some advanced aberrations took to the skies to launch attacks, only to be flung away by its tail, slime splattering everywhere. The armored vehicle soon reached a barrier of illusion. The city was teeming with monsters, and Team Zero unleashed their firepower, following the beast onward. They breached 4 barriers in succession, and by the end, everyone had grown numb. The interior of the vehicle fell silent. Several sentinels took turns peering out, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the monsters outside. Damn it! I never want to see these aberrations again. I might vomit, Duanshi grumbled as he returned to his seat. Tao Hao Hao remarked. Once we get out, we'll have some serious bragging rights. Who else could roam freely through several cities filled with monsters like us? With the addition of the S-rank guide, the previously treacherous and life-threatening scenes of escape seemed like distant memories. They no longer feared mutations. The thrill of battle was exhilarating, allowing them to freely unleash their spiritual entities and wield their powers without restraint. The feeling of being bound during mission execution had vanished. The armored vehicle followed closely behind the beast, having expended more than half of their ammunition, finally coming to a stop on a northern highway of an illusory city. It has been said that behind the barrier lies the 88th contaminated zone. The acting spokesperson Duanshi announced. Instantly, everyone was energized. Yun Zhao, who had been dozing against the vehicle wall, opened her eyes upon hearing the voice and released her spiritual threads, using her abilities to shatter the barrier. She had been awake for nearly 40 hours, having only managed to sleep for less than 4. Her stamina was no match for that of the sentinels. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she noted that as they drew closer to the true 88th contaminated zone, the scales on the beast glimmered brighter, along with a faint blue halo surrounding it, indicating that its spiritual connection remained intact. Perhaps Jiangmu had sensed their presence by now. Xietu's gaze swept over the beast before returning to the vehicle, sitting beside Yun Zhao and grasping her backpack strap, both of them rousing one another to ensure they would not get separated again. It was best to remain vigilant. The rabbit regained its senses and quickly dashed to the driver's seat, gripping Song Liang's shoulder. Tao Hao Hao and Duanshi each grabbed hold of the rabbit and Zhou Qianqi. Under the watchful and alert eyes of the group, the barrier shattered into countless specks of light and dissipated. What the hell? What is happening? Duanshi nearly leapt up upon seeing the scene on the other side of the road. Damn it, another illusion? Just a few steps away, on the bypass highway, cars were in a constant flow, their headlights mingling with streetlights, honking as they passed by, vanishing like phantoms. In the distance, the entire city was ablaze with lights, vibrant neon signs dancing in the night sky. This was a normal city in the midst of night. Xietu remained calm, observing that the gatekeeper seemed to long for the bygone era. In its world, remnants of the old times were everywhere. Song Liang, without time to assess the surroundings, hurriedly drove the vehicle into the bustling metropolis. The illusion behind them was swallowed by darkness and collapsed, yet no black walls formed, nor did any monsters follow them in, as if reluctant to disturb the beauty of this place. The sounds of vehicles and the bustling crowd rose and fell in a symphony. The moment the armored vehicle merged into the flow of traffic, the surrounding pedestrians seemed to notice them, pointing and whispering at the armored vehicle smeared with black slime. Yin Zhao peered through the observation window. The driver in the adjacent car rolled down his window, gave them a thumbs up, and took photos of the armored vehicle with his phone. What is going on? Has everything returned to normal? The beast was exceedingly pleased, sensing the position of its main body and flying straight towards it. Song Liang, snapping back to attention from his daze, quickly followed suit, disregarding the onlookers and the incomprehensible traffic rules. The armored vehicle finally stopped in front of a bustling hot pot restaurant, visible through the windows on the first floor. They beheld 5 sentinels clad in the black combat uniforms of Liming GD, seated within a hot pot restaurant, perspiring profusely as they dined. A remarkably handsome man caressed the head of a Bai Shou, which had poked its head through the window, and greeted them with a cheerful wave. Ah, you've arrived. Come over and have a bite. Chapter 49 S-Class, Sentinel Jiangmu added, but please do not bring your weapons inside. The aberrations here can see us. Upon finishing his words, Jiangmu turned to affectionately stroke his Bai Shou, saying, Good child, you did splendidly. Not only did you locate Zhou Tianqi, but you also brought Team Zero back safely. The Bai Shou, basking in the praise, wagged its tail joyfully. Its large frame meant that only its massive head fit through the restaurant window, with the rest of its body still occupying the sidewalk outside. The exuberantly wagging tail inadvertently struck a few pedestrians, who shattered like exquisite porcelain dolls, scattering into fragments that gradually sank into the earth, disappearing from sight. The dark matter surrounding you has diminished. No wonder my mental state has improved significantly over the past couple of days. Jiang Mu continued to lavish praise upon his spiritual companion. Incredible, truly remarkable. His indulgence was palpable. The members of Team Zero exchanged glances, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. How could one describe their current sentiments? They had toiled relentlessly to provide rescue, only to find a group leisurely enjoying hot pot in a contaminated zone, especially for Song Liang, who nearly missed his teammates due to the antics of the Bai Shou. This creature had frolicked within the illusion barrier for an entire month, completely forgetting its primary task, and yet it was still rewarded with praise. Would it have located Zhou Tianqi if they had not appeared? Xie Tu was the first to disembark from the vehicle. The restaurant's server approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Hello, how many of you are there?" "6," replied Xie Tu, maintaining an even demeanor as he stepped through the restaurant's entrance. He adapted quite well. The team members left their weapons in the vehicle and, after confirming that it was safe, cautiously exited. Yun Zhao was the last to appear, a small bluebird perched atop her head, stretching its neck to peer inside. Upon seeing her, the other sentinels, excluding Jiang Mu, exhibited expressions of surprise. A guide? A rather unfamiliar one. How could she be present in the contaminated zone, donning the combat attire of Shuguang Jidi? Yun Zhao sensed their gaze and looked up, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as they met Jiang Mu's. The reason was simple. Prior to this moment, she had always assumed Jiang Mu was female, as the spiritual companions of S-Class Sentinels were publicly known. The Bai Shou was female as well. She had never considered the possibility of a Sentinel having a spiritual companion of a different gender. The 6 of them brought Zhou Tianqi inside. While en route, confirming that he posed no threat, Tao Hao had already untied him. At the sight of their teammate, the Sentinels rushed over to deliver a friendly punch, exclaiming, "Little cheesy, where have you been? The captain has spent an entire month here searching for you." Zhou Tianqi stood there unmoving, his expression unchanged even after receiving a punch. "I didn't run off," he replied, his demeanor strangely detached. The others faltered, realizing something was amiss. Typically, a reunion with a familiar comrade would not elicit such indifference. The Sentinels collectively reacted. "What is wrong with you?" "Surely," Zhou Tianqi interjected, "it's nothing." Jiang Mu's expression turned serious as he glanced at Xie Tu, questioning whether he had lost his spiritual companion. Clearly, they had encountered similar predicaments. Xie Tu nodded and took a seat at their table, inquiring, "What have you relied upon to endure?" "What else could it be?" "Naturally, it was the suppressants," Jiang Mu replied, his expression one of exasperation. Chengzi's spiritual companion nearly got lost as well. When I found him, he was half dead, and I dared not release any other spiritual companions to scout. I had to search the world over to catch him before the gatekeeper did. After administering a few injections of suppressants, he managed to stabilize Chengzi's mental domain after 2 or 3 days. Jiang Mu shrugged, explaining that by sheer happenstance, he had arrived here, relying on the keen intuition of a sentinel. However, the illusionary attacks had not ceased, rendering his mental domain quite precarious. Jiang Mu recognized the rules and ceased using his abilities, instead releasing the Bai Shou to seek out teammates, waiting here with those it had found. As it turned out, it had become so engrossed in its own adventure that it forgot to search for others. The mental connection had weakened significantly, and Jiang Mu was prepared for the loss of his spiritual companion, opting instead to indulge in the present moment, believing it was essential to enjoy good meals before any potential demise. Thankfully, the child returned unscathed, and thus he lavished even more praise upon it. The hot pot restaurant buzzed with chatter, the air thick with the pungent aroma of spicy broth. Curious diners observed the group, whispering and pointing. Yun Zhao paid them no mind, nor did she acknowledge her standing teammates or the conversing captain. She settled at a neighboring table, receiving a digital menu from the server, and began to order, checking off every dish, ordering double portions of all meats. After placing her order, she realized she needed to pay up front. Summoning the server, she inquired, "I've placed my order. How do I settle the bill?" Wisps of spiritual threads snaked into the server's mind, controlling its thoughts. "We've already settled the bill. Please expedite the delivery of our dishes." The server appeared dazed as it took the tablet and processed her payment, responding, "Certainly, I will bring your dishes shortly." Jiangmu raised an eyebrow at this scene, his gaze following the slender figure intently. What a formidable guide! Are those luminous threads manifestations of spiritual power? Xietu subtly moved in front of him to obstruct his view, asking, "Did you obtain the key?" Jiangmu turned away, both amused and irritated, casting him a sidelong glance. "I secured it long ago. Had I not found all my teammates, would you have abandoned them to venture outside?" "Of course not," Xietu replied, understanding Jiangmu's decision to remain in the contaminated zone despite the risk of losing his spiritual companion. However, he mused, had Jiangmu's situation become too comfortable? Pointing to the bustling hot pot restaurant, he queried, "What is the situation here?" It appeared to be a city within the normal world. The aberrations all resembled humans, capable of displaying human-like expressions and actions, nearly indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Within the contaminated zone, the more normal something appeared, the more abnormal it was. Jiangmu picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table, placing a slice of lamb into the bubbling, spicy broth, signaling that he wished to end the conversation. A few brief words would not suffice. They could hold a meeting in a quiet spot after finishing their hot pot. Meanwhile, the 5 members of Team Zero had already taken their seats. A large inyang pot was placed on the table, overflowing with a dazzling array of ingredients that could barely fit. The server wheeled in 2 carts to accommodate the excess dishes. "Enjoy your meal." Tuzi eagerly sampled a piece of freshly fried meat, exclaiming, "This is delicious." No wonder Jiang and his team Haven Tea ventured out. The prospect of enjoying different delicacies at each meal was enough to make her reluctant to leave. Duanqi could not help but admonish her, stating, "Jiang and his team have stayed for Zhou Tianqi, not for the food." The longer they remained, the greater the risk of being assimilated. Although Jiangmu and the others appeared unaffected on the surface, their mental domains were surely in a dire state. "I am well aware," Tuzi replied, dismissing him as she continued to devour the meat, her gaze scanning the table for what to eat next. The base also offered hot pot, but the selection was limited and the broth lacked beef tallow, rendering it incomparable to this establishment. At that moment, Xietu returned, instinctively seating himself beside Yinzhao. Observing the high spirits of the others, he refrained from mentioning the upcoming meeting, allowing his teammates to relish a meal reminiscent of the old world. Yunzhao, engrossed in watching the diners next to her prepare their dipping sauces, had never eaten hot pot before. Mimicking their actions, she began to concoct her own dipping sauce. The alluring aroma of the red-hot broth was irresistible. The pot soon reached a boil, and a vibrant assortment of meats was added one after another. Silence enveloped the table as everyone eagerly began to cook the meat. Yun Zhao recalled seeing hot pot base ingredients for sale at the supermarket and resolved to stock up when they returned to the high-speed train. The frozen, vacuum-sealed bags of vegetables were piled high with ice cubes, all tucked into the freezer. Chapter 50, Mental Attraction. The hot pot meal left everyone quite satisfied. Upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, the entire Zero team returned to their armored vehicle, during which they encountered 2 traffic police officers who approached to inquire about their presence. They appeared no different from ordinary individuals. Mistaking them for public servants, they asked if they were on a special mission and requested identification. It truly felt like a city that was normal to an extraordinary degree. Yun Zhao waved her hand, and a glow enveloped the officers, leaving them dazed as they departed. The group drove the armored vehicle, trailing behind Jiang Mu and his companions, winding through the neon-lit streets until they arrived at a villa district far from the bustling city. The armored vehicle entered the independent garage of a villa. Tao Hao emerged from the garage and exclaimed to the sentinel beside him, "Chengzi, you must be living quite the life here, residing in a villa and indulging in lavish feasts daily." The sentinel, named Chengzi, seemed to be in poor condition, occasionally showing signs of daze. Chengzi smiled wryly. The impact of staying here is significant. Every morning when I wake up, I feel as if I belong here. The suppressants they brought in were dwindling, and in a maximum of 10 days, they might not be able to hold on. Especially the captain, despite appearing unaffected. Ever since he forcibly separated his mental entity, his daily state was quite poor, with his abilities gradually deteriorating. At times, he would even exhibit inexplicable outbursts of anger, losing control entirely. As they conversed, the group walked towards the villa's entrance. Chengzi remarked, "If you hadn't come, we would have sent someone out for help." Clearly, the lives of the team members took precedence over the reputation and pride of the head combat team. Tao Hao patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. With Yun as the guide, everything will be fine." Siet Tu cast a glance at Tao Hao. The sentinels from the Dawn base, indeed, required mental guidance. But it wouldn't be right to let her work for free. Siet Tu spoke up. "The guide's mental power is limited. She can provide guidance for you. At a cost of 1,000 points per person, with Jiang Mu at 3,000. Remember to transfer the points to her afterward." Chengzi shrugged nonchalantly. The head combat team was not lacking in points. The question was, how compatible were they with this guide? Guidance with a compatibility below 60 would be ineffective. So why waste points if it wouldn't work? One of the sentinels voiced the concern. Sietu lazily replied, "If you keep complaining, the price will double." The sentinels acknowledged his words. Yun Zhao was quietly calculating. It seemed she was about to come into wealth. Her captain was assisting her in securing private jobs. The little green bird sensed her excitement and fluffed its feathers. "Buy a princess bed when we return." Jiang Mu, carrying Zhou Qianxi, walked ahead, as his Bai beast had already returned to the mental realm. The villa's grand entrance opened, revealing a luxurious and spacious living room. Jiang Mu tossed Zhou Qianxi onto the sofa and lamented with a pained expression, "I can't believe I'm being charged 3 times the usual rate." In the past, they could enter the guidance room at the base freely, while the Dawn base was overly cautious about any disturbances in his mental realm, always seeking solutions. The public guidance room charged outside sentinels a maximum of 100 points per visit. Now, Sietu was taking advantage of the fact that there was only this one guide in the polluted area, raising the price arbitrarily. "Is he even human?" Yun Zhao replied earnestly, "I believe 3,000 points do not befit your S-rank sentinel status. Perhaps you could consider raising the price?" Jiang Mu settled onto the sofa and kindly informed her, "We entered based on a 3-star standard mission, with a total task reward of 7,000 points. If this trip yields nothing, we'll end up losing all our points to you." Yin Zhao replied, "All right." She was truly kind-hearted, observing Gemwis comme de minor. It was evident that a loss was improbable. They likely shared the same thoughts, preparing to clear out the treasures from the 88th polluted area. There were many valuable items here, and the spoils they took back could potentially earn them further rewards. Yun Zhao mused that she might become extraordinarily wealthy overnight. No wonder the sentinels of the combat department were all affluent. After entering, the group closed the villa door and found places to sit. With the sofas on either side too crowded, Tao Hao and Duan, she opted to sit on the carpet with their gear on their backs. Siet Tu surveyed the opulent villa and asked, "Let us discuss what is going on here. What else could it be?" Junmu, feeling good due to the reduced dark matter on his beast, appeared outwardly normal. However, he was actually experiencing daily occurrences of dark matter coalescing into black lines that invaded their mental realm. Jiangmu continued, "Moreover, the aberrant creatures we encountered on the road were quite peculiar, resembling puppets made of ceramics. They could see us, and if we engaged with them too much, illusions would reappear. Thus, aside from dining and seeking technological materials, we rarely ventured outside. Their presence at the hot pot restaurant today was solely because he sensed the mental entity approaching and, through their mental connection, learned that Zhou Qianxi had been located and that the entire Zero team was present. He merely sought to impress Xie. Tuesday, Jiang Mu said. "I initially thought that finding Xiao Qizi would allow us to leave, but it appears we must recover his mental entity. Otherwise, he will become incapacitated, reduced to a motionless state devoid of any emotions." Zhou Qianxi, with an expressionless demeanor, responded, "Indeed." Xie ignored him and calmly stated, "There is one point to note. Zhou Qianqi's perception of time has been affected. When questioned, he claimed he had just entered the polluted area 3 days ago. How could one confuse 3 days with a month?" Yun Zhao interjected quietly. "Is it possible that he experienced an event on the 3rd day after entering?" "That was my thought as well." Xie turned to look at her, pondering that the guardian did not attack him, perhaps because upon the death of the physical body, the mental entity would also perish, allowing him to wander aimlessly within the barrier. The two sat closely together. Xie seemed to have developed a habit of instinctively sitting nearest to her, maintaining a distance that was always within reach. The question arose, what did the guardian want with the mental entity? Tao Hao couldn't help but ask again. In its own world, it can have whatever it desires. Why is it fixated on mental entities? Jiang Mu replied lazily, "You mentioned it can have whatever it wants, yet it cannot manifest a mental entity. The mental entity is a special existence. The more unattainable it is, the more it desires it." Xie raised his gaze, asking, "Are there any clues regarding the guardian?" Jiang Mu sighed, "None. My focus has not been on the guardian at all. Searching for the guardian in such a vast city is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. What if it were a rock? Or a block of tofu on a shelf? A chair by the roadside?" After the team dispersed, Jiang Mu was solely fixated on finding his teammates' whereabouts. Having no intention of eliminating the guardian, he only hoped to gather everyone safely and lead them out. However, if eliminating the guardian was the only way to recover Xiao Qizi's mental entity, then they could attempt to narrow down their search. Jiang Mu turned to the entire Zero team and asked, "Has anyone ever been ensnared by an illusion?" The rabbit fell silent for a moment before raising a hand. "I have." Jiang Mu pointed at Chengzi. "The sentinels controlled by the illusion. Did you not all hear a voice in the mental realm attempting to tempt the mental entity?" The rabbit's complexion turned pale, and under the gaze of everyone, he nodded. Jiang Mu received the answer and turned to Yun Zhao. "Have you heard of mental attraction?" Chapter 51. Guardian Attributes. Mental attraction? Yun Zhao shook her head no. Jiang Mu was not surprised. The guides and sentinels outside the base had likely never heard of it. Precisely because the guides outside lacked this ability, he had not considered it until now. Jiang Mu's subsequent words struck like thunder in a clear sky. Mental attraction should be a means to control sentinels. The sentinels present felt a chill run down their spines as their hair stood on end. Control sentinels? Xie gaze deepened as he lowered his eyelids to conceal his emotions. It was evident that it was related to mental power. Mental attraction was highly likely an unknown ability of the guides. The attributes of the guardian were becoming increasingly clear. It may have once been a guide from the Dark Era. Upon death, one loses their spiritual entity. Thus, it employs mental traction to extract the spiritual entity from the sentinel's mental realm, severing the connection between the sentinel and the spiritual entity, while simultaneously establishing countless illusory barriers within the contaminated zone. The mental barrier is also one of the guide's abilities. The spiritual entity becomes its obsession. If the sentinel is killed, the spiritual entity will also perish. This results in the creation of numerous illusions intended to confound them, yet without the intent to kill. Coincidentally, all of this is the sentinel's nemesis, as the mental realm is rather unstable. Had it not been for Yun Zhao accompanying them, the two S-class sentinels would have nearly fallen victim. It is confirmed that the gatekeeper is a humanoid creature, thus narrowing the scope. 11e tu interject, stating that there is no need for discussion, as it can hear. The more they discuss, the more they expose themselves, which is not beneficial. Indeed, Jiang Mu nods in agreement. Yun Zhao appears somewhat bewildered. She has never encountered the concept of mental traction before. After her differentiation into a guide, the abilities she has utilized have all been demonstrated by the Shaoqing Niao. At this moment, Shaoqing Niao is still preening its feathers, grooming them 800 times a day. It is a meticulous little proud creature. Shaoqing Niao shows no interest in their conversation, too lazy to even spare a glance at this group of inept individuals. After pondering for a moment, Yun Zhao raises her gaze to Jiang Mu and inquires about the source of his knowledge. An unclaimed diary, its contents are fantastical, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. Jiangmu's expression turns serious. I only found it somewhat reminiscent of the mental traction described by Changzi. Yun Zhao asks, "Can I see that diary when we return?" "No problem, but can I get a discount?" 3,000 points seems a bit steep. "How about a 99 discount?" Jiangmu responds. Xie stands abruptly, delivering a sudden kick, his black combat suit accentuating his long legs, exhibiting a domineering demeanor. "Stop the banter. Do you really need those points?" Jiangmu swiftly dodges, retorting, "Not as wealthy as you, all right. It's easy for you to talk." That superconductive corrosion-resistant metal and the anti-corrosive bionic slime tires were initially priced at 20,000 points when sold to them. Xie has managed to reap significant rewards from the three bases, not to mention the various task rewards he has accumulated. One's wealth can be quite disheartening. 11th, uninterested in further argument, glances at the time on his wrist, noting that from 1800 hours until now, a full day and night have passed. At 1925, he turns to all members of Team Zero and states, "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall venture out to locate the gatekeeper and Zhou Tianqi's spiritual entity." Understood. Xie recalls something and raises his eyelids to ask Jiangmu, "Is it always night here?" Jiangmu, languidly, replies, "Now, each question costs 100 points. I need to recuperate." Xie chuckles coldly, "Then don't bother with mental counseling. Our guide needs rest. 7,000 points, I will give her for free. You all can manage on your own." Wait, Jiangmu, not being foolish, realizes that Yun Zhao's ability to cleanse the darkness from the beast indicates a high level of proficiency. Jiangmu concedes, "Indeed, it has always been night." Yun Zhao, feeling fatigued, asks, "So, will you conduct the counseling or not?" "I wish to sleep." Xie gaze flickers slightly, perhaps even unbeknownst to him. His tone subconsciously softens. "You should sleep first. They won't perish overnight." She appears drained, having used her abilities throughout the journey and not resting adequately. Jiangmu feels somewhat helpless. While the guide's stamina is low, he still wishes to advocate for conducting counseling for Changzi tonight, as his mental state has become unstable. "Fine," Yun Zhao agrees after a moment of contemplation. Conducting counseling for just one sentinel will not take long. Changzi, still appearing dazed, follows Yun Zhao into a room. Xie sits on the sofa, observing them enter, pursing his lips. "Rabbit, go in and watch." She cannot be left alone. If he follows, the Fire Phoenix will likely cause a commotion upon seeing Qing Wan provide mental counseling to another, disturbing his peace for the night. The rabbit rises, clutching its sniper rifle. Understood. The three of them subsequently enter the room directly across from the living room. As the door closes, the others await in the living room, particularly the sentinels from the Dawn base, who are eager to witness the effects of the counseling. Upon realizing that their captain has agreed to provide 3,000 points, several sentinels have begun to react. Can she provide counseling for an S-class sentinel? When did the Dawn base acquire such a formidable guide? After approximately 40 minutes, the room door reopens. Changzi, who had entered looking dazed, now emerges with renewed vigor, her expression one of shock as she rushes over, exclaiming, "Oh my, Captain, she is an S-class guide." Gasps fill the air around them. The sentinels from the Dawn base display expressions of astonishment. Jiangmu's expression stiffens as he turns to Xie, seemingly seeking confirmation. S-class? In the 200 years of the apocalypse, an S-class guide has never appeared. Xie raises his eyelids. What else could it be? Yun Zhao appears at the doorway, softly asking, "Which room shall we sleep in?" "Yun guide, allow me to lead you." Changzi hastily rushes to her side, eagerly guiding her, resembling an eager acolyte. Xiao Qing Miao snickers, emitting a sound akin to mockery. Earlier, during the mental counseling, Changzi's spiritual entity, the lynx, attempted to approach it, but was swatted far away, retreating in distress to hide deep within its mental realm. Hearing its mocking sounds, Changzi dares not provoke it. The villa has many rooms. Changzi leads Yun Zhao and the rabbit upstairs, opening an unoccupied guest room. Xie rises. "All right, everyone disperse. Tonight may be their last night in the 88th contaminated zone." As Yun Zhao approaches, she maintains a demeanor of calm assurance, even informing them in advance to stockpile supplies using the high-speed rail. She does not come across as arrogant or ostentatious, as if finding the true 88th contaminated zone would allow her to effortlessly eliminate the gatekeeper. Sietu's keen intuition suggests she has uncovered something. He refrains from vocalizing it, perhaps fearing the gatekeeper's awareness. The gatekeeper cannot penetrate her mental barrier, thus remains oblivious to her thoughts. It is certain that its level does not surpass Yun Zhao's. Sietu ascends to the second floor of the villa, opens the room adjacent to Yun Zhao and the rabbit, and then closes the door. Jiangmu watches as Sietu departs, then stands, addressing his team. All right, everyone endure for one night. Your 1,000 points will not be wasted. Just look at Cheng Zi's condition. The dark matter has been thoroughly cleansed. For a long time, we need not worry about issues in the mental realm. An S-Class Guide. YISN Shi from our Dawn base. The premiere has begun. Updates are becoming fewer by the day. If today's update request reaches 700, I will add more during the day. Good night, darlings. Chapter 52. A turn as the antagonist in the dead of night. Tendrils of black mist creep along the darkness, gradually encroaching upon the villa's courtyard. These black tendrils seem alive, twisting and climbing, producing a hissing, corrosive sound as they traverse the ground. Two security guards, holding flashlights, approach the villa gate with stiff postures, their skins slowly cracking. Sharp mandibles opening to reveal serrated teeth. The black tendrils multiply, intertwining to form a massive black web that envelopes the villa. Xiao Qing Yao perches on the second floor bay window. Its body has been prepared with a small basket lined with a thick blanket, serving as a cozy nest for rest. It adopts an arrogant posture, casting a sidelong glance at the situation below. Trash. Countless bluish-green luminescences surge forth at an astonishing speed, enveloping the black tendrils and aberrant creatures entirely like a snowstorm. The aberrant creatures writhe in agony under the illumination, gradually falling silent. The sounds from several rooms within the villa cease abruptly. Just as the rabbit's hand reaches for the sniper rifle, it hesitates, retracting its hand and quietly returning to the large bed. On the opposite side of the bed, Yun Zhao lies on her side, her back to the rabbit. One arm bent beneath her head while the other rests across her chest, her breathing steady and even. She is truly exhausted, sleeping deeply, unaware of her surroundings. On this night, everyone enjoyed a restful slumber. As the morning dawned, the clock indicated 8:05, yet the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. The dim landscape lights of the villa district emitted a faint glow, struggling to illuminate a small halo amidst the thick blackness. The city continued to flicker with neon lights, seemingly trapped in an everlasting nocturnal revelry. In this moment, Chengzi's perception of the world had never been so vivid. After rising, he eagerly ventured out to procure breakfast, swiftly returning with 2 large boxes brimming with an abundance of food: baozi, mantou noodles, rice noodles, congee, hamburgers, youtiao, and milk. Ah, the charm of bygone days. Food was always at one's disposal, regardless of the hour. Chengzi sighed as he set the lavish breakfast on the table, contemplating that this might be the last such meal. Just as he finished, Jiangmu kicked at the spread, remarking, "Can't you speak properly? It sounds like a beheaded feast." Indeed, the other teammates echoed in agreement, praising the captain's kick. "I concede." Chengzi raised his hands in surrender. Soon, the entire Zero team descended the stairs. Yun Zhao, having enjoyed a sound sleep, appeared revitalized, her gaze instantly drawn to the table laden with delectable offerings. "Yin Xiangdao, come sit. Choose whatever you desire." The sentinels bustled around her, eagerly pulling out chairs, serving breakfast, and offering chopsticks. Such sycophantic behavior was almost unbearable to witness. Yun Zhao regarded them with a hint of bewilderment, pursing her lips before adding, "Rest assured, I will redeem your points and provide psychological support." Thus, there was no need for such servility. Jiangmu rubbed his forehead and inquired of Sietu, "What are the plans for today?" "First, let's discuss what you have acquired," Sietu replied, approaching to lift a bowl of soy milk, casually sitting down after removing the lid. The dining table was modest, unable to accommodate all 12 individuals. Hence, Tuzi and the others opted to select their food and dine in the living room. In an instant, only 5 or 6 remained at the table. Jianmu responded. We have only some industrial technical data, along with electromagnetic weaponry technologies and components. There are many valuable items within. Artificial intelligence, energy storage devices, 3D printing technology, and small devices or technical data related to quantum computing. Additionally, there are medical and agricultural advancements, including portable precision medical testing instruments, comprehensive techniques for soilless cultivation, and blueprints for efficient agricultural automation machinery and crucial components, amongst others. It is difficult to part with any of it. However, the items we can carry are limited. To conserve space in the vehicle, we can only take the relevant data back for the base's specialists to study. Given the current level of technology outside, who knows how long it will take to develop the information once it's out there? Jiangmu muttered a curse under his breath, suddenly recalling the most frustrating aspect. Those aberrant creatures could see them. When they attempted to retrieve the data, they were pursued as if they were terrorists, fleeing throughout the city. What a farce! A horde of monsters chased them, shouting for surrender, claiming they were surrounded, and urging them not to harm the populace. Jianmu, clutching the data, fled while spitting blood. It was utterly ludicrous. Thankfully, after 24 hours, they would revert to their original forms, forgetting the previous events. Jiangmu's expression soured as he spoke. It was not merely the presence of those aberrant creatures that troubled him. It was the fact that they had only managed to obtain a mere fraction of the data. At that time, he had just released the Beast, and his abilities were waning. One could only imagine how harried he must have been while being pursued. Had it not been for the need to transport technological advancements, he would never have divulged such a humiliating experience. Yun Zhao listened intently, biting into a hamburger, her cheeks puffed as she exchanged a glance with Xie. Their eyes conveyed an unspoken understanding. Perhaps we truly must play the role of terrorists, Yun Zhao stated earnestly. First, we divide into several teams to seize crucial technological data, rob supermarkets and malls along the way, then regroup to assault the southern station and capture the high-speed rail station. The sentinels, with their sharp senses, were momentarily taken aback, choking on their food at her audacious proposition. Wow, Yin Xiangdao is fierce. Planning such a grand scheme? Being terrorists in the polluted zone? How hilariously absurd. They coughed and laughed nervously. Jiangmu, regaining his composure, asked with glimmering eyes, "Are you planning to use the high-speed rail to transport the goods?" It can indeed carry more than vehicles. The equipment he had his eyes on could all be taken. The four major bases had always shared technological advancements, especially now that it had become a joint mission between two bases. To be pursued by monsters while plundering the city, truly insane. 11e tu noded slowly, stitting. This is the only way to maximize what we can acquire. The prerequisite is to deal with the gatekeeper. Otherwise, the high-speed rail cannot enter. What about the gatekeeper? Chengzi could not help but ask. After the city fell into chaos, the gatekeepers can conceal themselves more easily. How can we locate them? Under the pursuit of the entire city, they scarcely had time to escape, let alone search for the gatekeeper. They currently knew only that the gatekeepers were humanoid beings. Surely they wouldn't open fire on sight. Those monsters now appeared as ordinary humans. Each time they engaged, it felt akin to slaughtering their own kind. If they proceeded in this manner, the Sentinel's psychological states and mental domains could easily become compromised. Duanxi also recognized the underlying issues. However, if they pursued the gatekeeper first and eliminated it, the polluted zone would collapse and all their acquisitions would be lost. The existence of these creatures that could see them created a conflict between scavenging for resources and locating the gatekeeper. Abandoning the resources was out of the question. Yet if they did not seek the gatekeeper, they could not extract the resources, and Zhou Tianqi's spiritual entity would remain elusive. Moreover, after seizing the station, they feared one trip would not suffice to fill the high-speed rail. They would have to undertake multiple trips while being pursued throughout the city. The operation was fraught with flaws. However, Yin Zhao refrained from offering explanations, suggesting they ignore the gatekeeper for the moment and simultaneously seek it while scavenging for resources. Xie had already taken the map from Song Liang and was focused on planning the route. The Zero team would split into two groups, Yin Zhao and Duanxi in one team, while Tao Haohua, Song Liang, and Tuzi formed the second. Understood. Jiang Mu pondered for a moment, contemplating something, and nodded in agreement with the plan. After all, they would only assault the station after regrouping, so they would also split into two teams. Certain matters could not be arranged too meticulously, nor should they be articulated in detail, as they were perpetually under surveillance. Jiang Mu inquired of Xie Tu. Which side will you choose? Xie Tu unfolded the map, but did not answer immediately. It was not until Xiao Qingyao hopped onto the table, prancing about on the map, that Xie Tu spoke. We will take the eastern and western sides. Yun Zhao finished her breakfast, clapped her hands, and stood up first. I will go provide everyone with psychological support. The two captains can discuss the action routes. The remaining sentinels were left in a state of confusion. Tao Hawa, disinterested in thinking, slumped on the sofa, declaring, "Whatever, I'll follow the captain's lead." Chapter 53. Guidance or sabotage. The individuals seated in the living room continued to deliberate their operational arrangements. Members of Jiang Mu's squad lined up to enter the room. Xiao Qingyao was attempting to provide psychological support to so many advanced sentinels for the first time. The mental domains of these advanced sentinels were vastly broader than those of the town sentinels. Furthermore, their prolonged stay in the polluted zone meant that the atmosphere was laden with dark matter. Consequently, the guidance process took a relatively long time. Xiao Qingyao gradually lost patience and began to feel irritable. Before the sentinels were adequately prepared, it charged directly into their mental domains, instantly transforming into a large blue bird. With a violent flap of its wings, it conjured a tempest within the domain, scattering dark matter while sending the individual's spiritual entities tumbling to the ground. The three sentinels who had completed their psychological guidance opened their eyes, their faces pale, and expressed their gratitude as they departed. The dark matter had indeed vanished. Their consciousness and perception had become remarkably clear. However, their mental domains resembled the aftermath of a catastrophic natural disaster. The spiritual entities cried out for comfort, feeling utterly wronged. The base's guides typically employed a gentle approach to psychological support. None had ever encountered such a vigorous guiding spirit. An S-rank guide was indeed a different breed. The sentinels found themselves questioning their existence. Yun Zhao remained silent, realizing that the little one lacked patience. Fortunately, she did not join the base's special abilities department. Otherwise, after just one day in the consultation room, she might have become a terrifying legend among the sentinels. At this moment, the little green bird stood atop her head, holding her noble head high, awaiting the arrival of the last victim. In the living room, Xie Tu and Jiang Mu were still discussing routes. Suddenly, Jiang Mu called out, "Chang Zi, quickly bring out our money and rent a few large trucks." The two teams had only 2 armored vehicles, which were filled with weapons, ammunition, and various supplies. Since they needed to split into 4 teams for the heist, they naturally needed to prepare additional vehicles. Understood, Captain. Chang Zi quickly dashed into the room, emerging with 2 bags filled with cash. Tao Hao approached curiously, asking, "Where did you get all this money?" Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Before Bai Beast left, I had it rob the bank. It's perfect for such tasks." Song Liang looked skyward in disbelief, realizing why it was aware of the bank vault. "All right, you all listen to Captain CS arrangements. I will go conduct the mental guidance," Jiang Mu said lazily. Standing up, as he passed by the 3 pale-faced team members, a sense of foreboding made him pause. "Do you have any last words?" The 3 shook their heads in unison. "No. In times of difficulty, one must share the burden, even the captain." Xie Tu's expression was tense, and his tone was somewhat cold. "Go quickly. The mission is important." Jiang Mu did not delay further, pushing open the door and stepping inside. The room contained only 2 girls. The rabbit, holding a sniper rifle, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a sympathetic glance at him. In contrast, the little green bird was far too gentle with her and the king chameleon. Yun Zhao appeared unfazed, pointing to the opposite sofa. "Let us begin." Jiang Mu sat down across from her, with a tea table separating them. He noticed the little green bird's figure suddenly becoming transparent and inquired, "Isn't a mental connection necessary?" Yun Zhao shook her head, silently stating, "No need. The little green bird can go in alone. The realm of an S-rank sentinel must be dreadful. What if, upon entering, the big green bird blew her away? Don't S-rank guides consider compatibility? Jiang Mu found it quite perplexing that deep guidance could occur without a mental connection. Yun Zhao nodded, affirming it can enter by itself. Back in the town, the little green bird had been conducting mental guidance for the sentinels this way. Initially, she thought that higher-ranked sentinels would be different, but ultimately discovered that it was the same. So far, she had only entered the rabbit's mental realm. All right, rest assured, I will not develop any resistance. Jiang Mu cautioned her. However, have your spiritual entity be careful. The atmosphere inside is somewhat chaotic. Sentinels, being irritable and quick-tempered, possess exceptional perception abilities and are extremely sensitive, often enveloped in volatile emotions. This kind of emotion permeated the entire mental realm. The rabbit looked up at his words, silently offering him support. It seemed that Jiang Mu had never encountered the big green bird, nor had the other team members informed him. Yun Zhao replied in a perfectly ordinary tone, "All right, let us begin." The little green bird's figure gradually became transparent, myriad glimmers merging into Jiang Mu's body, seizing the opportunity to invade his mental realm. This was the first time the little creature had encountered the expansive domain of an S-rank sentinel, a mental world several times larger than that of an A-rank sentinel. An hour and a half later, Jiang Mu opened his eyes, his expression complex. The previously oppressive agitation in his mind had vanished without a trace. In its place was an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort, as if a colossal stone had been quietly removed from his heart. He could distinctly feel his thoughts becoming sharper and his consciousness clearer. At this moment, all violent tendencies had subsided, akin to the calm sea after a storm. However, how to describe it? Jiang Mu's expression subtly shifted as he asked, "Are you certain this counts as guidance and not intentional destruction?" The phoenix, surprisingly, possessed two forms. Fortunately, his Bai beast could fly and was large enough not to be sent flying miles away by the green bird. The two spiritual entities chased each other joyfully within his mental realm, leaving chaos in their wake. The clouds in the sky were fragmented, trees bent in disarray, and the lawn looked as though it had been struck by meteorites. The Bai beast, having found a rare playmate, was elated as this companion could eliminate all the dark matter accumulated within it. All negative emotions vanished, and it joyfully wagged its tail in delight. The silly, innocent creature did not even realize others were beating it. Goodness, the two were wreaking havoc together. How could this not be considered destruction? Yun Zhao pursed her lips. "Didn't Tu say all the dark matter has been eliminated?" Jiang Mu replied. The little green bird's figure reappeared, standing atop her head, ignoring Jiang Mu entirely, as if disinterestedly preening her ruffled feathers. The sentinel's mental realm is exceptionally fragile. Extensive destruction could harm the physical body. Jiang Mu looked at the little creature that disregarded him and said earnestly, "Fortunately, I am an S-rank sentinel. Other sentinels could not withstand your antics." The little green bird shot him a sidelong glance. "Fool!" Yun Zhao felt compelled to speak on behalf of her spiritual entity. Rest assured, it knows its limits. It will only cause destruction within the sentinel's capacity to endure. As for psychological harm, that is unpredictable. Jiang Mu was utterly speechless. Yun Zhao stood up. "Let us go. We can discuss it outside. The guidance work is complete. Next, it's time for the heist." Outside, Duan Shi and Tao Hao followed Cheng Zi as they drove out 4 large trucks. Upon seeing them emerge, Xie calmly issued orders. One team heads east to acquire soil-less cultivation technology. The other team goes west of the tech park for artificial intelligence and 3D printing technology. After completing the tasks, gather at the Southern Station's storage warehouse. Collect everything movable along the way. Yes, Jiang Mu also emerged, giving orders to the team. Take Zhou Qianqi with you and head to the hospital. The 4 small teams quickly made their preparations, checking their weapons and ensuring adequate ammunition before boarding the large trucks. Only Jiang Mu and Cheng Zi drove their armored vehicle. Previously, they had ventured into a military base to acquire electromagnetic weapon technology. Now that they could carry more items, they certainly needed to make another trip. Familiarity breeds confidence. Among the other 3 teams, the trucks were filled with cargo boxes, meaning the 3 would have to squeeze into the front cabin. In one team, Duanqi was responsible for driving, while Yun Zhao fit snugly in the passenger seat beside Xie Tuesday. She did not mind the closeness. During missions, gender mattered little. Yun Zhao climbed into the passenger seat first, inviting Xie Tu to join her without hesitation. Chapter 54. Initiating zero-cost purchase. The tall figure paused outside the vehicle before bending down to enter the passenger seat. His long legs seemed a bit cramped as he entered, needing to bend slightly to fit into the confined space. Once seated, Xie Tu's shoulder was almost touching Yun Zhao's head. The distance between them was so close that they could clearly feel each other's breathing and warmth. Yun Zhao felt a bit cramped and shifted aside, mimicking him by placing her military backpack beneath her feet. Duanqi quickly got in, turned the key, and started the truck. "Captain, are we heading straight there?" "Yes." "To the Agricultural Research Institute," Xie Tu replied calmly, his arms casually resting at his sides, occupying nearly all the remaining space in the seat. "All right." Duanqi was the first to drive the large truck out of the villa area. His peregrine falcon flew out to scout the situation outside, assisting in navigation. Among the four small teams, they were likely the most relaxed since Yun Zhao could control the aberrant species, so they probably wouldn't be chased all over the city. Upon reaching the Agricultural Institute, the process was astonishingly smooth. As the city was perpetually shrouded in night, only security and a few on-duty staff were present at the institute. Yun Zhao controlled several employees in succession, successfully inquiring about the location of the research laboratory. The 2 days staff members opened the door for them and willingly copied the materials to hand over. Duanqi gazed in awe at the scene before him. "Do not just stand there foolishly. Load all this equipment onto the vehicle." Xie Tu had already begun to take action, lifting a device he had never seen before. Unable to name it. With the end of the Dark Ages, the population of Shuguangjidi had steadily increased over the past decade. Yet the progress of cultivation remained painfully slow. After losing 2 centuries of sunlight, most of the land had weathered into sand, rendering it incapable of yielding crops. This technology was of paramount importance to humanity beyond the confines of their existence. Duanqi snapped back to reality and hurried over to assist. The formidable physique of the Sentinel was indeed impressive. Together, they hoisted a large machine and moved it downstairs to the truck. Those under control remained motionless, allowing them to empty the entire research facility. Yun Zhao then commanded the aberrant species to open other rooms, collecting all materials related to crop breeding, cultivation techniques, pest and disease control, soil improvement, and facility agriculture. This included the design blueprints for agricultural automation machinery and essential components. The trio then proceeded to the rear cultivation area to gather various seeds: genetically modified rice, rapeseed, tomato, cherry, and persimmon, too many to distinguish. They excavated directly from the ground, striving to gather them all. The more Duanqi dug, the more exhilarated he became, having heard that people from the old era could grow vegetables in space. With this technology, the advancement of external science might leap decades. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Yun Zhao beckoned him to remain calm. "I just glanced. Soilless cultivation requires nutrient solutions. We have the data, but it depends on the expertise of the base researchers. No matter how excellent the materials, results cannot be instantaneous. One must master the methods to see success." Duanqi shrugged. "That is not our concern." They were utterly clueless about agriculture. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment and conceded. "You make a valid point." Xie Tu had remained mostly silent, dusting off his combat suit and raising his chin. "Let us continue our discussion in the vehicle." The instruments took up considerable space, and the long truck was nearly full. The 3 of them squeezed back into the crowded driver's cabin. Xie Tu tossed his backpack to the floor to free up some space for the petite guide. "First, let us transport these items to the southern gathering point for storage. Then we can retrieve more." "Understood," Duanqi replied, driving the truck southward as planned. They had chosen a gathering point at a storage facility behind the train station, designated for storing cargo within the station. The truck had just reached an intersection in the southern part of the city when the air raid siren blared without warning. Several police cars sped past, sirens wailing, announcing terrorist attack. Terrorist attack. All civilians seek shelter in nearby air defense buildings. People on the streets screamed in terror, fleeing in chaos, turning the entire city into disarray. Duanqi stared in disbelief at the pandemonium outside. What were they running from? Were they not chasing us with great enthusiasm within the illusion barrier? Yin Zhao turned to Xie. What's all this commotion? Is it Jiang Mu and his team? Yes. 11e Polluted. They need to infiltrate the military to obtain the manufacturing methods of weaponry and machinery. This is top secret. Actually, Yin Zhao will be the most suitable for that task. But neither Xie nor Jiang Mu mentioned it. While they draw the fire, we shall continue to gather our belongings. Just as Xie finished speaking, they spotted Jiang Mu's armored vehicle sharply turn and charge down their street. Behind them, a cohort of well-equipped armed personnel surged from all directions, the sounds of footsteps and clashing weapons creating a cacophony. Several police cars blared their piercing sirens, rapidly closing in. The two teams unexpectedly crossed paths. Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow at them through the car window, speeding past them in a blur. The Bai Beast, seemingly encountering such thrilling excitement for the first time, displayed a look of exhilaration, soaring behind the vehicle with its wings spread wide. They were now pursued by a throng of armed individuals, nearly the entire city's military might. Numerous police cars and countless armed personnel chased closely behind, their sirens piercing the night sky. The scene was chaotic yet awe-inspiring. Wow, this is exhilarating. Duanqi was left dumbfounded. A small green bird hopped to the front, stretching its neck to look around, thinking this is fun. It wished to join in. Yun Zhao gently reassured it. Focus on the task at hand. She subtly raised her hand, forming a mental barrier over the truck, shielding all sensory perceptions of the aberrant species. Jiang Mu's armored vehicle quickly vanished from sight, and the sharp, shrill alarms echoed from the adjacent street. Xie, lost in thought, chuckled, forget about them. Let's hurry and move our equipment. All right, Duanqi responded, quickly starting the vehicle. However, Yin Zhao interjected, let us head straight to the train station to avoid unloading and reloading twice. Due to the presence of the gatekeeper, this operation relied on the route map and essential technology, leaving the rest to each team's discretion. Originally, it was assumed Jiang Mu's team will be the first to transport supplies, but unexpectedly, he rushed to the military to procure weapons, creating such a ruckus that all attention was diverted. The personnel at the high-speed rail station had likely already evacuated, making it easier for them. Agreed. Let us follow her lead. Xie readily concurred. Duanqi nodded repeatedly. They swiftly drove the vehicle to the high-speed rail station, and indeed, the area was already deserted. The station eerily empty. Duanqi drove directly into the station hall, stopping at the ticketing entrance. We must act quickly. Xie jumped out of the vehicle, retrieving several luggage carts and opening the truck door to begin unloading. Yun Zhao exited to assist. Unable to lift the heavy items, she opted for the seeds instead. The three of them hurried back and forth unloading cargo, casually opening a high-speed train door and tossing everything inside. A handful of passengers remained hidden on the train, staring at them in terror. Do not mind them, Xie said. We are responsible for the eastern part of the city, aiming to evacuate everything we can from there. Chapter 55. Found the trio returned to the station hall, quickly boarding the large truck to depart. The city remained shrouded in night. The piercing sound of the air raid siren resonated through the dark sky, the streets deserted and in disarray, vehicles strewn haphazardly across the road. Duanqi drove back along the route they had come, while Xie pulled out the detailed route map Jiang Mu had provided, directing him toward the Eastern Commercial District, where there was a large supermarket on the first basement level. Understood, Duanqi replied, still somewhat exhilarated, speeding the truck along. The supermarkets of the old era were several times larger than the shopping centers of the base, filled with an astonishing array of goods. There were far too many items to fit into the truck. Yun Zhao pushed a cart, sweeping items from the shelves into it without a glance back, declaring, we can simply take the freezers from the cold storage area. We will skip the rest of this place. The mall was vast. The upper floors were filled mostly with clothing, skincare, and jewelry stores, which were of little use to them. Rather than dragging those items along and taking up space, it would be more prudent to retrieve more industrial machinery from outside. Yes, after finishing with the supermarket, we shall change locations, Xie agreed. He was too lazy to pick items one by one, choosing instead to drag entire shelves away, tossing them into the truck's cargo hold. The three of them quickly filled the truck bed and set off again for the station. The truck made trip after trip. The sounds of police sirens and gunfire echoed, sometimes near, sometimes far. After what felt like countless trips, the two teams crossed paths once more. Yun Zhao expertly erected a mental barrier, ignoring their plight. The voice of an orange cat called out nearby, "Wow, is it really necessary to be so heartless?" The Bai beast appeared to tire from flying. Perching atop the armored vehicle, yet its spirit remained high, occasionally flicking its tail at empty cars blocking the road. For it, being pursued by a horde of monsters through the city felt more like an exhilarating game. The armored vehicle, accompanied by a massive armed contingent, thundered away from their view once again. Throughout the ordeal, Yun Zhao remained indifferent, showing no interest in their situation. Jiang Mu held the key, and as an S-class sentinel who had recently undergone mental guidance, he required no one's concern. As for Xie, he offered not even a glance. Vehicles traversed back and forth incessantly. The three began to transport supplies, and as time progressed, they became numb to the task. Even Duan fell silent, mechanically loading items onto the transport vehicle upon sight. When they finally filled one high-speed train car, they encountered the rabbits. "Captain, we have secured the items." Song Liang and his companions approached with a considerable load. Xie did not pause, continuing until the task was completed, for there was no time for idle chatter. The two teams briefly reunited before parting ways once more, each heading to their designated areas. The night city lay in eerie silence, save for the occasional distant rumble. While the streets remained tranquil yet disordered, they had lost count of how many trips they had made, having transported supplies for 7 or 8 consecutive hours. Yun Zhao felt utterly fatigued, almost unable to lift her back, as if her limbs were no longer her own. Once again, they boarded the vehicle. Yun Zhao squeezed in beside Xie, the cramped passenger seat accommodating 2 individuals, with a man's tall frame occupying most of the space. Yun Zhao maintained a slight lean, enduring this awkward position for 7 or 8 hours, an unbearable ordeal for anyone. A peculiar feeling nagged at her, as if everything was proceeding too smoothly. Duan, rarely engaging his mind, spoke while driving. Seeing how close the high-speed train is to being fully loaded, the city remains unchanged except for the armed forces pursuing Jiangmu. 2 possibilities arose. Xietu's expression remained unchanged, though his posture appeared somewhat constrained. One arm rested between them, attempting to maintain distance, yet inevitably resulting in some physical contact. Ironically, this position only encroached upon Yun Zhao's space further, nearly pushing her out of her seat. She had to gesture for him to move his arm away. Onzième tu complete. His thoughts drifting momentarily before returning to the matter at hand. Either they would wait until they had finished loading supplies, when everyone was at their most exhausted, to ensnare them all, or it had already hidden away upon hearing their discussions of intent to kill. If they could not locate it, all their efforts would be in vain. Without retrieving Zhou Tianqi's spiritual entity, Jiangmu's team would not retreat. For the Zhu Guangling team, the supplies contained within the high-speed train were of utmost importance, and the promise of an additional 10,000 points made it impossible for them to abandon Jiangmu and venture out alone. Duanxi muttered a curse, exasperated at the thought of yet another game of hide-and-seek. His spiritual entity, a peregrine falcon, scratched at the car window, seemingly in full agreement with its host's sentiments, its body shaking with excitement. "Captain, where do we head next? Continue searching for industrial machinery?" Duanxi inquired. Xie shifted his legs slightly, moving a few centimeters outward. "Let us see if there are any supermarkets nearby to procure more daily necessities." Yun Zhao, listening to their conversation, felt too weary to speak. The height difference meant her head rested gently on his shoulder. She remained in a forward-leaning position, the weight of fatigue growing heavier. Deciding to relent, she exhaled softly, allowing herself to relax completely, leaning against the man's shoulder for rest. They would face a challenging battle soon, and conserving energy was imperative. Duanxi gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. "I recall there's a small supermarket that hasn't been emptied yet, next to a maternity store. We can gather more formula to take back." Suddenly, the man in the passenger seat fell silent, his body stiffening. After a moment, He responded, yes. The shops lining the street were brightly lit, yet devoid of patrons. The eastern part of the city engulfed in an eerie stillness. The large truck halted in front of the maternity store, adjacent to a small chain supermarket. They were now at the city's easternmost edge. The familiar bookstore stood across the way. As the external spread had yet to cease, the city was gradually expanding, the illusory barrier moving outward. The distant reflections still depicted a phantasmagorical city, seemingly endless. Sietu's gaze flickered, yet he did not lift his head. Stepping into the maternity store first, the three of them cleared out all the formula from the maternity store before moving into the adjoining supermarket to continue their sweep. The peregrine falcon expertly guided them to the back storage room, where boxes of supplies were neatly stacked. Yun Zhao retrieved a piece of chocolate from her pocket, unwrapped it, and leisurely nibbled while observing their industrious efforts. The guide lacked stamina. Duanxi did not ponder this further, immersing himself in work. All items were loaded onto the vehicle, the cargo area once again brimming. We should be able to make a few more trips, Duanxi stated. The city was not vast. They had already checked, noting that only 8 high-speed trains were stationed. Apart from Jiang Mu, who drew all the fire, the other 3 teams were frantically loading supplies. As for how to allocate resources between the 2 bases, they could discuss that later. Captain, let us move, Duanxi said, closing the cargo door. Sietu remained stationary, slightly turning his head to glance back, seemingly waiting for Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao slowly finished her last bite of chocolate, discarded the wrapper, and walked toward him. The 2 circled around to the passenger seat, facing the road. Just as they were about to board, Yun Zhao suddenly turned, her eyes narrowing as she swiftly unleashed her immense spiritual force, cascading forth like a surging tide. Countless greenish-blue glimmers coalesced instantaneously into a net, enveloping the entire bookstore across the street. Chapter 56, Guardian number 88. Her movements were too swift. The mental barrier formed in an instant. The greenish-blue strands of energy, resembling lively threads, weaving into a net that enveloped the bookstore like a colossal dome. The ethereal glow was not harsh on the eyes. Rather, it possessed a surreal beauty. Duanxi, realizing the gravity of the situation, heightened his alertness. Swiftly grabbing his gun and leaping from the vehicle to stand beside the captain and Yun Zhao. What happened? Duanxi inquired. The falcon followed his intent, spreading its wings. Ready to investigate. Do not let it pass, Sietu commanded in a low voice. The little creature obediently returned. The bookstore lay in darkness. In a night city, myriad dazzling lights intertwined. Illuminated by the lights, the glass door of the bookstore reflected like a mirror, the vibrant colors dancing upon the glass, creating a unique interplay of light and shadow. The refracted light obscured the interior of the bookstore from view. The small blue bird gradually materialized, perching atop the host's head, tilting its head to gaze at the bookstore. Sietu slightly turned to her, his dark eyes deep and enigmatic, instructing, "Stay close to me. Do not stray too far." He stepped forward to forge the path ahead. Throughout, he had not sought her response, as if he already knew the answer deep within. Yun Zhao regarded the man's broad back, contemplatively following in his wake. Duanxi snapped back to reality, hastening to catch up with the 2. The trio crossed the street and arrived at the bookstore's entrance. Shadows of indistinct figures stood within, echoing the scene within the illusionary barrier. Sietu narrowed his eyes, his demeanor icy. He extended his hand, effortlessly pushing open the glass door of the bookstore. With the reflective barrier removed, the interior of the bookstore came into sharp focus for the 3 of them. Inside, individuals sat scattered about, engrossed in their books, some quietly nestled in corners, oblivious to their surroundings, while others stood by the shelves, searching for desired titles, occasionally moving a few steps to the adjacent shelves. Even Duanxi, no fool, began to connect the dots. Sentinels possessed extraordinary perception. How could he not detect the presence of others within the bookstore from across the street? Is it the Guardian who has shielded this place? Duanxi whispered. But how could the captain and Yun Zhao know? No one answered. Duanxi, undeterred, scanned the bookstore's occupants with vigilant scrutiny. The silhouettes of these figures, akin to lifeless mannequins within a phantom city, remained utterly unresponsive to the 3 intruders. engrossed in their own realms. Yet, outwardly, it is impossible to discern who among them is the gatekeeper. Duanxi ponders whether he should take the initiative and unleash a barrage, eliminating them all at once. Xie, aware of his thoughts, casts him a disdainful glance, warning against any rash actions. Duanxi acknowledges with a simple "oh." The air seems to thicken with tension, permeated by an ancient, decaying atmosphere, as if countless years of silence have been shattered by their sudden intrusion, breaching some unspoken taboo. The occasional rustle of turning pages echoes ominously in the eerie stillness, sending shivers down one's spine. Yunzhao stands beside Xie, her dark, glistening eyes fixated on the staircase leading to the second floor. There, seated, is a young girl clutching a review book. Her hair is woven into loose braids that cascade over one shoulder, her knees together as she sits demurely on the steps, her head slightly bowed, casting her face entirely into shadow, rendering her features obscured. Yunzhao ascends the staircase with measured steps, while Xie moves almost in tandem, reaching out to grasp her backpack strap. In a trio of actions, Duanxi suddenly feels superfluous. Yunzhao approaches the girl on the stairs, who is intently absorbed in her studies. From her elevated vantage point, she can only glimpse the top of the girl's head. "Are you curious about how I discovered you?" Yunzhao whispers. The girl remains oblivious, still holding her book. Yunzhao gestures towards the material in her hands. "You must not have read this before, right? This is advanced calculus from university. When I was younger, my uncles brought back a copy, and no one in our town could comprehend it. Not only that, but since her initial entry into this bookstore, she had noted a peculiar gaze among the vacant stares of the figures, a glimmer of curiosity lurking within." A gentle laugh escapes Yunzhao as she contemplates. "You shouldn't be curious about me. This gatekeeper has likely never encountered a guide as formidable as yourself." Unable to breach her mental barriers and intimidated by her earlier actions and words that severed the space upon her arrival, new obsessions began to form. Xie remained silent, listening intently, his expression unchanged, seemingly unfazed. In a pollution zone rated 4 stars for danger, the gatekeepers exhibit a high degree of self-awareness. Yet they predominantly act on instinct and obsession. The gatekeeper of Pollution Zone 88 has developed a new fixation on Yunzhao, revealing a vulnerability. A green luminescent web envelopes the entire bookstore. A gatekeeper unable to breach Yunzhao's defenses naturally cannot escape the mental barriers she has erected. Now, there is no avenue for retreat. Yunzhao slowly raises her right hand, her voice calm and measured. "It's fine if you don't speak. I shall try to see if my mental threads can control the gatekeeper." A flash of luminescence darts towards its face. An invisible barrier materializes, intercepting the attack. At the moment of collision, a powerful wave of psychic energy erupts in the air. The two forces collide with ferocity, causing the barrier to tremble violently under the impact, developing numerous fine cracks. The girl, with her braids, suddenly lifts her head, finally revealing her true visage. It is a youthful and delicate face, pallid in color, her eyes devoid of whites, resembling inky voids, her expression stiff as if she were a mere doll, exuding an eerie quality. The surrounding scenery shifts abruptly. Onzième tu, having anticipated this, keeps a firm grip on Yunzhao's backpack strap, but an unseen force attempts to pry his hand away. Reacting swiftly, he pulls her into his embrace and draws his Tang Dao, shattering the barrier that threatened him. The entire exchange occurs in less than a second. Yet, the girl vanishes from his grasp. The familiar bookstore environment is swiftly erased as if by an invisible hand, darkening the surroundings as shadows surge from all directions, threatening to engulf everything. The atmosphere has transformed. Darkness stretches infinitely in all directions. The slender girl finds herself ensnared in an abyss of unfathomable depth. Yunzhao stands alone in this dark chasm, allowing it to guide her further. The sensation is peculiar. She instinctively desires for Xie not to follow, as if his presence would herald misfortune. The green luminescent barrier hovers above her. Facing her is the gatekeeper, its pale, youthful face contorting strangely under the harsh green glow. The girl gradually reveals a sinister smile, finally speaking, "In my world, you cannot harm me." Its voice carries an unsettling quality, sticky with an essence of myriad tiny tendrils that seek to ensnare and disturb the mind. "Is that so?" Yun Zhao responds with a tranquil demeanor, her tone dismissive of its words. With a subtle motion of her fingertips, a great azure bird materializes. From the void above her, a dazzling green light surges forth like a tidal wave, illuminating a vast expanse of the abyss. Yun Zhao stands composed, enveloped in radiance. Above her, a majestic phoenix, exuding an overwhelming presence, hovers in mid-air, its enormous wings outstretched. Its cold, emotionless blue eyes regard the gatekeeper as one would regard an insignificant insect. The expressions on both the corporeal and spiritual forms are eerily aligned. "But look, no matter how you move, you remain ensnared within my barriers, unable to escape." Chapter 57. Now it is my turn. The previous chapter has been amended. I wrote it last night while battling drowsiness, and upon rereading today, I found it to be a disorganized mess devoid of detail. Is this truly my work? I question my existence. Why should I flee? The girl tilts her head, seemingly perplexed. Her pale, youthful face, dominated by black pupils devoid of whites, emanates a chilling, eerie aura. "This is my created world," she exclaims, her voice laced with an unsettling chill. "And what of your spiritual form?" Yun Zhao interjects abruptly, questioning, "How did your spiritual form perish?" The abilities of the gatekeeper in Pollution Zone 88 are closely tied to mental power. It is evident that she is a distorted guide, having lost her spiritual form and transformed into a warped entity, giving rise to intense obsessions. Thus, the Pollution Zone 88 emerged, constructed upon her mental realm. This is merely Yun Zhao's conjecture. She hopes the theoretical perspectives posited by the researcher, surnamed Qi, at the base, are not unfounded. The pollution zone represents the gatekeeper's mental domain. Whether it be the key or the aberrant entities desperately seeking entry into the pollution zone, all are intertwined with obsession. It seems that obsession has become the sole prevailing emotion within the pollution zone. My spiritual form. The girl's hollow black eyes flicker with madness. My spiritual form. My spiritual form. Suddenly she halts, her tilted head curving into a sinister grin. "Ah, I remember, it is indeed here." With her words, a jet-black panther spirit, exuding murky energy and with vacant eyes, appears beside her. "See, I also possess a spiritual form." Her face twists slightly, her pitch-black, hollow pupils radiating fervent excitement. Yin Zhao studies the panther quietly for a moment, ruthlessly exposing her falsehood. "That is not your spiritual form. It belongs to Zhou Tianqi." "No, it is not." The young girl fixed her gaze upon her, her obsession profound, shaking her head vehemently. "It is my spiritual entity. They are all my spiritual entities. They?" It seemed that since the emergence of Pollution Zone 88, numerous sentinels had suffered over the years. The guide's spiritual entity does not appear this way. Yin Zhao lifted her eyes to the great azure bird above her. The imposing figure of the giant azure bird hovered in midair, threads of luminescence continuously emanating from its wings, illuminating the surrounding dark abyss. Sensing the consciousness of its true form, the cold, beastly eyes of the azure bird reflected an intense pride. Yun Zhao spoke softly. "You see, this is my spiritual entity. Do you remember what yours originally looked like?" She sought to understand the reason behind the guide's distortion. It was not uncommon for sentinels to succumb to the invasion of dark matter and become monsters. Yet as a guide, she inherently possessed the ability to eradicate dark matter. Perhaps understanding the fate of her spiritual entity could provide the answer. The strange young girl fell into a daze. The silhouette of a little goat gradually materialized in her mind. It was an exceedingly clingy little creature, capable of sensing all the joys and sorrows of its true form, always unwaveringly guarding in front of her. It had perished killed by someone. The gatekeeper suddenly descended into madness, lunging at the Black Panther, shouting, "No, it is not my spiritual entity, not my companion. I will kill it, kill you all." The surrounding dark matter thickened increasingly. The already turbulent dark matter surged with a ferocious force, rolling and crashing like raging waves towards the immobile Black Panther's spiritual form. The gatekeeper's attack was imbued with a powerful dark aura, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp howling sound. The surrounding cyan-green luminescence surged forth, instantly forming a barrier to shield the Black Panther from the fatal blow. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, dispersing the surrounding dark matter. So, because it died, you lost your guiding abilities and then distorted into this? Yun Zhao pieced everything together. A guide who lost their spiritual entity was akin to a sentinel. With the death of her spiritual entity, her spiritual domain collapsed, devoid of the ability to resist dark matter, thus transforming into a monster. Yet after becoming a gatekeeper, she regained her guiding abilities. However, due to the unique nature of her spiritual entity, even as the gatekeeper controlling the entire domain, she could not manifest her own spiritual entity. The deceased spiritual entity had become her intense obsession. She began attempting to strip away the spiritual entities of all sentinels entering Pollution Zone 88. Yun Zhao inquired once more, "Where did you learn about spiritual tethering?" The gatekeeper had lost all reason, unable to hear her words, its dark, terrifying pupils fixated on her, suddenly launching an attack. Within the spiritual domain, it could conjure any desired imagery at will. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed once more. The ground sank inch by inch. The dark abyss morphed into a vast ocean. Many aquatic creatures swam by, while strands of black filaments resembling aquatic plants surged up, attempting to drag her beneath the waves. Lacking physical prowess, she not only could not drive, wield a weapon, but also could not swim. No wonder the gatekeeper, aware of her formidable spiritual power, was utterly unafraid of her. It sought to drown her. Alas, had the gatekeeper forgotten that her spiritual threads could already coalesce into a physical form? As the abyss beneath her crumbled, the great azure bird in midair spread its massive wings, sheltering her beneath its feathers, emitting a call. The swirling luminescence gathered with a conscious intent, swiftly forming a bright circle beneath her feet, allowing her to stand steadily upon the ocean's surface. All the dark threads attacking her were halted by the barrier and swiftly devoured by the luminescence. "Is this all the power you possess?" Yun Zhao lifted her gaze, calmly regarding it. "Now it is my turn." As the gatekeeper fell into madness, the entire Pollution Zone 88 erupted into chaos. Inside the bookstore, the two individuals stood. Xie witnessed the guide vanish from his embrace. His gaze darkened, sharply scanning the figures in the bookstore. "Captain." Duanxi had yet to utter a word when he suddenly sensed something, swiftly sidestepping and raising his gun to fire at the figure approaching them. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets were fired, but effortlessly dodged by the advancing figure. The tall figure moved with remarkable agility, closing the distance in an instant and lunging straight for Duanxi. Duanxi's expression changed drastically. The aberrant sentinel, as the name implied, was a sentinel transformed into a monster. They were far more dangerous and difficult to contend with than ordinary aberrant types. Xie remained silent, charging toward that shadow like an arrow released from its bow. His tang dao glinting with cold light as he struck fiercely, engaging in a fierce struggle with the aberrant sentinel. Several shadowy figures, emanating dark energy, suddenly leaped down from the second floor, encircling Xie and Duanxi. Upon releasing his perception, he discovered they were all aberrant sentinels. Duanxi immediately switched weapons, drawing a knife from his backpack, forcefully pushing off the ground with his back leg to evade the incoming attack. I said, "Why are the aberrant types in the Illusion City so weak? They were waiting for us here." Chapter 58. Trust her. 4 or 5 aberrant sentinels moved with astonishing speed, darting towards Xie like phantoms. They swung their sharp-clawed arms, striking down upon him. Xie reacted swiftly, nimbly leaping to the wall-side bookshelf for cover. Then he quickly turned, leaping from the shelf with his knife drawn, slashing downward. One stroke felled an aberrant sentinel. The aberrant sentinel behind him roared in anger, turning to counterattack with even greater speed. Xietu's figure flickered as the Tang Dao carved a sharp arc through the air, aimed at the monster's head. The wooden bookshelf was knocked askew, books scattered across the ground, and upon encountering the dripping black viscous liquid, a hissing corrosive sound erupted, destroying the books entirely. Damn it. Is it too late for me to move these books out now? Duanshi cried out in anguish. During the fight, Sietu stole a glance at the situation on his side. Duanshi was besieged by several aberrant types, making a swift run and adeptly vaulting over the staircase railing. His form agile as he flipped onto the second floor. His falcon's spiritual entity brandished its sharp claws, diving straight for the monster's head. The aberrant sentinel dodged left and right, but did not attack it. The obsession remained. Although the aberrant sentinels were formidable, they instinctively refrained from harming spiritual entities. Seizing the opportunity, Duanshi advanced, thrusting his knife violently into the monster's abdomen, dispatching one aberrant sentinel. He still had strength to spare, shouting loudly. Clearly, he could handle it. Sietu chose to disregard him, his knife movements growing quicker and more vicious. After considerable effort, the two eliminated all the aberrant sentinels in the bookstore. Duanshi, ignoring the need for rest, rushed to his side, looking somewhat anxious. Captain, Yun Xiangdao has been taken by the gatekeeper. We must hurry to save her. Yet unexpectedly, Sietu replied, No, we must head to the southern train station immediately. Are we not going after Yun Xiangdao? Duanshi was somewhat taken aback. Sietu's expression remained calm. Among teammates, trust is paramount. We must believe in her. Despite having the ability to evade, she did not stop the gatekeeper from taking her away, indicating she must have confidence in the situation. Yun Zhao may appear delicate due to her physical shortcomings, but in reality, she possesses a sharp mind and formidable spiritual strength. Within Pollution Zone 88, she surpasses any sentinel. As captain, one must trust the capabilities of team members and believe in one's judgment, knowing that Yun Zhao will eliminate the gatekeeper while safeguarding the resources they worked hard to retrieve. First, let us regroup at the train station. The armored vehicle braved the pursuit of the entire city, fleeing through the urban landscape. Just as the vehicle reached the middle of the road, the sirens pursuing them suddenly ceased, and the soldiers fell to the ground like shattered pottery, gradually disappearing. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the street, as if only they remained in the world. With a sudden halt, Chengzi inquired, What is happening? What else could it be? The gatekeeper has been located. Jianmu replied languidly. Turn around and head to the southern station. Oh, understood. Chengzi responded promptly, quickly restarting the vehicle. On the roof, the Bai beast, with its adorable large eyes, surveyed the surroundings, its light blue halo casting a brilliant glow in the dim environment. It appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, clearly still wanted to play. Suddenly, the Bai beast seemed to sense something, abruptly raising its head to gaze at the towering buildings above. Almost simultaneously, all the windows on the upper floors shattered, and numerous winged aberrations leapt down, howling as they charged toward the armored vehicle below. What kind of aberration is this? Chengzi exclaimed, quickly raising his weapon, noting that there were at least 6 of them. Due to the incident involving teammate Zhou Qianqi, their squad responsible for drawing fire was reduced to just 2 members. Jiang Mu calmly activated the vehicle's automatic firing system, releasing his spiritual form. Leave the rest and make haste to the southern station. With only 2 armored vehicles at their disposal, and the Zero Squad S vehicle already stationed nearby, they needed to reach the location swiftly to retrieve personnel and safeguard their supplies. Understood. Chengzi promptly turned the vehicle around and released his own spiritual form. A lynx materialized on the roof, crouching and preparing to spring into action with a low growl. Chengzi pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle surged forward like a ferocious steel beast. The winged aberrations, moving with remarkable speed, adjusted their flight paths mid-air, swooping down to encircle the armored vehicle. The Bai beast was the first to take flight, charging directly at the group of aberrations. The light blue halo grew increasingly bright, and after completing its mental guidance, the Bai beast became even more formidable, barreling through the throngs of monsters in the air. The splattering of viscous liquid fell like a dark rain, corroding everything it touched. Meanwhile, the other 2 squads faced similar predicaments. Song Liang and his companions were still transporting supplies into the high-speed train. After several hours of back and forth, The 8 high-speed trains were gradually filled. We should make 2 or 3 more trips to pack more supplies, Song Liang suggested, but he quickly sensed something amiss. Rabbit and Tao Haohua felt it too, and the 3 swiftly turned, weapons raised defensively, assessing their surroundings. Scattered figures hiding within the high-speed train suddenly shattered into fragments, while others exuded dark energy, revealing their true forms. What surprise! There are sentinel aberrations hiding here, so deeply concealed. Without hesitation, Tao Haohua unleashed his brown bear spiritual form to intercept. Rabbit, handle them. We can't let these monsters corrode our supplies. Understood, no problem. Rabbit deftly climbed atop the high-speed train, setting up her sniper rifle and taking aim. The sound of gunfire erupted as she relentlessly squeezed the trigger, targeting one of the monsters. The sentinel aberrations were incredibly tough foes, but they possessed a critical weakness. They would not attack spiritual forms, even as they transformed into monsters. They still remembered their past as sentinels who sacrificed for their homeland. Song Liang also summoned his massive lion spirit to drive the monsters away, preventing the sentinel aberrations from approaching the train. Tao Haohua provided cover fire, suppressing the other aberrations. The 3-member squad established a defensive line, guarding the high-speed train station while awaiting the arrival of their comrades. Xie and Duan boarded a cargo truck, clutching several undamaged books. The truck was significantly corroded in many areas, with multiple holes in the cargo compartment, but it could still function for now. Some supplies inside had been damaged, causing Duan great distress. The figure of Hua Feng appeared, clearing a path in front and preventing the aberrations from further damaging the truck. When Xie and Duan arrived at the southern station, the truck was nearly beyond repair, with only a small portion of the supplies surviving. The commotion outside the station was intense, with various aberrations running on the ground and flying in the air. Although there were fewer than in the previous Illusion City, most were high-level aberrations, and many sentinel aberrations were mixed among them. The second squad of Dawn had just arrived, engaging in fierce combat at the station entrance. Zhou Qianqi continued to appear half alive, shielded by his teammates. Duan rushed over to assist, loudly asking, "Have you seen my teammate? What's going on inside?" "It's manageable," Zhou Qianqi replied. "I didn't ask you." His teammate, Qi Jun, retorted. Zhou Qianqi remained expressionless. "Okay." Xie extended his senses, hearing the thunderous gunfire from within the station. They're inside, at the ticket checkpoint, establishing a defense there. The entrance is still a distance from the high-speed train. If the contaminated area collapses, we won't be able to secure the supplies in time. The distance to the ticket checkpoint is reasonable. The sentinels are agile enough to reach it swiftly. All right, follow Xie's lead. Qi Jun immediately urged Zhou Qianqi to retreat inside. Hua Feng dove down, clearing out a group of high-level aberrations while several spiritual forms worked together to block the sentinel aberrations. Everyone fought while retreating. Xie gripped his Tang Dao tightly, fully extending his senses as he led the team to cover the rear. Suddenly, he sensed something and abruptly turned around, his gaze fixed on Zhou Qianqi, who was being assisted by his teammates. To his surprise, the previously expressionless Zhou Qianqi blinked, a hint of confusion and daze flickering in his eyes. Had he re-established a mental connection with his spiritual form? Had Yin Zhao succeeded? With a glint in his eyes, Xie made a decision, instructing Duan Shi, "You go find Song Liang and the others to regroup. I will take the armored vehicle." He swiftly departed, dispatching the obstructing monsters as he strode forward. Duan Shi hurriedly asked, "Captain, where are you going?" "To fetch her," Xie replied without looking back, though beneath his words lay a lingering worry. After the collapse of the domain, the aberrations would still remain. After defeating the gatekeeper, would she still have the strength to confront those monsters? Chapter 59. The confrontation in the boundless azure depths of the sea. Yun Zhao stood against the wind atop the water's surface, a luminous circle of light gathering beneath her feet, shimmering with a green glow. Facing her were 2 cyan green barriers like a boundary, enclosing the gatekeeper and the Black Panther spirit within. The intertwining black threads constantly battered against the barrier confining the gatekeeper. Some of the cyan green luminescence was dispersed, and new strands of spiritual energy emerged from beneath the great blue bird's wings, once again sealing the barrier without a sliver of gap. Regardless of the surrounding scenery's transformation or the monstrous and dark matter surging from the depths, the spiritual barrier enveloping the gatekeeper remained steadfast, unyielding. The gatekeeper had awakened as a guide at the tender age of 14 or 15, likely only in B or C grade guide. Even if he could control both dark matter and spiritual power, he was still no match for Yun Zhao. How many points would be rewarded for slaying the gatekeeper? Yun Zhao's hair fluttered wildly in the sea breeze as her thoughts drifted. She should have asked the captain in advance. Having earned 7,000 points for performing mental guidance for Jiangmu and the others, with 5,000 reward for completing the task, plus the supplies taken out and the points gained from defeating the gatekeeper, Yun Zhao silently calculated in her heart. It seemed she was on the verge of a windfall. Surrounding the sea, beyond the glow, the sky was gradually eroded by dark matter, becoming dim and devoid of light. The horizon in the distance blurred, and the sea beneath her feet presented a profound blue-black hue, as if the entire world were shrouded in darkness. An oppressive aura enveloped her. Despite the eerie and perilous nature of the confrontation, Yun Zhao paid it no mind, still preoccupied with calculating her point rewards. The Qing Wan grew somewhat impatient. Bored, Yun Zhao replied candidly. I also feel a bit tired standing here for too long. For now, they could not engage. The other small teams would require time to reach the station. If the contaminated zone were to collapse too swiftly and the high-speed train remained untouched, then her arduous 7 to 8 hours would have been in vain. One could only hope that the captain and Song Liang would not be foolish enough to remain in place waiting for her. At that moment, before her, an insurmountable barrier had finally quelled the bizarre little girl trapped within, who had descended into madness. Her pallid face twisted as she gazed at the massive phoenix hovering in midair, still revealing a flicker of frenzied obsession. My spiritual entity emitted a howl that seemed to burst forth from my throat, its two pitch-black eyes, mere orbs of white, fixated intently on the great blue bird with fervor. It coveted Yun Zhao's spiritual form. The great blue bird lingered aloft, casting a condescending glance upon it. Its frigid blue, beastly eyes filled with disdain. Eliminate it. Yun Zhao felt the time was ripe. She slightly raised an arm, her fingers delicately moving, and the spiritual threads that encircled her began to dance with the grace of animated ribbons, surging toward the barrier. Yun Zhao had previously attempted to control the gatekeeper with her spiritual threads, but to no avail. The gatekeeper possessed emotions, yet curiously, like the swirling gray mist surrounding the contaminated zone, her spiritual threads could only devour but not command. Countless turquoise luminescences penetrated the barrier and surged into the gatekeeper's being. The eerie little girl finally comprehended that her demise was imminent. She could not fathom why, within her spiritual realm, there existed someone stronger than herself. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual force assailed her, causing the world to sway. The power within her rapidly dissipated. Sitting within the barrier, the little girl raised her right hand. Observing the intertwining gray mist and luminescence upon her arm, her entire form gradually fading away. Was she destined to meet her end? Within the adjacent barrier, the gathered luminescence flowed, and the dark energy enveloping the Black Panther's spiritual entity swiftly dissipated, its murky eyes gradually clearing, revealing a hint of bewilderment and confusion. Was it spiritual guidance? Yun Zhao's gaze toward it was exceedingly calm. Indeed, it appeared as though she had suddenly acquired this ability, as if it were a natural gift. She too could not comprehend how, while purifying the Black Panther, her spiritual threads autonomously learned this skill, re-establishing a spiritual connection between the panther and its true form. The world began to sway violently. The sea surged, becoming tumultuous, waves crashing violently, sending sprays of water high into the air. The little girl's form had already begun to dissolve. She made no attempt to struggle, her hollow eyes wide open, gazing down at the gradual changes in her body. It seemed she wished to witness the entirety of her own demise. Yun Zhao raised her head and watched her in silence. The girl spoke of how her spiritual entity had been destroyed by another, expressing a longing for her Mian Mian. In this dark apocalypse, chaos and despair reigned supreme. Human nature, against such a backdrop, proved fragile. The 88th contaminated zone had existed for far too long. The memories of bygone years had been entombed since her transformation into a gatekeeper. The world accelerated its collapse, the tremors intensifying, the sky fracturing to reveal the outside world. Beneath her, the sea receded rapidly, the water level plummeting, the roars of aberrations echoing from all directions. Yun Zhao quietly drew the dagger from her waist. The now rational Black Panther blinked and stealthily approached Yun Zhao, arching its back in a defensive stance, seemingly wishing to protect the guide who had rescued it. The great blue bird was enraged. Useless, get away. The Black Panther, feeling aggrieved, shuffled a few steps back but still yearned to stay near Yun Zhao. As the gatekeeper within the barrier perished completely, the next moment, with a crack, the 88th contaminated zone vanished entirely, revealing a desolate, scarred world outside, an unmistakable landscape of the wasteland era. Countless aberrations seemed to awaken suddenly from slumber, their grotesquely contorted forms thrashing violently, emitting chilling roars. Like famished beasts, they surged forth from every corner. In the distance, the sound of cannon fire resonated ominously. Then Yun Zhao beheld Team Zero's armored vehicle. And atop it stood a tall man wielding a tang blade, his stature imposing. A flaming phoenix circled above his head, screeching to signal the reinforcements of their location. Subsequently, Yun Zhao watched as he leaped from the vehicle, weaving through the throng of monsters, swiftly approaching her. Xietu skillfully dispatched nearby aberrations and reached her side, enveloping her in his embrace as he hurriedly returned to the armored vehicle. The great blue bird glared coldly at the fiery phoenix circling around it. "Fool," the fiery phoenix remarked. Upon receiving the consciousness of the spiritual entity, Xietu momentarily halted his action of activating the automatic firing mechanism. In just a second, he resumed his task, expressionless as he maneuvered the vehicle, navigating through perilous encounters. He eliminated wave after wave of monsters until he finally drove the armored vehicle near the bookstore. He had remained stationed outside the bookstore, continuously battling nearby aberrations while awaiting her arrival. And now, he had finally received her, only to be scolded? Chapter 60. Mission accomplished. Aberrations surged toward the humans like a tidal wave from all directions. The humbled fiery phoenix, merely 2 seconds later, became exhilarated, diving ahead to clear the path for the vehicle. "It's finally speaking to me again." Even insults counted as words. Xietu merely felt a headache and had no desire to engage with it. Yun Zhao took her seat in the passenger seat, watching the aggrieved Black Panther outside, longing to approach but hesitant, ultimately relying on their spiritual connection to depart in search of its true form. "Captain, have all the supplies from the high-speed train been retrieved?" Her first inquiry upon meeting concerned those supplies. Xietu replied, "Yes, everyone has made their way over." On his journey, he encountered Jiang Mu, who had driven away the aberrations outside the station. 8 high-speed trains were inside, just enough for 8 individuals. The supplies should all be intact, though the extent of any damage remained uncertain. Even if they had not been harmed previously, the onslaught of aberrations in the contaminated zone would undoubtedly cause some losses. However, most should be preserved. Hearing this, Yun Zhao felt reassured. After the collapse of the contaminated zone, the mindless aberrations scattered, while the numerous monsters on the periphery were lured away by the vehicles dispatched by the reinforcements. To prevent accidental fire from harming the 2 teams, they would be cleared in batches. Xietu drove the vehicle out of the contaminated zone. The 2 phoenixes in the sky were strikingly conspicuous. The reinforcement team from Dawn Base had already spotted them and rushed to assist. Xietu passed by them without stopping, heading directly toward the rear camp. The reinforcement team established a defensive line, intercepting all aberrations pursuing the armored vehicle. After traversing some distance, the vehicle halted at the temporary camp of Dawn Base. Xietu pulled a box of instant noodles from his backpack and handed it to her, instructing, "Stay here, eat something, and rest. I will go retrieve Duan Shi and the others." The 2 teams needed to safeguard the supplies and could only remain in place until the nearby monsters were cleared. All right. Yun Zhao indeed felt somewhat fatigued, clutching the instant noodles handed to her as she followed his directive and exited the vehicle. This temporary camp of Dawn Base was adjacent to the neighboring Dawn Base, and aside from the frontline combat troops, there were also elite Sentinel teams stationed. Upon hearing the commotion, the nearby watch team rushed over. This place was exceedingly secure. Xie summoned a sentry on duty and whispered a few instructions, glancing at Yun Zhao before watching her enter the camp, then drove away. The great blue bird vanished, and a small blue bird appeared on her shoulder. Yun Zhao stepped into the camp, her expression somewhat dazed as she surveyed her surroundings, feeling a bit lost. Which tent should she enter to rest? Most of the sentries at Dawn Base had never seen Yun Zhao and were entirely unaware of when such a guide had arrived. However, just moments ago, nearly everyone had witnessed the two phoenixes soaring in the sky. That luminous behemoth was evidently the spiritual entity of a guide. She was an S-class guide. Following the instructions of Xie, a vigilant soldier hurried over and quietly pointed the way. Yun Xiang Dao, those two tents over there empty. Yun Zhao glanced in the direction he indicated and replied, "Thank you." The tents were rather rudimentary, furnished with only a military cot and a set of folding tables and chairs. The oppressive heat made the interior stifling, a stark contrast to the vibrant city life she had recently departed from, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented by the desolate surroundings and the meager living conditions. Transitioning from simplicity to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is challenging. Even the small Qing Niao could hardly endure it, vanishing back into the realm of the mind. Yun Zhao sighed and pulled open the tent flap to let in some air. The camp was eerily quiet. Most of the soldiers were stationed at their posts while the accompanying commander had gone to the front lines. The young soldier who had just left soon returned, carrying a kettle of hot water. Yun Xiang Dao said he asked me to help you prepare the noodles. The soldiers had never encountered such instant noodles before, as the base's rations consisted solely of filling compressed biscuits and some unpalatable canned meat. Yun Zhao studied the preparation steps on the packaging for a while, then opened the box, unwrapped the seasoning packets, and gestured for him to pour in the hot water. The soldier's keen sense of smell quickly detected the enticing aroma, prompting even the sentries on duty outside to turn and glance back. Yun Zhao covered the pot and, noticing their reaction, quietly said, "We brought back a lot. We can have extra meals tomorrow." As dusk fell, the sounds of distant artillery continued unabated. Yun Zhao initially intended to wait for everyone to return, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep on the cot. Having entered the contaminated zone for several days, she had only rested twice in total. Following hours of transporting goods, she had depleted much of her energy. Even in such rudimentary conditions and sweltering heat, her drowsiness could not be deterred. In the latter half of the night, the main force returned. The soldier on duty quietly approached and lowered her tent flap. Tao Hao Hao had yet to raise his voice when Xie kicked him lightly. Without acknowledging him, Xie continued conversing with Commander Tao from the reinforcements about the distribution of supplies, stating, "We will negotiate with Li Ming Base regarding this matter tomorrow. Technology can be shared, but we must secure the majority of the supplies. Friendship is one thing, but interests are another." The batch of supplies included a wealth of ready-made industrial equipment, and both teams had contributed, necessitating a sit-down discussion regarding distribution. Commander Tao nodded in agreement and replied, "Thank you for your hard work. I will contact the base from my end." Unexpectedly, Team Zero's mission not only successfully eliminated a 4-star contaminated zone, but also brought back such a bounty. With so much to transport, they needed to inform the base to send vehicles. Xie added in a low voice, "Those snacks belong to us." Commander Tao remarked, "Xie actually likes snacks?" The subsequent matters were quite tedious. Upon waking the next day, Yun Zhao did not see Xie. The captain had gone to a meeting to assess the extent of material losses, speaking with Minister Duan inside the tent. The other 5 members of Team Zero were present, gathered around a folding table piled high with various foods. They sat together, indulging in a feast. Yun Zhao silently opened a bottle of yogurt, thinking how busy the captain was, for after all, he was the captain. Tao Hao Hao spoke bluntly, while Song Liang retorted, "You all seem to be having a great time. I have to go back and write a report for the intelligence team." Duan Shi placed a hand on his shoulder and said teasingly, yet sincerely, "Old song. There's a saying, the capable take on more work." The rabbit, surprisingly aligned with Duan, Shi, chimed in exactly when Sietu finally returned from his duties. He found several bags of trash on the ground, filled with food wrappers. His team members sat on folding stools, all displaying expressions of satisfaction. Sietu lifted his eyelids and remarked, "Given the heat, let the soldiers here enjoy the perishable items. We will return to the base tonight." A considerable number of vehicles from the reinforcement team had arrived, ready to transport the first batch of goods back. The subsequent matters no longer required Team Zero's involvement. However, Yun Zhao still needed to make a trip to Li Ming base camp. The 7,000 points for psychological counseling had yet to be settled by Jiang Mu and the others. She inquired about a question that had been on her mind. "Captain, how many points will be awarded for eliminating the gatekeeper?" Chapter 61. Striking gold, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Sietu's eyes as he replied. In a previous mission, the base awarded 50,000 points. Each member of Team Zero received 10,000. With an additional teammate now, I wonder if this will change. 50,000. Yun Zhao gasped softly. Each person would get 8,300. 7,000 plus 5,000 plus 8,003. We've struck gold. This was merely for one task's points. The rabbit felt a bit bashful. "Sister Yun Zhao, if it's only 50,000, you can take the lion's share. We have no objections." The other three nodded in agreement, knowing that Yun Zhao had recently arrived at the base and likely possessed few points. Moreover, she had been the one to locate the gatekeeper, making this haul possible. Yun Zhao blinked and said, "Only 50,000? I've never seen so many points in my life." "Why use the term only?" Song Liang kindly explained. "The rabbit means that since Team Zero has gained an additional member, the base might adjust the reward mechanism." He elaborated that the last reward was distributed based on the number of participants, and this time, changes were possible. "If not, then you can take the bulk. We are indifferent." Yun Zhao waved her hand. "No need, let us split it evenly." She understood that the base's points reward system typically divided points equally among teams. They were comrades who had shared life and death together, a united front, capable of entrusting their backs to one another without reservation. No one's contributions would be belittled. Furthermore, the captain had already agreed to give her those snacks. Such a bountiful reward was unprecedented. Duan Shi shrugged, and the others nodded in agreement. The rabbit cheerfully added, "Mainly, Li Ming base granted an additional 20,000. Coupled with that batch of supplies, there will be extra reward from the base once everything is transported back. The exact amount will be known after the items are accounted for." Sietu found a folding stool to sit on and advised Yun Zhao, "Such opportunities are rare. If future rewards diminish, it might cause disappointment." He expressed concern that if her next task yielded only a guaranteed reward of 2,000 or 3,000 points, the disparity might be hard for her to accept. Yun Zhao's thoughts had wandered far from this, and she instinctively replied, "I understand. Even if it's less, I could still take on private jobs." With that, Yun Zhao stood up and informed them, "Captain, I'm going next door to Erd for the debt payment. 11e Tunoded. Go ahead." The two bases' temporary camps were adjacent to one another. The outside was bustling with activity as soldiers hurriedly transported supplies, loading them onto vehicles destined for their respective bases. The military trucks arriving from the reinforcement team were spacious, suitable for transporting goods. The busy soldiers exhibited palpable excitement, as they encountered many food items they had never seen before. They had received word that some food could not be stored for long, and everyone would be treated to a meal that night. "So many snacks. Can we buy them with points?" One soldier exclaimed. "My daughter's birthday is coming up, and I want to buy some as a gift." It was rumored that Jiangdui and Siegui had negotiated that the construction equipment and blueprints brought back would belong to them, while the snacks would go to Shuguang Base. Li Ming Base was preparing to construct buildings on the surface. Having lived underground for so long, away from sunlight, many wished to move to the surface since the end of the Dark Era. In previous years, conditions had been harsh, leaving little energy for such endeavors. However, the situation had improved in recent years, prompting the base to plan construction soon. Everyone felt elated upon hearing the news, knowing that although the timeline for completion was uncertain, there was finally hope. The Sentinel possessed keen senses and, while engaged in conversation, instinctively halted their discourse upon noticing a slender figure's appearance, tacitly parting to grant her passage. The atmosphere grew momentarily quiet. Whether from the Shuguang GD or the Liming GD, the sentinels cast furtive glances, their curiosity piqued by her presence. She was an S-rank guide. It was said that Captain Jiang had conducted a mental assessment, cleansing the dark matter within her mental realm, resulting in a stabilized state and enhanced combat prowess. Upon receiving this news, the higher-ups could hardly contain their delight, exclaiming that the expenditure of 20,000 points was indeed worthwhile. Yin Zhao maintained a tranquil demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the gazes directed her way, but her pace quickened nonetheless. The petite bird materialized above her head, flapping its wings and glaring back defiantly, admonishing those who dared stare. The sentinels, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sheepishly touched their noses. Their intentions were innocent, merely driven by curiosity. The Jiangmu team, having spent over a month within, found themselves increasingly unaccustomed to the surroundings upon their exit. When Yun Zhao approached, Jiangmu was lounging in the armored vehicle, enjoying the cool breeze. The weather was sweltering, the tents stifling and hot, rendering the vehicle the most comfortable refuge. In contrast to the bustling Xie, he appeared remarkably relaxed. Upon noticing the arrival of a debt collector, Jiangmu sighed in resignation as he opened the car door, bemusedly thinking, "Do I really need to rush? I'm not going anywhere." Yun Zhao raised her wrist communicator, urgency evident in her tone. "We must return tonight." "So soon?" Jiangmu replied, somewhat astonished. "There are still many matters to attend to." Yun Zhao explained, "There's no choice. Our captain is exceptionally capable, and all subsequent arrangements have been efficiently delegated. Everyone wishes to return and rest early." Jiangmu exited the vehicle and gestured for Yun Zhao to follow him toward the camp, stating he would settle the bill promptly. However, he added that within Shao Qizi's realm, remnants of gray mist and dark matter persisted, requiring her assistance. Additionally, 2 other sentinels sought her aid for mental guidance, assuring her that all expenses would be covered. Vice Officer Zhao had intended to seek Yun Zhao's help the previous day, but was halted by Jiangmu, who insisted that the guide needed rest, asserting that postponing by a day would pose no issues. Of course, Yun Zhao readily agreed. Upon their return, she anticipated that the fee for aiding sentinels from the same base would be considerably lower. Aside from the elite combat units, other sentinels lacked sufficient points to afford her services. Such opportunities were rare, and she aimed to earn some extra income while she could. As Yin Zhao followed Jiangmu into the Liming GD camp, the sentinels they passed averted their eyes, not granting the little bird a chance to scold them. The petite bird raised its noble head, casting sidelong glances at them, emitting sounds akin to mockery. Yin Zhao gently patted it, feeling helpless at its attempts to garner animosity. Inside the tent, Zhou Tianqi, with a cherubic face, lay on a folding bed, directing his teammates. "Chengzi, I feel awful. Hurry and fetch me some yogurt." Chengzi tossed a folding stool in his direction. "Damn, you make a better human machine." Zhou Tianqi nimbly rolled aside to avoid the stool, asserting, "I'm not lying. I genuinely feel unwell. Why is there so much gray mist in my mental realm?" His Black Panther lay listlessly at the edge of the bed, reluctant to return. The camp's guides could only cleanse dark matter. They had undertaken numerous missions, yet had never encountered swirling gray mist infiltrating the mental realm. Chapter 62. A fortuitous encounter. Chi Jun grumbled, "Stay put. Call me Dad, and the dads will help you request Guardian." His teammates erupted in playful jeers. The Black Panther, sensing something, suddenly sat upright and trotted towards the tent entrance with a lively gait, bypassing Jiangmu without so much as a glance, wagging its tail at Yin Zhao. Jiangmu kicked at it, muttering about traitors. The little bird glared coldly at the panther, which dared not approach. Feeling wronged, the panther scampered back to find its true form. Upon seeing Guide Yin arrive, the raucous teammates promptly greeted her. Yin Zhao nodded slightly, curiously observing Zhou Tianqi, who quickly straightened up, adopting a formal stance as if under inspection, his eyes darting between the Black Panther and the petite bird, clearly finding the human-machine state far more endearing. The guidance process unfolded smoothly. Following this, Yin Zhao accompanied Jiangmu to several other tents, assisting a few A-rank sentinels with their mental guidance. Their conditions were dire. Having been stationed outside for extended periods, returning to base only once every month or two. They relied heavily on guide essence and inhibitors. However, excessive use of inhibitors could lead to resistance and adverse effects, creating potential hazards over time. Jiang Mu seemed to sense her thoughts, remarking, "Guides are exceedingly scarce. There are only 5 A-rank guides at Liming GD, while over 100 B-rank guides and only 1 S-rank guide. Even for Yun Zhao, is a daunting task. Nonetheless, this mission has underscored the critical role guides play in contaminated areas. In regions plagued by pollutants, a guide's presence can alter the entire situation. It is both contradictory and frustrating." Yun Zhao silently nodded, raising her wrist communicator to report her card number for billing. Jiang Mu ultimately transferred 10,000 points to her before turning to seek Vice Officer Zhao for settlement. The balance in her points card swelled to 10,712. She walked back to the Shuguang GD camp with a light step. Her teammates were already packing up. Outside, several military trucks had completed their loading. The initial cargo to be transported back to base primarily consisted of crops and perishable foods. They had brought back many seeds, which were of utmost importance and needed to be sent promptly to the Agricultural Research Institute. Sietu stood at the camp entrance, slightly bowing his head to speak to her. Just now, sentinels from Liming GD came by, wanted to purchase some snacks. I took the liberty of selling them some. Yun Zhao was indifferent. There were too many snacks, and they might not consume them all before they expired. Selling some for points was reasonable. Once all 10 trucks were loaded, the team remained at the camp and shared an exceptionally hearty dinner with the base's sentinels. The canopy in the center of the camp was dismantled, replaced with folding tables and chairs. Numerous frozen meats, seafood, and various meatballs, foods that could not be stored for long, were served on the tables. Every folding table was laden with meat. The sentinels in the camp gathered around the folding tables, engaging in loud conversations, laughter echoing throughout. A young sentinel, enthusiastically devouring meatballs, animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes from his missions. His companions frequently erupted in laughter, some playfully patting his shoulder in jest. Meanwhile, in the adjacent Liming GD camp, the atmosphere was equally lively, with laughter occasionally drifting over. Duanshi focused on devouring meat, his demeanor relaxed. Such scenes were rarely observed. Witnessing the festive atmosphere, even more vibrant than during the New Year, made it feel as though their perilous ventures into contaminated zones were justified. Tao Hao Hao was so busy that he hardly had time to speak. He polished off a bowl of meatballs, quickly rising to fetch more dishes. The meatball soup had been prepared in several large pots, allowing sentinels to refill their bowls once finished. The small folding tables could not accommodate more than 6 people. Yun Zhao and Tuzi sat beside each other. At their table, only 2 girls remained. "Sister Yun Zhao, you must try this meatball. It actually contains meat," Tuzi exclaimed in astonishment. In the old days, people really knew how to eat. Yun Zhao chuckled. "Have you forgotten? We've had these meatballs at the hot pot restaurant." "What? I didn't eat any," Tuzi protested, realizing she had been deprived of the dish by Tao Hao Hao, who had taken them all. Yun Zhao scooped 2 meatballs for her and placed them in her bowl. "Then eat more." "Okay, I'll make up for it all at once." Tuzi was not one to hold back. Her appetite was impressive, and the robust sentinels ate heartily. By the end, the 2 girls had managed to clear the entire table of meat. Yun Zhao felt so full that she could scarcely move as darkness enveloped the sky. The night in the desolate wasteland carries a unique heaviness. The flickering lights of the campsite cast a warm, golden glow, contrasting starkly with the surrounding desolation and the crumbling landscape. The military trucks transporting the sentinels lack air conditioning, with a return journey of 3 to 4 days ahead. The food that could not be preserved in the sweltering heat was consumed in one sitting. This meal may become a cherished memory for all the sentinels present. Sietu glanced over at the others, who had finished eating and were rising first. He approached the armored vehicle parked outside, opened the driver's side door, and casually called out for everyone aboard. After speaking, he climbed into the vehicle. "All right," Tao Hao Hao exclaimed, belching. "Yun, you take the passenger seat. We'll work hard on the road and return to rest early." "Okay," Yun Zhao replied. The spacious passenger seat allowed for reclining, and the cool air inside was a refreshing contrast to the discomfort outside. Yun Zhao felt a surge of longing for home. Even though she had only recently arrived at Shuguangjidi, she yearned to claim her points, set up her home, check on the children's progress at school, and see if the search team in town had made any discoveries. The 2 plots of land were still yet to be handed over to the town's elder. Behind them, 2 columns of sentinels exchanged greetings with those at the campsite before boarding 10 transport vehicles to return to the base together. The 10 massive trucks started moving slowly under the dim lights of the campsite, the roar of their engines echoing loudly through the wasteland. The convoy, laden with supplies, gradually receded into the night. They did not stop along the way, nor did they enter the roadside outposts for rest. By the morning of the 3rd day, they returned to the Shuguangjidi, nestled among lofty mountains. Xietu gently woke her, announcing that they had arrived home. Yun Zhao opened her eyes, still bleary from sleep, to see towering city walls. The solid and ancient structure appeared as a bastion guarding hope. She had slept for 3 days in the vehicle, primarily out of boredom, as they encountered mutated beings along the route, with teammates handling the situations without needing her intervention. With little else to do, she simply slept. Xietu drove, bypassing the mission corridors and heading directly into the outer district. The guide's home was located there, so he first took her back. The 10 trucks split here. Some headed to the training grounds halfway up the mountains, while the rest took the mission route towards the Agricultural Research Institute. Xietu explained that the outer district was not entirely safe, advising her to take a few snacks back with her while the rest could be stored at the training grounds. The 5 trucks full of snacks would attract unwanted attention if taken home, potentially endangering the ordinary residents of her small town. Yin Zhao sat up and nodded, understood. The armored vehicle smoothly entered the outer district. However, Yin Zhao noticed the streets were adorned with colorful decorations, seemingly preparing for a celebration. In September, she pondered for a while before asking, "Is there an important festival coming up?" Her teammates were accustomed to such questions. Song Liang replied, "Tomorrow marks the 20th anniversary of the end of the Dark Age. The earth has welcomed the light once more, and people's lives have rekindled with hope, free from the torment of perpetual darkness. Every year on September 19th, Shuguangjidi holds celebratory activities, commemorating the sacrifices and perseverance during that dark period while cherishing and celebrating the light of the present." Tomorrow? Yun Zhao was taken aback, realizing that it was also her 20th birthday. The end of darkness coinciding with her birthday felt like a twist of fate. Chapter 63. Homecoming. The streets were lined with vibrant lights and banners, and the spirit of Shuguangjidi was symbolized by the cranes depicted on colorful flags. There were more pedestrians than usual. Yun Zhao leaned against the car window, curiously observing. On the facades of some buildings hung balloons, banners, and eye-catching slogans visible at a glance. 20 years of light, together painting a new chapter for the future. Remember history, cherish the present, look forward to the future, and celebrate 20 years of brightness. Stay true to our original intentions. Forge ahead. The darkness has passed, and together we embrace the sunlight. Hope endures. Xietu, gripping the steering wheel, kept his gaze fixed ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You can go out tomorrow. There will be various activities, and some prizes are quite nice." Yin Zhao turned to him and asked, "Aren't you going?" Xietu replied, "No, we rarely participate in such events. The raucous atmosphere isn't suitable for us, especially for me. The heightened senses of an S-rank sentinel magnify every subtle sound, scent, and flickering light in such celebrations, creating invisible storms in his mind that render him restless." Yin Zhao seemed to understand, suggesting, "I can help you establish a mental barrier." Anticipating his rejection, she added, "Staying inside the base with part of your senses shielded won't be detrimental. In the polluted area, diminished senses might lead to misjudgments regarding unknown dangers. But now that we are back, there is no need to maintain a state of heightened vigilance. Captain, how about we go out together tomorrow?" The rabbit in the back seat chimed in. "I haven't seen it in many years." Tao Hao Hao shouted with his booming voice, "Yes, let's all go. It's a rare opportunity to enjoy ourselves." Song Liang nodded in agreement. Duan Shi, still half asleep, added, "Right with Yun as our guide." Xietu shot them a glance, conceding, All right, we'll meet at the operations department tomorrow morning. Then after our outing, we will have dinner together in the evening. It's a tradition of Team Zero. Every time we return from mission, we organize a meal. Yun Zhao contemplated for a moment and proposed, then I'll treat everyone tomorrow. Can I bring a friend? It was her birthday, and having earned a substantial amount of points, she wished to treat everyone. Sure, Sietu replied, without questioning whom she intended to bring. Assuming it was someone from her small town, but added, you don't have to treat. Let those four pay. The four in the back seat fell silent. Realizing their captain remembered their previous discussions. Duan Shi jolted awake, concerned that the points were trivial. They had earned a considerable amount thanks to Yun Zhao. And treating was only fair. However, he worried about another matter. He had once pointed a gun at the captain in the polluted area. Surely, the captain wouldn't remember that. Would he? Yun Zhao pursed her lips, insisting, they can treat another time. Tomorrow, I will pay. Sietu turned his head slightly to glance at her. Noticing her resolute attitude, although he was unaware of her intent, he lowered his voice, conceding, fine, we can let them treat another time. Since we are a team, dividing things too strictly would only create distance. As they conversed, the vehicle arrived at Dong Sanjia. The armored car stopped not far from the bus station, where a striking red banner caught their eyes. 20 years ago, we welcomed the dawn. 20 years later, we create brilliance together. The teammates disembarked, helping her unload the items from the vehicle, which mainly consisted of milk, bread, perishable foods, and assorted snacks, 7 or 8 large boxes in total. To avoid drawing attention and unnecessary trouble, Song Liang and the others swiftly carried the items up the stone steps beside the station. At this time, it was just past 9 in the morning. The residential area at number 128 Dongsanjia was enveloped in a gentle tranquility, with residents either staying indoors or already out to work, creating a serene atmosphere. Yin Zhao, empty-handed, followed behind Xie Tuesday, the tall figure of the man, with his long legs and 2 heavy boxes in his arms, seemed to be handling mere trifles. Her teammates walked ahead, familiar with the route as they entered Building 1. Opened the iron door and pressed the elevator button for the 12th floor. It was evident that everyone knew her home address. There's no room, Yun. You and the captain take another elevator, Tao Hao Hao called out while holding 2 large boxes. The boxes were substantial, filling the narrow elevator to capacity before she could respond. Donchi has pressed the elevator door close button, and the door shut before the 2 individuals. Sietu's expression remains calm and composed as he presses the elevator button again, waiting for another elevator to arrive. The 2 have developed a tacit understanding over time, no longer as awkward as they once were. Yin Zhao speaks first. Captain, what time should we report to the operations department tomorrow? On the way back, Sietu speaks with Minister Duan twice over the phone. Minister Duan informs him that she has a meeting with several other combat teams today to discuss pre-battle arrangements, allowing everyone a day of rest. All members of Zero Team are to gather at the operations department tomorrow at 9:30 to receive task rewards. Not too early, he concludes. Sietu seems to recall something, suddenly turning to her with a deep gaze, stating, upon my return, I will apply for a delay on the next mission to assist you with enrollment in training courses and daily physical training. You should prepare yourself mentally. Yin Zhao, caught off guard, responds, huh? The training course will primarily cover knowledge related to contaminated zones, analyze case studies from the 4 major bases, and explain the worldview of the old era, including assessments of contamination levels and guardian attributes, among other topics. Sietu pauses before adding, as for physical training, I will be in charge. She has only recently awakened to become a guide and was previously an ordinary person. The resources in her small town are scarce, and its strength is extremely weak, lacking even an A-level sentinel. Life was merely about maintaining basic sustenance and survival. Sietu suspects her poor physical condition stems from long-term malnutrition. As captain, he bears the responsibility of supervising her physical improvement. Make sure to drink the milk I brought back every morning, he advises. You should spend the points you've earned without hesitation. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let us know. This is the first time Yun Zhao has heard him speak so extensively without allowing her a chance to interject. At that moment, the elevator doors open. Sietu steps in first, holding the boxes. Yun Zhao follows, and once the doors close, she softly replies, I understand. I will train diligently and drink the milk every day. She responds earnestly, I am quite wealthy now, and I can purchase the items I need myself. Thank you for your concern, Captain. The elevator is cramped. Sietu stands sideways by the door with the two large boxes. Upon hearing her words, he turns his head to look at her, meeting her glistening almond-shaped eyes. Her small face, no larger than a palm, displays a serious and focused expression. Her eyes slightly upturned at the corners, her nose delicate and straight, and standing a head shorter than him, she has to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. She appears obedient and quiet. The weather is hot, and Xie Tu feels his palms growing clammy, a thin sheen of sweat forming. While his expression returns to its usual demeanor, and he refrains from speaking further. Chapter 64. Awakening the spiritual entity, the elevator doors open, revealing the other 4 members of Zero Team standing at the entrance of 1202, waiting for them. Yun Zhao steps forward and retrieves her house key from a small indentation beneath the electric meter box. I forgot to tell you, I left the key here. Upon entering her home, everyone is taken aback by the emptiness. Aside from a set of old wooden furniture, the house is barren, lacking any semblance of habitation. Sietu furrows his brow slightly, but before he can speak, Yun Zhao interjects, I'll go buy some. She fears they might think poorly of her living conditions and rushes to explain, we left in a hurry for the mission that day. I will pick out some furniture shortly. Having just claimed to be quite wealthy, she now exhibits the stark contrast of an empty home. A swift slap to her own face. It's just that the living room is a bit bare. I've already purchased furniture for the bedrooms and even customized some pieces. She emphasizes, all right then, the others reply. They stack the boxes against the empty living room wall. Well, Yun Zhao, we're heading out. See you tomorrow. The teammates bid farewell and leave. On the way to the car, they chat casually, feeling that constantly referring to her as Yun Guide feels somewhat distant. After much deliberation, they decide it would be better to simply call her by her name. Siet, too, bringing up the rear, reminds her to get some rest. And don't be late tomorrow at 9:30. He then closes the door behind her. With the door shut, she is left alone in the house. The floor is clean, and the wooden table and chairs have clearly been wiped down, indicating that Aunt Zhao must have come to help her clean while she was away. Finally back home, Yun Zhao relaxes instantly, eagerly running to her room to fetch a change of clothes before heading into the bathroom. After finishing her shower and changing into comfortable leisure wear, she hears a knock at the door. All 6 households on the first floor are occupied by sentinels. When Zero Team entered the unit, someone had already noticed their arrival. Seeing Yun Zhao return with a group of advanced sentinels, they chose to remain out of sight. Yun Zhao opens the door to find Cheng Dongshu's younger brother, Cheng Dongqing. Cheng Dongqing scratches his head and greets her, Sister Yun Zhao, you're back. MHM, Yun Zhao nods. Thankfully, the little bird has returned to the spiritual realm. Otherwise, hearing him ask such trivial questions would probably lead to a scolding. Cheng Dongqing's expression is conflicted as he hesitates for a moment before saying, yesterday when we went hunting for mutated animals, Xiang got injured and is now in the hospital. Before he can finish, Yun Zhao's expression changes. Is it serious? Without waiting for his response, she rushes back to the bathroom, grabbing her communication device from the sink. Her hair is still dripping wet from the shower. Wiping her hair with a towel, she shuts her room door and asks, where is the hospital? Lead the way. Cheng Dongqing follows closely behind, running toward the elevator as he quickly reassures her, Sister Yun Zhao, don't worry. Xiangzi just has some external injuries. He is not in life-threatening danger. However, he seems to have some issues with his spirit. My brother is out on duty, and we don't know who to turn to. The doctor mentioned that a guide from the base might need to take a look, but the fees are quite high, and they can't afford it. They all know that Xiang has the closest relationship with Yun Zhao. As a child, he would always stick to her side. Therefore, upon seeing her return, Cheng Dongqing hurriedly came to inform her. Learning that there is no immediate danger to life, Yun Zhao slows her pace, deciding to visit the hospital. Cheng Dongqing leads her to a hospital in the outer district. Inside a standard ward, there are 16 hospital beds arranged. The faint scent of disinfectant mingles with various indescribable odors in the air. The hallways and wards are bustling, with some injured patients groaning softly in their beds. while anxious family members hover nearby. Hee-seong's bed is positioned in the middle of the ward's corridor. His right arm and right thigh are wrapped in bandages, with faint traces of blood seeping through. Hee-seong's mother, Aunt Lou, sits at the foot of the bed with an old basket filled with wild grass at her feet, weaving straw sandals while keeping watch over her son. Upon seeing Yun Zhao, the drowsy Hee-seong instinctively sits up, his expression somewhat guilty as he calls out, "Sister Yun Zhao." Hearing his voice, Aunt Lou looks up, noticing Yun Zhao's hair still dripping wet. She quickly sets down the straw sandals and exclaims, "Zhao Zhao, you're back. Child, why didn't you dry your hair first? What if you catch a cold and have a headache at night?" "And I'm fine," Yun Zhao replies, glancing at Hee-seong on the bed and asking softly what happened. Seeing her, Hee-seong appears guilty, clearly hiding something. What else could it be? Aunt Lou, irate, explains they went out for several days and encountered a mutated wild boar for the first time. Lacking the strength, he insisted on being brave. When he saw the boar about to escape, he charged in alone to block it. The more she speaks, the angrier she becomes, wishing she could drag him off the bed to give him a good thrashing. Years ago, a search team from the town met with disaster, and her eldest son perished in the 6th contaminated zone, never to return. As a woman, she struggled to raise her 2 children with help from neighbors and friends. Now, her younger son can help shoulder some of the burden, but she would rather he be an ordinary person than a sentinel. Aunt Lou fears Hee-seong might follow in his elder brother's footsteps. As she speaks to Yun Zhao, her eyes redden with tears. Hee-seong hurriedly comforts his mother. "Mom, I want to do it again. I was just too anxious this time and didn't think it through." The search team had been in the mountains for 5 consecutive days, encountering only minor mutated animals, and in the last 2 days, they returned empty-handed. Hee-seong appeared remarkably youthful, especially when he glimpsed the neighboring stall's squad of sentinels, who effortlessly offered fresh goods for sale each day. In stark contrast, a sense of disparity began to settle within him. It was during his initial encounter with the mutated wild boar that his actions became somewhat reckless. Yun Zhao, having grasped the situation, reassured Aunt Lou before confronting Hee-seong with a firm admonishment, stating, "If you continue to act so impulsively, none of you will venture out again. The search team will be disbanded on the spot." As she spoke, her gaze briefly flickered towards Chung Dongqing, who stood quietly to the side. Hee-seong felt the weight of her reprimand, remaining silent, while Chung Dongqing dared not even breathe. The ward fell into a profound silence, with the patient in the adjacent bed stifling groans of pain, instinctively muted by the tension. The seemingly delicate young girl was poised to disband the entire search team, and the 2 nearby sentinels obediently faced her reprimand, which carried an unexpectedly commanding tone. Unfazed, Yun Zhao's spiritual entity slowly manifested upon her shoulder, a proud little green bird surveying its surroundings. "What is wrong with your spirit?" Hee-seong's expression shifted to one of confusion as he replied candidly. "Since I was injured yesterday, I've been dreaming frequently about a peculiar place." Yun Zhao appeared slightly surprised, as if understanding something profound. She released a strand of spiritual essence, instructing, "Hold still, let me take a look." The green luminescence swiftly penetrated his body. After a moment, Yun Zhao retracted her spiritual thread, her judgment already formed. It was no wonder the doctor suggested consulting a guide. Maintaining her composed demeanor, she paused to collect her thoughts before stating, "You may have awakened your spiritual entity. Only B-class sentinels are capable of awakening a spiritual entity. It is likely that in the life-threatening moments during his confrontation with the mutated wild boar, Hee-seong's latent potential was triggered. During crises, the physiological functions of sentinels undergo mutations, subsequently prompting the awakening of their spiritual entities." In summary, Hee-seong had advanced from a C-class sentinel to a B-class. However, his spiritual entity seemed somewhat atypical, explaining why he had not noticed it until now. The only B-class sentinel in the town, Chung Dongqing, had recently received orders to clear nearby aberrant species after joining the patrol team. The remaining sentinels in the town were unaware of the awakening process of spiritual entities. Moreover, given that there had been no prior instances of sentinels achieving breakthroughs, Xiong's abnormal spiritual manifestations following his injury were mistakenly attributed to mental instability. Xiong's face bore a bewildered expression as he processed Yun Zhao's words. Are you saying I have my own spiritual entity now? The awakening of a spiritual entity signified his ascendance to a B-class sentinel. Indeed, Yun Zhao affirmed. This ward was a standard surgical unit, occupied primarily by patients who had suffered external injuries, including several lower-tier sentinels. Upon overhearing their conversation, the other patients gazed enviously at Xiong. The breakthrough in rank is an arduous endeavor, each advancement akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm. Generally, sentinels find it easier to progress than guides. In the midst of battle, sentinels frequently confront peril, teetering on the edge of life and death, which may ignite a spark of latent potential. Many individuals never achieve such breakthroughs in their lifetime. This fortunate lad, merely capturing a mutated wild boar, has managed to ascend? Not to mention, he has a guiding sister, a rare and precious asset. Yun Zhao gradually released her spiritual entity, saying, the scene you dreamt of is likely your spiritual realm. Since your little companion has just awakened, you can attempt to summon it. A spiritual connection should have already been established. As for why Xiong had not sensed it immediately, she herself was uncertain. The green luminescence entered his spiritual core, guiding him to perceive his spiritual entity. Xiong instinctively closed his eyes, following Yun Zhao's instructions. He navigated through the direction of the spiritual thread, entering his spiritual realm to sense his entity. The entire ward fell into a hushed stillness. The patients, momentarily oblivious to their physical pain, craned their necks in eager anticipation. Such an occurrence might never be witnessed again in a lifetime. But what was that green luminescence? A guide capable of directing a B-class sentinel. This young lad's sister must possess a high ranking, perhaps even an exceptionally rare A-class guide. They were unable to afford a guide, and this was a rare opportunity for observation and learning. They hoped to glean insights for their own future breakthroughs. Cheng Dongqing stood frozen, hesitant to utter a word. Meanwhile, Xiong's mother, upon hearing this momentous news, was filled with mixed emotions. Anxiously gazing at her son on the hospital bed, time passed, and finally, Xiong opened his eyes, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, I felt it. I truly sensed its presence. Yun Zhao, this is incredible. He was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of joy. That was his spiritual entity. He had a partner in battle. Yes. Yun Zhao responded with calmness. Call it forth. I would like to see it. Given that the main body was injured and the little one had just awakened, it might be frightened by Qing Wan's presence. It was prudent to summon it for inspection first. Xiong eagerly nodded, of course. He shut his eyes, connecting with his spiritual entity. The once lively ward grew eerily quiet, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the appearance of the newly awakened entity. Even those who could not see the spiritual entity turned to look. A minute passed without any sign of activity. Yun Zhao patiently awaited the manifestation. Even the impatient little green bird perched atop her head watched the bed with curiosity. 5 minutes elapsed, yet the ward remained still, with no indication of the spiritual entity's emergence. Everyone was left in eager anticipation. What is happening? Is it unwilling to come out? Yun Zhao inquired, a hint of perplexity in her voice. Xiong shook his head. No, it is excited to come out and see. Then where is it? A sentinel from the adjacent bed interjected. Little brother, hurry and summon it. Let's behold it. Laughter erupted as someone quipped, perhaps it's shy with so many people here. Do spiritual entities experience shyness? Xiong hastily reassured them. It will be out soon. It is on its way. However, 15 minutes trickled by without any sign of movement. A few sentinels, wrapped in bandages, strained to see from a distance, feeling the strain in their necks. The little green bird grew impatient, its curiosity waning with the passage of time. I'll go in and bring it out, Yun Zhao declared, her patience wearing thin. Could it be that something was amiss with his spiritual entity? Just as she prepared to intervene, a sloth-like spiritual entity slowly emerged from the spiritual realm, descending onto the hospital bed in response to the collective anticipation. It lazily extended a paw, its eyes half closed, every movement reminiscent of a slow-motion replay from a film. Surrounding sentinels gasped. A sloth? So, it took nearly 20 minutes just to crawl out from its spiritual realm. The expressions of those who could see the entity transformed from eager anticipation to barely suppressed amusement. Had it not been for the presence of a guide, they might have burst into laughter. Yet, Xiong beamed with pride, exclaiming, Yun Zhao, look, this is my spiritual entity. Yun Zhao regarded the sluggish sloth in silence for 2 seconds before nodding. I see it. It's quite splendid. The little one is healthy and adorable. However, should it encounter danger in the future, it might very well take longer than necessary to emerge from the spiritual realm. However, it is merely a spiritual entity. The awakened spirit of the sentinel possesses a physique and physical prowess that are several times stronger than before, confirming that He Xiong is not in serious trouble. Yun Zhao turned to inquire about the medical expenses. Aunt Li, feeling relieved, sat at the foot of the bed, continuing to weave straw sandals. You need not worry about these matters. They hunted that wild boar and earned a substantial amount of credits. The weather is sweltering. The remaining unsold meat was brought back by the search team and distributed among the households. As she spoke, Aunt Li lifted the half-finished straw sandal in her hands to inform Yun Zhao, these necessities sell quite well at the base. We sell them for 15 credits a pair. There are many vendors at the trading site selling straw sandals. The townsfolk have checked them out, and depending on the craftsmanship, prices range from 10 to 30 credits. The higher-priced sandals are indeed more exquisite than those we weave. After some discussion, the townspeople settled on a price of 15 credits per pair. Aunt Li added, So, Zhao, you need not worry about us. You go about your business. We can take care of ourselves. Qingshanjin is relatively isolated from the world, with a simple and honest folk. For decades, everyone has relied on mutual assistance and support to endure the most challenging and dark times. It is precisely due to this simplicity and kindness that the 8 sentinels rescued Yun Zhao. After their passing, the townsfolk raised this girl they had watched grow into a member of the community. Yun Zhao pursed her lips, acknowledging, I understand. I will take my leave now. Anli did not look up, simply replying, Go ahead. Before departing, Yun Zhao cast a glance at He Xiong on the hospital bed. Warning, the doctor did not say you could be discharged, so you must remain in the hospital. If I find out you try to leave early, you shall never go out again. He Xing not det vi go du sin. His sloth spirit still maintained its posture as it first emerged. Chapter 66. Credits are not easily spent. Dongqing followed closely behind Yun Zhao as they left the hospital. He pulled out a card, Sister Yun Zhao. Here is the 300 credits I borrowed from you last time, returning it now. Yun Zhao turned to him and inquired, How much did the mutated wild boar sell for? Dongqing became animated at the mention, over 5,000 credits. With the heat, the unsold meat would spoil, so we brought back the remainder to distribute among everyone. Over 5,000 credits, divided among more than 10 sentinels, amounted to a meager share in hand. Nevertheless, it was their first successful hunt, and the search team's sentinels were quite thrilled. Furthermore, they had recently brought back a bounty of wild herbs and coal, hiring townsfolk to guard their stalls. The ants took the straw sandals to the stalls for sale. For every pair sold, they would give 5 credits as commission to the search team. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao accepted the card from him, remarking, That sounds splendid, but do be cautious. Not every time will luck be on your side. Dongqing nodded earnestly. We will be careful. After all, what would happen if Sister Yun Zhao were to become upset and forbid them from going out in the future? The heat indeed made storing the mutated animal meat quite challenging. After some thought, Yun Zhao said, Tomorrow, I will bring back a few freezers. We still have that vacant house, so we can use it to store supplies for the search team. I remember the key is with Grandpa Jin. When Team Zero scavenged for supplies in the contaminated area, they transported the freezers from the supermarket. However, due to the lack of power on the way, fearing spoilage, they had consumed all the frozen foods. The freezers were all intact. Dongqing hesitated. Will it be very expensive? Yun Zhao shot him a glance. It wouldn't cost anything. Although she stated this, she still needed to consult the captain. After all, supplies belonged to the entire team, and while her contributions were significant, she could not make unilateral decisions. They were now a team. Yun Zhao did not elaborate to Qing Dongqing, simply adding, however, you will have to cover the electricity costs. Qing Dongqing was overjoyed. All right. Just as Yun Zhao was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something and turned back to say, go to the trading post and see if there are any buyers. We need to sell those 5 buses as soon as possible. The townspeople are now residing safely at the base and no longer need those vehicles. The initial funds for the buses came from the contributions of each household. If we can sell them before they incur much damage, the credits can be shared among everyone. Keeping 2 off-road vehicles for the search team should suffice. Qing Dongqing nodded vigorously. All right, I will go register them for sale at the trading post. Only then did Yun Zhao feel reassured enough to leave. She had to head to the inner city to pick up her customized birdcage and to place an order for the ingredients needed for tomorrow's gathering. Qing Dongqing watched her board the bus before turning to rush toward the trading post. When Yun Zhao stepped into the shopping center for the second time, her experience was drastically different from the last. The clerks on the first floor greeted her with smiles and polite hellos. The little bluebird perched atop her head, still disdainful, barely glanced at them. Birdcage, princess bed. Yun Zhao sighed, heading straight to the 3rd floor. The same clerk from last time greeted her cheerfully. Miss Yun, your customized birdcage is ready. Would you like it delivered to your home now? Yun Zhao nodded. I would also like to select some furniture. The captain says credits earned should be spent. Now that she was quite affluent, she wanted to treat herself well. Leading the clerk to the inner room, she pointed at the princess bed priced at 800 credits. Feeling a bit pained, I want to buy this. 800 credits could purchase quite a bit of meat. Yet, both she and the little bluebird liked it. It should be exceptionally soft, just like the bed in the contaminated villa. She had never experienced such comfort before. Yun Zhao took a turn, selecting 2 sets of bedding to match the princess bed. Pillows, sofa, coffee table, curtains, shoe cabinet, low cabinet, and a large decorative cabinet for storing snacks, along with a remarkably beautiful floor lamp and the sky blue carpet from last time. This time, she chose higher quality furniture. Noticing her substantial purchases, the clerk proactively offered discounts and some small gifts. Yun Zhao picked out some decorative items and several plant stands. Including the final payment for the birdcage, the total discounted price came to 800 credits. Throughout the payment process, Yun Zhao maintained a tight-lipped demeanor. Her card balance plummeted from 712 to 912 in an instant. Yun Zhao comforted herself internally. It's all right. The base's credit rewards can be claimed tomorrow. She was immensely wealthy and did not want her teammates to visit her home next time and see it barren. The little bluebird was quite pleased, hopping around on the princess bed. What is there to be upset about? Next time, let us hunt a gatekeeper and replace that ugly wardrobe. Yun Zhao replied in her heart, that wardrobe is quite functional. It just needs a bit of paint. The little bluebird did not understand the value of household expenses. It spotted the home appliance shop across the way. The main body had brought back many food items, some of which needed to be stored in the refrigerator for longevity. By a refrigerator, the home refrigerator must not be used to store food that has been in the contaminated area. Yun Zhao countered, that's not dirty. It just held food brought out from the contaminated area. The little bluebird insisted, don't buy secondhand, buy new ones. Yun Zhao, exasperated, retorted, you don't even use it. Why are you so concerned? Buy new ones. Clearly, the little bluebird had an aversion to furniture and appliances brought from the contaminated area, with the exception of food. After a moment of silence, Yun Zhao conceded, all right, after we finish shopping, we will buy groceries. She planned to have hot pot tomorrow. This time, she would bring back plenty of hot pot base ingredients, along with some vermicelli, ham sausages, luncheon meat, and other packaged vegetables that could be stored long-term. She still needed to buy some meat and fresh vegetables. Yun Zhao filled in the delivery address and headed to the adjacent shop selling home appliances on the 3rd floor, selecting a brand new refrigerator and a small fan to be delivered to her home together. After purchasing all the furniture, she finally returned to the 1st floor. She bought numerous eggs and fruits to take home and also pre-ordered the meat and vegetables needed for tomorrow. Fresh produce and meat were supplied in limited quantities each day, and she had priority purchasing rights, enabling her to reserve tomorrow's ingredients in advance. After an extravagant shopping spree, Yun Zhao found herself with only a third of her 10,000 points left. As she exited the shopping center, the words "I am incredibly wealthy" remained unspoken. The desire for a luxurious life proved to be unsustainable when it came to spending points. No sooner had she arrived home than a delivery vehicle from the shopping center arrived at her doorstep. Perhaps due to the upcoming celebration, patrol guards were visible along her route. The delivery personnel conducted themselves discreetly, arriving without uniforms. The larger items were delivered as disassembled parts for installation, while smaller items were transported separately, all covered with cloth to avoid drawing attention. This was one of the inconveniences of living in the outskirts. Yet, Yun Zhao had no desire to relocate. The inner city felt too desolate, with minimal cooking skills and a negligible ability to care for herself. She often struggled to maintain cleanliness in her home. Despite her penchant for tidiness, she found it challenging to keep her living space orderly. The townspeople relied on her, and she, in turn, depended on them. She did not wish to be too far away, for after a tiring day outside, returning to an empty home felt disheartening. She cherished the atmosphere of being greeted by familiar faces upon her return. Chapter 67. The appearance of home once the installers departed. Yin Zhao's home had undergone a remarkable transformation. Stepping inside, she noticed a brand new white shoe cabinet on her right, adorned with 3 drawers, the topmost of which held decorative items. On the left, where the dining area once was, a grand display cabinet stood against the wall, boasting 4 shelves with 5 spacious compartments each, ideal for storing a plethora of snacks. Directly facing her was the living room, where the wooden sofa had been replaced with a blue fabric sofa and a white coffee table, complemented by a rug of matching hues, and layered with double curtains of the same color. A gentle breeze caused the curtains to flutter slightly, creating the semblance of a home. The more she observed, the more she adored it. She switched on a small fan resting on a coffee table, clutching a complimentary cushion, and comfortably sprawled face down on the soft sofa. A small bluebird hopped onto her back, flitting about. Its 2 perches included one in the room and another beside the sofa. The 3-tiered bird stand, approximately 1.8 meters tall, resembled a tree trunk, with each level featuring a hollow for the birds. The outstretched branches provided resting spots, and a charming wooden platform adorned the side, topped with an exquisite wooden birdhouse. "Get up and arrange the birdhouse," she murmured, burying her head into the cushion. "Not yet. I will stay here a little longer. It is too comfortable." The small bluebird, feeling neglected, hopped over and perched on her head. On the 5th floor below, a group of women gathered in the corridor, sitting on the ground amidst numerous baskets and heaps of wild grass, engrossed in weaving grass shoes and hats, while occasionally exchanging pleasantries. Among them was Zhao Yan. "Is your coal supply sufficient? My son brought some back yesterday, but if you need more, you could take some from my house." "I have enough. We have not yet exhausted the coal supplied by the base." "Has old Zhang found work?" "I heard he has. He is washing dishes in the employee cafeteria in the outer district." A kindly middle-aged woman skillfully wove a grass shoe while inquiring, "How many points do you earn in a month?" Another woman interjected, "The pay is not high, but the benefits are good. Just think, working in a cafeteria means 2 meals a day. That saves quite a bit on expenses." The others nodded in agreement. The base's prices were steep, and households lacked surplus funds. These women had earned several dozen points by weaving grass shoes and hats, most of which were spent on food. Meanwhile, others in the town were also striving to find employment. Zhao Yin was faring better. Before Zhao Zhao left, she had given her 1,000 points for living expenses. Each day, while shopping for groceries, she would purchase extra wild vegetables to share with her neighbors, especially the mayor's household. The former mayor, now elderly, could no longer work. Only he and his young grandson remained at home, still consuming food supplies brought from the town. "By the way, Zhao Yin, where has Zhao Zhao gone?" inquired Yao Qian from across the corridor. "I have not seen her lately." Zhao Yin looked up, worry etched on her face. "I'm not sure. She did not mention when she would return." The sentry who relayed the message only said she had matters to attend to and would not be home for a while. "I have no idea if she has left or is still in the inner city." They remained unaware that Yun Zhao had already returned. "Do not fret. Zhao Zhao is a guide. Guides are precious. The base has provided them with such excellent housing without rent. Her guide status must be quite high, and the base will certainly ensure her safety." A woman glanced at the sky, stood up, and said, "It is noon. I must return to prepare lunch." I will come back later. Go ahead. We will finish this up before heading back, came the reply. As Aunt Wu walked past room 503, she knocked on the door and called out without waiting for a response, Mayor, do not cook. Come to my house for lunch. She lived next door in 502, and her son was a sentry on the search team. Yesterday, each member of the search team received a substantial sum of 200 to 300 points. Aunt Wu had gone to the farmer's market to purchase rice and flour, planning to prepare meat sauce for future meals. The door to room 503 opened, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and a slightly stooped stature, leaning on a cane and wearing a faded blue shirt. The old mayor waved his hand dismissively. No need. I have already eaten. Aunt Wu was skeptical. They had lingered in the corridor long enough to know that even if they could not see inside, they could certainly hear and smell any cooking. Before she could respond, the elevator door at the corner of the hallway chimed open. Everyone instinctively looked up to see Yin Zhao emerging from the elevator with a bag in hand. Zhao, you're back. Zhao Yin hurriedly set down the grass shoes and rushed over to help her with the bag. The others in the corridor greeted her warmly, particularly Aunt Wu, who smiled broadly. Have you eaten yet? Come to my house. I will start cooking right away. Yin Zhao smiled and replied, No, Aunt Wu. I came to see Grandpa Mayor. Do not be polite. I bought some noodles, and we will have meat sauce noodles for lunch. Aunt Wu dashed to her own unit, calling out, Do not leave. I'll go boil some water. Without waiting for a response, she closed the door behind her. Yin Zhao quietly glanced at the shut door, declined Zhao Yan's offer to help with her bag, and exchanged a few words with the others before approaching the mayor. The old mayor's expression was a mix of helplessness and gravity as he stepped aside, leaning on his cane to allow her passage. Once inside, Yin Zhao greeted the women before closing the door behind her. She had just finished assembling the bird stand at home, taken out the land deeds for the 2 plots given by the base, packed some food, and come downstairs to find the old mayor. The layout of the building was quite similar throughout. Inside the old mayor's home, there was the same wooden sofa and table, with an old-style teapot and tin can resting on the table. In one corner lay a collection of supplies brought from the town, and by the window stood an old desk used by children for studying, complete with paper and pens, adorned with a picture frame and old trinkets. Clothes hung on the balcony, infusing the space with a sense of life. The old mayor looked somewhat resigned, saying, You should not have brought anything. It draws attention from those outside. Back in Qingshan town, the wealth gap was minimal, and every household faced similar circumstances. However, upon arriving at the larger base, the distinction between households with and without a breadwinner became glaringly apparent. Currently, there were 7 children in the town attending school. Sentries earned hundreds of points in a single trip, while it was uncertain how much Zhao Zhao could earn in a month, but as a guide, she would undoubtedly fare well. Compared to other families struggling to find their way, it was inevitable that some would feel a sense of disparity. The old mayor was concerned for her well-being. You are right, Grandpa Mayor. I was unaware of how many people were out there when I arrived. Yin Zhao placed the items on the table and murmured, However, I am confident that everyone will remain as they were before. After spending considerable time in the large base, whether it be the sentinels or the ordinary townsfolk, not a single person acted under her banner, despite encountering numerous obstacles in the base, struggling to find employment and navigating the complexities of human interactions. The difficulty in securing work stemmed from their determination to rely on themselves. If they merely hinted at the presence of a high-level guide in the town, many from the outer districts would eagerly seek to engage with them, offering employment opportunities. Who wouldn't he wish to befriend a high-level guide? This demonstrated that, although life was arduous, they were reluctant to burden her. Chapter 68. No profanity moreover. The inability to find a way forward was merely temporary. Yun Zhao produced the land deed, stating that these 2 plots were registered in her name. She had yet to inspect how they should be cultivated or divided. She would leave the arrangements to the town's elder. The old town chief stared at the deed, his face reflecting astonishment. After a prolonged pause, he exhaled heavily, realizing that Yun Zhao had already considered their welfare. She intended for them to find ways to become self-sufficient. The old town chief extended his somewhat weathered hand to accept the deed, his expression complex, suggesting they should adhere to the old customs. Qingshan town had maintained its tradition for decades, distributing grain according to labor value. Those employed outside lacked the time to tend to the fields, while those who had not found work could fully dedicate themselves to farming. When the harvest season arrived, they would naturally receive a larger share of grain than other households, thus eliminating any sense of disparity. The old town chief stood in silence, unsure of what to say to her, carefully storing the deed, turning his back in contemplation. His hunched silhouette appeared particularly solitary. Yun Zhao placed her belongings on the table, which included some bread, milk, eggs, and fruits she had purchased in the inner city. Additionally, Cheng Dongxing had given her a points card, originally issued to her uncle at the Dawn base, which had later been passed to her by the old town chief to facilitate the purchase of a vehicle for migration. Now, it had simply returned to its rightful owner. She chose not to mention the 300 points contained within, rising to take her leave. Yun Zhao ultimately stayed in room 502 to enjoy a bowl of meat sauce noodles before returning to the 12th floor. She had spent the afternoon lounging on her sofa, rolling about. The little bluebird hopped around its perch, occasionally peering into a tree hole or pacing back and forth on the upper platform. Each level of the perch was furnished with soft cushions, clearly indicating the little creature's fondness for it. After rolling a few times, Yun Zhao accidentally fell off the sofa and decided to lie on the blue carpet, picking up her communicator to message by you. Yun Zhao, I would like to treat you to dinner tomorrow. Are you free? Last time, Bai gifted her a chair, and she had promised to reciprocate with a meal. Tomorrow was her birthday, providing a perfect opportunity. Bai quickly replied, sure. There's a celebration event tomorrow. We can stroll around together. Upon reflection, Yun Zhao informed her, my teammates will be present. They will also join us for dinner. Bai responded, no problem. I know them. I've previously provided psychological counseling for a few members of Zero Team, though I am not well acquainted with them. Yun Zhao had suspected as much, which was why she had invited her. All right, we have a meeting in the morning. I will contact you afterward. That evening, the children returned home from school. He Ping and He Anan carried no backpacks. Instead, they had old cloth bags made by Zhao Yin slung over their shoulders. The patched bags contained their books and assignments, with a small pocket for pens and other stationery. Yun Zhao said nothing upon seeing this. In the outer districts, where the environment was mixed and chaotic, it was prudent for children to be modest at school to avoid drawing attention, minimizing comparisons, and allowing them to focus on their studies. Yun Zhao inquired about the two children's school experiences. He Ping, somewhat shy, lowered his head and replied, I have been working hard to study. Observing He Ping's slightly bowed head, Yun Zhao gently patted his shoulder and said warmly, don't rush. Learning is a gradual process. The children had never attended school before, having only learned a few characters from the old town chief. It was entirely normal for them to struggle upon starting school. Yun Zhao did not wish to place undue pressure on them. Beside her, He Anan beamed brightly, eagerly announcing, Sister Yun Zhao, the teacher praised me today for my excellent homework. Yun Zhao turned her attention to He Anan, saying, you are doing wonderfully. Keep it up and help your brother progress. Understood? Yes, I understand, He Anan replied obediently. After exchanging greetings, the two children dutifully returned to their rooms to complete their homework. Zhao Yin was busy in the kitchen. Upon Yun Zhao's return, she noticed the many items purchased, and when Zhao Yin was called to fetch ingredients, she saw the significant changes around the house, including the addition of a refrigerator. Zhao Yin dared not inquire about the price. After taking a quick look around, she noticed that Yun Zhao had carelessly arranged the new princess bed. She went in to help tidy it up before returning with the ingredients and diving into the kitchen to prepare dinner. The next day, Yun Zhao awoke refreshed, donning the casual outfit from the previous day. Today was her birthday. Since the passing of her uncles, she had not celebrated her birthday. Some in the town remembered, but due to limited circumstances, there was no tradition of celebrating birthdays. At most, families would steam a little extra rice to mark the occasion. Yun Zhao greeted Zhao Yin, informing her that she would not be home for dinner, then headed downstairs to catch the bus to the inner city. She had organized 3 boxes of snacks from yesterday's haul for Zhao Yin to distribute among everyone. The remaining items were still piled up at the training ground, and it seemed there were several more vehicles yet to arrive, which she would check before bringing some back. Upon reaching the operations department building, The clerk who let her in called out, Yin Xiangdao, please come over to register your access fingerprint for easier entry in the future. All right, Yin Zhao replied, standing by the entrance to cooperate with her in collecting the fingerprint. Director Duan is in the command center. Please proceed to the 5th floor conference room. The clerk added, the other members of Zero Team have not yet arrived, Captain Xia. Before she could finish, the other 4 team members appeared at the door. Today, they were not in combat uniforms, but dressed in casual attire. Their demeanor had subtly shifted, displaying less of the sharpness associated with battle and more of the ease of daily life. Yun Zhoye, why are you here so early? The rabbit exclaimed as he rushed over to greet her. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. The other 3 team members came over, joking and playing around. Song Liang spoke up. We were just saying we should go out for a stroll. Thankfully, we decided to check in first. Duanxi added, it was my suggestion to come early, all right? Who would be eager to receive their rewards? Yin Zhao nodded in agreement. Exactly. I came early to collect my payment. The group began to chatter excitedly, speculating about the total amount of rewards. Once Yin Zhao finished registering her fingerprint, they all noisily entered the elevator together. Tao Haohua leaned in, mischievously suggesting, shall we place bets to see who can guess the exact amount of rewards? How many points are we betting this time? Duanxi asked. What if no one guesses correctly? The rabbit interjected. The one who guesses the closest number wins, he proposed. Yin Zhao raised her hand, indicating, I want to participate. Having never completed a mission, she was utterly clueless about the aspects that could yield rewards and certainly couldn't compete with them in guessing. Rather than gamble her points, she preferred to buy some extra meat. That one do. We're a team and must act together. Tao Haohua draped his arm over Song Liang's shoulder, saying, Old Song, don't you agree? Just then, the elevator doors opened and a group of them spilled out, coming face to face with Xie Tu, who stood at the conference room door. The tall figure of the man commanded attention as he lingered in the corridor. Xie Tu turned his head, clearly having overheard their conversation, his expression revealing his disdain, and he slowly uttered, Idiot. Yun Zhao abruptly lifted her head, her expression stern as she admonished him, No profanity. Xie Tu paused, a flicker of a complex emotion surfacing within him. A casual jest of his had unexpectedly invoked her reprimand. How could idiot be considered profanity? Xie Tu raised an eyebrow at her, evidently perplexed by the situation. In the next moment, the little blue bird flapped its wings and leaped onto Yun Zhao's shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at Xie Tuesday, Chapter 69. I am incredibly wealthy. Upon hearing the little blue bird's scornful remarks, Yun Zhao inhaled sharply and shot Xie Tu a glare before entering the conference room alone. How had the captain offended her? Tao Haohua was puzzled. Wasn't everything fine just moments ago when they ascended the stairs? Xie Tu, in deep thought, inquired of the fiery phoenix in the mental realm. What had it said earlier? It replied, It called you foolish. Make sure to tell it that once it insults me, it cannot criticize me anymore. Hearing this, Xie Tu's lips twitched slightly. So the earlier insult had indeed been mimicked by the little creature. It learned his words only to hurl them back at him, and he would still be subjected to Yun Zhao's glares? Maintaining his indifferent expression, Xie Tu surveyed the team members. What were they still standing there for? They should head inside for the meeting. Duanxi pondered when they had become the lowest-ranking personnel. The rabbit, fearing collateral damage, hurried into the conference room and took a seat next to Yun Zhao. This was a small meeting room, with a long table flanked by 4 empty seats on either side, and only one position at the head, facing a white screen that occupied an entire wall. Clearly, this was a designated space for the combat personnel to convene. Xie Tu strode over, leisurely pulling out a chair to sit opposite Yun Zhao. She pursed her lips and did not look at him, focusing instead on educating the little blue bird. You are a phoenix, not a parrot. Why do you insist on mimicking his speech every day? If you're going to imitate something, at least choose better words. The little blue bird, ignoring her, continued to preen its feathers at a leisurely pace. Moments later, Minister Duan entered, clutching a stack of documents. Dressed in a crisp navy military uniform with neatly cropped hair and sharp eyes, he commanded respect. Upon seeing him, Duanxi and Tao Haohua huddled together, whispering. Tao Haohua remarked, Every time I see Minister Duan, I can't help but recall how she looked in a skirt in the polluted zone. She seems less fierce then. Duan voiced a concern about the report submitted by Old Song. What if the ant decides to punish someone? That punishment would fall on you. It has nothing to do with us, Song Liang interjected. Minister Duan took his seat at the head, clearing his throat, prompting the others to fall silent. The mission was executed well. He glanced down at the documents in his hands. The successful rescue of Team Jiangmu, the elimination of pollution zone number 88, and the retrieval of critically important technological resources have been accomplished. This marks the fourth four-star pollution zone eradicated by humanity, a significant achievement. The members of Team Zero awaited eagerly for Minister Duan to announce the final reward points. Tao Hao gestured a 1 to the others, implying a wager of 100 points. He swiftly grabbed a pen from the table and jotted down a series of numbers on paper. The pen and paper circulated around the table before finally reaching Yin Zhao. Sitting at the front row in the small conference room, she was quite close to Minister Duan, right under his watchful gaze. She blinked, reluctant to take it. Xie reached over to snatch the paper from in front of her, casually writing down a number. The technological data has been handed over to the relevant research institute for study, and the subsequent transport vehicles departed this morning. Other industrial machinery will be handled by a specialized technical team for disassembly and analysis. Minister Duan observed their little antics keenly, shooting them a glare before continuing. The reinforcement troops stationed at Route 88 have registered all retrieved technology and supplies, and the basis calculation team has completed their assessments. Everyone straightened in their seats. Minister Duan turned to Yun Zhao, his gaze softening. It has been unanimously decided to adjust the reward amount for the four-star gatekeepers, changing it to a per capita distribution, with each person receiving 10,000. A wave of cheers erupted from below. The rabbit began to calculate silently, sneakily extending her hand towards the paper with the wager amount. Song Liang slapped her hand away with a warning glance. No cheating. The rabbit pouted, feigning innocence. Minister Duan began distributing the A4 forms, specifically informing Yun Zhao that their captain had chosen to divide the total reward equally. Base Director Shun had already signed off on it, and the points would be credited to their respective cards this afternoon. Yun Zhao nodded, eagerly accepting the form to review. The successful completion of the mission yielded a reward of 30,000, with 2,000 provided by the Dawn base. The elimination of the gatekeeper brought in an additional 60,000. The document detailed the valuable supplies retrieved during the mission, noting that their evaluation was based on the significance to the base. Points for industrial technology, agriculture, weaponry, and medical supplies were notably high, especially for the soilless cultivation technology and the batch of crop seeds. Smaller supplies range from dozens to hundreds of points. Yin Zhao's gaze fell to the total amount at the bottom, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Wow! Ha! Tao Hao exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. The total reward exceeds the balance in my points card. Their earlier estimations have been far too conservative. Since Team Zero's inception, they had never encountered such a bountiful reward. They had struck it rich. Staring at the six-digit prize, Yun Zhao was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that this batch of technological and resource data would be so valuable. No wonder Jiangmu seemed unfazed by the 7,000 points. With over 200,000 points in rewards, each person would receive more than 40,000. Coupled with the mission rewards, each would end up close to 60,000 in total. Xie, seated across from her, maintained his usual demeanor, glancing at her out of habit. Shi reprimanded the rabbit for its foul language. Was it because wow was merely an exclamatory word, and the little blue bird's imitation was of no consequence? Minister Duan lightly tapped the table, signaling for silence, his expression serious as he surveyed the group. This mission's success was largely due to luck, encountering a city that had remained untouched since the apocalypse, which allowed us to acquire these precious technological and resource data. Such opportunities are rare and may never present themselves again. Do not grow complacent or seek immediate rewards recklessly. Understood. The members of Team Zero responded in unison. Minister Duan leaned forward, turning to Xie Tuesday. I have approved your request for an extension for the next mission, but Team Zero's regular training must not be neglected. Prior to their return, Minister Duan had learned the general situation through an online meeting. The guide had played a crucial role in this mission. However, Her understanding of the pollution zone rules was insufficient, and her physical capabilities were lacking, necessitating training. 11e Tunoded. Song Liang. Please ensure that the detailed report of this mission is submitted to the intelligence team promptly. Yes. The base had made no comments regarding the batch of snacks withheld from Team Zero. Each combat team had the freedom to decide what to bring back from the pollution zones, as long as it did not conflict with the base's needs. Team members could choose whether to submit or retain items. The meeting concluded. As Minister Duan exited the conference room, the remaining members erupted in excitement, bouncing around the room and creating a cacophony with the tables and chairs. We struck it rich, they exclaimed, laughing uproariously. Yun Zhao, still in a daze, nodded emphatically, exclaiming, I am incredibly wealthy now. Chapter 70. Establishing a mental barrier. The group remained buoyant, even losing the desire to shop, eagerly awaiting the distribution of their rewards. Xie, too, leisurely picked up the paper from the table to settle their wager. On it were 5 sets of numbers, with only Xie, too, having written 30,000. The closest to the total reward points. Duanxi scoffed, that's mere pocket change. I don't even regard it. Tao Hao raised his wrist, and without hesitation, transferred 100 points to the captain, thinking, with nearly 60,000 points in rewards, who would still care about this 100? Yin Zhao pondered for a moment before raising her hand to ask, if I didn't write anything, does that mean I didn't participate or that I forfeit? Forfeit. But you still get your share. Everyone chimed in unison. Oh. Yin Zhao leaned in to ask Xie Tu for his card number. Fine, I'll give it to you. 100 points, consider it a reward. Xie Tu shot a glance at the little blue bird perched on her shoulder, deliberately raising his wrist slightly to feign accidentally brushing against the little creature's feathers. The little blue bird froze for a moment before promptly beginning to hop in annoyance. You pest. It detested anyone touching it aside from its owner. Shi Tucheng raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of provocation, and his gaze was unmistakably clear. Will you continue to hurl insults next time? Yun Zhao silently chose to remain inconspicuous, unwilling to attract unnecessary attention. Xiao Qing Miao had initiated the insults, and she was indeed at fault. Yet, the little one only possessed a mere 4 phrases for cursing, of which 2 were learned from him, and the thought of this stirred a sense of irritation within her. The 4 team members remained oblivious to the commotion, still riding high on their excitement. Song Liang sighed ruefully, stating that he still needed to write a report and that they should recount their experiences during their separate actions. Xie Tu withdrew his gaze, no longer teasing Xiao Qing Yao, and said, everyone must stay and continue the meeting, clearly outlining your respective experiences for Song Liang's report. Understood. Thus, the entire team remained in the conference room, recounting their individual experiences. When Tuzi mentioned his brother again, his expression was calm, swiftly clarifying the matters he had encountered, perhaps in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. After the brief meeting concluded, everyone became lively again, linking arms and discussing bonuses and how to spend their accumulated points. Yun Zhao called out to them, aren't we supposed to establish a mental barrier? All right, I almost forgot. The protective membrane, formed by mental strength, could isolate the Sentinel's 5 senses from the guide's consciousness, preventing the overwhelming information of daily life from imposing a mental burden. All the team members were A-level Sentinels, making the process of establishing the barrier quite seamless. As Tao Hao opened his eyes, he felt as though the entire world had been covered with a thin veil. He instinctively shook his head, but found that his once keen hearing now seemed distant. The subtle sounds he had previously captured clearly became indistinct. It was disconcerting. While the guide had helped them establish a mental barrier, the sensory reduction was not as pronounced. The cacophony that had clamored in his mind had vanished, leaving him considerably more relaxed. However, the diminished acuity of his senses was a glaring downside. Clearly, a mental barrier could not be established in a contaminated zone. Duanxi opened his mouth, attempting to speak, only to find that his voice sounded peculiar, as if it were emanating from another realm. Tuzi and Song Liang imitated Tao Hao, shaking their heads in curiosity. It felt strange. While they felt lighter, there was an underlying sense of unease. The S-level guide's mental barrier was overly domineering, and the drastic reduction of their senses felt as though they might lose their formidable perceptual abilities at any moment. Perhaps it was merely a matter of acclimatization. They would adjust in due time. Song Liang sighed helplessly, striving to adapt to this suddenly unfamiliar sensory world. Finally, it was Xie turn. He glanced at them, seemingly aware of the situation, instructing, "You all wait outside and get accustomed to it." "Oh, all right." The four of them nodded and swayed as they exited the conference room, the sounds of chatter echoing outside. The keen senses of S-level sentinels rendered most sounds indistinguishable from noise. Xie had long grown accustomed to resisting the burdens and mental strain of such an auditory environment. Remaining seated, he lifted his head to observe Yun Zhao approaching him slowly. Memories of the fleeting tranquility brought by the outer layer of guidance surfaced in his mind. Xie maintained a composed demeanor, averting his gaze, striving to suppress his racing heart, not wishing to reveal his emotions. Yun Zhao halted before him, gently raising her right hand to touch his forehead, her slender fingers curving slightly, compelling him to close his eyes. With familiarity, the luminous energy encircled them, attempting to penetrate his mental core. Xie frowned slightly, clearly uncomfortable with such an invasion. Soon, the emerald-green glow of mental energy began to radiate outward from Xie, forming a transparent barrier within his mental core. This barrier was as light as mist, yet remarkably resilient. It tenderly enveloped Xie, isolating him from the surrounding world. The chaotic streams of information that had once disoriented him were now systematically blocked outside the barrier. Once the barrier was established, Xie opened his eyes and attempted to rise, nearly losing his balance and needing to steady himself with one hand on the conference table. This action immediately drew laughter from Xiaoqing Yao. Xie's emotions fluctuated, leaving him no time to respond. As he gently closed his eyes to acclimate to this blurred reality, the sensation of being free from the disturbing noise that plagued his mind was akin to reclaiming a semblance of normalcy, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. The guide was indeed the Sentinel's sanctuary. "All right." Yun Zhao nonchalantly withdrew her hand, seemingly unaffected by the emotions captured by the mental threads. "Captain, let us go shopping." Outside, the four continued their lively discussion. Had the celebration activities begun? It should have. Just ask Yun Zhao and the captain. They came from outside. One resided in the outer district, while the other lived just beyond the base. The other team members all inhabited the inner district, unaware of the happenings outside. The inner district remained unchanged, except for a few decorations and banners. The streets were still desolate, devoid of any festive atmosphere. Yun Zhao approached Tuzi, who was busy messaging by Yu, and without looking up, stated, "I took the bus in. It was still early then, and the streets were the same as yesterday. The area along East 3rd Street is residential, while the main street for activities is nearer to the outer circle." She truly had no knowledge of how far the festivities had progressed. As for Xie, he had likely arrived even earlier, probably before dawn. Do S-level sentinels not require sleep? The group waited a few more minutes before Xie finally emerged from the conference room, his expression restored to its usual calmness. "Let us go and see the celebration activities." Chapter 71. Celebration activities. The Shuguang base buzzed with unusual excitement today. At 8 in the morning, the grand metallic gates of the base swung open. Crowds had formed outside, waiting in line to undergo inspections by the guard team before proceeding through the outer passage, where they would register and undergo pollution concentration testing. Between the city gates and the outer district lay an extensive corridor featuring two grand entrances, known as the buffer zone. Most of those entering the city today hailed from nearby small bases, specifically to partake in the celebration activities. Though the large base was secure, its cost of living was quite high. The southwestern region was richly endowed with resources, and small bases typically had access to water and land nearby. Unless under special circumstances, most individuals were reluctant to relocate. Moreover, they were not far from the Shuguang base. In the event of a large-scale aberrant creature attack or the emergence of a contaminated zone, the large base would surely take action. The crowd had gathered, enticed by the prizes offered during the event. All inspection windows of the gate passage had opened, and the registrars were busily conducting pollution concentration tests and identity verifications for the incoming populace. By 10 o'clock, everything was proceeding normally, just as in previous years. Within the city, both the guard and patrol teams were fully staffed, with no one on leave. The guards patrolled along the city walls while the patrol teams maintained order along the streets where the events were taking place. Chung Dongshu was among them. Their team consisted of 10 B-level sentinels, who had just returned from outside the previous night and were now on duty for one more day, after which they could take a break. As Yun Zhao descended the stairs, she received a reply from Baiyu. Baiyu had initially been on leave, but this morning a senior sentinel team had been recalled to the base, comprising 14 members, all of whom were senior sentinels. So far, there were only 5 A-level guides at Shuwang Base. Lower-level guides could assist senior sentinels if their compatibility reached 60, but only a few guides could achieve such a feat. The guiding room was understaffed, and Baiyu had been called in to help. Reluctantly, Baiyu messaged back, stating that her work was not too hectic and that she could probably assist 2 sentinels before taking a break and would come out to find Yin Zhao later. Yin Zhao replied, "All right." She descended the stairs alongside her teammates. The entire Zero team of 6 walked from the operations department toward the location of the celebration in the outer district. As one emerges from the inner city and traverses several streets, the thunderous reverberation of music and cacophony becomes palpable even from a distance. Ahead, in the public square of the outer city, an expansive stage for a grand event has been erected. At this juncture, the lights on the stage flicker incessantly. The music blares overwhelmingly, and below, a vast throng of people fills every corner of the square, akin to a swarm of ants. Duanshi stretches his neck to peer ahead, expressing his relief. Fortunately, some of my senses are dulled. Otherwise, this noise could very well be the end of me. The sheer number of attendees astounds Tao Hawa, while Song Liang struggles to adapt, the pulsating rhythm of the music quickening his heartbeat. Not only them, but the patrolling sentinels nearby are nearly all equipped with earplugs. On either side of the 2 streets, facing the square, numerous vendors have set up stalls. Every 50 meters, small activity stations offer various games, including ring toss, riddles, shooting contests, jigsaw puzzles, handicrafts, painting competitions, and memory challenges. In designated areas of the street, treasure hunts entice participants to seek prizes hidden in treasure chests, guided by clues. Glancing around, one observes the streets teeming with people. As they jostle between stalls and activity stations, nearly every station besieged by eager crowds. Yun Zhao arrives at the scene, finally comprehending why the sentinels are reluctant to partake in the celebration and why the patrols within the city require only B-class sentinels. It is overwhelmingly noisy. The heightened senses of advanced sentinels cannot endure such turmoil. Furthermore, the sheer number of people makes it nearly impossible to discern the happenings on the activity stage. Her teammates encircle Yun Zhao, shielding her from the throng as they navigate through the crowd. Duanshi cranes his neck to glimpse the shooting contest next door, reminiscing. "I recall visiting here as a child, and there were hardly any attendees. Back then, the Shuwang base had a population of less than 100,000. In just over a decade, it has surged to nearly 300,000. It has been at least 10 years since my last visit." Tao Hawa mutters, "Back then, the prize was merely a small bag of rice, and people would brawl over it, illustrating how much better lives are now." Yun Zhao interjects, "This is thanks to a group of warriors who, disregarding danger, ventured into the treacherous contaminated zones and brought back numerous technologies and resources to improve the lives of the populace. I am now one of them." 11th, positioned protectively in front of Yun Zhao, furrows his brow, clearly disinclined to speak. His tall stature often leads to unintentional collisions with passers-by, and the congested street makes physical contact unavoidable, intensifying his agitation. As noon approaches, the morning competitions have gradually announced their winners, while the park square remains a cacophony of voices, and the city gate corridor grows increasingly desolate, with only a few individuals undergoing entry checks. Today, Lu Li's team is on duty. As the team leader, she diligently remains in the inspection room, observing the citizens entering through the window. With fewer people around now, Lu Li suggests, "Xiao Li, you should go eat. I will cover for you for a while." The young woman, named Xiao Li, stands at the window with a detection device, leaning slightly forward to test the pollution levels of those entering the city. She responds, "Sure, team leader. Just let me finish here." Luli's gaze follows the figure that just passed through the corridor, a strange sensation bubbling within her. She turns and inquires, "What was the pollution level of that person?" Xiaoli, somewhat puzzled, instinctively picks up the registration form and recites, "Team leader, the results were 22, 22, 24. To mitigate any potential instrument errors, pollution level tests are generally conducted 3 times. Dark matter is ubiquitous, and ordinary people are susceptible to its erosion. Lacking the resistance and physical capabilities of sentinels, ordinary individuals are affected at a slower rate. Generally, if pollution levels exceed 60, localized mutations occur. Yet the erosion of ordinary people is exceedingly gradual. They possess no special abilities or mental domains, preventing dark matter from lingering long-term. As long as they avoid contaminated areas and refrain from contact with mutated species, distancing themselves from gray mist and dark matter, instances of mutation have become exceedingly rare. A pollution level below 30 is considered normal. Noticing that the guards remain unresponsive, Luli suspects she may be overthinking it and nods, "Then you may go eat." On the street, the crowd clusters densely, striving to reach the small activity stations along the sides. After a prolonged struggle, Yun Zhao can see nothing but the throngs of people. The sweltering weather leaves her drenched in sweat, and she is overwhelmed. Had she known it would be like this, she would have refrained from joining the commotion. Ahead, Xietu's expression grows increasingly grim, his tightly furrowed brow seemingly capable of crushing a fly. The creases in his clothing, a result of the crowd's pressure, intensify his irritation. Occasionally, he glances back at Yun Zhao, ensuring she remains amidst the throng, his eyes conveying unmistakable messages of his desire to leave this chaotic scene. Receiving his unspoken signals, Yun Zhao quietly suggests, "Let us return to the shopping center in the inner city to collect the ingredients we reserved." With her newfound wealth, there is no need to compete with ordinary individuals for prizes. Given the multitude at each activity station, it is nearly impossible to squeeze in. Her teammates collectively exhale in relief, having not anticipated such a turnout after years of absence from such events. The group plans to exit this street and take a detour back to the inner city. As Yin Zhao turns, she catches sight of a patrol team cornered amidst the crowd, and there stands Cheng Dongshu. He recognizes Yun Zhao and waves to her. The noise is so overwhelming that when the first scream erupts from the crowd, it is swiftly drowned out by the chaos. Chapter 72. The occurrence of mutation amidst the bustling streets. One individual sways unsteadily among the crowd. Suddenly, his body convulses uncontrollably, trembling as his skin begins to crack, accompanied by the chilling sound of bones creaking ominously, with tendrils of black mist seeping forth. Abruptly, that person's arm bends at an extraordinary angle, fingers distorting into claw-like shapes, and the nails visibly elongate, darken, and sharpen at a terrifying rate. A spine-chilling, guttural roar erupts as a serrated maw lunges towards the nearest individuals. Blood splatters and screams fill the air. A mutation has abruptly occurred. It's a mutated being. Run. My heavens, help. The nearby crowd plunges into a state of utter panic. The previously lively and joyous atmosphere of the celebration is irrevocably shattered, replaced by chaos and shrieks. Xiao Qingniao, perched atop the head of its main body, suddenly raises its gaze, fixated on the distant turmoil. The faces of the people are etched with terror and confusion. Some, bewildered by the situation, are jostled this way and that but desperately struggle to maintain their footing, swept along by the tide of humanity. The throng surges like a frenzied tide, pressing back with relentless force, plunging the scene into unparalleled disarray. Xietu, sensing the commotion, adopts a steely demeanor, quickly ushering the group to the side of the street against the wall. He mutters, "I'm going to check it out," roughly shoving through the obstructing throng. He is about to proceed when he feels someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning around, he sees Yun Zhao release her grip, arms outstretched in a gesture of wanting to embrace him. "Take me with you," she implores. Given the overwhelming number of participants, the The Sentinels firing their weapons or engaging the mutated beings could inadvertently harm innocent civilians. Only by controlling the mutated beings can she minimize casualties. Sietu's lips press into a thin line, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable. After a brief pause, he extends his hand, pulling her into his embrace. Leaping onto a nearby vendor stall, deftly maneuvering through the chaotic streets, heading against the current towards the scene of the incident. In an instant, their figures are swallowed by the crowd. The patrol team to which Chang Dongshu belongs has begun to realize the situation and is now evacuating the crowd from the streets. Do not run. Do not panic. Withdraw orderly to the back streets. The shouts of the patrol team are drowned out by the screams of the crowd. Other team members remain in place to assist the patrol in maintaining order. Panic spreads rapidly through the crowd like a virus, driving everyone to frantically seek escape. When the two individuals arrive on the scene, they are met with a horrific sight. Nearby stalls lie in disarray, the ground littered with scattered belongings and splattered blood. Several bodies lie in pools of blood, and a grotesque creature is voraciously feeding on one of the corpses. Its serrated mouth is smeared with flesh, and black viscous liquid oozes from its body, dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound of corrosion. A greenish-blue glow flashes forth, targeting the creature. Strangely, despite the emotional resonance attack, the aberration still moves. Yun Zhao hesitates, altering his strategy to create a barrier. The glow forms an invisible net, enveloping the surroundings, causing the aberration's movements to slow as if it were trapped in quicksand. Do not kill it just yet. Something feels amiss. This is the first time Yun Zhao has encountered an uncontrollable aberration following an emotional resonance attack. Furthermore, how did it enter the city? The city gate buffer zone is guarded by several A-class Sentinel teams that conduct checks on incoming individuals. Upon entering the passage, one must also pass a pollution concentration test. Sietu clings tightly to her, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist, pausing at her words. The heat is stifling. They are both clad in thin short sleeves. Through the delicate fabric, the warm, fine sensation at her waist causes his fingers to instinctively tighten slightly. Sweat beads again form in his palms. Sietu forces himself to remain calm, striving to suppress the unusual emotions within him and focusing his attention on the aberration before them. He raises his wrist and swiftly dials a number, reporting, "A special aberration has been found at number 3 Middle Street. We require a transport cage." Received. The area around the aberration is now deserted, while the distant crowd surges chaotically, and on the empty stretch of road lie several motionless individuals. A stampede has occurred. The base's guard and patrol teams have mobilized, with a large number of Sentinels arriving to maintain order at the scene. Everyone do not move. Form a line. Reassess the pollution concentration. Residents of the city are instructed to leave their information and self-isolate at home until results are obtained. Participants of the event are not allowed to open their doors. A large contingent of Sentinels quickly gains control of the scene. Yun Zhao and Sietu remain in place until personnel from the Research Institute arrive, pushing a massive transport cage. Sietu removes the iron sheet from a roadside sign to place underfoot and kicks the aberration into the cage. Let us return to the inner city and await the investigation results. In the conference hall, the usually mild-mannered minister is rarely angry. Investigate how the aberration infiltrated. Are the 2 security checks and the buffer zone mere decorations? Minister Duan wears a stern expression as he looks across at Deputy Jean. Is the safety department's Minister Han absent? Is this how things are done? Hope Base is testing a new type of weapon. Although Hope Base has lost its S-class Sentinels, it possesses a wealth of talent and scientific research, with various technological developments consistently surpassing other bases. Minister Han has gone to negotiate issues regarding resource exchanges and has yet to return. The plump base leader, Shun, sits at the head of the table, glancing around with a troubled expression, hesitating to speak. Deputy Jean, temporarily filling in for Minister Han in managing the safety department, finds it difficult to hold his head high under the pressure from several ministers. An investigative team has been dispatched. All personnel on duty today are being detained and interrogated separately. A conclusion has been reached that the inspection process was not faulty. Deputy Jean presents the entry registration report. Zhang Dahue, male, 33 years old, residing in a small base on Southwest 22nd Road. Everything was normal before the incident. And the pollution concentration test upon entering was 22. The aberration occurred 20 minutes after entry. The conference room falls silent. A pollution concentration of 22? How could an aberration occur in just 20 minutes? Unheard of. Could the detection instruments have malfunctioned? Minister Xiao speaks up. Has anyone been sent to investigate? Deputy Jean responds. Personnel from a scientific research institute have been to the scene. Everything appears normal. Director Fu from the Biological Research Institute nods, indicating that the issue likely does not stem from management oversight. When our team pushed the cage over, Guide Yin specifically mentioned that the aberration seemed unusual and uncontrollable. Several ministers feel a surge of unease. The room descends into an eerie silence. An S-class guide is capable of controlling aberrations, playing a crucial role within the 88th pollution zone. If even she claims something is amiss, Minister Duan stands gravely and speaks to base leader Shun. I will return to the operations department first and notify the sentry posts along routes 22 to 25 to thoroughly investigate all areas the individual passed through before the aberration occurred. If it is not a management issue, then there must be an anomaly in the pollution zone. An aberration that even Yun Zhao cannot control must have encountered a specific contaminated area before the transformation. Chapter 73. Proceed with what needs to be done. Subsequent arrangements will be executed through a collaborative effort among several departments. The personnel of the safety department spring into action, establishing stricter detection checkpoints at all entry passages into the city and reevaluating all incoming individuals. Outsiders participating in the event are to be isolated for observation for 1 day. Meanwhile, residents within the city are not permitted to leave their doors during the isolation period. Staff from the logistics department will visit each resident according to registration information for inquiries. The operations department has dispatched an investigative team to the small base on 22nd Road to investigate the aberration's unusual behavior before its transformation, determining what locations it had visited. A casualty list is currently being compiled. The base is working diligently to treat the injured and will later provide compensation to the families of the deceased. During the 20th anniversary celebrations, such an incident has extinguished the once lively and festive atmosphere of the streets, replaced by a tense and oppressive ambience. Yun Zhao and Xie, too, return to the inner city and regroup with their teammates at the central square. The four, having aided the patrol in controlling the chaotic situation amidst the crowd, returned drenched in sweat. This morning, they had set out leisurely, but now find themselves in quite a predicament. What exactly happened? Duanxi remarks, it's astonishing that an aberration managed to infiltrate the city. Song Liang approaches Xie, his expression grave. The base has hosted anniversary celebrations for 20 years without incident. The repercussions of this event are immense. Who would dare to attend future celebrations? Tao Hao flops onto a bench beside the square, exclaiming, what is the safety department doing? When Minister Han returns, I will confront them at the city gate. Let us wait for the investigation results first. Xie frowns slightly, his gaze warning Tao Hao not to speak recklessly about the safety department. This may not necessarily be their fault. The failure of Yun Zhao's emotional resonance attack indicates that this situation is far from a mere oversight in management. To evade the pollution concentration test and bypass checks from A-class sentinels suggests deeper issues are at play. Rabbit inquires, Captain, are we heading back to the operations department now? No, Xie replies calmly. We're going to the shopping center to procure ingredients first, then returning to the training grounds for a meal. The Earth will not cease to turn in their absence. When Zero Team is needed, Minister Duan will notify them. Until we receive a task notification, we should continue with our usual activities. Oh, okay. Rabbit breathes a sigh of relief and exchanges glances with Duanxi. Understanding the cue, Duanxi pulls Tao Hao along, and the three sprint toward the shopping center, calling out, we'll go get the groceries first. You all wait here. Yun Zhao, upon hearing their voices, looks up to see the three figures sprinting away. She has remained silently by Xie side throughout, her lips pressed tightly together without a word. Originally, today marked her birthday. As she stepped out in the morning, her spirits were high, and the news of a substantial bonus elevated her mood even further. However, This unexpected incident disrupted her cheerful disposition, dampening her birthday celebrations. Xiao Qingniao sensed her own discontent and muttered under her breath. That monster should have been dealt with directly. Xie instinctively held her back, suggesting, "Let us go." I parked at the special passageway entrance. I'll take you home first to change your clothes. With such a significant event occurring, there might be people from our town at the scene. It's best to check in. Song Liang lagged behind, observing the two ahead walking side by side. His eyes flickered, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. Before parting ways in the polluted zone, the teammates had only recounted the mission's progress without delving into other matters. Why had the captain become so close to Yun Zhao? Upon returning to Yun Zhao's residence, it was evident that a transformation had taken place within a single day. The furnishings were now complete, with a sky-blue carpet adorning the living room floor and an elegantly crafted bird perch towering beside the sofa, each level cushioned for comfort. Clearly, this was a toy for Xiao Qingyao. Xie glanced in from the doorway, but refrained from entering, stating, "We'll wait for you here." The girl had worked up a sweat, and her clothes were wrinkled from the crowd. She needed to shower and change. The two men, even while seated in the living room, felt somewhat out of place. Yun Zhao nodded slightly, her expression remaining calm as she simply replied, "All right." She then proceeded inside, shutting the door behind her. Xie and Song Liang stood in the hallway, their conversation drawing attention from the neighboring unit, and soon enough, sounds emerged from within room 1201. Moments later, the door swung open. Zhao Yan, upon seeing the two men at Yun Zhao's door, paused in surprise. She had seen Xie once before and vaguely guessed they were colleagues of Zhao Zhao. The aura of the high-level sentinel was palpable, especially the detached man who, simply by standing there, exuded an invisible pressure that made Zhao Yan feel somewhat anxious. With a hint of nervousness, she inquired, "Is Zhao Zhao back? Is she all right?" Today, a celebration event was rumored to have prizes, and many from Qingshan town had attended. After sending her children to school that morning, she had witnessed the streets teeming with people, overwhelming her as someone who had spent her life in a remote town. She hesitated, ultimately returning home to prepare for the day, only to learn that an incident had occurred at the event. Fortunately, those from the town who attended were unharmed and merely sent home with orders to remain indoors for the next few days. Xie's back, tidying up in the house. Zhao Yan informed. Song Liang stepped forward, engaging her in conversation. "Annie, did you go out today?" Xie nodded in acknowledgement, signaling a greeting to Zhao Yan before turning to glance out the window, his back to the chatting pair. The mental barriers had yet to be lifted, hindering some of his perception abilities, yet his vision remained unobstructed. This community was elevated, perched on a hillside, and from the 12th floor, he could easily view the distant scenery. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, with only a few figures in various uniforms belonging to the base. As for the street where the incident occurred, it was located in the outer district, out of sight from this direction. Xie gazed deeply into the distance, noting how eerily quiet the streets of the Dawn base had become. Meanwhile, Song Liang quickly learned from Zhao Yan that everyone from their town was safe. His calm demeanor and conversational skills gradually eased Zhao Yan's apprehension, allowing her to engage in small talk with him. When Yun Zhao emerged, dressed anew, she spotted the duo enjoying their conversation. The tall figure standing by the window, with their back turned, made Yun Zhao pause for a moment. Upon hearing that everyone from the town was safe, she called down to them, "Let us head downstairs." Also, "Aunt Zhao, given today's unusual circumstances, I will have the search team pick up the children from school. You should stay indoors, and I will bring back some groceries later." Zhao Yan acquiesced. "All right, just return early." Yun Zhao nodded and entered the elevator, asking the two men to wait a moment longer. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor, where she knocked on the door of room 503, requesting the Old Town Chief to relay a message until the situation was resolved. Those who attended the event should remain indoors. Before she could leave, her communicator vibrated. Raising her wrist to check the message, she saw, "By you, I'm downstairs at your building." Yun Zhao pondered the content, wondering how everyone seemed to know her home address. Chapter 74. Surprises? By you, aware that the gathering was outside the city, had dressed in athletic attire, her hair tied into a high ponytail. She stealthily positioned herself behind the entrance, occasionally glancing outside. Upon seeing the elevator doors open, she cheerfully called out to the trio, "Hurry, the logistics team is coming to check on us." She had sneaked out without her father's knowledge, fully aware of the ongoing situation outside. She knew the outer district was under strict lockdown, but had not received any notice from Yunzhao about canceling the gathering. After much contemplation, she had decided to slip outside. "Is that your vehicle? Let us get in." Bai dashed over, opening the door and climbing into the back of the armored vehicle. Song Liang was momentarily taken aback by her actions. "It seems we're not too familiar with each other, are we?" The Zero team certainly recognized Bai, the only daughter of the head of the Special Abilities Department. But when had Yin Zhao become so close to her? Xietu inquired with his gaze. "Is she the friend you intended to bring?" Yin Zhao nodded. "She brought me a gift, and I promised to treat her to a meal. Whether inviting one person or a group, why waste points by separating the invitation? Moreover, the main reason is that Baiyu has an extroverted personality and knows everyone. So dining together wouldn't feel awkward." Meanwhile, Baiyu noticed staff members approaching with inspection equipment and, peering through the armored vehicle's observation window, waved insistently at them. Song Liang sighed in resignation and took his place in the driver's seat. The logistics personnel, upon seeing Xietu, approached in surprise, asking Xietim, "Is there a situation here?" Xietu opened the passenger door, leaving the back seat for the two girls, and replied, "No, everything is normal here." Song Liang greeted the logistics team as he started the vehicle, smoothly making their way to the security checkpoint. When the staff recognized the Zero team, they immediately waved them through. In the back seat, Baiyu chatted animatedly with Yun Zhao. "I've never been outside the base. When you told me yesterday about going out for a meal, I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night." Yun Zhao was taken aback. "You've never been outside, even once?" Baiyu replied, "No, the farthest I've been is the outer district. I've always wanted to see the world beyond." Born in Dawn Base and raised in the inner district, she had been told by family and guides that the outside world was rife with aberrations and mutated beasts, as well as perilous polluted zones. In short, it was extremely dangerous. After awakening her abilities as a guide, Baiyu had often pondered why sentinels could venture outside while guides were confined to the base. Once, while working in the outer district's guidance office, she had attempted to sneak out after her shift just to catch a glimpse of the outside world before returning. However, as soon as she reached the checkpoint, she was discovered and promptly escorted back to the inner district by sentinels. Yin Zhao, unsure of how to respond, turned her gaze towards the retreating base buildings outside the window and remarked, "In truth, they weren't entirely wrong. The outside is indeed quite perilous. However, it is not an entirely forbidden realm." She refrained from expressing this sentiment, recognizing that the base had its own considerations. From the perspective of the base, there's an alarming scarcity of guides, and those who do exist lack the robust physique and combat prowess necessary for survival. Their sacrifices merely accelerate the dire circumstances that loom outside. However, Yin Zhao found herself recalling the statue of the young girl in the central square. During the Dark Age, in those sunless days, guides and sentinels fought side by side to eradicate the contaminated zones and rejuvenate the Southwest Sanctuary. It was precisely for this reason that Minister Duan, disregarding the opposition, insisted on inviting her to join the operations department. The two men seated in front remained silent. Song Liang stole a glance at the indifferent captain beside him before turning his attention back to driving. Once the vehicle exited the base, Baiyu, too eager to engage in conversation with Yin Zhao, knelt on the folding seat, peering curiously through the observation window. The training ground for Team Zero was situated on the hillside just outside, mere minutes away. The vehicle halted beside a modest bungalow, marking Yin Zhao's first visit. She and Baiyu disembarked, revealing a vast, well-organized training ground nestled on the hillside. The area was extensive and divided into several sections, some enclosed by barbed wire, while others were interrupted by towering walls. Further afield lay a simulated obstacle course designed to replicate a combat environment, complete with various impediments such as high walls, barbed wire, and trenches. Surrounding the venue were a row of trees planted for shade, alongside neatly arranged bungalows labeled with signs indicating training rooms and equipment storage. Behind the training room was a shooting range, set against the backdrop of the mountain, freely accessible for exploration, as Song Liang explained. They had parked in a small lot where team members typically left their vehicles. Sietu glanced at the neighboring car, clearly indicating that the other 3 members of Team Zero had already returned with supplies. Bai Yu, brimming with excitement at the prospect of exploration, eagerly pulled Yun Zhao towards a training ground. The ground beneath them was somewhat uneven, marked by shallow indentations and patches from training activities. Bai Yu, filled with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings, then suggested, "Yun Zhao, let us check out the back." Yun Zhao was led along, casting a sidelong glance at the still training room, sensing something amiss. Was it an attempt to surprise her? How did they know? A small bluebird perched atop her head, flapping its wings as if eager to investigate what the others were doing inside. Yun Zhao quickly grasped it, aware that its sudden appearance might disrupt the atmosphere. Once the two had moved away, Sietu turned his attention back to the training room door, attempting to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked. Inside, Tu Zi, Duan Shi, and Tao Hao Hao were setting up for a birthday celebration. Coincidentally, the base was hosting a festive event, with balloons and streamers available for purchase, and the trio had seized the opportunity to gather a plethora of decorations while procuring supplies. As for the birthday gifts, they had been prepared the day before, wrapped in colorful paper and hidden among the balloons, ready for Yun Zhao to guess who had gifted what. Upon hearing commotion from outside, Tu Zi remarked, "Didn't the captain say he would keep everyone occupied and arrive later? We're not even done setting up yet." Tao Hao Hao, still confused, questioned how the captain could possibly know that today was Yun Zhao's birthday. Tu Zi shot him an exasperated glance. "Have you forgotten?" The captain checked Yun Zhao's personal information on Minister Duan's computer when he was trying to persuade her to join Team Zero. Duan Shi, standing atop a stool to hang streamers, muttered quietly, "Last year on my birthday, the captain simply handed me a few hundred points and sent me away." Unable to force the door open, Sietu opted to wait under the eaves. He turned back to beckon Song Liang to join him in checking out the back, when suddenly he received a message from Jiangmu. Jiangmu had returned to the Dawn base and inquired, "Does your guide only care about points? Has she forgotten about the diary?" Chapter 75. The Training Ground of Team Zero. The diary? The one that chronicles the unclaimed memories of spiritual tethering? 11e tu réponded. Just handed over to the transport vehicle. The reinforcement troops from both bases are still stationed at Route 88, guarding the high-speed rail supplies. When the next transport team from the Dawn base arrives, they can take it back. Jiangmu replied decisively, "Understood." After that, there was no further communication, indicating that the Dawn base had not been informed of any issues arising from the celebration activities. Yun Zhao wandered with Bai Yu around the back mountain. The training ground, situated on the hillside, exuded the refreshing scent unique to the mountains, offering a cool respite from the sweltering summer heat compared to the interior of the base. Truly, Team Zero possessed a remarkably expansive secret base. The entire training area was vast, with the shooting range and 2 weapon storage rooms located at the back. Bai Yu expressed some envy. "You're fortunate. After becoming weary of the confines of the base, you can still step outside and enjoy the fresh air." Yun Zhao instinctively replied, "Next time you wish to come out, I'll bring you along for some fun." Her thoughts, however, seemed to drift elsewhere. She was preoccupied with contemplating how she ought to react when the door to the training room was opened. Should she feign surprise, or admit that she had already suspected something? The former required a performance, while the latter risked turning the meticulously prepared surprise into a mere anticlimax. Yun Zhao felt conflicted. "Hey, that house down there must belong to Sietu, right?" Bai Yu led Yun Zhao closer, unknowingly guiding them to a winding path near the valley of the back mountain. As Yun Zhao pondered, she instinctively followed by Yu's pointing finger. At the end of the path, nestled among the greenery, stood a 2-story house, quietly rising within the valley. A low stone wall surrounded the house, adorned with climbing green vines. From their vantage point, they could not see the house's entirety, only one side constructed with special soundproof materials. The sounds of wind and flowing water created a natural white noise within the valley. This so-called white noise, when no barriers were erected, posed no harm to the sentinel's keen senses. Natural sounds like water and wind constituted white noise. Although S-class sentinels appeared to thrive in their status, they were constantly subjected to the torment of external stimuli. Yun Zhao pondered silently. Had Xie Tu, since becoming an S-class sentinel, never once enjoyed a peaceful night's rest? That mental barrier remained unbroken. Henceforth, during non-mission periods, she would strive to assist him in creating a soundproof barrier. They opted not to venture down for a closer look, instead completing a full tour of the training ground before returning to the row of bungalows. The trio, Tu Zi, Duan Shi, and Tao Hao Hao, had exited the training room and were busy preparing ingredients beneath a tree, with 2 pots set up, one of which was boiling water. Upon spotting them, Tu Zi waved and called out, "Sister Yin Zhao, by guide, we'll just have a light meal for lunch. We'll have hot pot for dinner." Due to the earlier incident, it was already nearing 3 in the afternoon. Yin Zhao's gaze casually swept over the closed door of the training room, nodding in agreement. "That works for me." Bai Yu chimed in, drawing closer. "Tu Zi, no need to be so formal. You can just call me by my name." Tu Zi responded affirmatively. Bai Yu was satisfied and began chatting casually with Tu Zi. Yin Zhao spoke sparingly, typically responding only once to every 10 remarks from Bai Yu, while Tu Zi engaged in lively banter, easily exchanging conversation. The 3 men at the adjacent table seemed somewhat uneasy, turning their backs to the girls as they quietly sliced meat. Xie Tu, holding a pair of tongs, sat comfortably on a small stool, leaning against a towering tree, his gaze appearing casual as it flickered over the dancing flames. Yet his thoughts were acutely attuned to everything around him. His eyes inadvertently drifted over the group, ultimately settling on Yun Zhao, who sat quietly between the 2 girls, listening to their chatter, seemingly lost in her thoughts. That fleeting glance toward the training room earlier, though subtle, suggested she might have already deciphered something. When had she discovered it? The water had begun to boil. Xie Tu turned around, tore open a bag of noodles, and tossed them into the pot, stirring with a pair of chopsticks. The noodles were soon ready, and everyone enjoyed a simple meal. Just after finishing, Bai Yu eagerly asked, "What are we doing next?" This was her first time stepping out of the base, and her excitement had yet to wane. She could hardly wait to rush into the training ground to play basketball or games, or simply to watch their training. Anything would suffice. "We shall rest," Xie Tu replied leisurely, except for Duan Shi, who had been somewhat lax in his recent training and needed to spend an additional 3 hours at the shooting range. He favored aiming a gun at targets, taking his time with each shot. Duan Shi remarked, "He knows the captain would never forget." Tao Hao Hao instinctively took a couple of steps back, bowing his head in deep contemplation, trying to recall if he had done anything to offend the captain during their mission. Upon noticing Xie Tu's gaze sweeping towards them, even Bai Yu instinctively fell silent, save for Yun Zhao. Truly, he was an S-class sentinel. In the sweltering heat, meat left outside was prone to spoil. After pondering for a while, Tao Hao Hao decided to simply grab the pre-sliced meat from the table and exclaimed, "I'll go put the meat in the freezer." Rabbit quickly reacted, "I'll go get some snacks." Song Liang, with a pained expression, stood up, saying, "I haven't finished my report yet. I need to go write it inside." In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them vanished, leaving only Duan Shi behind, fuming in frustration. "A bunch of traitors. Can't they stand with me in rebellion just once?" He cast a hopeful glance at Yun Zhao, seeking her assistance. Yun Zhao pointed to herself and retorted, "Have you forgotten that you aimed your gun at me as well?" Duan Shi's hopes were dashed. The captain had decreed 3 hours, and there could be no less. Otherwise, he would have a rough few days ahead. Resigned, Duan Shi trudged off to the shooting range, leaving behind only Yun Zhao. Xie Tu and Bai Yu. Hearing Tao Hao Hao mention the freezer, Yun Zhao casually inquired, "Is there still plenty in the freezer?" Xie Tu, holding a fire tongs and extinguishing the flames of the outdoor stove, replied without looking up, "There's plenty." The training ground had 2 freezers for storing water and food, and with the recent truck delivery, 7 or 8 more had been brought back, cluttering the storage area. Noting that her question was purposeful, Xie Tu looked up and asked, "Do you need a freezer?" Yun Zhao nodded. A flicker of amusement danced in Xie Tu's eyes. "I'll take you back tonight and bring one along." "All right, thank you," Yun Zhao responded. Xie Tu then recalled a message from Jiang Mu and informed her about the diary. Yun Zhao blinked, realizing she had almost forgotten. At that time, she had just emerged from the contaminated zone, her mind solely focused on the point rewards, unable to think of anything else. When do you think it will be delivered? She inquired. 7 or 8 days. We'll wait for the dawn-based transport team to deliver it to Route 88, and then our transport team will bring it back. 11e tu explained. Bayu quietly picked up her water cup and stood up. Instead of sitting here, she might as well go watch Duan-shi shoot targets. The afternoon passed swiftly as everyone engaged in their respective tasks. As twilight descended, Bayu returned from a fulfilling afternoon of shooting with Duan-shi, her face still aglow with excitement. Duan-shi had been practicing under penalty, while she had merely joined in the fun. I took a shooting class back in school, but it had been ages since I last handled a simulation training gun. It took me quite some time to hit the target, she shared. In a buoyant mood, Yun Zhao handed Bayu a bag of snacks, saying, I still can't use a gun, but the captain said he would start training me tomorrow. Bayu, taken aback, wondered why Yun Zhao seemed so cheerful after only a few hours apart. Did something good happen? She asked. Yun Zhao raised her wrist, pointing to the communicator she wore, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with joy. The point rewards have been distributed. Over 59,000. I now have more than 60,000 in my account. Her previously dampened spirits had finally lifted. Congratulations, Bayu exclaimed, gratefully accepting the snacks and curiously eyeing the colorful packaging. Did you bring this from the contaminated zone? I'm not surprised you know about these, Yun Zhao replied. You could take some back to enjoy later. Bayu, unreserved, thanked her while munching on the snacks and looking around. Where's everyone? She wondered aloud, for upon her return, she found only Yun Zhao seated there. Upon hearing Bayu's question, Yun Zhao's expression became somewhat difficult to articulate. She pondered for a moment before explaining, the captain went home to fetch something, and the others are in the training room preparing dinner. She started to worry about what expression to wear when they joined in. Should we go help? Bayu suggested. Can you cook? Yun Zhao asked. Absolutely not, Bayu replied with confidence. Then let us just sit here and not create any chaos, Yun Zhao decided. Before long, Rabbit indeed ran out to call for them. Dinner is ready. Rabbit specifically pulled Bayu aside, allowing them to linger behind, clearly wanting Yun Zhao to enter first. It was all too obvious. Yun Zhao hesitated for a moment before walking alone to the training room door and pushing it open. In an instant, a flurry of colorful balloons cascaded down like a jubilant swarm of little fairies from above the door. The ceiling and floor of the training room were adorned with balloons of various shapes, and colorful streamers danced from the walls, transforming the entire space into a dreamlike wonderland. Happy birthday! The entire Zero team stood together, each holding a balloon, shouting in unison, Happy birthday! Yun Zhao stood at the door, momentarily taken aback. Wow! Duan-shi, Tao Hao Hao, Song Liang, and Rabbit all chimed in their congratulations, while Xie turned his back, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. Seeing their unusual expressions, Yun Zhao quickly added, This is such a delightful surprise. Surprise? Where's the surprise? Your expression hardly resembles that of someone surprised. Who leaked the news? Duan-shi shot an accusatory glance at Rabbit. Rabbit immediately protested. What does this have to do with me? Duan-shi dodged, declaring, A gentleman does not resort to violence. After spending an entire afternoon at the shooting range and barely managing to complete his 3-hour practice without rest, he had rushed over to deliver a surprise for Yun Zhao, only to find this chaos unfolding. We've been preparing all day, Song Liang lamented, questioning his life choices as he had not even finished writing his report for this. A little blue bird flitted out, flapping its wings with a joyful chirp. This group was simply too amusing. Yun Zhao recognized her acting skills were lacking and racked her brain for a way to salvage the situation. I genuinely feel happy. I merely wanted to treat everyone to a simple meal, yet you all prepared this wonderful surprise for me. Since her uncles had passed away, she had not celebrated her birthday in many years. She truly felt happy. I stood by, dumbfounded. Wait, you all knew to prepare for this. But why was I not informed that today is Yun Zhao's birthday? At least let me know, so I could prepare a gift. Xie cleared his throat a couple of times, trying to smooth things over. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. The next part was the gift-giving segment. Originally, they had planned for Yun Zhao to guess her gifts. But now it seemed evident that Bai Yu was unaware it was Yun Zhao's birthday, and she had not prepared a gift. This segment had turned rather awkward. Thus, everyone decided to skip mentioning it, handing the gifts to Yun Zhao, and gathered joyfully around to enjoy a hot pot meal. In contrast to the festive atmosphere of Team Zero, a tense and serious aura loomed over the base. As night fell, the city remained under curfew, shrouded in silence, occasionally broken by the solemn faces of patrolling sentinels. The operations department building remained brightly lit. The investigation team had arrived at a small base on Route 22 and reported their initial findings. Zhang Dehui had attended the celebration event with individuals from their refuge, departing from Route 22 on September 17th, but he had become separated from the escorting sentinels midway, entering the city 2 days later than the others. The leader of the intelligence team was a man in his 30s, unassuming in appearance and seemingly quite low-key. He continued, stating that after the investigation team departed, others remarked that everything had seemed normal prior to the incident. Before their departure, he had even been exuberantly planning to win a prize. The preliminary conclusion suggested that something must have occurred during the journey which led to his separation. As for the others who had accompanied him, they were currently undergoing isolation checks at the Shuguang GD due to the incident on site. We have dispatched personnel to interrogate them. Zhang Dehui had lost contact in the vicinity of Route 24, and the search team they were part of had scoured the area for an entire day without any success. Ordinary individuals stand little chance against aberrant species, and everyone feared for his safety. The search team members were also taken aback to learn that the aberration in the city involved Zhang Dehui. Minister Duan narrowed his eyes at the mention of this. Were there any anomalies detected in the 24th pollution zone? No. The 24th outpost station had thoroughly examined all surveillance in the vicinity and found no sign of Zhang Dehui. Each outpost station is equipped with a substantial signal monitoring tower, which sets up surveillance cameras outside the pollution zone to monitor its spread and changes. However, all cameras are directed at the surrounding gray mist of the pollution zone, and no separate surveillance devices have been established along the route. Minister Duan acknowledged this with a sound, lowered his head to unfold the map on the table, and proceeded to expand the investigation area, including Route 26 to 30 below, in hopes of uncovering other clues. The southwestern terrain is vast, and the Route 24 path branches off in several directions. Was it possible for Zhang Dehui to have deviated and enter another route? Yes. The intelligence team leader inquired. Minister, should we notify Team Zero? Minister Duan pondered briefly and replied, not yet. The guide needs to attend training courses. From Route 22 to 30, there are 6 pollution zones, of which 2 are 4-star pollution zones. Only Team Zero is capable of executing 4-star missions. Until there are results, let Yun Zhao focus on her training first. At the very least, allow her to train for a while. She needs to learn more about pollution zones and how to handle firearms. Minister Duan harbored some concern that the guide's mental thread might prove ineffective against this aberrant species. We must wait for the Biological Research Institute to provide results before we can ascertain the cause. If it is indeed a problem with the pollution zone, it is highly likely that this particular zone counteracts the guide's abilities. Chapter 77. Training commences. After the group meal, everyone intended to return and rest. Bai Yu had never tried beef oil hot pot before. Upon her first taste, she was left flushed from the spiciness, drawing laughter from Tao Hao Hao and the others. Are you even one of us from the southwest? Indeed, look at Yin Zhao. She isn't fazed by spice at all. After spending an afternoon together, everyone gradually became familiar with one another. Initially, they politely referred to her as Bai Xiangdao, but now they teased each other without restraint. Bai Yu, feeling competitive, declared she would challenge Tao Hao Hao to a spicy eating contest. Let us do it. The atmosphere grew lively. By the time they finished the hot pot, her lips felt nearly swollen from the heat, yet she still appeared reluctant to leave. Yun Zhao, can I come find you to play next time? Bai Yu asked, a hint of longing in her voice as she settled into the vehicle. At the entrance, Tao Hao Hao and Song Liang were busy loading a freezer onto the car. Yin Zhao had just finished packing the leftover food to take home when she replied, sure, wait a moment. I'll pack some snacks for you to take back. The snacks were piled in the storeroom next to the armory. Yin Zhao had already checked. The room was filled to the brim with snacks that hadn't been organized yet. She casually packed another 10 boxes to take back. It seemed there were still several vehicles full of snacks that would go uneaten. Bayu felt a bit embarrassed. She had come empty-handed, and with all the eating and taking, she would have to make up for a birthday gift another day. It was quite late, and the base gates had already closed. The rabbits lived in the inner city, and Team Zero could access a special task passage, so Bayu followed them back, as it was convenient. As for Yinzhao, Xietu switched to a small transport vehicle to help her load a heap of gifts, along with 4 large freezers. Once seated, Xietu handed her a training schedule. I'll take you home first. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin training courses. Yinzhao took the training schedule, responding obediently. All right. The interior of the vehicle was dimly lit, and she did not immediately check the contents of the paper. The vehicle took the special passage into the base, stopping beneath the stone steps at 128 Dong San Street. Yunzhao dashed into the community, knocking on the door of the first floor to call on the town sentinels for help with the freezer. Cheng Dongshu was home that day and came out upon hearing the noise to assist. He had already heard from his brother that these freezers were meant for the town search team. Several sentinels emerged, swiftly unloading the cargo, carrying the 4 large freezers up the stone steps while others helped with the snacks and food that Yinzhao had brought back. Xietu did not exit the vehicle, remaining in the driver's seat, watching her enter the community before driving away. He did not return to the training ground, but headed instead to the Biological Research Institute in the inner city. After entering the community, Yunzhao distributed the packed food among the 8 families. Each family then provided a box of snacks, primarily consisting of milk, bread, and cookies for the children. With the entire city under lockdown, those who participated in activities over the last 2 days were not allowed to leave home. The children would also be suspended from classes for 2 days. In the afternoon, the town head went door to tally those who had participated in the activities, asking others in the town to help buy groceries. Meanwhile, the search team's sentinels would visit each household according to the registration information, checking in at regular intervals to prevent any incidents. By the time the logistics staff from the base arrived, Qingshan Town had already made its arrangements. After inquiring about the situation, Yunzhao did not concern herself further. She delivered the items and incidentally brought back a pile of birthday gifts. Most were handcrafted trinkets made by the ants, perfect for decorating her home. Zhao Yan not only sewed her a turquoise pillow, but also prepared a mini swing for the little bluebird. Ordinary people cannot see spiritual entities. Zhao Yan had inquired with the search team sentinels and learned that Zhao Zhao's spiritual entity was only palm-sized, so she crafted a small swing by hand according to that size. It was the first time the little bluebird received a gift from someone else, and it tilted its head curiously, examining the swing. Is this for me? Yes, it's for you. My birthday is also your birthday. Yunzhao piled the gifts she had yet to unwrap on the coffee table in the living room, grabbed her pajamas, and entered the bathroom, leaving the little bluebird to play outside. At 10:30 in the evening, Yunzhao climbed into her soft and comfortable princess bed. She squatted on the bed, slightly raised her hand, and with a flick of her fingertips, countless emerald green lights surged forth, infiltrating the homes below to purify the pollution levels throughout the building. The spiritual thread can capture and control emotions. Without emotions, one cannot control themselves, leading to emotional resonance attacks failing. That aberrant species resembles the ceramic puppets in Pollution Zone 88, devoid of a soul. Is this yet another eerie pollution zone? A new task sounds promising. Yunzhao feigned indifference. She needed to start saving money to eliminate a gatekeeper and replace the wardrobe that the little bluebird disliked. For now, she needed to sleep, as training would commence the following day. Yunzhao withdrew her spiritual energy, neatly spread out her thin blanket, turned on the fan, and closed her eyes to slumber. The following day, early in the morning, Yunzhao went next door for breakfast before heading downstairs with a boiled egg and a bottle of milk. Her teammates were waiting for her by the platform. Duanxi spotted her coming down the stone steps and waved with a grimace, saying, "I'm here to accompany you in exercising. No driving allowed recently." Yunzhao inhaled deeply. Walking there? The training ground is on a mountain outside the city. We still have to hike a bit of the mountain road. With her current stamina, would she even have the energy to train after walking? Song Liang shrugged. It's unavoidable. That's what the captain instructed. The mental barrier had dulled their senses. After a day, everyone had gradually adapted, shielding themselves from the distracting noise. And they all enjoyed a good night's sleep last night. Now, they were all energetic. Song Liang had worked late into the night writing reports and had only managed a couple of hours of sleep, yet he looked significantly better than before. Tao Hao Hao, unconcerned, cheerfully chimed in, "Let us go. Climbing the mountain is simple. We'll accompany you. As sentinels, of course, you find it easy." Yun Zhao sighed helplessly, resigned to her fate, and began to walk. There was no alternative. 5 individuals ambled along the road leading out of the city. The initial stretch was relatively flat, and out of consideration for her, everyone deliberately slowed their pace. The base remained under martial law. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a smattering of people, most of whom were not participating in the celebrations, but were out to procure groceries or attend to work. Yun Zhao had only recently arrived at the base and had never witnessed such tranquility there. "It's been many years since we last saw each other," Duanxi remarked, shrugging his shoulders. He and Song Liang were locals, while Tao Hao Hao and Tuzi had come to settle in the base with their families after the end of the Dark Era. In the 2 years following the conclusion of that tumultuous time, the base had been just as quiet. However, during the day, families would sit outside with their benches, soaking up the sun, fearful that it might suddenly vanish again. Yun Zhao nodded, choosing not to engage in idle chatter to conserve her energy. Upon exiting the base, the group began their ascent up the mountain, traversing the shortest path available. As the trail gradually approached the mountainside, the incline became steeper. By this point, Yun Zhao's steps had grown heavy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and even the milk and eggs in her hands felt burdensome. In contrast, the other 4 moved effortlessly up the slope, quickly outpacing her without breaking a sweat. They paused at the hillside to wait for her. Tuzi contemplated offering her a hand, but hesitated, fearful of being reprimanded by the captain. His expression conflicted. Yun Zhao was too fatigued to lift her head, her legs feeling as though they were weighed down by lead, making each movement to climb the hill a struggle. Having traveled by vehicle the previous day, the distance had seemed manageable, but now, on foot, she realized how arduous the journey truly was. A small bluebird emerged, its voice echoing in her mind. "Why do you listen to that annoying person? What right does he have to torment you? So what if your stamina is lacking? A bunch of useless fools. That filthy place doesn't rely on physical strength to take down the gatekeeper." The little bluebird incessantly chattered within her thoughts. At that moment, Yun Zhao lacked the energy to respond, and by the time she reached the training ground, it felt as though half her life had been drained away. Chapter 78. Blood-red rose, a tall figure stood ahead. Upon spotting Sietu, the small bluebird flapped its wings and darted towards him, eager to engage in battle and avenge its host. Useless, trash, fool, imbecile, it hurled every insult it could muster. The fiery phoenix in her mind echoed its sentiments. "Qingwan is so angry. Why do you bully her?" 2 phoenixes, one outside and one within her mental realm, were in discord. Sietu sidestepped the oncoming bluebird and rubbed his temples, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, yet inexplicably softening his tone. "Let us rest for half an hour. We have 2 knowledge courses in the morning, followed by an afternoon at the shooting range to learn about firearms." Yun Zhao, her forehead glistening with sweat, entered the cool training room and collapsed onto the desk, lacking the will to move. She was too exhausted to speak, merely offering a lackluster "oh," her demeanor rather cold, not even bothering to glance at him. Sietu paused for a moment before following her inside, turning to glance back at the door. Her 4 teammates had gathered at the entrance, peering inside with curious expressions. The instant their eyes met the captainess, they appeared startled, their bodies jolting. "Captain, we'll head to training ground 3 for warm-ups," they exclaimed in unison, scattering in a rush. Song Liang, with a peculiar expression, was dragged away by Duanxi. Once they had distanced themselves, Song Liang looked back, noticing the door had closed, obscuring their view. He hesitated before speaking. "Do you think the captain is being overly kind to Yun Zhao?" Perhaps even Xie, to himself, was unaware that every time he spoke to Yun Zhao, he unconsciously softened his tone, a gentleness that was difficult to articulate. Just moments ago, it had been a straightforward training session, yet he felt compelled to explain the training process to her. He never treated them the same way. Without a second thought, Tuzi replied, "Isn't that normal? Yun Zhao is different from us roughnecks." "Exactly, a sentinel and a guide are not the same," Tao Hao Hao chimed in cheerfully. "Old song. You're not trying to curry favor, are you?" Duan, she recalled being punished with 3 hours of practice yesterday, grumbling. "What is there to compete for with a captain who is so petty and holds grudges? If anyone should be trying to win favor, it ought to be the guide. At least then we could sleep soundly at night." The three found no issue with this logic. Tuzi added, "Have you noticed how lively the captain seems today? After establishing the barrier, he must have had a good night's sleep." Song Liang stared at them in disbelief, thinking their intelligence levels were not on the same plane. "If we go out, don't mention that we're on the same team. It would be embarrassing." Inside the training room, Xietu waited until his teammates had moved away before speaking again. "Stand up and walk around. Don't sit immediately after climbing the mountain." Yun Zhao was too tired to move but obeyed, struggling to rise from her seat and lean against the wall. The little bluebird, irritated, retreated to her mental realm. She appeared fatigued, her mind devoid of other thoughts. On the day of her return, Xietu had already briefed her on the training. He was acting in her best interest, not intentionally causing her distress. This distinction was clear to Yun Zhao. Xietu turned and opened a nearby filing cabinet, retrieving a stack of documents he had brought back from the inner city the previous night. He calmly discussed how good physical fitness was a crucial foundation for ensuring one's safety. In the event of danger, should one need to evacuate or endure prolonged engagements, lacking sufficient stamina would be utterly unacceptable. Yun Zhao looked up at him in confusion. Why explain so much? She was well aware of these principles. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to the training. Xietu did not meet her gaze, placing the documents on the table and drawing down a white screen. "You will follow along with the video for the knowledge course. All the materials are here. I'll step out to organize training for the others." Last night, Xietu had visited the Biological Research Institute. The inability of Yun Zhao's mental threads to control indicated that the aberrant creature had lost its emotions and attachments. This was quite rare. Once mutated into a monster, both humans and animals would lose their rationality, consumed by violence and a desire to feed. Those were emotions in their own right. Thus, the emotional resonance ability of an S-class guide could influence the aberrant creatures. The final results of the investigation were still pending. However, that damned keen intuition of a sentinel had already subconsciously linked the matter to the contaminated zone, which was of a significant threat level. The ability to survive and mutate again indicated a priority that clearly exceeded orange-level threats, likely pointing towards Zero Team's next mission. Xietu activated the video, arranged the items on the desk, and prepared a fresh notebook and pen for her before closing the door and departing for Training Ground 3. She was left alone in the room. Yun Zhao gazed at the closed door, waiting for her breath to steady before approaching the desk to take a seat. The table was cluttered with numerous materials, including past mission reports from Zero Team. The images on the white screen shifted, accompanied by audio narrating some worldviews from the old era, designed to help combat team members understand the rules governing the timeline of the contaminated zone prior to the Dark Era. As Yun Zhao listened, she began rummaging through the task reports in her leather bag. She wished to learn how Zero Team had previously eradicated the 4-star contaminated zone. At that time, Xietu had promised to explain it to her, but had later abandoned the matter upon finding Tuzi, as during that mission, Tuzi's brother had never returned. Yun Zhao was somewhat puzzled. The entire team had remained together during that mission, and judging by Xietu's demeanor, it was unlikely that the cause of death stemmed from a mental assault. An S-class sentinel was present. What had led to the fatalities? It was not until she unearthed that mission report that clarity began to dawn. The file bore bold letters at the front. Danger level, 4-star mission, contaminated zone 113, eradicated. She opened the first page. Blood red rose. Rules, parasitism. Gatekeeper, the rotating doll holding a rose within a music box. In the morning, the guides attended a knowledge course indoors while all members of Zero Team engaged in simulated combat training at Training Ground 3, paired off by drawing lots. Due to accompanying Yun Zhao up the mountain, they arrived at the training ground more than an hour later than usual. Time seems to fly by swiftly. Before they knew it, it was already noon. The four of them, drenched in sweat, entered the changing room to shower and change clothes. Adjacent to the training ground are 2 changing rooms, each equipped with its own shower. Once they emerged from their attire change, Sietu was already tending to a fire and preparing a meal, skillfully pouring oil into a pan to fry the eggs from a large bowl he held. Lunchtime consisted of instant noodles. The warehouse was stocked with a plethora of food, including snacks, instant noodles, rice noodles, sour and spicy noodles, and self-heating hot pots. As for the bags of rice and cooking oil from the supermarket, they were still on the high-speed train at Route 88, expected to return in a few days. When the meal was ready, Sietu approached to knock on the door, calling for Yun Zhao to join them for lunch. When Yun Zhao stepped out, she calmly glanced at the rabbit. The sentinel had a hearty appetite. The rabbit was holding a bowl nearly the size of her face, battling with Duan Shi for the fried eggs on the plate. The group was lively and boisterous. Yun Zhao's gaze softened as she picked up a bowl from the table and sat among them, with 2 golden fried eggs resting atop her noodles. Chapter 79. All assemble in the afternoon. It was time for Yun Zhao's shooting class. The disparity in strength between the guide and the sentinel was substantial, with each emphasizing different aspects. The 4 on the other side had already released their spiritual forms to engage in combat, while Yun Zhao stood bewildered before a collection of unfamiliar firearms in the armory. Inside the armory, an array of weaponry was neatly arranged on shelves, with an abundance of military equipment, ammunition, and ammo boxes piled in the corners, each labeled with detailed specifications and intended uses. Sietu strode in, sifting through the equipment, saying, "You must possess the ability to protect yourself. Even in our absence, you should be capable of safeguarding yourself. I do not expect you to become a sharpshooter, but at the very least, you should be proficient with various firearms." Yun Zhao's gaze wandered among the dazzling array of weapons, silently acknowledging that he had reiterated this several times before. The cold, heavy gleam of metal surrounded them. Sietu remained with his back to her, selecting weapons from the rack, responding naturally, "Is that so?" "Yes." Yun Zhao moved closer, standing beside him to observe his selection. She was not particularly adept at reading people's minds or managing interpersonal relationships. Sietu patiently explained, emphasizing the points repeatedly, although it sounded somewhat nagging. Perhaps it stemmed from the responsibilities and burdens of being a captain. The death of Brother Rabbit had left him with shadows of grief. After much deliberation, Sietu chose a compact diamond bird and handed it to her, stating, "This one suits you. It's small, convenient, and packs a punch." Yun Zhao's profile, as she studied it earnestly, appeared quite serene. She weighed it in her hand. Indeed, it was compact, lightweight, and easy to carry and conceal. First, familiarize yourself with its structure and operation. Sietu took the gun back from her and began explaining each component. "Look here, this is the safety. Before preparing to shoot, you must first check if the safety is disengaged." He adeptly disassembled it, showcasing each part to her. "This is the barrel, which determines the bullet's trajectory and accuracy. The trigger, which controls the firing mechanism. And this, the magazine, used to hold the bullets." Yun Zhao listened intently, carefully distinguishing each part as he elucidated. Concerned that she might not understand, he repeated himself twice, prompting her to identify each component before reassembling the firearm. "Watch my demonstration." He grasped the gun with both hands, his body slightly angled, presenting a standard shooting stance. Sietu handed the gun back to her, his voice steady and firm. "Now you try." Yun Zhao mimicked his movements, adopting a propre stanza. It seemed relatively simple. After disengaging the safety, all that was required was to aim and shoot. Sietu nodded. "Let's head to the shooting range. Practical experience is the only true measure of skill." They walked side by side towards the exit. From then on, Yun Zhao embarked on a fulfilling routine of morning mountain climbs for knowledge lessons and afternoon shooting practice. However, it was only on the 5th day of training that she managed to barely hit the target, not the bullseye. Sietu's expression grew grave as he stood tall beside the shooting range, furrowing his brow while observing her, seemingly pondering where the issue lay. That expression seemed to convey unspoken words. "You are the worst team member I have ever trained." Despite her strong learning capability and potential, she simply could not hit the mark. The other team members quietly gathered to watch, collectively astonished. I once trained and missed the bullseye. I was severely punished by the captain. Tao Hao questioned his existence. How can a captain be so biased? The rabbit shot him an indignant glare. How can you compare yourself to Sister Yin Zhao? The guide does not rely on brute strength. She has already practiced exceptionally well. In the next moment, Yin Zhao, with impeccable form, fired her shot. The bullet flew far off the mark, landing miles behind the target. The rabbit exclaimed, while Yin Zhao remained unfazed, maintaining her stance to shoot again, even attempting to use her spiritual power to track the bullet's trajectory. The little blue bird, reluctant to admit its ineptitude, retreated to the spiritual domain, refusing to emerge. After a few more shots, she finally hit the target again, scoring a mere 3 points. 11e tu, having expended what felt like a lifetime of patience on her, maintained a stern expression, stating, "Not bad." The rabbit and Tao Hao exchanged bewildered glances. Duan, she exclaimed in disbelief, while Song Liang turned away, unable to bear the sight. 3 points? Just a slight deviation from the bullseye, and she would have missed entirely. In the past, anyone who failed to hit the bullseye would face punishment. Yet here was the captain, with a long face, begrudgingly praising her, appearing as though compelled to do so. Sietu, sensing their reactions, cast a blank look over his shoulder, causing the team members to hastily retreat. On the 8th day, all residents within the base city underwent safety testing and were granted clearance. The 2 city gates had enhanced security checks, and a new isolation procedure was established. Recently, anyone entering the city would first undergo an hour of isolation, followed by another pollution concentration test upon exiting. The investigative team and the Biological Research Institute simultaneously submitted their report findings. Pollution Zone Number 28? Minister Duan's expression turned serious as she set down the report. The leader of the intelligence team nodded. Indeed, after thorough inspections at each checkpoint along the route, the investigative team discovered a fleeting figure in the gray mist of Pollution Zone Number 28, suspected to be Zhang Dehui. The fog obscured visibility, rendering the footage extremely blurry, capturing only a profile. However, the indistinct image was sufficient to confirm that someone had entered Pollution Zone Number 28. As for whether it was Zhang Dehui, all surveillance footage was examined, but no one was seen exiting. The footage primarily focused on the dispersal area and could not comprehensively cover the entire scope. Perhaps he exited from another location, undetected by surveillance. Minister Duan pondered deeply, lightly tapping the table. Suddenly, she stood, turning to the bookshelf behind her to retrieve materials regarding Pollution Zone Number 28. If her memory served her correctly, that area was part of the southwestern plains, a region once known as Qingdu in the Old World. Minister Duan opened the document, glancing down as she spoke. The formation time of Pollution Zone Number 28 is unclear. We only discovered that the 28th shelter in the plains had long since fallen after the end of the Dark Era. The exact date of its fall remains unknown. In the lightless, powerless apocalypse, all communications were completely severed. All shelters established by the state had become isolated islands of despair. For 200 years, the outside world was fraught with monsters and darkness, along with the gray mist that was indistinguishable in the shadows. A slight misstep could lead one into a treacherous domain. During that time, the Dawn Base was preoccupied with its own survival. Although there were countless air raid shelters within the city, those on the ground felt no sense of security. They were all busy fortifying the walls and gates to fend off mutated creatures and aberrant species. After the Dark Era ended, they took 3 years to establish communications and gradually made contact with the other 3 surviving bases. They learned that only 4 shelters remained. At that moment, everyone felt an overwhelming heaviness in their hearts, as though a heavy hammer had struck, leaving them in a state of unease. Minister Duan recalled those past events. Her expression complex as she remarked, Pollution Zone Number 28 has been assessed by the evaluation team as a 4-star hazard. Once again, we find ourselves in a 4-star pollution zone. Apart from the remnants of data from a bygone era, the Shuguang GD possesses no further information regarding this contaminated area. The monitored 28th pollution zone remains relatively stable, and its priority is not high. Thus, no combat team has been dispatched. A deeper reason lies in the sheer inadequacy of personnel. Aside from Team Zero, all other combat units operate in pairs for their missions, resulting in a total of only 7 teams exploring the vast expanse of pollution zones. Only Team Zero undertakes the 4-star missions. Minister Duan picked up the materials sent by the Research Institute from the table. The aberrant specimen had been entirely enveloped by dark matter on the very night it was sent to the Institute, exhibiting an unprecedented rate of distortion. The detection instruments have become ineffective against it, and the mental threads of the S-level guide cannot exert control, indicating that the danger far exceeds our imagination. The leader of the intelligence group stood silently at the table, awaiting the minister's orders. The task priority was adjusted to red, and the intelligence group promptly submitted the relevant documents. Minister Duan instructed, "Notify Team Zero, assemble everyone." Upon receiving the assembly order, Yun Zhao had just exited the changing room and noticed her teammates donned in their combat uniforms. Understanding the situation instinctively, she quietly returned to the changing room to put on her own combat attire. On the day she changed her clothes, Aunt Zhao had already washed them for her. Having trained vigorously in recent days, she found her 2 sets of clothing insufficient and had purchased several sets of athletic wear at the shopping center, bringing her combat uniform along as well. It was serendipitous timing. When she emerged from the changing room, dressed in her combat gear, Team Zero's armored off-road vehicle was already parked at the training grounds entrance. Yun Zhao approached and climbed into the passenger seat with familiarity. Everyone else was already inside the vehicle. As the door closed, she inquired, "Has there been any results regarding that aberrant specimen?" "Yes," Sietu replied, starting the vehicle and turning it toward the base. The 28th pollution zone is classified as danger level 4 stars. Recently, Yun Zhao had been attending classes daily, acquiring a wealth of knowledge about pollution zones and their regulations. She discovered a concerning issue. Speaking up, she remarked, "Isn't the assessment of danger levels for pollution zones somewhat lacking in rigor? Most pollution zones formed during the Dark Ages, and the base cannot ascertain their exact existence timeline. For those zones that remain unexplored, defining their danger levels solely based on area and detection data carries a high probability of error. Take the 88th pollution zone, for instance. Its initial danger level was estimated at only 3 stars. It wasn't until Team Jiangmu failed to return for an entire month that it was adjusted to 4 stars. From the back seat, Tao Haohao leaned forward, interjecting, "There's nothing we can do about it. The task forces are insufficient, and there are some pollution zones we wouldn't dare enter. Only by venturing inside can we ascertain the conditions within. Otherwise, we must rely on existing data and detection metrics, which inevitably leads to mistakes." Sietu nodded, acknowledging that survivor accounts are also crucial and serve as important reference standards. Pollution zones where no survivors have been found are predominantly high-risk areas. He expressed hope that the S-level Sentinel team sacrificed in the 75th pollution zone was indeed a 5-star danger zone. He also wished that the researcher surnamed Chi from the base, who had proposed the theory of pollution zones as mental domains, had also published a viewpoint that 5-star pollution zones lack keys. Sietu's voice grew solemn. To date, all zones classified as 5-star danger levels have had no survivors. Because of the presence of keys, seasoned sentinels can usually retreat unharmed from most pollution zones, with the exception of the 88th pollution zone. Its guardian is a guide, specifically targeting the mental domains of sentinels. Sung Liang, seated in the back, was absorbed in typing away at his keyboard, processing data from the calculation and intelligence teams. He nodded, stating, "Given the peculiar nature of these zones, it is entirely normal to anticipate errors based on years of monitoring data. Team Zero has long been mentally prepared for the possibility that one day they too may fall in a pollution zone." Yun Zhao fell silent, her mood inexplicably heavy. The armored vehicle smoothly entered the inner city and came to a stop outside the operations department. The group disembarked and entered the building, taking the elevator directly to the conference room. This time, it was a large meeting room where Base Commander Shun, Minister Duan, the intelligence group, the calculation team, and personnel from the Biological Research Institute were all present. Aside from the 2 leaders, all those seated were internal staff serving the mission, including logistics and reinforcement troops. This was Yun Zhao's second time attending a pre-mission briefing. The stout base commander Shen began with a series of encouraging official remarks. His demeanor was kind, with a naturally cheerful face that appeared somewhat incongruous in such a serious setting. Subsequently, the Biological Research Institute presented their research report on the aberrant specimen. Yun Zhao struggled to comprehend the specialized terminology. For her, the most immediate realization was that the aberrant specimen exhibited no emotions and could not utilize emotional resonance abilities for control. Knowing this was sufficient. According to the calculation charts, the 28 pollution zone had shown no signs of expansion or abnormality over the past 2 years. As with previous missions, the terrain map was displayed on the screen, marked with various annotations. The large red dot flickering on the map indicated the location of the 28th pollution zone, covering approximately 225 square kilometers. Once all the materials have been explained, Minister Duan spoke up, "The reinforcement troops will accompany us. Team Zero's mission objective is to ascertain the cause of Jean Dehuay's aberrant anomaly, and, if necessary, eliminate the 28th pollution zone." Received. After the meeting concluded, Xie remained behind for a private discussion with Minister Duan. Yin Zhao followed her teammates downstairs to inspect the supplies and ammunition prepared by logistics. Naturally, this task mainly fell to Sung Liang, while the others sat in the armored vehicle. "Can we skip the compressed biscuits this time? I'm tired of those." Duanxi piped up, winking at Yin Zhao. "Your military backpack is light. Could you pack a few more bags of instant noodles for us? It's not every time we have the luck to encounter cities from before the apocalypse. If the living conditions inside are harsh, we'll be relying entirely on the food we bring with us." The warehouse was stocked with plenty of food, but she was eager to avoid another round of compressed biscuits. Yin Zhao pondered for a moment, thinking, what if there is no hot water inside? "Everyone should bring some chocolate. It can provide quick energy," she suggested. "No worries, we've got the armored vehicle, and there's self-heating hot pot too. We'll get you water. You can pack us a couple of boxes." Tao Hao chimed in exuberantly. "Are we on a mission or on vacation?" one of the men quipped, though the other two pretended not to hear. "Let's make another trip back later to grab more food for the vehicle. We should also bring bread. That barbecue grill is still in the car, and we need a pot for boiling water." Tao Hao and she busily organized their provisions. Yin Zhao remained silent for a moment, eventually conceding. "All right, instant noodles aren't heavy anyway." She packed her backpack, wary of encountering a situation like the last time. It was vital to bring enough food. She had no desire to eat compressed biscuits. Sung Liang loaded the ammunition crates onto the vehicle and sighed heavily upon hearing their chatter. By the time Xie emerged, the back of the vehicle was already stacked high with ammunition supplies. The group exchanged greetings with the reinforcement troops, agreeing to meet outside the base, then returned to the training ground to begin transporting food to the vehicle. Xie cast a glance at everyone, but ultimately said nothing. Tao Hao and she busily moved the food, filling the vehicle to the brim before finally stopping. With ammunition already crowding the space, there was little room left to maneuver once they all squeezed inside. Xie approached Yun Zhao and calmly said, "Now, let us disband the mental barriers. Everyone needs to adapt in advance." As he spoke, his mind wandered back to the tranquil days of late. In recent days, he had not been interrupted by the incessant noise that had once disrupted his thoughts. He could rest peacefully, savoring the deep, tranquil sleep he had not experienced in a long time. It had been ages since he felt the serene stillness that the world was meant to possess. Now, the barriers of the mind must be unraveled as they prepare to return to the clamor of the world. The thoughts of the team members remain unknown, yet within him, a hint of dependence unexpectedly stirs. Xie furrows his brow slightly at such notions. "All right," Yun Zhao, oblivious to his musings, nods and suggests they will talk on the vehicle later. Xie responds with a subdued Once the items are moved, everyone organizes their march packs and boards the vehicle in succession. The driver has now become Song Liang. Yun Zhao and Xie switch seats, positioning themselves at the back next to 2Z. She glances at the driver's seat, pondering that the captain had promised to teach her to drive. But time had slipped away, leaving her to await the next opportunity. With everyone aboard, Sietu habitually conducts a final inspection before taking his place in the passenger seat. And they set off. Chapter 81. This is an empty city pollution zone number 28, situated approximately 300 kilometers from the Shuguang base. Is where Team Zero and accompanying reinforcements arrive at a nearby outpost in the early hours of the night. Under the cloak of darkness, the outpost's indistinct contours present a stark silhouette, with a towering signal tower at its center resembling a lighthouse illuminating the path ahead. Upon arrival, the reinforcements swiftly and methodically commence their checks. Due to an overwhelming number of vehicles, access is restricted, and all cars remain parked in the surrounding wilderness. Team Zero disembarks one by one. As their keen senses are restored, they find themselves somewhat unaccustomed, as Sietu had foretold. The aberrant creatures encountered along the way provide them with a chance to practice anew. Duanshi murmurs that several more adjustments are likely necessary before they can switch modes freely. The sensation is akin to listening to soft, soothing music through headphones, only to have the barriers lifted, causing the melody to abruptly transform into heavy metal rock. The cacophony of surrounding sounds becomes an incessant annoyance, drilling into their minds. Duanshi's spiritual entity, a falcon, resembles a drunken state, swaying unsteadily atop the vehicle's front. We're all struggling to adapt. The captain must be even less accustomed. Tao Hao whispers while glancing back. After Sietu exits, he walks towards the rear to converse with the aid of the reinforcements. His expression remains unperturbed, betraying no signs of discomfort. How strange. How could he not react? Tao Hao ponders in bewilderment. No one knows that within Sietu's mental sphere, the fire phoenix is incessantly clamoring, thrashing about restlessly. After a few days of tranquility, the onslaught of noise from all directions encroaches upon him, with all negative, dark, and oppressive elements surging forth like a tidal wave. Why must I endure this? Why am I not her spiritual entity? A few days ago, she provided mental guidance to others. Why didn't Tiu allow Qing Luan to enter? Can a guide only possess one spiritual entity? I wish to be with Qing Luan. Sietu retorts, silence. Yun Zhao yawns as she steps out of the vehicle. Are we staying here tonight? Recently, her exhaustion from training has compelled her to retire promptly at 10 each night. Now, it is already the middle of the night. Yes, Tuzi approaches her. Sister Yun Zhao, let us go claim our rooms first. Sietu represses his agitation, leaning against the military truck while continuing discussions with the aide about their subsequent station locations. Through the reflection in the window, his gaze inadvertently catches a slender figure leisurely entering the outpost. Her eyes are clear and tranquil, laced with a hint of drowsiness, devoid of any anxiety or alarm. It seems she harbors no fear, not a trace of concern for the mission. The contradictory nature of her guiding demeanor is perplexing. The captain will handle subsequent matters. As the team greets the personnel at the outpost, each selecting a room to rest. The environment at outpost number 28 is pleasant, with clean rooms and particularly large beds. After preparing for bed, Yun Zhao lies down and closes her eyes. At 8 a.m., after Team Zero has breakfast, they gather at the entrance of the outpost. Yun Zhao swiftly readies herself, donning her combat uniform, with a waist knife on her left and the diamond bird, a firearm selected by Sietu, on her right. Her training progress is limited. She can shoot, but often misses the target, and her march pack contains only a small supply of ammunition. The firearm serves merely as a precaution. Should they encounter a city filled with monsters as before, perhaps she might hit a few even with her eyes closed. Upon seeing her, the diligent captain diverts his gaze. Let us go. The time flow within the pollution zone differs. Entering in the morning or evening bears little distinction. The outpost lies 60 kilometers from pollution zone number 28. The reinforcements, hundreds of vehicles strong, trail behind the armored vehicle, just as in the previous instance. After traveling a while, a swirling gray mist appears on the horizon, undulating like a living entity, twisting and morphing, engulfing the azure sky. The reinforcements come to a halt here, watching the black armored off-road vehicle speed towards the mist, kicking up clouds of dust. Inside the vehicle, this time, the 4 passengers in the back move to the front, while the 6 of them grasp each other's hands. Although the intelligence team had previously arranged for the logistics department to create a belt with clips Sietu decides against utilizing it due to Yun Zhao's earlier disappearance. Using clips might lead to injury if the terrain shifts unexpectedly, so they opt to hold hands directly. The rear of the vehicle is filled with supplies. Yun Zhao leans against the passenger seat's backrest, while Tuzi holds her left hand. She instinctively extends her right hand toward the man seated in the passenger seat. The man hesitates for a moment before gently taking her off her hand. His palm, slightly roughened, conveys warmth through her skin as his fingers curl slightly, enveloping her hand within his grasp. Yun Zhao experiences a fleeting moment of disorientation. She recalls her uncles, who once guided her in a similar manner, leading her into Qingshan town. Yet, something feels different now. What exactly is different? Prepared and vigilant, they are ready to enter. Song Liang's voice echoes. Suddenly, the vehicle is engulfed by an infinite gray mist, seizing the air within their space, as if it possesses vitality. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it retreats rapidly. Pollution Zone number 28 opens its gates to Team Zero, as if welcoming them with open arms. The transformation is so swift that as Yun Zhao regains her senses, the surroundings have already changed. The armored vehicle seems to have crossed an invisible boundary, abruptly entering an expansive city. The sky here is a grim gray, thick fog shrouding the entire city, instilling a profound sense of oppression. However, visibility is not hindered. Beneath the gray canopy, a faint luminescence bathes the area, reminiscent of moonlight. Despite the absence of the moon overhead, the ethereal light filters through the mist, softening and blurring the outlines of surrounding buildings, as if their sharp edges and shattered corners have been smoothed out, imparting a dreamlike quality. This lends the entire city an even more eerie and sinister aura, resembling a ghost town abandoned by the world. Silence envelopes the vehicle. The sentinels are extending their senses, probing their surroundings. The streets are littered with various discarded items: rusted vehicle carcasses, overturned trash bins, shattered glass, and scattered documents. The buildings on either side bear countless scars, their walls marked with mottled traces, some blackened by smoke, others dented by unknown forces. The windows are mostly shattered, while colorful billboards have faded and deteriorated, the lettering barely legible, with only remnants of patterns and lines discernible. The wide intersection, capable of accommodating 8 lanes, is steeped in silence. The surrounding area is eerily quiet, devoid of any clamor or human presence. Occasionally, a breeze stirs, swirling dust and debris into the air, which momentarily dances before gently settling back into stillness. Is this truly an empty city?